When Wen Ning first laid eyes on Xie Zhiyu on Ao Island, she instinctively recognized him as a perilous man. At that moment, he was merely lingering in a dessert shop, quietly savoring a bowl of mung bean soup. The cramped establishment was bustling with chatter, yet no one dared to share a table with him. A radius of several meters around him was deliberately marked as a no-go zone.
Who is he?
Xie Zhiyu. No one on Ao Island would dare to provoke him. You'd best know. Hey, where are you going? Wen Ning arched her brows with a playful glint in her eyes. To get acquainted. The distance from Ao Island to the capital city is 2,260 kilometers. Xie Zhiyu had sworn never to set foot in this territory again. Yet he found himself rushing to seize her before her engagement. What have you come for? Through the thin door, her fiancé awaited outside, and Wen Ning's voice trembled with anxiety. What for? Xie Zhiyu slowly caressed the simple ring on her fourth finger, his gaze darkening. Wearing the ring I gifted you. Who do you wish to marry? Chapter 1. The Midnight Escape from Marriage. Upon learning that her family had arranged a marriage for her, Wen Ning fled under the cover of night. The intended match was none other than her childhood companion, Song Ziyi. Song Ziyi was a character of clear-cut virtues and vices. His merit? He lacked a certain sense of reason. His flaw? He lacked a certain sense of reason. Regrettably, to the adults, they appeared to be a perfect couple, innocent and naive, prompting the elders to orchestrate their union. As the plane landed on Ao Island, Wen Ning adjusted her sunglasses and glanced at her phone, which displayed an array of missed calls. As anticipated, her phone had been inundated with messages. Wen Ning was adept at navigating social situations, able to bend yet never break. On the opposite end, a flood of words was abruptly silenced. In recent years, her grandfather's health had deteriorated, and the entire family of dutiful descendants had their eyes set on the substantial inheritance. Passing through the living room, Wen Ning overheard her typically preoccupied father expressing concern for her personal affairs. He mentioned that he had already reached an agreement with the Song family to expedite the union of their children. The two families hoped that an early marriage would yield offspring, and once the old man passed, each additional heir meant a larger share of the inheritance. He argued that she would eventually marry, so it was better to do so with purpose. As for the Song family, they had two sons. The elder, Song Qingbai, was rarely in the country, and it certainly was not him. The younger, Song Ziyi, was her childhood companion who lacked that certain sense of reason. They had witnessed each other's most embarrassing moments since childhood. For Wen Ning, this felt akin to growing up alongside a sister who had taken on masculine attributes. Was that right? Mom, I've told you countless times that I have no chemistry with Song Ziyi. I even remember what he looked like in his training pants, Wen Ning complained. Feelings can be cultivated. Yes, exactly, Wen Ning nodded. So, isn't this just an opportunity for a vacation together? We will certainly cultivate our relationship well. You're going to Ao Island, He remarked. Yet I heard that Song Zi flew to Hawaii overnight. That rascal, he must be up to no good. Wen Ning took a deep breath. I'm just flying to Ao Island to buy a bag, then I'll head to Hawaii. Is that so? He did not contradict her. Instead, she said, I've contacted your aunt, and she should be arriving at the airport now. While you're on Ao Island, listen to your aunt and don't wander off. Her aunt was likely the eyes and ears on Ao Island. Sworn promises have led many a scoundrel to their doom. She said this while pointing 3 fingers skyward. The sky was clear and bright, with no hint of impending thunder. After ending one call, another immediately followed. When Ning glanced at the screen and pursed her lips this time, it was her father. Predictably, she would be met with a barrage of scolding. It was unclear when their father-daughter relationship had become so fraught. She remembered a time when Jingshan would spin her around and lift her onto his shoulders. With a weary sigh, she leaned against her suitcase and answered the phone. Dad, enough of this nonsense. The arrangement made by your parents and matchmakers is for your own good. The Song family is our best option. We know each other well, and we are well matched. What is there to complain about? I'll say this once. If you still recognize me as your father, I'll have my secretary book you a ticket for tonight's flight. Why was it that every time he was angry, he insisted on whether or not she recognized him as her father? It wasn't simply a matter of wanting to or not. In this vast world, reputation held the utmost importance. When Zhengshan's soft spot had been struck and his tone softened slightly. That Song fellow is being unreasonable as well. After uttering that, she quickly sent a WeChat message to Song Zai. One Jingshan likely had to feign cordiality with the Song family and promptly ended the call. When Ning took a deep breath and patted her face in the mirror, her visage was a harmonious blend of her parents' youthful attributes, one a retired movie star, the other a suave, successful businessman. Surely, she had inherited their best traits. Yet, This very face seemed to earn her no favor at home. Once she composed herself, Wen Ning exited the airport. The terminal was incredibly small, and she reached the exit in just a few steps. Her aunt, who had promised to pick her up, was indeed waiting. From a distance, Wen Ning heard her aunt calling her, her voice accompanied by the rhythmic click of high heels approaching. Removing her sunglasses, Wen Ning revealed a radiant smile. "No one can outshine my aunt. Before you arrived in Australia, which wealthy heir in the capital wasn't infatuated with you?" The journey from the airport to home took merely 5 minutes. This upscale residence, nestled halfway up the mountain, boasted a prime location, offering a sweeping view of the city center. The vibrant nightlife was just beginning to unfurl its allure when Cindy instructed the maid to prepare coffee, and dinner was served on the terrace. The sea breeze was slightly damp, carrying the warmth of spring's humidity. When Ning finally felt a sense of relief from her escape, "Your mother mentioned you didn't want to marry, so you came here to hide." It was unclear which side her aunt stood on. When Ning replied uniformly, "I merely came to buy a bag after that. I'll fly to Hawaii. I suggest you skip Hawaii." When Cindy said leisurely, "That won't do, Song's eyes there. Still pretending with me?" When Cindy lowered her voice, "I won't act as your eyes in the capital, just tell me the truth. Are you really interested in Song's eye?" To be fair, her aunt had a sense of loyalty. As a child, inspired by public service advertisements on television, when others brought their parents warm water, she had fetched water from the trough to show her filial piety. Her aunt had watched without a word of betrayal. Now, her tone didn't seem like mere probing. When Ning opened up a little, "Honestly, it's not quite right. I have heard of that lad from the Song family. He strikes me as rather foolish and unsophisticated. I doubt he aligns with your preferences. However, his elder brother." When Cindy paused momentarily, noticing the slight twitch of Wen Ning's brow, she continued, "Song Qingbai is somewhat acceptable." At the mention of Song Qingbai, Wen Ning suddenly found herself restless, her eyelids drooping as she averted her gaze to the array of dishes laid before them. "Any news regarding Song Qingbai?" "I am unsure. He hasn't spent much time in the capital," Wen Ning replied. When Cindy speculated further, could it be that he is preoccupied with someone else, which is why the Song family remains unperturbed? Wen Ning maintained her facade of composure. "I do not know." The thought of the dandy crowd in the capital caused Wen Ning a headache. With so many eligible gentlemen, once the basic criteria of refraining from smoking, excessive drinking, and maintaining a clean reputation were established, only the two scions of the Song family remained. It is worth noting that these were merely the foundational requirements, leaving little room for selection. As for the two brothers of the Song family, Song Zai was not a viable option. And Song Qingbai, indeed, he was. When Ning gave her face a firm slap. If only he had not admonished her in a tone befitting an elder, reminding her to remember to knock next time. Chapter 2. Among the elite, when Cindy gazed at the vibrant hues adorning Wen Ning's face, having already surmised much of what needed to be discerned, she gently patted her companion's hand, saying, "If you intend to travel to Hawaii, my dear, I shall arrange the tickets for you. And if you do not wish to go, I shall still secure the tickets." When Ning blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. When Cindy continued, "We must maintain appearances and ensure that the folks back in the capital are appeased." As Wen Ning's playful voice began to emerge, when Cindy interrupted, "Hold on, dear. Your aunt has matters that require your assistance." Immediately, Wen Ning obediently linked her arm with Wen Cindy's, exclaiming, "I shall certainly toil unceasingly for my dear aunt." Such a heartwarming gesture, indeed. With those captivating eyes, it was impossible to resist even the thought of adding a hint of flavor to her father's tea. Unlike her own daughter, whom she found overwhelming to contemplate, the thought of her own girl, Chen Yuejiao, made Wen Cindy's head throb. As the only daughter of her aunt, Chen Yuejiao was cherished like a precious gem. "Is Yuejiao heading to America?" Wen Ning asked in surprise. Is she dissatisfied with the smallness of Australia, weary of its charms, and now clamoring for the freedom of America? Just as she finished speaking, the distant sound of the front door locking echoed through the air. "Mother, what are you shouting about?" When Cindy lamented, "Please tell me you haven't discarded my leather pants. I need them for a performance." Chun Yuejiao appeared. Headphones draped around her neck, a cascade of rainbow-colored hair spilling forth. When Ning couldn't help but choke on her mustard, tears streaming down her face. Yet she managed to give a thumbs up, declaring, "Looks great. Very trendy." In a flash, Chun Yuejiao pounced, "Sister, what brings you here? I knew it looked good. Mother lacks any sense of aesthetics and insists I've placed a color palette atop my head. Sister, your taste is impeccable." As she spoke, she raised her thumb, pressing it against Wen Ning's. When Cindy felt overwhelmed, do not indulge her. With Chun Yuejiao's arrival, she successfully squeezed in beside Wen Ning. Sister? How long will you be staying? When will they catch me at home? Chen Yuejiao gave an understanding look. My mother is the same, always monitoring me, even imposing curfews. Do you remember that sweet soup you missed last time? There's still plenty of time tonight. What do you say? Shall we go now? I'll take you. As the city lights began to shimmer, the dazzling thoroughfare wove through the heart of the metropolis. The dessert shop they intended to visit was located in the old town, and their luxury car sped towards the less glamorous side of the city. After navigating a couple of intersections, Chen Yuejiao remarked, "Why are there so many cars today?" Wen Ning peered out the window, noticing a regimented procession of black vehicles waiting at the traffic light alongside them. Streetlights flickered one after another, their reflections dancing upon the polished car surfaces, casting a cold metallic glow. The leading vehicle bore no floral adornments or satin embellishments. It was not a wedding car, but rather resembled the conveyance of a prominent figure from a film. In the capital, those who travel with such grandeur often have roads closed off in advance, leaving seldom an opportunity for close observation. When Ning rested her head against the car window, feeling a sense of ennui wash over her as she watched, a gentle breeze slipped through the partially open gap, playfully lifting her long hair. Just as Chen Yuejiao was about to speak, she turned her head and beheld a scene reminiscent of a medieval oil painting, a beauty leaning against the window, her silky hair cascading gracefully, illuminated by the soft glow of a magnolia lamp that gilded the moment. Sister, Chen Yuejiao exclaimed, her mouth agape. I suddenly feel that this car does not quite do justice. She scratched her nose, a look of realization dawning upon her. It is not quite that. But it fits perfectly. The driver clicked his tongue in frustration. A languid voice from the back seat chimed in, Xiao Zhong, exercise a little patience. It's not a lack of patience on my part, Yugo. It's simply that the other driver is driving recklessly. If you weren't in the car, I would have already knocked him off the road. The man slowly lifted his chin, revealing a slightly pallid complexion and deep-set eyes in the rear-view mirror. His gaze was so intensely captivating that it was difficult to look away, perhaps due to the harmonious features that enticed lingering glances. However, at this moment, it was not merely his looks, it was the weighty depth of his stare that instilled a sense of trepidation. Xiao Zhong licked his lips, ears attuned to the man's methodical tone, advising him, when conducting business, discretion is paramount. What do we usually say? He quickly straightened up, understood Yuga. The man in the back seat fell silent again, his gaze drifting to the window. The red sports car once more matched their speed. With the window partially open, a warm breeze brushed against them. Seated beside him, a person who had been keeping their eyes closed suddenly opened them. Tell me, why are you so cautious even in your own territory? A prudent driver avoids peril. No wonder my father holds you in such high regard. He says you remind him of his younger self. As I mentioned earlier, don't forget, there's a banquet at home in a few days for my sister's birthday. Noticing the other person's lack of response, the man extended his hand. From his angle, he could only see the remarkable profile of the man before him and a faint mole on his ear. Thus, he asked, you, what has captured your attention so? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The green light. The engine's roar surged forward, propelling the red sports car ahead. What could possibly be so captivating? He was uncertain. He simply knew that Xie Zhiyu often spoke in enigmatic phrases, rendering him particularly inscrutable to those around him. This was a euphemistic portrayal. Bluntly put, he was unpredictable. Yet, one commendable trait he possessed was his caution. Every venture entrusted to him had never encountered issues. His father favored him immensely, leading he would sometimes question whether Xie Zhiyu was the true son. Reflecting on a recent blunder that had earned him a reprimand, he felt vexed. He closed his eyes again. You go to the dessert shop. I shall not accompany you. It's a hassle just to stretch your legs in that place. Xie Zhiyu was quite courteous. Shall I pack you a portion? Thanks, but no need. The narrow road was lined with parked cars, forcing the sports car to stop a street away from the dessert shop. At this hour, a long queue extended under the old sign, nearly reaching the street corner. When Ning cast a glance at Chen Yuejiao, questioning the reasonableness of the situation. Just a small affair. Watch and learn from me, Chen Yuejiao replied, straining to locate a boy clad in motorcycle gear among the crowd. Finally spotting him, she clapped her hand down. Why are you so late? That's a question I should be asking you, Chen Yuejiao retorted, exasperated. I told you to arrive early to queue, and you ended up with number 21? What of it? I rushed over to claim number 21 myself, he said, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Ning. Wow, a star from Hong Kong. Mind your manners. Chen Yuejiao admonished, tugging at his ear. Is this your sister? The boy asked Xie Zhiyu, stuttering, has your sister been in any Hong Kong films? She looks so familiar. Nonsense. Xie Zhiyu shot him a piercing glare. What now? Ahead, there were still about 20 people waiting. The young man, suddenly brimming with a desire to perform, pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. Sorry, handsome. We're in a hurry, he said, distributing money as he moved forward, directly reaching the first table in line. When Ning glanced at her watch, only 30 seconds had passed. Indeed, money could work wonders. Perhaps she should offer Song Zai a little extra for his troubles, urging him to hold on a bit longer. She wondered if he had arrived in Hawaii yet and whether he could withstand the onslaught from their elders. He had always been rather ineffectual. The young master, who was blissfully asleep on the plane, abruptly awoke with a chill running down his spine. Flight attendant, I need a blanket. Sir, here is your blanket. And another serving of Yangji Jianlian. I want more Yangji Jianlian. Chun Yuejiao delivered a sharp knock to his head. Are you out of your mind, shouting like that? I was just worried you might be hungry. Where are you, sister? Why are you on the phone for so long? Wen Ning initially intended to feign a few words and quickly hang up. The bonds formed in childhood can be of two kinds. One is the innocent companionship of childhood sweethearts, to which Song Zai could barely lay claim. The other is that of sworn adversaries. Wen Ning belonged to the latter category as she engaged with the incessant chatter on the other end of the call. Less than half a day after leaving the capital, news had somehow spread throughout her social circle, prompting her adversary to sincerely reach out with greetings. In a deserted alley, the tinkling laughter on the phone resonated far and wide. I care about you. I heard you're really going to marry Song Zai. It's been quite a struggle all these years. I'm calling to let you know a few days ago, I organized a gathering and inadvertently invited Qingbai. You know, sometimes fate can work wonders in just a few days rather than over many years. You toil away to pave the path while I make a casual call. Feeling the chill in the air, Wen Ning rubbed her arms. Oh, should I thank you for that, Tang Yin? She rolled her eyes skyward. No need for thanks. Do you know, at that banquet he even brought me a gift? Since I adore incense burners, he specially arranged for a piece of jade carved into a distant mountain, saying it suited me perfectly. The light from the alley cast half of Wen Ning's face in shadow, concealing her expression. She distanced the phone slightly, the name Elder Tang glaring at her. The wind was biting. Would this never end? How long would she be subjected to this conversation? In the pause where the other party elaborated on the incense burner, Wen Ning could no longer contain herself. Am I your father? Why do you feel the need to report everything? The other party seemed taken aback. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but after that remark, Wen Ning heard a soft laugh nearby. She turned her head. The dim alley remained deserted. Resuming her conversation, she said, Never mind. I'll hang up. Wen'er's Hui. How crass you are. Please get it straight. The surname you're associating with is Song, not Chui. By what right do you act so arrogantly? In the capital, there existed a fixed circle. Those engaged in commerce often gathered in lively revelry, while others, who rarely showed their faces, were the true elites. The Chui family belonged to this latter group, particularly since the Chui family's sole grandson was unmarried at 29, often becoming the object of many's desires. Unfortunately, their status was considerably inferior, leading to mere fleeting whims. However, Wen Ning's mood was far from pleasant at the moment. How do you know I don't know him? Know who? That one from the Chui family? Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Ha, how amusing. Just keep making things up. She sighed. I didn't intend to be so ostentatious. Wen Ning exhaled softly. There was a small mole on the left side of his ear and another beneath his rib. A light brown hue. So, what do you think? Am I familiar with him? Chapter 3. The Arbiter. Logically, the Wen and Song families were substantial enough. Yet they still fell somewhat short of the elite. Not to mention that they rarely had opportunities to socialize. In fact, no one had truly met that individual from the Chui family. The mole on his ear remained a mystery, and the one beneath his rib even more so. Seeing Wen Ning speak so confidently unsettled Tang Yin, causing her to bite her lip. As the phone call ended, the other sounds in the private room also fell silent. If she wasn't mistaken, this young lady had indeed been humbled. A few wealthy heirs who often mingled with her gathered around. What happened? Not interested in the excitement? I told you not to provoke Wen Ning. She's not one to be trifled with. What did she say? Why the grim expression? Tang Yin twisted her fingers nervously. Has any one of you met that person from the Chui family? Please, don't put us in a difficult position. We're hardly qualified to associate with him. Exactly. Our circles are different. We don't measure up. Tang Yin murmured to herself, so, Does that mean no one knows if he really has a mole on his ear? Is this just a fabrication? An ear mole? Are you curious about that? Do you have a way to find out? Isn't the Chui family holding a charity gala next month? We can still attend events where money is involved, and if luck is on our side, we might just encounter him. That's right, Tang Yin exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. At that moment, when Ning hung up the phone, her spirits soaring once again. She understood the Tang family, as well as they understood her. There was no business connection with the Chui family. Yet, she was luckier than Tang Yin. A few years prior, she had fortuitously encountered someone from the Chui family in the chilling corridors of the hospital. When Ning had seen the director personally greet Mrs. Chui and the young master, it wasn't that the mole was particularly conspicuous. It was his tousled hair and eyes, obscured by a mask, leaving her gaze to rest solely upon the exposed skin. That mole remained her only lasting impression. As for the mole on his abdomen, she had fabricated that detail. No one would go to the lengths of verifying it. When Ning squinted, trying to catch a glimpse, yet nothing registered. A faint scent of tobacco lingered in the air. Had someone been smoking here recently? With that thought, her steps grew lighter. The little sweet shop remained brightly lit, illuminating the narrow alleyway. Unbeknownst to her, a line of black sedans had gathered along the street. She slowed her pace and pushed open the old glass door. "Hey, handsome. Pretty girl. Oh, I almost forgot." Just before she left, the owner had mistaken her for a celebrity and insisted on taking a photo with her. When Ning pondered whether to impersonate Li Jiesen or someone else, nodding helplessly, as her peripheral vision caught something, she suddenly halted at the door's edge. The noise inside was unrelenting, yet this spot by the entrance felt unusually cold, as if it had become a self-created island of solitude. She stood at the brink of this island, observing the lively scene a few steps away with keen interest. When Ning turned her head, the established norm of sharing tables in the restaurant has been disrupted. Outside, a long queue persists, while at the entrance, a solitary small table is occupied by just one individual. Just a few steps away, a bodyguard stands with his back turned. Through the gap in his shoulder, she glimpses a figure quietly enjoying a bowl of mung bean soup. With just a side profile in view, when Ning squints her eyes, she recognizes him. A few months prior, she had a fleeting encounter with him in Wen Jingshan's study. Strictly speaking, it was a one-sided meeting. At that time, Wen Jingshan was in discussion with him. He leaned back against a Wangwali chair, his legs lazily crossed, fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest in sync with Wen Jingshan's speech. Someone. Even though Wen Ning hastily retreated from the corridor, feigning a recent appearance as she ascended the stairs, she felt exposed. Yet, it seemed he had not informed Wen Jingshan of her earlier presence, resulting in Wen Jingshan unusually refraining from expressing anger, merely furrowing his brow and saying, "Next time, use the internal line to come in when your father is in a meeting." Peering through the crack of the door, she looked once more at that familiar silhouette. Now, that same figure reappears before her, quietly savoring another bowl of mung bean soup. As he shifts his shoulders, a few strands of hair fall into his eyes. Clad in a black shirt, black trousers, and black shoes, he embodies an intensity akin to a shadow that cannot dissipate under the sun. When Ning brushes past the bodyguard and takes her rightful seat, if one were to find a reason for her visit to the island, this man before her would certainly be among them. After all, if she were to escape a marriage, there were far less troublesome destinations than this. A trip to Hawaii with Song Zai would have been far more convenient. Yet, she had chosen this island, and remarkably on her very first day, when she felt utterly lost, she encountered the person she most wished to meet. When Ning composed herself as she sat down, tilting her head toward the door and inquiring, "Who is he?" Chan Yuejia remained silent, but the boy beside her whispered, "Xie Zhiyu." "Who is Xie Zhiyu?" Chun Yuejiao continued to shake her head. The boy then countered, "Sister, you should know what the most prosperous industry on the island is, right?" "I know." When Ning propped her chin on her hand, contemplating whether those industries belonged to him. "Not exactly," the boy replied, scratching his nose, lowering his voice further. "He works for others, so he is considered the visible decision-maker." "Oh, the decision-maker." When Ning pondered, is he influential on the island? Indeed. And is his social circle extensive? Absolutely. When Ning gently tapped her chin with her hand. "As far as I know, no one on the island dares to provoke him. Sister, you'd best avoid it." Before he could finish his warning, Wen Ning had already risen. "Hey, where are you going, sister?" Wen Ning arched her brows and smiled at the bewildered boy, with such impressive connections. "I naturally must go and introduce myself." The bowl of mung bean soup on the table was nearly empty. Xie Zhiyu's fingers tapped lightly on the spoon's handle, prompting the bodyguard to bring over a separate takeout portion and gesture towards him. He straightened his legs, just about to rise when, "Hey, handsome." Xie Zhiyu frowned. It had been many years since he had been approached in such a crude manner. Moreover, this was on the island. Surely, even if she did not know him, she ought to recognize the distinct license plates lining the streets. Beneath the brow, his deep-set eyes slowly lifted. The sound of a spoon striking a porcelain bowl resonated crisply. A sudden gust of wind intruded upon his line of sight. Perhaps in an attempt to evade her bodyguard, the woman bent slightly. Deftly slipping beneath the outstretched arms of the protector, her hand raised to her face, fingers delicately curved. "Hi, don't you remember me?" Should he remember her? She spoke in a precise Mandarin, clearly not a local. Xie Zhiyu regarded her for several moments before rising to depart. "Oh, come on, is your memory really that poor?" The bodyguard instinctively created distance, on high alert. Clearly, Xie Zhiyu had no intention of engaging, leaving only a cold silhouette behind. His broad shoulders lent him an imposing stature, far more formidable standing than seated. Wen Ning found herself several paces away, involuntarily raising her voice. "Xie Zhiyu." At the utterance of his name, the atmosphere in the establishment abruptly quieted, patrons turning to gaze in hushed awe. Chapter 4. The Gambling Game. A name is meant for calling. Yet over the years, the name Xie Zhiyu has rarely been uttered in its entirety by others. Those beneath him refer to him as Brother Yu, while he Qi and his family address him as a Yu. The occasions when his full name is invoked usually occur during specific dealings, accompanied by a casual handshake, "Xie Zhiyu." In response, the other party would typically reply courteously, "I hope Mr. Xie will take care of me moving forward." A Yu. Brother Yu. Mr. Xie. In an atmosphere thick with peculiar silence, Xie Zhiyu slowly turned, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile, presenting himself like a gentleman before her. He leaned closer, inquiring, "Miss, what brings you here?" Wen Ning furrowed her brow, catching a glimpse of Chen Yuejiao and her companion. The duo remained momentarily stunned, their mouths agape in exaggerated disbelief. It was no surprise. Had she not possessed a unique method of coping, she too would have succumbed to the magnetic presence of the man before her. This method involves focusing intently on one feature of the other party's face, thereby subconsciously shielding oneself from their overwhelming aura. For instance, at this moment, she fixated on his lips, her thoughts narrowing to a singular desire, to ask him something. Gathering her resolve, she ventured, "I wish to inquire about something." "A question for me?" Xie Zhiyu's expression suggested he found her words rather perplexing. Wen Ning tilted her head, pondering how this could be so difficult to comprehend. Yet, his lips appeared irresistibly soft. Though lacking in color, they harmonized beautifully with his features, exuding an inexplicable allure of a delicate beauty. Regaining her focus, Wen Ning contemplated for several moments before articulating, "What I mean is, I am willing to compensate you. You may state your price." This assertion only provoked further amusement. Xie Zhiyu studied her intently for a moment, his gaze lowering. "Have you inquired about the market rate?" "Market rate?" Wen Ning shook her head. As long as the amount wasn't exorbitant, she could afford it. She fixated on his finger. 10,000? Xie Zhiyu remained silent. She pressed on 100? 1,000? Wen Ning blinked. It can't possibly be a life, can it? Predictably, the bodyguard's eyelids flickered. Meanwhile, the man before her deepened the curve of his lips. "In a society governed by law, Mississippi." "I was merely jesting." She casually inquired, "So, what is the price exactly?" "I cannot fathom it." "That depends on what you wish to ask," he replied, turning away, nonchalantly carrying his bag out. The plastic bag brushed against his dress trousers, producing a faint rustling sound, almost like an invitation for her to follow. "Don't you want to ask me who I am?" she queried, stepping past the bodyguard and looking up at him. He slipped one hand into his trouser pocket and replied, "Miss, I fear that even if I do not inquire, you will divulge it anyway." "That's true," she conceded. Warming her hand towards him, she introduced herself. "My surname is Wen. I am the daughter of Wen Zhengshan." "Miss Wen," he acknowledged, yet he did not reciprocate her gesture, instead continuing on his way. "I saw you at my home a few months ago," Wen Ning said. "At that time, my father sought your assistance, and I overheard him compensating you." "So?" Xie Zhiyu halted in his tracks. "How much did he offer you?" "I am not particularly keen on knowing. As you said, I merely wish to estimate the market price. If the price is agreeable, would you consider taking on my business?" A gust of wind brushed past her face, and Wen Ning suddenly caught a faint scent of tobacco nearby. Instinctively, she remarked, "Did you just smoke at the alley's entrance?" "That sounds like a different question," Xie Zhiyu replied. "Let us pretend I did not ask." Wen Ning shrugged. "Then let us discuss the matter at hand. If I wish to know who my father referred to in our conversation that day, what is the price?" "Client confidentiality, Miss Wen. On what grounds do you believe I would disclose that to you?" "Fair point," Wen Ning acknowledged, not expecting to obtain the answer so easily, merely nodding in response. Apart from fleeing from an unwanted marriage, there was another significant reason for her presence on Aodao. She had pieced together a suspicion from a few snippets of conversation overheard at her father's study door. There was someone on Aodao, a person who rendered the father-daughter relationship increasingly volatile, compelling her to marry early to withdraw from the competition for family wealth. That individual was under her father Wen Jingshan's commission, currently being safeguarded by the man before her. Initially, Wen Ning had only harbored suspicions while remaining on Aodao, hoping to gradually uncover the truth. Little did she know that fate had presented her with the most direct path. How could this not be considered destiny? If fate itself was aiding her, it surely would not close all doors. Thus she stated, "That day you clearly knew I was at the door, yet you chose not to expose me. So, I shall take a gamble. Will you wager that I will persist in my good intentions?" Xie Zhiyu's lips curled into a smile. "Is that so?" He neither affirmed nor denied. A black sedan glided slowly to a stop by the roadside, and the bodyguard hurried forward to open the door. When Ning sensed that her time to persuade him was dwindling, Xie Zhiyu chuckled lightly. "Miss Wen, do you not find this game rather unfair?" "Is it?" she retorted. "Whether I guess correctly or not brings me no advantage." Wen Ning nodded earnestly. "Oh. So you enjoy my persistence. Then let me revise the terms," she proposed. "If I guess incorrectly, I shall continue to pester you until I guess correctly. That seems fair." "Does it not?" "Intriguing," he mused, regarding her with interest. "A single round to determine the victor? It is settled." When Ning pressed her thumb against the edge of the coin, propelling it upward, a faint chime echoed. The coin sparkled under the dim glow of the old light bulb as it spun into the air, leaving a delicate arc of light in its wake. With a sharp clap of hands, when Ning pressed the coin into her palm, I surmised that after a moment of contemplation, she called it heads. As she spoke, a gap formed in her palm, and light cascaded through her fingers, revealing the sailboat design. It was indeed heads. A glimmer of excitement shone in Wen Ning's eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Xie Zhiyu interrupted her. "Best of three," he declared. Since she was the one seeking a favor, Wen Ning bit her lip. She repositioned the coin, and with a chime, the arc of light spun through the air once more. Clap. This time, I guessed it was tails. As Wen Ning pressed her palms together firmly, she rubbed them as though making a wish. Slowly, she drew her hands apart, and indeed, it was tails. Just as relief washed over her, she met his brooding gaze and instinctively tensed. "You mustn't say best of five." Xie Zhiyu remained silent. A hint of frustration etched on his face. Though this emotion seemed out of place on him, it appeared he wasn't entirely unscrupulous. "I won," Wen Ning declared, lifting her chin and looking at him triumphantly. The man maintained his expression, yet his shoulders gradually relaxed, a semblance of ease settling over him. He smiled slightly, "But I never agreed that winning would mean you could do as you please." Wen Ning's expression froze momentarily. "You said it would be decided in one round." "I merely had a sudden desire to play a game of guessing the coin, nothing more." Indeed, he had not explicitly consented to her terms. He had merely hinted at them. A sigh escaped Wen Ning's chest, but it mattered not. She was not entirely innocent either. Just as she contemplated this, the car window lowered before her. "By the way, Miss Wen," she turned to look. "I am not the good person you think I am," the man cautioned. "Perhaps you should not place too much faith in strangers." Chapter 5. Clear Skies. The car continued straight ahead, leaving behind the narrow, congested streets, the old security bars on windows, and the shop signs that extended into the heart of the road. All of these faded into the distance until the slender figure disappeared from the rear-view mirror. A languid voice emerged from the back seat. "I know." Indeed. If he could see through it, how could Xie Zhiyu remain oblivious? The bodyguard remained silent, moving forward. "No need. On the other side, so. You just mentioned he has significant influence on Ao Island. Therefore, I have a question for him." The boy swallowed nervously. "Did you get an answer?" When Ning shook her head, "He seems rather tight-lipped." Tight-lipped? Goodness, was that an assessment of Xie Zhiyu? How dare she? He was the one who commanded storms on Ao Island. The boy licked his dry lips and stepped back to reassess Wen Ning. Nowadays, besides her beauty, Her face also conveyed 2 more words: boldness. This audacious sister dipped a spoon into the sweet dessert and suddenly recalled something. Pulling a coin from her pocket and handing it to Chen Yujiao. Here, this is for you. Chen Yujiao stared blankly as she received it, her gaze suddenly fixating. Sister, what happened to your hand? The boy followed Chen Yujiao's gaze and noticed a faint red mark in Wen Ning's palm, resembling a stain as if she had wiped away blood. Indeed, it was Xie Zhiyu. How could there be no cost at all? Yet all 5 fingers were intact. From where had the blood come? As he pondered, he retrieved a tissue from his pocket, only to hear her casually remark, "Oh, that's nothing, just a lipstick mark." Lipstick? Chen Yuejiao found herself bewildered. To ensure Chen Yuejiao understood, Wen Ning took out her lipstick and, in front of her, left a mark on the reverse side of a coin, subsequently asking, guess heads or tails. Although Chen Yuejiao was unsure of Wen Ning's intentions, she replied, I guess. Wait a moment, we haven't tossed it yet, Wen Ning said as she flipped the coin into the air, swiftly closing her palm. Now, make your guess.
Tails.
Wen Ning shook her head, it should be heads. As she opened her palm, the answer indeed revealed heads. She tossed the coin twice more, with Wen Ning guessing heads and Chen Yuejiao guessing tails, yet the outcome remained heads. Chen Yuejiao widened her eyes in disbelief. This can't be. Am I really that unlucky? Haven't you figured it out yet? The boy interjected, when the coin flips in the air, you just need to pay attention to the side with a lipstick mark. Even so, I can't see it clearly, Chen Yuejiao mumbled. Besides, if it turns out to be tails, wouldn't everyone see the lipstick mark? That's why I would wipe it off beforehand, Wen Ning replied with a smile, revealing her palm to Chen Yuejiao, showcasing how the mark was made. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuejiao asked, what if the first toss is tails? Then I will try to keep the game confined to 1 round. The boy could no longer contain himself. Sister, you just went out. Did you play this game with him? Yes, she replied. Did he agree to play? Wen Ning grabbed a tissue, wiping her palm as she said, those well-versed in the rules of gambling would never allow themselves to be ensnared in a bet. Yet the number of people brave enough to engage him in such games is virtually non-existent. Thus, out of curiosity, he might indulge you in a round to see what you intend to do. The boy speculated. Clever indeed. So did you win? He inquired. I did win, she responded, her tone indicating a twist in the tale, prompting both to listen intently for the unfolding drama. Wen Ning pouted slightly, but he didn't honor the bet. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes widened further in disbelief. Wait, someone dares to gamble with Xie Zhiyu, and you're saying he didn't pay up? That's somewhat surreal. I can't quite grasp it. He suspected that his late-night fatigue had left him hallucinating. Just then, the boss fortuitously approached. Big star. Remember we agreed to take a photo together? I'll post the picture in a prominent spot. What do you think?
Ah.
Wow, your handwriting is exquisite. Boss Lee furrowed his brow, contemplating the flamboyant signature. Truly a hallucination. On the way back, Chen Yuejiao hesitated repeatedly, finally saying at a traffic light, Sister? Even though it's my first time meeting Xie Zhiyu, Wu Kai told me he is not someone ordinary people should provoke.
Wu Kai?
My friend, she replied. Wen Ning turned her head with keen interest. Oh, what did he say? This point resonated with Wen Ning, and she nodded. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to befriend him, but if you want to inquire about something, can't you ask Mommy? Or, I could ask Daddy for you. At that moment, Wen Ning suddenly became serious. Yuejiao. Chen Yuejiao jolted at the mention of her name. Huh. About today, especially regarding my inquiries, you must never mention this to Annie. Let alone Uncle. Chen Yuejiao hesitated, pondering why. It was unclear, perhaps it was simply an instinct. Wen Ning offered another excuse. It's a family matter. Just consider it a family disgrace that should not be aired. With this, Chen Yuejiao understood, nodding in acknowledgement.
Oh.
Just as she was about to say more, her peripheral vision caught Wen Ning leaning over the armrest with a teasing expression. What is your relationship with Wu Kai?
Ah?
Chen Yuejiao's heart raced, nearly pressing the accelerator. Well, we're just good friends. Ordinary friends? Very ordinary, she insisted, enunciating each word carefully. He is going to America soon. What could there possibly be between us? Wen Ning seized upon the key phrase. Wu Kai said it was a lot of fun. He mentioned that when I have time, he could take me to Hollywood, Orlando, and Las Vegas. Those places are just all right. It's probably the company that makes them enjoyable. Sister, teasing Chen Yuejiao is far more entertaining than competing with anyone else, she said, blushing throughout the journey. As the car pulled into the parking garage, she continued to dwell on the topic. Seizing the moment before heading upstairs, Chen Yuejiao grasped Wen Ning's arm. Sister, Don't you think Wu Kai is quite handsome? Handsome? Just a pretty boy, Wen Ning retorted. If we are talking about looks, why not mention that Xie Zhiyu from today? That may be true, but he seems so wicked, so dangerous, Chen Yuejiao declared solemnly. After speaking, she blinked in surprise.
Wait.
Sister, do you like him?
How could that be?
Wen Ning's mind briefly conjured another figure before she replied, what I fancy is quite the opposite. I prefer someone with a noble and clear demeanor. Chapter 6, Fate. The noble and clear demeanor. Wen Ning tumbled on the soft bed, spinning until she felt dizzy. Is Song Qingbai's vision impaired? She thought. How could he possibly be interested in Tang Yin? What nonsense. Wen Ning pressed her temples, exasperated. Every time she sweetly called him brother, Song Qingbai would merely nod from afar, encouraging her to enjoy herself and not to be too polite. Polite? What's the point of that? I want to be anything but polite. When her napkin fell, Song Qingbai picked it up for her. Perhaps he deemed her impolite. He excused himself before the meal was finished. Wen Ning sighed deeply, covering her face. She must have left a clumsy and rude impression on him. All in all, she was innocent. Yet, she also had feasted her eyes on him. He is not at all noble and clear. With that thought, Wen Ning slipped, tumbling off the bed. Sitting on the floor, she steadied her nerves, clasping her hands together. Form is emptiness. The next afternoon, her aunt and cousin called out to her several times. Were you out last night? Are you adjusting to the bed and the environment? Wen Ning replied warily. Chen Yuejiao leaned in closer, whispering, Sister, you didn't realize last night that you might have entangled yourself with someone troublesome, did you? Wen Ning, momentarily confused, asked who?
Xie Zhiyu.
Chen Yuejiao exclaimed. Wen Ning shook her head, expressionless. Last night, she hadn't even thought of the surname Xie. She had merely been venting her frustrations at Tang Yin. What are your plans for today? Chen Yuejiao inquired again. I want to buy a bag, Wen Ning stated. As soon as the topic of purchasing a handbag arose, Chen Yuejiao's enthusiasm surged. Monkey, I want to go too. Wen Ning, who seldom visited Aodao, was nonetheless unforgettable to the staff, despite the frequent changes in clientele. Her beauty was perhaps the least remarkable of her many attributes. Unlike many customers who would spend an entire afternoon deliberating, she decisively made her selections within mere minutes. With an innate understanding of which bag complemented which attire, she efficiently assembled her choices, akin to a general commanding troops. Dealing with a client like Miss would not only promise substantial commissions, but also alleviated the burden of service. Upon learning of her visit, the store hastily prepared the VIP room. What a splendid occasion it was. 2 esteemed guests arriving on the same day. The store manager, standing at the entrance, first welcomed a sleek red sports car. The driver, Miss Chen, was recognized as the only daughter of Mr. Chen, a businessman from Aodao. While her spending did not rival that of Miss Wen, she was nonetheless a valued customer. The manager greeted them like old friends, immediately instructing the staff to present the latest handbags for their perusal. Miss Wen, I will notify you the moment the new arrivals are here. This collection featured a brushed gold clasp and a delightful blend of milky white and caramel hues. Having already seen photos, Wen Ning remained unfazed upon viewing the actual product. She snapped a quick picture and, along with the flight information provided by her aunt, shared it on her social media. The caption read, Bag acquired. Next step, off to Hawaii. Shortly after posting, notifications of likes began to flood in. Even Heiji expressed confusion in the comments. Are you really going to Hawaii? This was precisely the reaction she sought. Just then, her phone rang from Hawaii. The voice on the other end belonged to Song Zai. No way, you really came? You seem to be enjoying yourself. Wen Ning stood to take the call, feigning ignorance of his previous messages. You misunderstood me, sister. My phone died yesterday. I just charged it. That's a flimsy excuse. Don't try to fool my parents, Wen Ning replied. When you get a chance, send me some solo pictures, and I'll post them. The other party let out a hiss. What's with the hissing? We're in this together now. I won't disturb your romantic escapades. But you must safeguard my freedom. After a brief pause, Song Zai agreed, deal. Upon hanging up, Chen Yuejiao turned and asked, Sister, who was that? Just a lovesick fool. Wen Ning succinctly replied. Were there other customers outside? In the past, when Wen Ning visited, the store would control the flow of patrons, making it rare for her to encounter interruptions mid-visit. As another group entered with afternoon tea, she overheard a conversation through the intermittently opening door. How sincere are you? It's my sister's birthday, and I have to drag you along to choose a gift? Should I just send it on your behalf? Another voice replied. That not out of the question. Compared to the previous speaker, this one sounded indifferent, with a flat tone. The first voice continued. The old man's intentions are clear. How long will you pretend not to understand? What does Mr. He mean? Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. Unsure if it was merely her imagination, but she perceived a striking resemblance in the voice of one individual to that of Xie Zhiyu. Rising to her feet, she held her coffee and positioned herself at the doorway. What are you pretending for? She retorted. This saddle is quite nice, don't you think? I came to discuss something serious, and you're talking about a saddle. Besides, for my sister's birthday, you wouldn't just gift her a saddle, would you? That's just the merchandise. Oh, and what about that garbage bin? A ping-pong paddle? The owner of that rhythmic, modulated voice fell silent for a moment, before finally exclaiming in exasperation, Xie. Indeed, it was Xie Zhiyu. When Ning turned and set her coffee cup down, the island truly was quite small. Perhaps fate had bestowed upon her yet another opportunity. Just as she was about to leave, she was pulled back by Chen Yuejiao. Chen blinked twice and mouthed, Sister, you can't be serious? With her head tilting towards the door, Wen Ning inquired, Do you know what this is called?
What?
Even the heavens' hints are so overt. It's undoubtedly called Fate Brings Kindred Spirits Together from Afar. Chapter 7. A Good Business. Upon seeing someone emerge from the VIP room, Hichio was momentarily taken aback. However, upon recognizing the individual's face, he was struck again with astonishment. Stunning. Only then did Xie Zhiyu's attention slightly shift from the paddle as he lifted his gaze. Clad entirely in black, he stood out strikingly in the bright orange shop. To Wen Ning, he still appeared shrouded in an enigmatic darkness. It was peculiar how such attractive features were not accentuated by any adornment. He had donned black attire yesterday and was dressed similarly today. However, the style of his shirt had changed to a more fitted design, accentuating his slender waist and the contours of his arms. He didn't seem as fragile as one might expect. When Ning observed him for several seconds, at that moment, the store manager approached, his expression filled with apologies. Miss Wen, I'm terribly sorry for the wait. Is there an issue with the handbag? I can assist you right away. Not at all. When Ning replied with a smile, recognizing a familiar voice. I merely stepped out to take a look. The store's clientele consisted of just the few present. The manager suddenly realized, I see. Since you are acquainted, I want to intrude further. Please feel free to call for me if needed. When Ning nodded and took a step closer to Xie Zhiyu. What a coincidence, Mr. Xie. Xie Zhiyu remained indifferent, his demeanor unperturbed. It was Hichio who spoke first. How should I address you, Miss Wen? Wen Ning gently extended her hand to him. Wen Ning. A pleasure to meet you, sir. I am he. With the given name Chiao. And your connection to IU is. Wen Ning maintained a warm smile. A chance encounter. A chance encounter? Hichio's gaze flitted between the two of them, and he discreetly nudged Xie Zhiyu in the back. Aren't you going to say something? Say what? Xie Zhiyu finally replied lazily. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ning stepped between them and kindly asked Mr. He, I would like to have a few words with Mr. Xie privately. May I borrow him for a moment? Hichio raised an eyebrow at her request. However, Xie Zhiyu, with an utterly unyielding demeanor, remarked, It appears Miss Wen has a poor memory, having forgotten the words I spoke to you last night. Last night? Which part from last night? She pondered. Was it the part about never betraying client confidentiality? Or the advice to not trust him? Evidently, Hichio was also reflecting on the significance of the phrase last night. As when Ning descended the slope on her donkey, she momentarily satiated the curiosity of the onlookers and, in an earnest tone, addressed Xie Zhiyu. I was wrong last night. The air fell silent at her words. He Hui displayed an expression of utter astonishment, while Xie Zhiyu merely fluttered his long lashes, betraying no significant emotion. When Ning, sharp-eyed, caught the subtle movement. When she looked again, his striking eyes remained devoid of sentiment, the smile at the corners of his lips failing to reach his gaze. After a few breaths, He Hui voluntarily vacated the scene. I'll step out for a moment. You two carry on. As she watched He Hui disappear behind the glass door, When Ning turned to her companion. Would you like to have some coffee? In the VIP room, Chen Yuejiao was nowhere to be found. Noticing her bag still in place, with only her phone in hand, Wen Ning did not rush to search for her. She settled at one end of the sofa and pushed a bag across the table. I saw you both selecting gifts earlier. Perhaps this one would do. I believe a girl would adore it. The woman before her maintained a calm demeanor throughout, as if unperturbed by the world. However, The occasional fidgeting of her fingers betrayed her inner tension, revealing her facade of composure. At that moment, Xie Zhiyu was more curious about how she intended to conclude their conversation. He took a seat, his legs casually spread apart, and his relaxed wrist resting on his knee, leaning slightly forward. This posture accentuated the fit of his shirt, highlighting the sharp lines of his back, while simultaneously exerting an undeniable pressure on the person across from him. Rather than following her lead, Xie Zhiyu countered. What was your mistake last night? Wen Ning paused for a moment before clumsily uttering in broken Cantonese, I'm sorry. I cheated while playing coins with you. Intriguingly, she was the first to dare cheat in his presence and openly acknowledge it. Xie Zhiyu chuckled softly. Do you know what fate befalls others who utter such words? He frowned, uncertain whether to commend her confidence or her perceptiveness. In light of your father's reputation, Miss Wen, I have already been quite accommodating. The man spoke slowly, yet his words carried an implicit boundary that she ought to comprehend. Wen Ning met his gaze directly. Indeed, she was reluctant to engage with someone so perilous, yet the path to the answer lay tantalizingly before her. And she could not resist the lure of pursuing it further. After a brief pause, she continued, so, if you can conduct business with him, why not with me? I have already stated that I would offer the same, if not greater, remuneration. What do you wish to negotiate? Xie Zhiyu's tone was indifferent, implying that if she intended to inquire about the previous night's events, the discussion was moot. Of course not. Since you're unwilling to disclose the identity of the person you were discussing that night, I want to press you. She leaned in closer. I wish for you to help me find another individual on Aodao. Who are you looking for? Wen Ning tightened her delicate fingers. I seek the illegitimate son of Wen Jingshan. Xie Zhiyu narrowed his eyes dangerously. You ought to be aware. No, I am not, Wen Ning interjected swiftly, as if fearing he might utter the latter half of his sentence, that his business entailed the protection of a certain individual. I do not know who that person is, nor their connection to my enterprise. Thus, these matters are distinct and do not conflict. You have not breached any business principles, have you? All her speculations were decisively confirmed the moment he uttered the words you should know. The conversation she had overheard outside the study had been brief. She was merely adept at hypothesizing. As for the term illegitimate child, she had never mentioned it to anyone. Voicing it proved less daunting than she had anticipated. Yet, she refused to relinquish her own agency. Since Xie Zhiyu would not divulge the answer, she would sidestep the subject and forge a new one based on her conjectures. His response unmistakably signaled that her gamble had paid off. Wen Ning lifted her chin, reminiscent of a proud peacock. Mr. Xie, what do you think of this business opportunity? Chapter 8. A Spring Night. A venture that promised effortless profits on both ends could hardly be deemed anything but advantageous. Moreover, Xie Zhiyu was no paragon of virtue. Precisely because he lacked such qualities, he remained aloof, his pale eyelids drooping as he expressed indifference, saying, The business is promising, but regrettably, I prefer to avoid complications. Wen Ning provoked him. Is someone like Mr. Xie truly afraid of complications? I am as human as anyone else, consuming grains, he replied flatly, devoid of inflection. Wen Ning instinctively bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with stubborn resolve, akin to a young sprout refusing to bow in a tempest. She knew she was merely one step away from securing Xie Zhiyu's agreement, though she had skillfully crafted superficial loopholes. The underlying logic remained. The person Xie Zhiyu sought to protect was the same individual she was pursuing. Her presence introduced a variable, inevitably leading to additional unforeseen complications. She raised her head and declared, What if I said I am not in a hurry for your assistance? Xie Zhiyu arched an eyebrow. Weren't you just in a rush? Wen Ning shook her head. I can wait until Wen Jingshan confirms the payment for you before discussing my share. That sounds quite mutually beneficial, he replied. Whatever I engage in will occur after your business concludes, Miss Wen. You stand to gain without incurring losses. Having reached this point in their conversation, Wen Ning would not continue to seek breakthroughs if an agreement could not be reached. She adhered to the belief that one should do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Thus, she simply observed the man before her, who sat with an imposing demeanor, resting his head on one hand. Even in silence, he exuded a sharpness that was palpable. If an aura could be materialized, Wen Ning would have recognized him as a black gold blade, an intangible force that instilled trepidation. However, at that moment, her fear had diminished. Wen Ning attributed this change to having expressed all she needed to say. Now, she merely awaited his response. Fortunately, she received the answer she desired. Xie Zhiyu smiled. It's a deal. She exhaled in relief, only to hear him add, Aren't you curious about the terms? I have stated that I can afford it. Engaging in business with Miss Wen is truly refreshing. Xie Zhiyu extended his hand, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman, signaling a pleasant partnership. Pleasant. She felt the calloused roughness of his palm and the warmth radiating from him.
What?
She questioned, eyeing him warily. He seemed unfazed by her sudden shift in expression, calmly suggesting, would you like to experience the local culture of AO Island, now that we are business partners? I must decline, Wen Ning replied, her refusal too swift. Yet, Xie Zhiyu merely chuckled softly. When in need of his assistance, she displayed an abundance of cordiality, persistently clinging to him. Yet, scarcely had an agreement been reached when she began to evade him as if he were a source of contagion. How intriguing. He decided not to indulge her any further. Rising from his seat, he took his leave. Wen Ning, yearning for his attention, felt that her purpose had been fulfilled. She wished to distance herself from him for even a second longer. As Chun Yuejia had remarked, he certainly did not possess the demeanor of a virtuous man, and the pressure of sharing the same air with him was formidable. However, just as he was about to depart, Wen Ning called out to him,
Hey.
Take the bag with you. Consider it a deposit, Wen Ning replied. I inadvertently overheard that you were here to select gifts. This bag is undoubtedly preferable to a saddle or a tennis racket. Moreover, having received something of mine would grant me greater peace of mind.
Thank you then.
Wen Ning stood rooted to the spot, seemingly fearful of his reconsideration. The man smirked slightly. You really ought to amend your habit of eavesdropping. He appeared to exhale with relief, yet there was an air of frustration about him. She bent slightly, peering up at him. Sister, have you spoken with that Xie? Yes. Wen Ning replied, som have hatt absent mindedly. Where did you go? Wen Ning rubbed her temples. Did you find anything you liked? I'll take care of the bill. Not much, really. No new arrivals. Chun Yuejiao twirled around, feeling as though something was amiss, and suddenly her eyes widened. Hey, what about that one? I gave it to him. Gave it to him. Meanwhile, in the back seat of a black Maybach, He-Chi was equally astonished. You gave him a bag. After sharing a night together. You even gifted him a bag? What a charmed life you lead. Xie Zhiyu's voice was calm. Stay low-key. He-Chi took a moment to collect himself. Weren't you at the dessert shop last night? Did the dessert shop hinder my performance for the latter half? We can't discuss anything today. You have to show sincerity. Xie Zhiyu chuckled. The exchange of bodies is sufficient, don't you think? Ah Zhong, He-Chi called to the bodyguard in the front when we disembark. Help me remove one of his arms. Ah Zhong remained silent. He heard Xie Zhiyu's voice interjecting from the other side. Whose man are you, Ah Zhong? Ah Zhong kept his gaze fixed ahead. Young master I refuse to play the traitor. Good job. He-Chi gave him a thumbs up from a distance. He turned his attention back to Xie Zhiyu. My men will handle it upon arrival. Upon reaching their destination, He-Chi stepped out of the vehicle as if he had forgotten everything said inside. He extinguished his cigarette and sprayed himself with cologne, then asked, without diverting his gaze, will you handle the situation? After all, he is a significant client. Don't be too ruthless. Xie Zhiyu ignored the last remark and strode directly up the steps. The 9 layers of jade stairs led northward to the sea, where countless rivers converged. This entrance to the casino symbolized ease of entry, but difficulty of exit. He bypassed the central revolving door, opting for a side entrance that allowed him to avoid the crowd and head straight to the internal staircase. The elevator halted at the executive office area, and upon exiting, he found others waiting in the room. Several bodyguards clad in black suits parted ways to clear a path. Where is he? Xie Zhiyu inquired as he passed through. In the private room. He lost 2 fingers. Upon hearing this, Xie Zhiyu's expression darkened. Who permitted you to act? He scoffed coldly and pushed the door open, immediately spotting a middle-aged man sprawled on the plush carpet. The man hunched over, his entire form curled into a shrimp-like shape. The opulent floral patterns of the carpet starkly contrasted with his disheveled silhouette, yet they formed a bizarre harmony, as if he had become mere fodder for wealth and luxury.
Consumed by it.
Boss Wu, I trust you have been well, Xie Zhiyu said, kneeling before the man and extending a hand toward him. Upon hearing his voice, the man flinched. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze.
Xie Zhiyu.
It is I. Xie Zhiyu clasped his hand, applying slight pressure at the sight of a severed finger, prompting a cry from the man. So careless, Xie Zhiyu frowned. What happened to your hand? Despite his words of concern, he had no intention of loosening his grip. Instead, he used the force to hoist the man from the ground, settling him onto the sofa. Boss Wu, are you not considering using that house to settle your debts? It's the only place my entire family has. Indeed. We cannot allow your family to be without shelter, Xie Zhiyu remarked, tilting his head. Fetch a doctor. Boss Wu does not appear to be well. Immediately, someone hurried out. Xie Zhiyu continued, I hear you have kept this from your family. I must say, I admire your courage in that regard. I would never harm them, he interrupted. The debt is yours. Thus, you must bear the consequences. Having called for a doctor, while assuring him of his family's safety, the middle-aged man known as Boss Wu felt an increasing chill, beads of cold sweat trickling down. He shielded his severed finger, trembling uncontrollably. Unable to fathom what awaited him under these conditional exchanges, the atmosphere descended into a silence until the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Let us have a look at Boss Wu, Xie Zhiyu said nonchalantly. The doctor promptly advanced. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
After a series of agonizing cries, the misaligned fingers were restored. Xie Zhiyu placed a stack of contracts before the middle-aged man, tapping it lightly. This is the title deed. Boss Wu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he continued to struggle. What about something other than the house? Very well. The response, however, offered him little solace. Boss Wu regarded the man before him with suspicion, seemingly perplexed by his sudden benevolence. In the next moment, the man, clad in dark attire that exuded both righteousness and wickedness, patted the shoulders of the bodyguard and doctor, commanding, You carry on.
You stay.
His eyes widened in shock. What righteousness and wickedness? He was clearly a denizen of hell. Chapter 9. Private Banquet. Severed fingers. Reattached fingers. Even in a soundproof room, cries of agony managed to seep through. Xie Zhiyu stood by the window, lighting a cigarette. The crimson ember had diminished to a third when someone emerged, leaning close to whisper in his ear. It signed. Xie Zhiyu held the cigarette between his lips, lamenting the waste. He hadn't even finished half of it. He squinted, gazing through the rising blue smoke toward the distant, decadent revelry. Who could have imagined that half an hour ago, he roamed the realm of mortals, only to engage in such sordid dealings in the shadows less than 30 minutes later? How ironic, he said earnestly to the person beside him. Next time, think before you act. We live in a society governed by law. The person bowed his head, replying yes. Retrieve a cigar and apologize to Boss Wu. Understood, brother Yu. The signed property deed was presented before Xie Zhiyu. He cast a fleeting glance at it, noting the unsightly smudges marring the once pristine paper. Perhaps the remnants of tears or mucus. With an air of indifference, he rolled up the deed and wrapped it against the window frame before departing. The elevator bore him downward. Upon the opening of the door, a familiar figure awaited him. He Hua, with a cheerful smile, waved. So soon? Only 9 minutes. Xie Zhiyu tossed the rolled-up document aside, expressing his disappointment. Such a letdown. He constantly claims to act for his family. I expected he would endure longer. Gamblers, after all, are fond of grandiloquent justifications. You know this well. As He Hua unfurled the deed and beheld the stains, his expression soured immediately, and he tossed it to a bodyguard. Ugh, he exclaimed, shaking his hand. You're not bothered by the filth? Xie Zhiyu sought a place to wash his hands. Is the house sufficient for the stake? Just shy of it, but we cannot push matters to the brink. This Mr. Wu has even gambled away his wife's dowry. He has little left to offer. As long as the green hills remain, there will be time to repay. As he meticulously cleaned his fingers, Xie Zhiyu remained noncommittal. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, noting his pallid complexion, the dark circles encircling his eyes, and the unruly hair nearly obscuring his eyelids. He tied his hair back with a rubber band. Has Mr. He issued any further instructions? None. He Hua, seemingly struck by a thought, chuckled as he nudged Xie Zhiyu's shoulder. Were you truly that exhausted last night? Xie Zhiyu remained silent, turning to light a cigarette. When he chose not to speak, he often adopted this demeanor, puffing on his cigarette as he walked. The cacophony around him receded, leaving a profound sense of solitude in its wake. He suddenly recalled the first time he had seen him, a gaunt youth of 17 or 18, mingling among a group of seasoned smokers, observing as they fidgeted, swore, and calculated their tattered cards. When someone laid down a card, he would glance over, or unexpectedly intervene, his slender wrist grasping a much bulkier man, demanding, "Old chap, are you cheating?" When He approached him with a cigarette, suggesting they seek a larger venue, he remained taciturn, merely continuing his slow walk while biting down on the cigarette. The last remnants of twilight slipped beneath the horizon. He trailed behind him through dilapidated streets, navigating markets reeking of fish, and the eerily silent construction sites at night. The hues of orange, indigo, and black traversed the sky overhead, It was then that he would notice the striking beauty of Xie Zhiyu's face, so exquisite that, if not deliberately concealed, he might never escape these wretched streets. Just as he were assumed he would remain mute, opting for silence as a form of rejection, Xie Zhiyu finally spoke two simple words, "All right." Upon returning home, Wen Ning was engaged in a phone call, apparently handling matters from the capital. Wen Ning tiptoed quietly from behind. Chen Yuejiao mimicked her, even pulling a face, only to be met with a sharp glare from Wen Ning. "This is what I call a kaleidoscopic black. Do you still wish to change cars? If it weren't for your sister's sake, I wouldn't even bother mentioning it." The threat was effective, and Chen Yuejiao immediately stood at attention. Wen Ning pointed a finger at herself. "Am I going as well?" "Indeed." Wen Ning wore an expression of maternal concern, her tone softening as she spoke. "If your uncle doesn't attend, your aunt is counting on you to keep an eye on you, Jiao." "What kind of banquet is it?" Wen Ning inquired. "It is a birthday celebration. No need to prepare any gifts. Your aunt has taken care of that for you." Having attended various banquets in the capital, Wen Ning deduced from Wen Ning's tone that it was likely not a significant event. In the following days, she merely took the opportunity to select her makeup and occasionally catch up with Chen Yujiao to maintain her social connections on the island. Although Chen Yujiao was not well informed, her experience suggested that as long as one was acquainted with a host and greeted them, mingling with a few familiar friends would suffice until the conclusion of the event. This time, the host's surname was He, and the banquet was to be held at a private residence on the mountainside. Everything seemed quite ordinary until the evening of the event when the roads began to close, and only a single route led in and out of the luxurious Chen residence. It was then that Wen Ning realized the significance of the banquet's host. As the car slowly approached the venue, Wen Ning asked Wen Ning, which he is your aunt referring to. Even from afar in the capital, she knew of a prominent merchant family with the surname He on the island. However, she had never connected this matter with her aunt's casual tone. For instance, in the capital, if one received an invitation from the Chui family, preparations would commence at least 10 days to half a month in advance. When Ning maintained her usual aloof demeanor, "Yes, it is indeed that family, but for me, marriage and friendships require a match in social standing. If they are polite, we must respond in kind. I do not expect you, Jiao, to mingle with such people. But your uncle does not share that view, does he? Engaging in conversation with a wise daughter is quite effortless." When Ning chuckled self-deprecatingly, "So I have become the fish caught between the chopping boards, pretending to be noble while reluctantly attending banquets with the family." In Wen Ning's eyes, her aunt epitomized the archetype of an air sign, independent, loyal, and resolute. She seldom brought up such matters in front of the younger generation, leading Wen Ning to often feel that after leaving the large family in the capital, she lived a life of freedom and romance on the island. The reality, however, delivered a sharp slap to Wen Ning's face. Mrs. Li displayed a look of disdain. "Indeed, those small, broken, and worthless items are usually given to me directly by my family's maid." Chen Yujiao, oblivious to her surroundings, craned her neck in search of someone. "What's wrong, sister?" "They've left," Wen Ning replied, "to find a place for aunt." Chapter 10. Establishing a Family. Having attended numerous banquets throughout her life, the benefits of such experiences became apparent. A mere glance was sufficient for Wen Ning to assess the background and general character of those around her. The lady before her, Mrs. Li, had either been excessively pampered from a young age, believing herself to be superior, or had recently risen to prominence, her gaze reflecting an air of comparison. Wen Ning leaned towards the latter, as the former at least possessed some semblance of upbringing. As she and Chen Yujiao made their entrance, several ladies turned their heads, exclaiming, "Oh, Mrs. Chen, you have such a lovely blossom hidden away." "She is from my elder brother's family in the capital." Wen Ning smiled and waved Wen Ning, "Come over and greet them." Today, Wen Ning's attire was entirely arranged by Wen Ning, a French Hepburn-style gown, black gloves, and a pair of pearl earrings. She stood there, her long hair elegantly pinned up, revealing the graceful line of her neck, as noble as a swan. On the other side, Chen Yuejiao wore a gown of pearlescent satin that shimmered with iridescence, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to a sleeping lotus when silent. The stark contrast of black and white was enough to capture attention even in stillness. Chen Yuejiao often stumbled over her words, and Wen Ning would speak on her behalf. After exchanging pleasantries, she turned to Wen Ning and remarked, "Aunt, Yuejiao mentioned you forgot to wear a crucial piece of jewelry." Wen Ning looked puzzled. "Yuejiao?" "Yes, the most essential piece." As she spoke, Wen Ning retrieved a slender diamond necklace from her handbag. Mrs. Li, nearby, cast a sideways glance, perplexed about how such an ordinary necklace could be deemed essential. Just as she contemplated a sneer, she witnessed the girl slightly rise on her toes. Using the necklace as a hair accessory, entwining it into Cindy's elegantly styled bun. The diamond chain resembled a playful dragon, subtly glimmering amidst her hair, harmonizing beautifully with the other adornments she wore. Instantly, Cindy exuded a vitality that the other ladies lacked. Thankfully, her unique taste led her to favor eclectic pieces sourced from her travels rather than ostentatious luxury brands. Seizing the moment, Wen Ning mischievously declared, "This truly honors Yue Jiao's filial piety." Those little diamonds caused her hands to ache. One of the ladies, catching the implication, exclaimed to Qin Yuejiao, "Darling, did you design and craft this yourself?" Qin Yuejiao blinked, her mind solely focused on Wen Ning's instruction to act according to her cues. So, the signal now was... She nodded earnestly. Indeed. A chorus of admiration echoed around her. Wow, how filial. At their age, wealthy ladies often compared not just jewelry or clothing, but also their children. However, throughout this gathering, Mrs. Li had not once mentioned her child, which could only mean one thing. She had nothing to showcase. A glance at Mrs. Li revealed her visibly awkward demeanor. In such circumstances, a subtle retort suffices. As long as the other party understands they are not to be trifled with, it is a triumph. After all, maintaining dignity is paramount. Wen Ning smoothly linked arms with Wen Xini, and, "Let's venture over there to play." With that, she waved her fingers toward the beautiful ladies. "Enjoy yourselves, lovely ladies." A kind word can soften the atmosphere, and soon Mrs. Li's expression lightened as she forced a smile. "The children are over there, making quite a racket." On the second floor of the European-style villa, He Qiu, upon seeing her attire, clapped his hands in satisfaction. "I thought you'd wear all black to the birthday party." "This one is splendid, very sharp. Where did you get it?" Xie Zhiyu leisurely adjusted his cuffs. "At Aunt Feng's tailor shop." "Can you speak seriously for once?"
Stop being so superstitious about brands.
Xie Zhiyu chuckled. Traditional craftsmanship is quite commendable. He Qiu, uninterested, turned his attention elsewhere. As guests gradually gathered downstairs, a towering cake finally welcomed the birthday star of the evening. He turned his head. "Have the gifts been delivered?" "Yes," Xie Zhiyu replied, pausing. "Why are you more attentive than Mr. He?" "Because I'm the one he sent." The two fell into a contemplative silence. Xie Zhiyu raised his glass. "You know better than anyone where I come from. My status is unworthy of Miss He. Yet, the old man is determined to cultivate you as one of his own. And I'm left with no choice." As Xie Zhiyu squinted slightly, he mused, "Am I not? Are you engaging me in a game of words?" Noticing He Qi's agitation, Xie Zhiyu seized another champagne flute and clinked it with his, then consumed the contents in one swift motion. The commotion below was relentless, with cheers resounding in waves. Amidst the clamor, he tossed the empty glass onto the bar and tilted his head to roll a cigarette. The thin smoke spiraled upwards as he exhaled a misty cloud, offering a cigarette to He Qi, who accepted it and lit it. "Not going down?" he remarked. "You asked me to bring a gift, and I did. Mister. He invited me to this gathering, and here I am." He Qi, exasperated, retorted, "Xie Zhiyu, why do you always act so calculative when it comes to this? Just a little push and you're off. Even if you remain passive, those people down there still regard you as a son-in-law." With a cigarette in hand, Xie Zhiyu's demeanor turned frosty. "I only see myself as your brother. You claim you are unworthy, yet act so arrogantly. She is my sister. And I wouldn't just accept anyone." He Qi thumped Xie Zhiyu's chest emphatically. I also consider you my brother."
Precisely.
"She is your sister. So think about what kind of person I am and what benefits come from associating with me." Upon uttering these words, He Qi found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. "Are you implying?" "Thank you for your concern," Xie Zhiyu interjected, raising a finger that held the cigarette. Smiling, "I have no intentions of settling down." Chapter 11. Kiss Me. In the banquet hall on the first floor, the air was fragrant with the mingling of guests. In the center, a girl wearing a tiara askew closed her eyes, her hands clasped together. Her fingers intertwined, and her red lips whispered a wish. Wishes, meant to be kept secret, prompted the attendees to speculate about the shape of her lips. Only two figures, one black and one white, made their way through the crowd towards the staircase. "Strange. Wu Kai hasn't shown up?"
Wen Ning does it.
"Didn't you call him?" "He didn't answer." On that note, Chen Yuejia huffed. "I bet he's hiding upstairs playing video games." "Upstairs?" "Yes, I saw a figure on the terrace that looked quite like Wu Kai." As she said this, She nudged Wen Ning towards the upper floor. It seemed that ascending at this hour wouldn't be too inappropriate. Wen Ning nodded and lifted her skirt as they moved upstairs. At that moment, the glass door to the terrace stood ajar, the curved bar illuminated with warm hues. Shiny glass cups, crystalline ice spheres, and silver shakers reflected the soft, romantic glow. Xie Zhiyu kept her gaze fixed on the silhouette on the terrace, noting, even a blind person could see through that little ruse. Wen Ning, wishing to avoid being a third wheel, ordered a cocktail at the bar. I'll wait for you here. Just as Xie Zhiyu departed, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase, sounding as if numerous people had arrived simultaneously upstairs. Wen Ning stood up and moved to the edge of the seating area. Unfamiliar with this circle in AO Island,
She felt a bit out of place.
fortunately, the newcomers seemed to have their own intentions, entirely oblivious to her presence in the dim light as they proceeded towards the terrace, discussing, what is the point of merely giving gifts? Even blowing out candles is a no-show. But that handbag is stunning. Xie Zhiyu must have put considerable thought into it. You do realize it takes at least 4 months to order, meaning he must have been preparing your birthday gift half a year ago. Upon hearing such comforting words, the previous voice let out a soft hum. Now that's more like it. Just a few fireworks. What's the big deal? Though she had spoken, Wen Ning could discern that the owner of the voice had evidently relaxed, even allowing her tone to rise slightly. She turned her head, resting her chin on her hand, and witnessed a dazzling tiara gliding through the crowd. It was Bao Bao, Xie Zhiyu. Recalling how Xie Zhiyu had selected a birthday gift for someone just a few days prior, she sipped her drink, pondering the improbability of such a coincidence. The throng of people soon vanished from her view. That person was quite troublesome. An unexpected encounter, especially if others witnessed their conversation, would surely reach her aunt's ears. When Ning shook her head, with the business deal concluded, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. The banquet hall downstairs remained lively, the clinking of glasses resounding. The birthday girl was merely a figurehead for the evening's festivities, and her absence did not dampen the spirits of the guests. The sweet aroma of cake lingered in the air, undiminished by her departure. When Ning inquired with the waiter about the route to the garden, as she turned, her foot halted, and she found herself confronted by someone she would rather not see. Wasn't he supposed to be on the terrace? A fleeting moment of awkwardness washed over her. She greeted him. What a coincidence, Mr. Xie. The spotlight fell at an angle on his profile, accentuating the contours of his face. Unlike his usual casual demeanor, today he presented a more polished appearance, his hair slicked back to reveal his pronounced brow. The white shirt he wore did not lend him an air of sophistication. Rather, it propelled him towards the realm of the debonair rogue. It must be said, such allure was rare in the capital. After acknowledging him, Wen Ning stepped aside, gesturing for him to pass. Unexpectedly, Xie Zhiyu's gaze lingered on her face for several seconds, and in the fleeting moment as they brushed past, he suddenly grasped her wrist. Wen Ning felt herself swept away by an unseen force, as if she were a fluttering butterfly, swept into the garden alongside him.
Hey?
She shook her hand, unable to break free. Why are you pulling me? Xie Zhiyu remained silent, raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Instinctively, she fell silent, turning her head to hear the sound of approaching footsteps echoing from the corridor. It was the distinct sound of high heels striking the tiled floor, tap, tap, tap. In a rush, they left the pebble path, slipping behind the enormous banana leaves. A warm embrace encircled her from behind, a man's hand covering her mouth. Strange? Where did they go? The person pursuing them muttered to himself. Wen Ning blinked slowly, bemuset. What was this about? Why were they hiding here? Wasn't he that just drawing more attention to themselves? Peering through a gap, she caught a glimpse of the tiara's glimmer, fleetingly halted on the pebble path several paces away. The waiter's voice broke through the tension, Mississippi. The pursuer inquired, have you seen Xie Zhiyu? I haven't seen Mr. Xie, but another young lady is headed to the garden. A predicament indeed. If the host discovered that the person they were searching for was currently concealed under the banana leaves in the garden, alone with a man, it would spell trouble. How vexing. Noticing that the attention of those outside was temporarily diverted, Wen Ning nudged the man behind her with her elbow. His hand was so broad that each breath she took was confined within mere inches of his palm. A faint scent of tobacco wafted towards her, making it difficult to breathe. She was unaware of what she had inadvertently provoked, only feeling the pressure of a palm against her lips that nearly suffocated her. Just as she was about to retaliate with a bite, he unexpectedly released his grip. A low whisper brushed against her ear. Do not make a sound. Wen Ning replied in a breathy tone, I had no intention of making a noise. It was your inexplicable actions that prompted it. Her arms were ensconced in black velvet gloves, revealing only a sliver of skin. The area of her face that had been covered mirrored the faint blush of her exposed skin, vividly illustrating her current ire. Xie Zhiyu unusually offered an apology. I apologize. As he spoke, he turned her around, his palm resting against the bare skin of her nape. Wen Ning glared at him with her eyes. And what of it? At that moment, Xie Zhiyu met her gaze. The garden was confined in space. Being discovered while hiding was merely a matter of time. Before he laid eyes on Wen Ning, he had been engaged in the usual game of cat and mouse with Miss He, but upon seeing Wen Ning, his perspective shifted. Rarely come to Ao Island? Why should you care? Do me a favor, he stated. Wen Ning closed her eyes, and then reopened them. Had she misheard? After having pursued Xie Zhiyu numerous times to finalize a deal, he was now, remarkably, asking her for assistance in a congenial manner? Was there something wrong with her hearing? She tilted her head slightly. Ah, you have little interaction with the people here, and being usually far away in the capital. They cannot trouble you. Therefore, help me. Had she heard Xie Zhiyu utter such words a few days prior, she would have unhesitatingly risked everything for him. But now why should she? Wen Ning replied defiantly, though she felt her resistance was unnecessary and rather feeble. Their business transaction remained incomplete, and he could retract at any moment should he choose. As for why she should comply, it was because he possessed the information she desired. Evidently, Xie Zhiyu was inclined to align with her. He exhibited little patience for such matters and was disinclined to engage in subtle persuasion. His hand, resting on the nape of her neck, tightened slightly, his eyes reflecting her own. Kiss me, he murmured as he leaned in. Chapter 12. The Master. The voice of the waiter gradually faded, leaving only the sound of a high heel echoing nearby. Its owner seemed to have noticed something, exclaiming softly from a distance. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, aware that her skirt was already exposed beyond the cover of the banana leaves. This was troublesome, given the circumstances. She had no choice but to rise on her toes, cupping his face with her gloved hands, her body entwining with his. Under the dappled shadows of the trees, in the dim light, their noses brushed against each other. In such a beautifully romantic scene, neither of them was focused on this borrowed kiss. Wen Ning strained her ears, hearing footsteps that halted somewhere, as if hesitating. Her hand glided over the bridge of his prominent nose, followed by his eyelids. A subtle tremor transmitted through the velvet gloves to her fingertips, and she felt the hand controlling her nape descend in tandem with her caress, lingering a few inches above her shoulder blades. Suddenly, the ground seemed to vanish beneath her, and she was lifted into the air. The flowing fabric of her long skirt crumpled as he raised her, creating a pose that further obscured their faces. Such remarkable acting. Wen Ning felt her ears flush involuntarily. She suddenly found it somewhat unbearable and gently exerted pressure around his waist, inquiring with her lips, how much longer? Xie Zhiyu remained silent, merely casting a glance at Miss He, who stood in the garden, her tiara askew as she tilted her head to scrutinize the figures beneath the banana leaves. His hand inched forward, almost breaching the invisible boundary. Wen Ning's fingers deftly nestled into his skin. Dare you? Her menacing demeanor resembled that of a fluffed-up kitten. Make a sound, Xie Zhiyu murmured. His palm lingered within the agreed-upon limits, the absence of transgression akin to a mere tickle. Wen Ning, compelled, let out a faint hum, a sound that deterred those who were daring to advance. Instilled with a solid upbringing, Miss He halted her conversation, uttering an apology as she stood still. Wen Ning, as if just realizing someone was behind her, gasped softly. Consequently, Miss He retreated even further. The commotion startled a couple who had ventured into the garden earlier. They exchanged awkward nods upon encountering one another on the gravel path. Footsteps approached, then receded, and a mutual understanding prompted the group to withdraw. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the rustling of banana leaves in the breeze, before Wen Ning finally shoved him away. Mr. Xie, you owe me a significant favor. She crossed her arms, her tone harshly deliberate. Xie Zhiyu responded with a playful glint in his eyes. Thank you. Just a mere thank you? What else does Miss Wen desire? He inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, as if he had somehow caught her fancy. Shall I offer myself in return? Originally intending to extract some advantage from this encounter, Wen Ning, seeing his infuriatingly unyielding demeanor, relinquished her hopes entirely. Don't get tangled up in this, she mused, rubbing her exposed arms and self-deprecatingly likening herself to a modern-day Donghua. Not quite. A wolf may devour Dongua, but I shall not, Xie Zhiyu replied, assuring her that he would not renege on his promises. Wen Ning thought to roll her eyes. Am I expected to thank you again? Initially, she considered expressing gratitude for her good fortune, contemplating a discount for him. Yet, before she could finish her thought, she composed herself and offered him a sweet smile. Thank you. She wasn't foolish enough to forego an opportunity to gain. Remember to seek my assistance next time. Xie Zhiyu regarded her intently for several moments before acquiescing. It wasn't until the banquet was nearing its conclusion that Wen Ning made her appearance. Chen Yuejiao and Wen Xini awaited her arrival, and upon spotting her, they hurried over, asking in unison, Where have you been? Some allergic reaction. I had to visit the restroom, she replied. Wen Xini quickly scrutinized her, noticing the faint red marks on her cheek and her bare arms, which had also turned pink. There's allergy medication at home. Perhaps it's just the result of an adjustment to the environment. We should have the family doctor take a look, she suggested with concern. No need, Aunt. Wen Ning insisted, it's neither painful nor bothersome. If something arises, I'll let you know. Wen Xini remained unconvinced. Wen Ning nodded. Perhaps it will fade by the time I get home. Wouldn't that be ideal? All for the sake of realism in my portrayal, she added, unaware of the events that transpired in the banquet hall during her absence. On the way back, Chen Yuejiao animatedly recounted from the back seat, later, we indulged in cake. And for some reason, Miss He was quite displeased, wearing a long face for quite a while, ignoring anyone who dared to speak to her. A waiter approached her, trying to explain something, and she was so agitated that she nearly chased after him, even knocking over the champagne table. The banquet hall erupted into chaos. Wen Ning had chosen to disappear for the latter part of the evening, primarily to evade Miss He. Individuals of such familial backgrounds are seldom foolish. Even if initially taken aback, they invariably discern the truth from the slightest clues. It was evident that beneath the banana leaves, the mysterious figure was none other than Xie Zhiyu. Wen Ning was acutely aware that her skirt had already given her away. If one were to search the banquet hall thoroughly, finding her would be a trivial task. Not wishing to attract this trouble, she decided to hide instead. TSK. Isn't this reminiscent of a scoundrel's antics? She attended the birthday banquet, offered a gift, and yet he deliberately evaded her when she sought him out. Was he playing a game of pursuit and retreat? Reflecting on his behavior that evening, it struck her that their interaction had been limited to her lightly touching his face and brushing against his waist with her leg. Even without any tangible displays, he managed to embody his role so convincingly. Such a master of pretense. Was he? The thought filled Wen Ning with a profound melancholy. At that moment, she must have been beguiled by his features, leading her to abandon her principles and fail to consider the implications. Alas, she had become an accomplice to a naive girl's folly. The more she pondered, the graver her expression became as she rubbed her arms in distress. Sister, are you listening? Chen Yuejiao waved her hands animatedly. I also spotted that Mr. He from the shop that day. So when they mentioned Xie Sheng, he was the first person that came to my mind. How strange. Wen Xini, overhearing their conversation, suddenly turned to Wen Ning. Did you leave something behind tonight? Someone in the group asked if you were wearing a black velvet dress. Did something fall on your dress? Wen Ning's heart sank completely. Fears confirmed. She chided herself for getting too close to troublesome individuals. Chapter 13. Provocation. By day, the Coconut Grove Manor basked in divine light. 3 layers of sentinels stretched toward the summit, while the rear of the estate was a sheer cliff. A black Maybach, guided by radio, slowly ascended the hill. Despite having visited this place numerous times, the driver remained highly vigilant, his spine rigidly straight. Wait for me in the car. Yes, brother Yu. The driver nodded. Meanwhile, bodyguard Ajong turned his head. Brother Yu, do I not need to accompany you?
No.
But Mr. He clearly stated that Xie Zhiyu could bring someone inside. Ajong glanced at Xie Zhiyu's face, noting his steadfastness, and reluctantly nodded. Brother Yu, then I shall wait for you at the entrance. This manor atop the hill was not a place for ordinary folk. Each time they ascended, Ajong could only accompany him thus far, until the last occasion when Mr. He saw him waiting in the corridor and inquired of Xie Zhiyu, why don't you bring your man inside? Your place is unnecessary for him, Mr. He then patted his shoulder, remarking, sometimes, you truly regard yourself as an outsider. This time was no different from the last. Ajong remained in the corridor, knowing that in about half an hour, Xie Zhiyu would emerge. The next visit would not come for another 2 weeks. The estate serves as a sanctuary for Mr. He. Had it not been for Xie Zhiyu's presence, Zhong, having resided on Ao Island for many years, would remain oblivious to this hidden gem nestled in the mountains. Zhong watched as Xie Zhiyu approached the porch. Instead of proceeding directly inside, Xie Zhiyu stood at the entrance like any ordinary guest, extending his arms to allow the security personnel to conduct a search. Xie Zhiyu often emphasized the importance of discretion and caution in one's endeavors. Yet, each time Zhong witnessed this behavior, he couldn't help but ponder whether it was excessive caution. After all, Mr. He had always placed his trust in him. Before he could further contemplate this notion, the security check concluded, and Xie Zhiyu's figure swiftly vanished around the corner. At 3 in the afternoon, the slanting sunlight bathed the surroundings in a warm glow. Xie Zhiyu removed his leather jacket and handed it to a servant, taking a moment to adjust his shirt collar before entering the dining room. The entire dining area faced the sea, with floor-to-ceiling glass windows framing the breathtaking cliffside view. In his line of sight stood a short, elderly man in a shirt, methodically preparing a fresh sea fish at the glass countertop. The fish was remarkably fresh, its flesh filleted, yet its tail still twitched with life. Xie Zhiyu rolled up his sleeves and approached. He took the knife, deftly filleting the fish, straightening the body and making 2 precise cuts in the belly, positioning the head to the left and the tail to the right, creating a display reminiscent of a dragon's tail. The layers of fish flesh piled high, white tinged with pink, encircling the spine, forming a mesmerizing spectacle. The old man turned on the faucet, gesturing for him to wash his hands before uttering his first words. This fish in your hands has finally met its rightful end. Xie Zhiyu waited for him to finish washing, casually rinsing his hands. I only tend to these trivial matters. Your humility does little to earn the respect of those beneath you, the old man replied, drying his hands with a towel while inquiring. All well lately? No troubles? I'm well enough, Xie Zhiyu replied, momentarily taken aback. The old man chuckled, having 2 cups of tea brought in. Did you attend the birthday banquet yesterday? I did. I heard she had quite the temper. The old man slowly raised his eyelids. Did you leave early? Xie Zhiyu accepted the towel from him, responding candidly. Boss Wu intended to send his son away secretly. I left early to address this matter. Nothing else transpired? Nothing at all. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the crisp clinking of cutlery. Soon, a member of the kitchen staff arrived to take the fish away, wrapping the filleting knife in a thick napkin before returning it to the knife rack. You know, I've always had a fondness for that knife. I do not subscribe to any superstitions regarding German craftsmanship. It is merely an ordinary knife, purchased at the most commonplace market, yet it has proven unexpectedly durable and sharp. Over the years, I have received fine knives as gifts, but none can surpass it. The old man shook his head. Xie Zhiyu understood the unspoken sentiment. He withdrew the knife and placed it on the countertop, his gaze gradually descending, even if it does not reside in the knife rack. It has served you well for so many years. It ultimately belongs to you. The old man sipped his tea before shifting the conversation. There is something I must discuss. Suddenly, a phone buzzed in the serene atmosphere. The old man glanced over. Busy? Xie Zhiyu fished his phone out of his pocket, revealing an unfamiliar domestic number on the screen. He promptly silenced it. It's nothing. Please continue. He Kue has botched a business deal, and you are to assist him in rectifying it. Very well. That rascal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated once more. The old man set down his teacup. Answer it. There might be an urgent matter at the venue. These hapless lads are becoming increasingly incapable. Normally, Xie Zhiyu would have disconnected the call again, yet, inexplicably, he picked up the phone and moved towards the door. Who is it? A familiar female voice resonated through the line. The transmission distorted her voice slightly, rendering it softer than usual. Xie Zhiyu, splendid. You've landed me in a considerable predicament. At last night's birthday banquet, Wen Ning had unilaterally requested his contact information before leaving. This was precisely the scenario she had sought to avoid. Now, she found herself seated in a mall CAF, surrounded by several pairs of predatory eyes. With a tone of resignation, she remarked, My rival's entourage has come to confront me. Will you come to my aid? Can't handle it? Xie Zhiyu inquired. One fist cannot contend against 4 hands, my dear brother. Besides, I know nothing of fighting. The jest at such a moment indicated her composure. Xie Zhiyu glanced at his watch. How long can you hold out? Wen Ning retorted. How long do you need? The call ended abruptly, leaving Wen Ning feeling a surge of frustration. Had she known it would be this troublesome, she would not have assisted Xie Zhiyu last night. Now, she had unwittingly attracted a host of unwanted attention on his behalf. Wen Ning had contemplated contingency plans should this situation provoke any subsequent fallout. She would unflinchingly assign the blame to Xie Zhiyu, the instigator. Yet, she had not anticipated his nonchalant demeanor. What does it mean to hold on? Is he simply indifferent? Crossing her arms, she scanned the wealthy young men before her. What are your thoughts? Shall we sit down together? Are you from the capital? Wen Ning forced a smile, just passing through. One young man scrutinized her closely and remarked, I saw her at the banquet last night. The surveillance one lie. It's her, the one who stole she's fiancé. With an amiable tone, Wen Ning proposed, Is it possible that you are mistaken? Video evidence proves otherwise. You entered the back garden with Xie. There's video? Excellent. Wen Ning seized the opportunity to enlighten them. Since there's footage, it should be evident that I was coerced. What nonsense, the young man scoffed. I know this tactic well. You're playing hard to get. Could you perhaps lower your expectations? Wen Ning sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose in exasperation. I would like to ask something first. Go ahead. If you believe I am involved with Xie Zhiyu, why not confront him directly? A collective silence fell over the group as they exchanged glances. I surmise it's because you fear him, deeming him formidable. After a pause, her tone turned icy. Why do you presume I, who could capture his interest, would be any less formidable? Chapter 14. Weary of the game. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. Each person present sought to curry favor with the He family, yet the cost was antagonizing another. They could not afford to offend Xie Zhiyu, so they redirected their ire towards Wen Ning, who they believed to be vulnerable on Ao Island. As Wen Ning issued her sharp retort, some began to waver. Last night, Miss He had been in low spirits, and as friends within their circle, they had tried to lift her mood. Upon learning that someone was brazenly flirting with He Jia's future son-in-law at a family banquet, these pampered scions of wealthy families instinctively sought to vent their frustrations on He Shi. They were indifferent to being mere pawns in this game, concerned only that their camaraderie would ascend to new heights. As long as their friendship with the He family endured, their family businesses would flourish under the He family's protection. Each harbored their own hidden agendas while adhering to their respective principles. The leader of the group held the principle of avoiding offense. It may seem cowardly, but in his eyes, few were worthy of being called human. Xie Zhiyu was one, and He Shi another. As for the rest, he cast a derisive glance at the other wealthy youths accompanying him. They were all merely curs. Such individuals were most attuned to the nuances of the moment. He dismissed the crowd behind him, immediately investigate this woman's background. Half an hour later, news arrived. She was the cousin of Chunyu Jiao, whose family had once engaged in the colored gemstone business. Now her father seemed to have distanced himself from the tangible economy, appearing to operate as a broker in bulk trade. A broker in bulk trade? This was a complex identity, and those who thrived in such a role typically possessed formidable political and business connections. The leader's confidence wavered. Would he truly risk offending this enigmatic young lady from the capital for He Shi's sake? Not to mention, this lady exuded an air of poise, entirely constructed from her wealth and status. While a group of them came looking for trouble, she remained unfazed, leisurely savoring her dim sum and even offering the owner some suggestions, remarking that the soy sauce chicken was overly salty and the lemon tea too bitter. The young man furrowed his brow in contemplation. As long as there existed a disparity in information between individuals, matters could be easily navigated. Wen Ning thought similarly. She leisurely finished her dim sum, and from a distance, she spotted the young man approaching again. With a calm tone, she remarked, It seems you have done your homework on me. Are you still looking to defend your good friend? The young man squinted and gestured dismissively. It appears we were mistaken. As he adopted a conciliatory demeanor, an impatient girl behind him promptly expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming that she had known these men would surrender at the sight of a beautiful woman, and pushed her way through the crowd to grasp the glass of lemon tea on the table. She seemed to embody the role of a devoted supporter of Miss He. With a sharp sound, Wen Ning grasped her hand. Beautiful lady, this water-throwing tactic is rather outdated. She smiled. We in the capital have long since abandoned such antics. Yet, her delicate skin was marred by sharp nail marks. She gasped in surprise. Wen Ning looked at her with feigned concern. My apologies, my manicure is a bit sharp. Her words awakened those around them. Several uncertain individuals revealed fierce expressions. Wen Ning sighed inwardly, irked by such provocations. Don't waste your breath with her, the girl declared. She monopolized all the dialogue. Noticing her opponent's silence, Wen Ning sighed softly. There's no need for such theatrics. You really didn't need to come here today. What? Seeing their faces turn wary, Wen Ning felt reassured that her words had not been in vain. Her persona was firmly established. Xie Zhiyu leaned back, her tone languid as she remarked, "I've grown weary of this." On the other end of the line, Xie Zhiyu just caught that phrase. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of his bodyguard Ajong, "Have you arrived?" "Yes, Brother Yu," came the reply. "Did she say that?" "Indeed, Brother Yu." Xie Zhiyu let out a nonchalant chuckle. "Listen for me. I wish to know what further nonsense she has to utter." Ajong, who was mere steps away from halting this farce, found himself frozen in place. The restaurant was situated on the second floor of a bustling mall, typically thrumming with patrons, and today, being the weekend, the foot traffic was even more pronounced. The commotion had already drawn the attention of several diners. Yet, out of deference to the restaurant owner, who was familiar with the affluent troublemakers, they lacked the courage to intervene and could only attempt to relocate the other patrons to different tables. Ajong stationed himself by a pillar, resembling a fearsome guardian. He turned the phone toward the interior. "Bored, you say? Just a man, after all, merely handsome and fit, and one eventually tires of such play. Moreover, I detest being proactive. Xie Zhiyu has pursued me time and again, and even fondness can become irksome." Ajong silently pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on the ongoing conversation, scratching his nose in contemplation. Another voice chimed in. "How can I ascertain that your words hold any truth? You all saw the video. He dragged me to the garden. Is it not evident who pursued whom?" The boy who had previously professed the strategy of feigned indifference was now mute. Although Ajong was straightforward, he realized his presence seemed rather superfluous. This standoff, while numerically unbalanced, had an atmosphere that was entirely inversely proportional to its numbers. He recalled the time he had resolved to serve Brother Yu alone. Xie Zhiyu had protected his treasured golden qilin from a throng of desperate gamblers. It was reminiscent of that day when Ajong had set out to exchange his ancestral golden qilin for cash, but was accosted by a group of burly men. Recognizing one of them as a notorious gambler from the nearby district, he felt trapped as they blocked his path. 2 iron rods swung down, striking his knee, while another aimed a blow at his head. Caught off guard, Ajong was overwhelmed by pain as warm liquid streamed down his face. He fought through the dizziness to rise but was swiftly knocked down again by another assailant. The impact of his head hitting the ground was jarring. "Old Li, you know I have no desire to invite trouble. I will not accept stolen money." "Sir, you must be mistaken. We haven't done anything," came the response. The clatter of an iron rod hitting the ground echoed in his ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw a young man in black bending to retrieve the rod. Weighing it in his hand, he suddenly exerted force. The dull thud of flesh meeting metal was accompanied by a scream as the leader of the gang was felled. The young man lifted the rod, confronting the fallen thug. "Are you suggesting my vision is flawed? That I am mistaken while you are innocent?" Ajong noticed someone stealthily approaching from behind, attempting a sneak attack. He wanted to shout a warning, but no sound emerged from his throat. Internally, he screamed, "Ah!" The tremendous force of the blow distorted the assailant's leg. The man rose, dragging the iron rod, the metal screeching against the concrete floor. "I perceive that you are exceedingly audacious." In a swift transition, the same words echoed through the bustling tea restaurant within the mall. "I see you are indeed bold. First, failing to comprehend my identity, and second, not discerning Xie Zhiyu's attitude towards me, yet you recklessly intercede on behalf of another?" Suddenly, a woman's voice shifted. "Hey, you tall one over there." No one in attendance responded. Concealed behind a pillar, Ajong heard the distinct sound of high heels approaching his direction. Just as he was about to peek out, a pair of delicate hands pulled him into view. Could it be that she does not recognize him? The woman before him appraised him from head to toe, inquiring, "What does Xie Zhiyu want with you?" Ajong instinctively glanced at his phone. The call was still active. Yet he could not hear any further instructions. After a prolonged silence, with so many eyes fixed upon him, he had no recourse but to recite verbatim what Xie Zhiyu had previously instructed. "Brother, you said you have 2 minutes. Anyone who does not leave after 2 minutes is seeking to oppose him." Chapter 15. To protect you. Ajong wore a fierce expression as he uttered the most intimidating words, especially since he was recognized as one of Xie Zhiyu's own. The terrifying scar slanting across his forehead radiated an air of menace. In less than 2 minutes, merely 15 seconds, those present disappeared without a trace. "Did you see that?" When Ning blinked, they must have had rocket boosters hidden behind them. Ajong did not grasp the humor in her jest. He felt somewhat bewildered. The conversation had concluded, and the individuals had fled, ostensibly completing the task flawlessly. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. He lowered his gaze to his phone, where the call timer steadily climbed, silence emanating from the other end. His intuition warned him that listening in was unwise, hence he extended the phone towards Wen Ning, saying, "Miss Wen, your call." Wen Ning exhaled in relief, turning her head with a hint of skepticism. "My call?" She noticed the screen illuminated with the name, "Brother Yu." The call had already lasted over 5 minutes, indicating that Xie Zhiyu had been eavesdropping before she became aware of Ah Zhong. How troublesome. She could hardly recall whether she had uttered anything inappropriate. The only certainty was that she had likely jested about Xie Zhiyu. At this juncture, feigning ignorance was her only option. Clearing her throat, Wen Ning accepted the call. "Hello?" On the other end, there was neither panic nor an onslaught of words. Instead, a sound reminiscent of a door creaking open was heard, followed by a notable reduction in surrounding noise. Wen Ning caught the faint sound of his breath and a languid tone. "Are you holding up?" With such a nonchalant demeanor, she could almost envision him reclining in a chair, legs crossed. In stark contrast to her own verbal sparring, drenched in perspiration, Xie Zhiyu appeared utterly at ease. Wen Ning smirked slightly. "Thanks to you." "Not at all," came the reply. "The fist has hardened. When tempers flare, courage often follows suit." Wen Ning, feeling no inclination to address him as Mr. Xie, boldly inquired, "Xie Zhiyu, how do you intend to compensate me?" It sounded as though Miss Wen had not suffered any detriment. Rather, it was he who had become the one she deemed tiresome, merely possessing a handsome face and a pleasing physique. The very words she had uttered earlier were now echoed back to her from the source, causing Wen Ning's eyelids to twitch. She protested softly, "I don't understand what you're saying." Xie Zhiyu slid the lighter's flint back and forth. "If this gets out, it may become quite difficult for me to establish myself on Aodao, don't you think?" Here he goes again, attempting to extort her. Wen Ning shifted her defensive stance. "If your compliments were to circulate, others would envy you rather than criticize. Mr. Xie, if you dislike what I'm saying, I have a suggestion for you. I'm all ears. Why not simply silence those people?" The metallic sound of the flint ceased momentarily as the man paused. After a brief moment, he replied, "That is indeed a good idea." At this point, Wen Ning glanced at the bodyguard beside her. With him around, the crowd naturally parted ways. She recalled the first time she met Xie Zhiyu at the sugar water shop, where he was accompanied by this very bodyguard. If she guessed correctly, this man was always by his side. The fact that he was here to assist her indicated that Xie Zhiyu was not entirely devoid of compassion. "I'll speak honestly," Wen Ning said earnestly. "I am in a shopping mall today, where there are many people, and they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, a few stern words might suffice to intimidate them. But what about next time? Mr. Xie, I cannot remain without protection indefinitely." "What do you mean?" "I need some benefits." Wen Ning stated, "After all, high risks entail high rewards. Either you tell me who I need to find sooner, so I can conclude my business and leave Aodao, or Ah Zhong will be left to you," he suddenly interjected. "What? Did you not hear me clearly?" Xie Zhiyu articulated each word slowly. "I said Ah Zhong will be left to you. But why would I want Ah Zhong?" Wen Ning was bewildered. She raised her eyes to the fierce-looking bodyguard, who seemed to have heard his name, and turned to look at her. Their gazes met, and Wen Ning sensed that he was even more confused than she was. Meanwhile, the voice on the other end of the line calmly stated, "He will stay to ensure your safety." Why couldn't they just follow her initial suggestion and let her leave Aodao sooner? "Can I negotiate for a different benefit?" "No," the man decisively rejected. Wen Ning nodded. "All right then. Having someone for protection is indeed better than being alone." She added, "How about giving me a discount? Perhaps half off the original price. And then an additional half? Mr. Xie, you are so generous, even providing me with a personal bodyguard. Surely, you wouldn't deny me this small request."
"Let's just drop that."
"I was joking," Wen Ning murmured. "Can you not tell?" Having assessed the situation, Wen Ning was convinced that this was the most advantageous arrangement she could secure from Xie Zhiyu. She returned the phone to Ah Zhong. "Sorry, he lent you to me." Ah Zhong frowned. He stepped away a few paces with the phone, and after a moment, he accepted the situation. "Yes, understood, brother Yu." With Ah Zhong by her side, Wen Ning reconsidered her current circumstances. Logically, she should appear in Hawaii by tomorrow, meaning all card records from Aodao should vanish after tomorrow. As for Hawaii, finding excuses would be easy. She could attribute all expenses to Song Zai. Wen Ning patted Ah Zhong on the back, offering a friendly smile. "Ah Zhong, I have a favor to ask." Earlier on the phone, Xie Zhiyu had instructed him to follow Miss Wen and assist her with any troubles. Ah Zhong felt that starting with troubling you should fall within the scope of his responsibilities. He nodded. "Miss Wen, please speak." This was a matter concerning Xie Zhiyu. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Ning unabashedly put forth her unreasonable request. Could you assist me in finding a place to convert some cash? Chapter 16. Her People. Upon learning the specific amount Wen Ning intended to convert, Zhong was struck by a profound sense of being taken advantage of. He had initially thought it was merely a matter of locating a bank, but upon further reflection, he realized that if it were that simple, Miss Wen would not have employed such a tone to address him. There were limits to cash withdrawals abroad, and one could not access such a substantial amount through any regular channels in one go. Coincidentally, he was affiliated with Xie Zhiyu. Thus, solutions were plentiful. Zhong personally escorted her to exchange the money. Half an hour later, he accompanied her out once more, now with a small leather suitcase in hand. Given the substantial sum they were carrying, taking a taxi was not advisable. After some deliberation, Zhong decided to utilize a vehicle that Xie Zhiyu rarely drove for this task. He had initially intended to consult by a phone, but the venue was likely bustling, and Xie Zhiyu did not answer. Eventually, a message arrived. Brother Yu, no need to ask me. You are now her person. With this assurance, Zhong felt at ease. He touched his nose, candidly admitting to himself that Miss Wen was quite striking. Her features were pronounced, reminiscent of the Hong Kong stars he had seen on television during his youth. The posters plastered on his childhood windows featured a similar actress, who had dominated the advertising landscape at the time. He had gazed at that window day and night, cultivating a sense of familiarity with Wen Ning. Turning on the heater, he patiently awaited her awakening. Approximately 20 minutes later, upon regaining consciousness, Wen Ning's first thought was one of dread, money. After a restless night following the banquet, coupled with a day full of engagements, she had succumbed to a light slumber the moment she sat in the car. Now that the drowsiness had lifted, she recalled that her last action before sleeping was going with Zhong to retrieve the cash. However, being unfamiliar with Zhong, a natural wariness arose upon awakening. Seconds later, her growing caution began to dissipate upon noticing the imposing figure in the front seat. Zhong sat with his arms crossed, adopting an uncomfortable posture in the driver's seat. The warm air had caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead as he remained still, resembling a steadfast tin soldier. The suitcase rested beside him, unchanged in position. His fierce appearance belied a surprisingly reliable nature. When Ning spoke up, Zhong? The towering figure shifted, the leather seat beneath him creaking in response. The sweat-drenched man struggled to turn his head. Miss Wen, you're awake. You could have certainly woken me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wen Ning replied, I'm sorry for disturbing your work. After a moment, curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, what time do you usually finish at Xie Zhiyu's? Zhong looked puzzled. There's no such concept. When Brother Yu is awake, I am awake. When he rests, I rest. Goodness, what a ruthless regime this was. The 996 work culture paled in comparison. Wasn't he this akin to a 007 lifestyle, on duty from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week, always on standby? Zhong thought that Brother Yu's earlier message probably meant he was to accompany Miss Wen throughout. Thus, he shook his head, no need. Thank goodness for that. Understood. Miss Wen, he replied, his expression remaining neutral. When Ning pondered that Zhong likely had never enjoyed such an extended holiday, unaware of the allure of a prolonged respite. At a loss for words, she could only lift her suitcase while using one hand to pat Zhong reassuringly on the shoulder. After a brief silence, she resolutely declared, I truly seldom venture outside. True to her word, for the following several days, when Ning remained indoors. During the day, she sipped tea and indulged in beauty treatments with Wen Xini, practiced yoga on the terrace in the evening, and consumed nourishing dishes at night. Thus, a blissful day would pass effortlessly. The capital had not contacted her again, and Hawaii was tranquil, everything seemingly in perfect harmony. However, Chun Yuejiao frequently went out, prompting her aunt to complain incessantly. Every day she leaves early and returns late. Who knows where she goes to frolic? When Ning recalled that Chun Yuejiao had mentioned her friend Yuejiao's companion was imminently departing for America, and they had been spending time together recently. America, yet again, America. When Xini sighed, you remember Mrs. Li from the last banquet, don't you? Mrs. Li's eldest son was lured to Las Vegas under false pretenses, lost his senses gambling, and accrued an enormous debt. Their family was nearly driven to despair. Fortunately, they are quite affluent. Lured to Las Vegas? Wen Ning puslet. Indeed. The Li family is quite prominent on the island. Who would dare to meddle with their eldest son there? When Xini explained, To whisk someone away overseas is tantamount to rendering them beyond reach. I see. Wen Ning reassured her aunt, Yue Jiao's friend wouldn't behave in such a manner. The last time I met him, he seemed quite upstanding. The Wu family's lad? Her aunt queried. You know him? The circle on the island is rather small. When Cindy responded, pausing momentarily. Speaking of which, I believe the Wu family did not attend the He family's banquet last time. It has been a while since we last saw them. Did they not come? When Ning recalled that night when Chen Yuejiao had gone to the terrace in search of Wu Kai. Did you not find him? Why was it never mentioned afterward? Perhaps it was. That evening, my thoughts were preoccupied with the charade involving Xie Zhiyu, so I might have overlooked it. When Ning asserted earnestly, Yuejiao is quite discerning. You mustn't underestimate her, aunt. I understand. After a prolonged wait, filled with silence, the phone automatically redirected to voicemail. Every attempt yielded the same result, causing Wen Ning to frown. Chen Yuejiao usually wore a smartwatch. No matter how lively the surroundings, its vibration would alert her to incoming calls. Where could she have gone? She began composing a message. Aunt, have you had a drink? Would you like me to come and fetch you? Following this, Wen Ning maintained a frequency of checking for responses every few minutes, but like her previous calls, her message vanished into the abyss. According to Chen Yuejiao, her aunt would set a curfew, and although she complained, she would invariably return home on time. Wen Ning had experienced this firsthand in the days leading up to now. She donned her outerwear, dialing her phone while descending in the elevator of her apartment. She had a fair idea of the gathering's location for the day. Just as she was about to hail a cab, she noticed a Mercedes flashing its lights at her from a distance. As the window lowered, a man with a scar on his forehead nodded at her. Zhong, what are you doing here? Wen Ning exclaimed in surprise. Brother, you instructed me. Zhong replied with a serious demeanor to ensure Miss Wen's safety at all times. Chapter 17, Leverage. Wen Ning had not ventured outside for several days, and Zhong had kept vigil for just as long. Such occurrences were commonplace for him, yet Wen Ning found it utterly astonishing. You have never left? Zhong shook his head. The lamp had, unbeknownst to them, become a signal. However, confronted by the unfamiliar Miss Wen, Zhong felt uncertain. He sat in the car, gazing up at the opulent apartment, where the residents were undoubtedly affluent, and the lights within burned brightly throughout the night. Zhong was unaware if Miss Wen was asleep. Nor could he predict whether she might whimsically decide to venture out in the middle of the night. Thus, he remained vigilant. He felt fortunate to be on watch that evening, otherwise he would have missed the sight of Miss Wen departing alone. Miss Wen was going out? Although surprised by Zhong's diligence, his presence alleviated many potential troubles. Wen Ning swiftly opened the car door and took a seat inside. I apologize for the inconvenience, but accompany me to fetch someone. Zhong asked no further questions and, in less than 10 minutes, navigated the streets to deliver Wen Ning to her destination. During the ride, Wen Ning attempted to contact Chen Yuejiao several times, but her calls went unanswered. Upon arriving at the gathering location, they discovered the event had already concluded. The restaurant manager informed them that the guests had departed over 2 hours prior, and the others were utterly oblivious. The situation was not dire. It could simply be that the young lady had lost track of time in her revelry, or perhaps the noise around her had drowned out her phone. Yet, until she received concrete information, Wen Ning felt an unsettling worry. Back in the car, she inquired of Zhong at this hour. What places do young people frequent on Ao Island? The casino. Where? Wen Ning asked. The casino, Zhong replied earnestly, forbidden to carry phones and devoid of clocks. One could easily vanish into oblivion.
Impossible.
Her aunt regarded her daughter as precious as an eye, and the ingrained constraints of their mainland heritage prohibited any indulgence in vice. Just as Wen Ning was about to dismiss the idea, a flash of inspiration struck her. She took out her phone and typed, Mr. Xie, could you assist me in checking? What if Zhong spoke the truth, and she was indeed at the casino? To be cautious, Wen Ning sent the message. The evening breeze carried a gentle warmth, yet it could not thaw her fingertips. Grasping her phone, she gazed out the window, momentarily lost in thought. The life she had navigated so smoothly for over 20 years suddenly revealed cracks, inheritance, illegitimate children, transactions, deceit, gambling, and a myriad of bizarre occurrences began to encroach upon her existence. Before she could fully exhale her thoughts, her phone chimed abruptly. Xie Zhiyu, she's with me, on the 3rd floor. Wen Ning pupil stillated involuntarily. Zhong, let's change locations. Ao Island was renowned for its gambling. This was not Wen Ning's first visit. and she was well acquainted with such places. Opulent and intoxicating, the decor here evoked a sense that one could simply take a gamble and secure a life of imperial luxury. The allure of wealth was immense. Wen Ning considered herself rather pedestrian, unable to escape the ordinary, adhering to her usual nature of venerating the god of wealth rather than the god of love. Thus, a casino was decidedly incongruent with her essence. In the past, she had merely played the role of a tourist, yet today diverged from the norm, with Chun Yuejiao present. Wen Ning had no choice but to muster her courage and enter to retrieve her. Passing through the resplendent revolving doors, she stored her phone and proceeded through security. Upon stepping into this domain, a young and attractive staff member approached, eagerly guiding her to register for a card and exchange for chips. She was acutely aware of the traps that lay in wait here. The consumption within the establishment relied entirely on a small card before her. At the moment of its acquisition, it did not begin counting from zero. Initially, it resembled a generous and hospitable friend from afar, bestowing upon her a modest entry fee without charge. As she watched this sum waver, contemplating that it required no outlay from her own pocket, she fell into the first snare, tempted to indulge in a casual game on the machines located on the first floor. This was swiftly followed by the second layer of siphoning, then the third, tapping into the psychology of the gambler, and finally, the relentless extraction that ensued. Chun Yuejiao, now on the third floor, was oblivious to the multitude of traps she had already traversed, having entered a realm of wagers counted in the thousands. Ah, indeed. She alone would not possess such audacity. Wen Ning surmised that a master of elevating the atmosphere must surely be by her side. On the third floor of the casino, as she witnessed the chips cascading towards the dealer, Chun Yuejiao's anxiety peaked. Instinctively, she grasped Wu Kai's hand, her voice trembling as she uttered, "You said we would win." This statement momentarily quelled her turmoil. Downstairs, she had witnessed a loss of 50,000 in one round, yet later, fortunes had turned, winning 2 consecutive games. She nodded in affirmation. But mere seconds later, her panic resurfaced. What if we lose the next round? We won't have enough chips. What is there to fear? Wu Kai replied with a peculiar smile, both comforting and reassuring. He gestured towards the chip dealer to exchange their chips. Chun Yuejiao wished to say more, but Wu Kai gently patted her arm, assuring her, "Do not worry, we have grown together, and I remain prudent in matters of importance."
Indeed.
If real gold and silver lay upon the table, Chun Yuejiao might have struggled with her decision. Yet, gazing at the small chips, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Wu Kai nudged her with his shoulder. "The cards are about to be revealed. Your childhood wishes have always been the most potent. Quickly, make a wish." Obediently, Chun Yuejiao closed her eyes and silently intoned, "Big, big, big, reveal big." At the chip table, Wen Ning waited for approximately 10 minutes. Everything around her remained as usual, people bustling, the air filled with chatter, and staff politely inquiring, "Miss, how many chips would you like to exchange?" It seemed that her second message to Mr. Xie, expressing her desire to ascend to the third floor, had vanished into oblivion. The third floor imposed a minimum limit, and without sufficient chips, she could not ascend that staircase. Mr. Xie's benevolence evidently extended only to providing her with information. Wen Ning's suspicions were confirmed. From the moment she entered this realm, she had undergone a transformation, becoming a lamb awaiting slaughter. Suddenly, someone halted behind her, their footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. With a snap, the spring clasp of a suitcase burst open. She glanced over and, as was customary, stated, "All for exchange." Chapter 18. The Gambler. Once one entered this place, they assumed the identity of a gambler, and Wen Ning was no exception. In the interim of her waiting, she surveyed her surroundings. Some were buoyant in their triumph, impeccably dressed, while others appeared dazed, murmuring to themselves. From an outsider's perspective, it was apparent who had triumphed and who had faltered. Unfortunately, her status as an outsider would not endure for long. Upon exchanging her chips, she immediately caught the eye of a keen-eyed chip dealer. The man donned an extravagant suit, his wrist adorned with a pure gold Rolex, once again imparting a deceptive illusion to newcomers in the gambling arena that merely participating would lead to prosperity. Since the services of Xie Zhiyu were of no use, leveraging his connections would suffice. Wen Ning instructed Zhong to escort the others away, ascending to the third floor alone. When she reached the card table, she found Chun Yuejiao, who was already ashen-faced. The dazzling overhead lights failed to reveal a hint of color in her complexion. One hand clutched the remaining chips on the table, while the other grasped tightly onto the arm of a nearby young man, her nails digging painfully into his skin, portraying a picture of despair. Yet, the one she clung to bore no expression of agony. Rather, he seemed to exhale with relief, murmuring, "It's all right. It's just this. One cannot be perpetually unlucky. The odds are 50-50. Trust me, perhaps the next round indeed, continue to bet big. We'll turn the tide in one round." Voices around them erupted in encouragement, like waves crashing over the gamblers at the table. Drenched in a haze of opulence, blinded by greed, one hand could elevate one to divinity, while the other could plunge one into hell. In such an environment, Chen Yuejiao bit her lip until it bled, her fingers trembling as she prepared to step forward. "Next round, please step away," Wen Ning suddenly appeared from behind, pulling her to safety. "Sister." Chen Yuejiao seemed to see a savior, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, fear gripped her. "Sister? How did you know I was here?" "Has mommy auntie is unaware," Wen Ning replied expressionlessly. "How much have you lost?" This is the last chip." Chen Yuejiao stuttered as she pressed the chips into Wen Ning's hand, adding, "Earlier, Wu Kai borrowed part of it." Wen Ning interjected, "He borrowed?" Chen Yuejiao pressed her lips together, hesitating for a long moment before whispering, "I signed for it." Seeing Wen Ning's stern expression, she could not help but defend herself. "I thought it was a small amount. It was just an advance on my pocket money." The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. "By the way, Wu Kai knows how to read the cards. He will help me." With that thought, she glanced at Wu Kai, who had been pushed aside. He still wore a reassuring smile, yet his gaze was unabashedly fixed on Wen Ning. Chen Yuejiao attempted to signal him, but it seemed he was oblivious. Several imposing men approached, their eyes fixated on her with predatory intent. One particularly well-dressed individual leaned in. "The chips have already been placed, Miss Chen. Will you still borrow from me?" "No need," Wen Ning declared, tossing a handful of chips onto the table. Uncertain of the events that had transpired before her arrival, Wen Ning possessed an astute ability to read the room. She understood that no one could leave until this round concluded. She remained indifferent to winning or losing. These chips were merely a safety net for Chen Yuejiao. Regardless of the outcome, her priority was to escort her away from the scene. As for the myriad thoughts racing through her mind, about doubling down or challenging the dealer, she dismissed such absurd notions that an ordinary person should never entertain. A single bet limit could extinguish any chance of victory. Wen Ning's expression remained calm as she observed the gambling table, contrasting sharply with Chen Yuejiao, who was taut with anxiety, nearly on the verge of collapse. Unbeknownst to her, the flashing cameras overhead were recording every moment. Ah Zhong stood respectfully to one side, his gaze following the rotation of the boss's chair as it settled upon the surveillance screen. The central split screen displayed a gambling table on the third floor. Recognizing familiar faces within the footage, Ah Zhong scrutinized the scene with heightened attention. He observed a woman placing her chips on the table, around whom others exhibited varying degrees of tension, luck, and curiosity. He found himself, almost involuntarily, sharing in their anxiety. Straightening his back, he heard a voice beside him inquire, "Do you think she will win or lose?" Ah Zhong shook his head. "I don't know." Indeed, he too was uncertain. Xie Zhiyu remarked, "With less than a 50% probability, the odds of losing outweigh those of winning. Yet, she remains remarkably composed." Just as a hospital bears witness to the myriad facets of life, so too does a casino. Xie Zhiyu realized it had been quite some time since he had focused so intently on a single aspect of this ecosystem. He pressed his leather shoe against the table, leaning back in the boss's chair as the footage began to change frame by frame, with the latest analytical system capturing the micro-expressions of each individual. From the visibly relieved Wu Kai to the nearly collapsing Chen Yuejiao, the thrill-seeking onlookers, the indifferent dealer, and finally, that exceptionally tranquil face. After a prolonged gaze, Xie Zhiyu suddenly chuckled. Ah Zhong, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter, brother Yu?" As he turned back to the screen, the gambling table had just revealed its outcome. He glanced again at Miss Wen's face, which remained unperturbed, devoid of even the slightest hint of joy. Instead, a peculiar expression flickered across her features as the chips surged forth. Wen Ning suppressed an odd sensation that had risen within her chest after several attempts. Her words were uttered lightly, almost as if to herself. Just as Chen Yuejiao was about to approach the thrill-seeker, she was halted by Wu Kai, who grasped her hand but spoke to Wen Ning. The seasoned gamblers among the onlookers nodded in agreement, chiming in, "Ah, indeed. Beautiful lady, your fortune is exceptional. You should let me take your place. For surely the spot you occupied is blessed. Under the brilliance of the overhead lights, Wen Ning reassessed Wu Kai. With the countenance of a charming young man, paired with an innocuous demeanor, she had initially misjudged him as quite respectable upon their first encounter. It seemed that this young Master Wu had become ensnared in a quagmire so deep that he was compelled to draw new lambs into the game to offset his own insurmountable debts. His performance was exceedingly convincing. Even though Wen Ning could discern his true intentions, she remained deceived by his innocent appearance. Moreover, Chen Yujiao, who had grown up alongside her, was equally unaware. Yet, it was thanks to Wu Kai's hasty words that she was abruptly yanked from the exhilarating sensation of being toppled by a tidal wave. Losing was not to be feared. She had come prepared to walk away if she lost. However, at the moment of victory, as the chips flowed in, her first impulse was surprisingly to continue playing. Fortunately, she regained her composure just in time. Wen Ning exhaled deeply, saying, "Let us go." Chen Yujiao, still reeling from the dramatic fluctuations, dazedly asked, "Wu Kai, are we leaving?" The previously menacing men who had been facing them turned towards Wu Kai, grinning ominously. "Apologies. But he can't leave." Wu Kai stood there, his eyes reddening with urgency. "Sister, just one more round, please, just one." Perhaps having never encountered Wu Kai in such a manner, Chen Yuejiao halted her steps. She seemed bewildered, calling out weakly, "Sister." Wen Ning did not glance at her, coldly responding, "It is none of your concern, nor is it mine." Chapter 19. Childhood Sweethearts. The air outside the casino lacked fragrance, infused instead with the subtle brine of the spring night sea, yet it offered a sense of relaxation. When Ning glanced at the time, 45 minutes had passed. Just in time. As she contemplated hailing a taxi, a silver-gray Mercedes once again came to a stop before her. A Zhong lowered the window, saying, "Miss Wen, please get in." When Ning first ushered Chen Yuejiao inside before taking her seat in the passenger side. "Why are you still here?" With a click, the seatbelt secured itself. A Zhong focused on the road ahead, responding, "As long as Miss Wen is here, so am I." Her heart raced irregularly within her chest. The suppressed emotions surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming her to the point where she yearned to exit the vehicle and scream in a secluded spot.
It was exhilarating, intoxicating.
No one could resist the allure of such a fleeting chance at wealth. Aside from the house cut, she had nearly lost everything tonight. Perhaps a single bold gamble could turn the tide. When Ning pinched the flesh between her thumb and forefinger until the pain rendered her fingers numb. Slowly, she opened her eyes and turned to a Zhong, asking, "Did I not continue playing?" Did Xie Zhiyu feel disappointed? A Zhong tilted his head in confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why Wen Ning knew of his encounter with Xie Zhiyu, and even more so, why brother you would feel disappointment. All he knew was that before departing, Xie Zhiyu had instructed him to convey a message. "Tell Miss Wen if she is interested. I would like to invite her to see a play tomorrow night." When Ning acknowledged with a soft choosing not to elaborate further. With a command given, a Zhong drove off. The taillights gradually faded from view, and when Ning, shedding her earlier composure, exclaimed in frustration, "Chen Yuejiao, have you lost your mind?" Chen Yuejiao knew she deserved the reprimand and dared not retort. "Sister, I was wrong." Upon reaching home, they both rushed into the room. Chen Yuejiao felt that, apart from being her cousin, Wen Ning was also her savior, and she could not conceal anything, revealing all. At the He family's birthday banquet that day, Wu Kai had not attended. The following day, Chen Yuejiao cornered Wu Kai, gleaning from his hesitant words that he was to depart for America immediately. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yuejiao was momentarily stunned. She asked, "Didn't you say you would be leaving in several months?" "There are matters," he replied. "My family wants me to go ahead." "What matters?" "Nothing," Wu Kai said, "just family arrangements." Chen Yuejiao was puzzled. "But didn't your family just arrive?" "Yes. I was just a bit drunk and needed to walk," Wu Kai explained. "Should I accompany you?" "No need," he said, turning onto a side path. For reasons unknown, Chen Yuejiao did not drive away immediately. She thought that he must be hiding something from her and, without a second thought, patted his shoulder. "Wu Kai, are you?" Her palm felt damp against his skin. Wu Kai frowned, pulling up his collar. "Don't touch me like that, it hurts." "What happened?" "I fell," he replied. Before she could inquire further, Wu Kai suddenly locked eyes with her, saying, "Have I ever lied to you?" Chen Yuejiao pondered for a moment and realized he had never done so. "So? What kind of friend?" she asked, perplexed. "One with wealth." "Nuki." In a fit of irritation, cursed softly before remarking, "You're being rather foolish." Little did he expect that after a series of twists and turns, it would ultimately be Qin Yuejiao accompanying him into the casino. Wen Ning, cradling her forehead, questioned, "How did you end up at the gambling table?" He lost and claimed that he had always been fortunate since childhood, which led to this predicament. Qin Yuejiao's words faltered as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. She buried her face in the crook of her arm, stifling her sobs. "Could it be that I've misunderstood something? Wu Kai is not like that. He has never set foot in such a place." Wen Ning, who never considered herself soft-hearted, contemplated how to respond. She wanted to ask why. If he had never been there, did he possess such profound knowledge of its inner workings? Why was it that while others remained oblivious to Xie Zhiyu, he was fully aware of him? Why did the dealers assist him in elevating the atmosphere? And why, in good faith, did he insist on mentioning their future trip to Las Vegas together? Las Vegas, a sanctuary for gamblers. Wen Ning remained silent, handing over a tissue. She mused that Qin Yuejiao would likely never realize, or perhaps never believe, that long ago, her childhood companion had contemplated betraying her. Foolish girl. She rose to fetch some ice from the refrigerator, stating, "After you finish crying, remember to apply it to your eyes, or else your aunt will notice in the morning." At her words, Qin Yuejiao paused her weeping, taking a few small gasps. "Sister, you paid for tonight," she murmured. "You need not repay me. If you keep my secret, I will keep yours. It is only fair." Qin Yuejiao, evidently struggling to recall, looked at her with tear-stained eyes. What secret? The one about inquiring into matters concerning Xie Zhiyu. Oh. These two secrets were hardly of equivalent significance. After some contemplation, Qin Yuejiao continued. "He mentioned he would like to take you to a show tomorrow. Would you like to go?" Uncertain of his intentions, she understood she had little choice in the matter. Without much hesitation, Wen Ning replied, "Go ahead." Qin Yuejiao, though apprehensive, firmly grasped Wen Ning's hand. "If you go, I will accompany you." Chapter 20. Attending the show the following evening, Zhong awaited them downstairs with great anticipation. Upon seeing Qin Yuejiao and Wen Ning depart together, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gently stroked Qin Yuejiao's hair. "If you spend every day with your sister, I shall worry less." Qin Yuejiao forced a cheerful nod. "Sister, did Xie Zhiyu mention where he would take us?" "It should be just ahead," Wen Ning speculated. She inquired further about what they should prepare. He said to treat it as an evening banquet. Judging by the route they were taking, it seemed the banquet would be on the sea. Indeed, shortly after entering the port, the vehicle halted beside a luxurious yacht. The surrounding lights shone brightly, illuminating the path to the yacht's deck. Emerging from the darkness, no one would have anticipated such a lavish gathering existed in this locale. With the window partially rolled down, a bodyguard approached to verify their identities. The flowing air carried the scent of exquisite fragrances wafting through the open space. Shadows of people were discernible on the deck, suits, tailcoats, and floor-length gowns, their expensive fabrics adorned with sparkling embellishments that lit up the night. Wen Ning exited from one side and was immediately approached by a steward to guide them. She and Qin Yuejiao exchanged a glance before stepping aboard. "Do you know anyone here?" she whispered. Qin Yuejiao meticulously surveyed her surroundings. In stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor at social gatherings, she was entirely focused this evening. As she glanced around, she recognized several familiar faces, some of whom she had encountered at events organized by her father. Wen Ning inquired, "Are they all businessmen? Is there any other commonality?" For the moment, it was not apparent. Suddenly, Qin Yuejiao recalled something and discreetly pointed in a certain direction. "That uncle looks familiar. I once overheard him boasting at a dinner that he won over 20 million in a single night." It seemed there was no need to seek further commonalities. All the guests aboard this cruise ship were indeed patrons of Xie Zhiyu. Qin Yuejiao realized this as well. Are they gamblers? Wen Ning knew that her mind was sharp, though her previous stubbornness was solely due to her ties with Wu Kai. Had it been someone unrelated, Qin Yuejiao would never have been so naive as to be led to slaughter. What purpose could a gathering of gamblers have in inviting her? Wen Ning certainly did not naively believe that the chips from yesterday were sufficient to elevate her to the status of a major client. Perhaps, to ordinary individuals, those chips represented a fortune overnight, but in the eyes of true aristocrats, they were merely an appetizer. Instead of being a spectator at the show, she found herself merely a subject of entertainment aboard this cruise. As expected, once the yacht reached international waters, the champagne tower was dismantled, and the central area was transformed into a green velvet-covered gambling table. This yacht had 3 levels, with a staircase that extended upwards. From the demeanor of the guests on this level, it was evident that they were accustomed to such events, eagerly raising their glasses and congregating in the center, clearly more interested in the impending games than in mingling. As for the upper level, with its heightened privacy, Wen Ning could only speculate. She tilted her champagne glass slightly back, leaning against the railing, her slender figure extending outward. Even from her vantage point, she could only glimpse a sparse crowd gathering on a corner of the second deck, evidently engaged in the same games. Lost in thought, a waiter approached, inviting them to ascend. Wen Ning led Xie Zhiyu up to the second deck. The gambling tables here were larger than those below, and familiar faces, celebrities, businessmen, and politicians occasionally flashed before them. In international waters, numerous unconventional betting methods were openly displayed, with stakes increasing tenfold or 20-fold. Those who played recklessly saw their fortunes fluctuate wildly with the waves, each shift in the ocean worth millions. Amidst the sound of crashing waves, everyone was intensely focused on the spotlight illuminating the center of the room. Wen Ning followed their gaze. A man, smiling gently, raised his hand. "This watch, plus my wife." Wen Ning's pupils momentarily widened. The woman referred to as his wife approached with an indifferent expression, as though hearing something utterly mundane. In the next moment, her evening gown was ripped to the thigh, as if she were a mere doll thrust onto the stage. The green tablecloth accentuated her bare legs, with garters digging into her flesh, creating a scene that was both provocative and shocking. The man remained unfazed, merely flicking ash towards the woman. "Deal the cards." As Wen Ning lingered in shock, the waiter urged them once more. She stepped forward, only for the waiter to say, "Miss Chen, please hold on." What did this mean? Wen Ning instinctively shielded Xie Zhiyu behind her. She did not perceive leaving someone alone as a judicious decision. At least, it appeared that the individuals on this deck were sufficiently unhinged. The attendant bowed slightly, saying, "We can arrange for Miss Chen to rest first. You need not be anxious."
Rest?
Indeed, rooms have been prepared for each distinguished guest. "Please, follow me." Wen Ning took the initiative to inspect the room, confirming that it was merely an opulently decorated yet ordinary lounge before nodding in approval. "There will be no one else entering here? Mr. Xie anticipated your inquiry and relayed a message to you. All his dealings are above board." Wen Ning patted Xie Zhiyu's shoulder, saying, "Call me if you need anything."
Sis.
"You're on your own. Do not worry. With his extensive connections in Ao Island, he has no need to go through such elaborate measures to harm me." This reassurance not only calmed Xie Zhiyu but also soothed Wen Ning herself. She followed the attendant upstairs, expecting the atmosphere to be akin to that below, albeit with higher stakes and even more frenzied participants. To her surprise, it was remarkably quiet upon arrival. Absent were the gaming tables and patrons. The warm glow of the lights enveloped her, and soft, gentle music played continuously in her ears, resembling an ordinary outdoor evening banquet. She was led to a corner, and upon entering through the door, she found someone already seated beneath the opulent, weighty medieval decor. The figure of a man was silhouetted under the standing lamp, his narrow waist and long legs accentuated by the tailored trousers, the elegant lines of his limbs becoming apparent as he crossed them. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered on, prompting Wen Ning to instinctively squint. "Miss Wen has arrived?" The man seated on the sofa slowly rose, pouring a glass of champagne. "Was it enjoyable downstairs?" "Xie Zhiyu." Wen Ning recognized his face. The transformation was swift. The man displayed a hint of wounded expression, recalling that she had referred to him as Mr. Xie the previous night. "Does it matter?" Wen Ning replied, "We are quite familiar now." He offered the champagne toward her, a smile gracing his lips. "Miss Wen is indeed quite amusing." Xie Zhiyu despised beating around the bush. He leaned casually against the sofa, adopting an inviting posture. "Won't you join me? It is time for the show." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the armrest. The blackout curtains slowly drew apart, revealing a pane of glass. Curiosity piqued, she stepped closer, only to halt in her tracks. On the other side of the glass appeared two familiar faces. First, He Qiu, followed by a ghastly Wu Kai, his visage smeared with blood. Chapter 21, Soft Lips. Wen Ning gasped and jumped back a considerable distance. She had witnessed Wu Kai's boisterous antics at the sugar water shop and had observed the casino's peculiar, introspective version of him, but she had never encountered him so grotesquely disfigured, bloodied beyond recognition. No matter how audacious she was still a young lady raised in civilized society and had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Blood trails strewn across the floor, deep imprints of a fist embedded in the wall, and a human form crumpled grotesquely on the ground. Her heart raced like a drum. Wen Ning attempted to retreat, but was suddenly aware of Xie Zhiyu's silent presence behind her. He pressed his hand on her shoulder and leaned down, whispering, "Sure." It was then that Wen Ning realized the glass was seemingly one way. They could see and hear each other. Yet the individuals in the other room were oblivious to their presence. After all, her earlier exclamation had drawn no attention. Behind her stood an individual, leaving no avenue for retreat. With a surge of audacity, Wen Ning dared to glance over. "Master Wu, your performance is rather dismal. At this pace, it appears you shall never clear your debts. Have you considered accompanying your father instead?" Wu Kai lay prostrate on the ground, gasping intermittently, "Just give me one more chance." "A chance? Have you set your sights on a new target?" "There will be." Wu Kai shut his eyes, emitting a pained groan. "You said that as long as I bring enough people, it will suffice to offset my father's debts." Ah, such a touching bond between father and son. One secretly wishing to send his son away, while the other stubbornly clings on to repay his father's debts. But do you even comprehend the extent of your father's liabilities? When will this debt ever find resolution? Hichio spoke, relentlessly pressing the pointed toe of his dress shoe into Wu Kai's fingers. Wen Ning could distinctly hear the crack of dislocated bones. Wu Kai, already contorted in agony on the ground, grasped the man's foot, struggling. "Please, just let me try once more." "Still deceiving that little childhood friend of yours?" I will try. That method is far too slow." Hichio looked disdainfully at the dirted hem of his trousers, a deeper smirk gracing his lips. "How about this? I shall offer you a solution that is both final and definitive." At this, Wen Ning instinctively pressed her lips together. Wu Kai's deceit of Qin Yuejiao to lure her to the gambling den was already morally reprehensible. The so-called final solution would be even more so. She yearned to hear more, yet Hichio fell silent. He raised his gaze, his eyes fixing on a spot on the glass. Even knowing that the other party could not see them, Wen Ning felt as though she were under the scrutiny of a hawk's gaze, a shiver running down her spine. The hand resting on her shoulder gently patted her, and Xie Zhiyu's voice whispered beside her, "Can you guess what this final solution entails?" "How would I know?" A peculiar thought flickered through Wen Ning's mind. "What exactly do you want me to see?" Xie Zhiyu remained silent, nodding towards the glass of champagne. She refrained from reaching for it. "Xie Zhiyu, what exactly are you all planning to do out here on the high seas? This is illegal, you know?" "You mentioned the high seas." Xie Zhiyu lifted his gaze. "Whose laws are we violating?" Wen Ning inhaled deeply. "You show me all this, yet you do not disclose your intentions. Are you not afraid I will report you once I reach shore?" Wen Ning fell silent, after a moment, pointing towards a glass. "You are all in collusion. I have stated before, all my dealings are legitimate. Anything beyond that is beyond my knowledge. Tonight, this cruise ship hosts a gala for the affluent, entirely reasonable and lawful. So, Miss Wen, do you have any further inquiries?" His brow was pronounced, and shadows loomed in his eye sockets. Wen Ning could discern no emotions concealed therein. She merely understood that the performance she had been invited to witness was only just beginning. She endeavored to avert her gaze from the glass, crossing her arms and closing her eyes as she sank into the sofa. The sound of heavy objects colliding echoed in her ears, followed swiftly by a shriek. There was a brief pause, and soon the anguished pleas of Wu Kai pierced through the air. She heard him plead for mercy, mentioning needles being driven into the gaps of Wu Kai's fingernails, and spoke of a particular stretch of ocean where fish had a peculiar fondness for humans, that if a living person fell into the water, their skin would be gradually eroded away. Have you ever seen a bloodied person? It's akin to skinning an animal, peeling off every layer, leaving behind mere cavities for features. Wen Ning closed her eyes tightly, yet her mind incessantly filled with harrowing images conjured by those words. She envisioned Wu Kai flayed, his crimson form writhing upon the ground, a grotesque mass devoid of human shape, yet she discerned silver needles piercing each of its nails. "Enough!" Wen Ning exclaimed, her voice echoing in despair. She opened her eyes, unable to suppress the turmoil roiling in her stomach, and clutched the nearest trash can to expel her nausea. It was utterly revolting and profoundly insane. This group of people was nothing short of mad. As she vomited until her stomach was empty, only bitter bile remained. Wen Ning clung to the trash can for a considerable time, and when she finally raised her face, she discovered the curtains before the glass had been drawn shut, silencing even the faintest sounds from the room. Turning, she saw a man offering her a piece of paper, pinched delicately between his fingers, his expression a curious blend of amusement and mockery. "Care for a wipe?" Wen Ning snatched the paper and vigorously dabbed at the corners of her mouth. The lipstick smudged, creating a hazy stain. Damn you, she cursed without reservation. Why are you so angry? Wen Ning rinsed her mouth with champagne. Witnessing Wu Kai's torment, she felt an overwhelming revulsion towards gambling and everything associated with it. Instinctively, she recoiled from the second piece of paper he extended. I'll manage on my own, she retorted fiercely. If your intention was to present me with this spectacle, I have already seen enough. I am unaware of your motives, but I thank you nonetheless. Despite her words of gratitude, her demeanor remained frosty. Thanks to you. The joy I experienced from winning at the gambling table yesterday has all but evaporated. I once feared losing control, but after tonight, I vow never to set foot in a casino again, nor do I wish to associate with any of you ever again.
Is that so?
Xie Zhiyu remained noncommittal to her resolute stance, lowering his gaze to fiddle with the watch on his wrist. Shall we not discuss business then? I can seek other avenues. In Aodao, whatever information you seek will inevitably lead back to me, Xie Zhiyu remarked. He regarded her with interest. I am curious, Miss Wen. What do you plan to do once you find this person? He gestured dismissively with the back of his hand, intending to silence him. You think I am like you? Wen Ning retorted. Then you. Xie Zhiyu let his eyes fall, observing, kindness will not accomplish great things. Kindness? Wen Ning scoffed. As though she had heard a jest, Wu Kai was merely on the other side of the glass, and though she knew him, she had never felt compelled to save him. Even without the barrier, just like last night at the casino, the thought of stopping to aid him never crossed her mind. With a cold smile, she declared, Mr. Xie, I may not be as malevolent as you, but I am no paragon of virtue either. That is because you know there is no hope for salvation, Xie Zhiyu replied in a subdued tone. The air fell abruptly silent. After a prolonged pause, Wen Ning spoke, you seem to hold me in high regard, quite the opposite of your own assessment. You possess a fair degree of self-awareness. Perhaps I could offer you a suggestion, Xie Zhiyu proposed. Wen Ning had no desire to listen to a single word, her rejection icy and resolute. No need. Very well. He chuckled lightly. Should you ever require assistance with that illegitimate son of your fatheress, we can discuss it further. Wen Ning replied in a frosty tone, I think not. The one at fault is my father. I harbor no thoughts about his son, who has fallen into obscurity. Do you not resent him? Resent?
Why?
Wen Ning inquired. When you were born, was there anyone who allowed you to choose? Her demeanor spoke volumes. Xie Zhiyu halted his actions, gazing at her intently. The overhead light was excessively bright, illuminating the delicate patterns of her pale lips, which appeared softer than her spoken words. Miss Wen, he said with a slight smile as a friend, allow me to offer a word of caution. Be wary of those around you. Chapter 22. The Mark of a Palm. The night at sea stretched endlessly. Stepping out onto the terrace of the room, the sound of crashing waves echoed, one after another. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, while the yacht drifted solitary upon the waters. Wen Ning turned her gaze towards the starboard window, where Wu Kai was presumably confined. The view through the window was a vast, dark void, akin to this predatory yacht. At present, she was alone in the lounge. With Xie Zhiyu absent, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Sitting at the edge of the table, her thoughts remained a tangled mess. What did it mean to be cautious of those nearby? Who was beside her? Surely, the ones she ought to be most wary of were the very individuals led by Xie Zhiyu. Furthermore, since he could not reveal his departure, given his cautious nature, he would not directly inform her but rather devise a means to convince her that he had never left the room. What was his purpose?
Who was he guarding against?
What was the intention behind bringing her aboard to witness this spectacle tonight? So many questions swirled in Wen Ning's mind, yet none could she unravel.
Taking a deep breath,
she began to pace within the room. Wen Ning remained vigilant, instantly opening her eyes at the sound of the door. Her mind was chaotic, yet her body felt weary. Despite sitting on the floor in a constrained posture to prevent herself from dozing off, she inadvertently succumbed to a shallow slumber. As soon as she heard a sound, her instincts directed her gaze towards the entrance. Strangely, the door remained firmly shut. Just as she sought the source of the noise, she caught sight of Xie Zhiyu silently entering from the balcony. A soft click announced the sound of the lock being secured. He removed his wristwatch and tossed it onto the table, stealing a glance at her in the process. What a peculiar pose, he remarked. Under the glow of the crystal chandelier, the woman curled her knees on the floor, her long skirt knotted and gathered at her calves, revealing a slender segment of her leg. Despite the presence of a sofa, she chose not to sit upon it or lean against the chaise, but rather to occupy the narrow space between the coffee table and the couch. Her eyes, still heavy with sleep, gazed toward him, tinged with a hint of redness. After discarding his watch, Xie Zhiyu began to remove his outer coat, tossing it onto the sofa, and inquired, "You haven't left?" Wen Ning shifted her numb legs, frowning. "Have you lost your voice?" Ignoring his 3 consecutive questions, she waited until the tingling in her legs subsided before supporting herself against the sofa to rise. "Do you think I'm a thief?" He proceeded directly to the mirror, unfastening the buttons of his innermost shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons from his chin to his neck. And then from his neck to his collarbone, when Ning could hardly miss a thing. Below lay the subtle contours of well-defined muscles. Xie Zhiyu, who usually appeared slender and unwell, surprisingly possessed the physique one would expect beneath his clothing. He did not fully undress, but left several buttons undone as he approached her. As she drew closer, Wen Ning suddenly noticed what seemed to be a stain on his cuff. Instinctively, she recoiled. "What are you doing?" Xie Zhiyu's deep, dark eyes bore into hers, and as she stumbled back and fell onto the sofa, he swiftly leaned over, his hand propped against her head, lips curving into a sly smile. "What do you think I'm doing?" After taking care of matters, the mental strain is quite overwhelming, Mississippi naturally. One seeks solace in the company of a woman. When Ning sensed something amiss, yet her nose, more perceptive than her mind, detected a faint metallic scent. The stain on Xie Zhiyu's shirt was blood. She feigned composure. "You promised you would ensure our safe disembarkation by morning." "Safe disembarkation?" The man seemed to ponder for a moment, then his hand, which had been resting by her head, moved to caress her cheek gently. "I believe I mentioned when we first met not to place too much trust in strangers." As he spoke, his leg forcefully pushed against her knees. And through the thin fabric, Wen Ning felt the tension in his muscles. He was watching her, his eyes turbulent. "Xie Zhiyu, you must have other women, right?" She suppressed her panic, attempting to negotiate one last time. "If you seek pleasure, do not forget my identity." Wen Ning gritted her teeth. "Engaging with me will only lead to complications." "It's too late," Xie Zhiyu replied. "Too late for what? Is he really so unable to control himself?" Just as she was about to speak again, Xie Zhiyu suddenly leaned down, his voice dropping to a husky whisper in her ear, "Slap me." "What?" She thought she misheard, momentarily forgetting to struggle. "Aren't you reluctant?" Xie Zhiyu tilted his eyes at her. "Then slap me. Wake me up." As soon as he finished speaking, the grip on her wrists vanished. When Ning moved her right hand, confirming her freedom, and then looked up at him with uncertainty. "You. If you do not strike me, I shall assume you hold a considerable appreciation for my appearance and are eager to spend time with me." A soft sound echoed, a tentative slap. Her palm grazed his cheek, more soothing than punitive. Xie Zhiyu offered no objection to the gesture, continuing to lean closer. Noticing his hand exploring the hem of her skirt, with an intent to delve deeper, Wen Ning summoned her strength and raised her hand once more. This time, she struck with great force, enough to turn his face away. A vivid red mark appeared on his cheek, the outline of her fingers starkly visible. "I didn't expect you to take that so well," she stammered, feeling flustered. "Apologies, it's my first time, and I'm a bit inexperienced." She slowly lifted her hand, feeling the burning heat radiating from her palm. Suddenly, her wrist was seized. Xie Zhiyu turned his face, retreating slightly. "Yes, you've awakened me. That's enough." As if to assert the truth of his words, he abruptly distanced himself from her, grabbing a bottle of champagne and drinking it down. What does this mean? Was his aim to receive a slap? Does he have a penchant for pain? An unusual kink? Countless questions spiraled in Wen Ning's mind. After a moment she spoke. "Xie Zhiyu, here." Wen Ning cleared her throat. "One slap may not suffice. Perhaps I could offer you some additional services." The yacht successfully docked in the morning. As soon as Chun Yuejiao saw Wen Ning, she rushed over and embraced her. "Sister, are you alright?" "What about you?" Wen Ning replied. "I'm fine. But it's quite strange," Chun Yuejiao pondered. "Once we boarded the yacht, we did nothing, and there was no one else in the room. Until this morning, when the waiter brought breakfast and informed me we were about to disembark. What about you? What was that good show that Xie Xing mentioned?" Thinking of Wu Kai's predicament from the previous night, Wen Ning shook her head, resolved to conceal the truth. "Nothing much, just observing those wealthy individuals gambling." Chun Yuejiao probably assumed that the third level represented a larger scale of betting. Her face was full of anxiety. "Does he want to draw you into gambling?" "Perhaps." Wen Ning nodded. "Fortunately, my willpower is quite strong." In truth, her resolve was not as formidable. Xie Zhiyu had no intention of dragging her into the mire. After that slap, When Ning meticulously reviewed his actions, arriving at a perplexing conclusion, Xie Zhiyu was, in fact, helping her.
Chapter 23. Afeccionat a moments.
That day at the gambling table, when Ning experienced a fleeting moment of wavering, she believed she had concealed her thoughts well, unaware that Xie Zhiyu, lurking in the shadows, had seen through her. Inviting her onto the yacht, allowing her to witness Wu Kai's South downfall up close, could be interpreted as intimidation or a subtle reminder. If there was a true purpose, it was to ground her. Yet, this hypothesis seemed too illogical for Wen Ning to accept. This matter was fundamentally contrary to Xie Zhiyu's interests. Were she in his position, she would undoubtedly wish for as many gamblers as possible, especially those with substantial capital. As long as there were individuals dreaming of ascending to a golden platform, the casino's business would thrive. Thus, what benefit could it possibly serve him to expose her to Wu Kai's demise? Was it a threat? A means to evoke her sympathy? The target was entirely misplaced. Such a tactic might bear some efficacy with Chen Yuejiao. Xie Zhiyu could not possibly be unaware of this. Consequently, the least likely explanation surfaced before her. There were too many inscrutable facets to Xie Zhiyu. For Wen Ning, perceiving him was akin to viewing flowers through mist, and understanding his motives felt like traversing a treacherous path. Who could switch from being a rogue one moment to seeking a slap the next? Wen Ning speculated that he might be acting. The spacious lounge was imbued with remnants of passion. Hichio stood by the door, surveying the scene. The bed was disheveled, and the chairs were not in much better condition. He kicked over a nearby trash bin, and a cascade of crumpled papers rolled out, mingled with a few used rubber items. The disorder clearly indicated the previous night's fervor. He recalled passing by in the early hours, hearing the piercing cries of a woman. By the time Hichio had thoroughly ransacked the room, the sound of water ceased from the bathroom. The sliding door was ajar, revealing a man enveloped in steam. A loosely draped towel hung at his waist, evoking the image of a beauty emerging from a bath. Upon seeing Hichio, he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. "You're here?" Hichio grinned and remarked, "Busy all night?" As if to compliment his words, Xie Zhiyu yawned lazily, raking his fingers through his dark hair. "I'll catch a quick nap." His skin was pale, and as he moved, the light in the room illuminated the droplets of water cascading down him, rendering them pristine and translucent. He lightly and effortlessly observed a scar beneath his rib, the length of his palm, now healed with fresh pink tissue. On the opposite side, there was a mole the size of a sesame seed. Even an attractive person can make a mole appear alluring. Did he escape? Xie Zhiyu furrowed his brow, pulling a shirt from the closet. Did he look like he could get away? It was hardly amusing. "Who's joking with you? Are you serious?" He rapped twice on the glass. "Then where is he?" The area devoid of light, the bloodstains on the ground reflected in the dimness, transforming into dried black marks. Only by scrutinizing could one discern the dragged traces. At that moment, the room offered no further evidence of a presence beyond these marks. Xie Zhiyu fell silent for 2 seconds, his expression turning grave. "I'll take a look." With that, he strode towards the door, disregarding that he was merely clad in a shirt. He hurried after him. "Did you hear any noise last night?" It was better not to mention it. Upon doing so, Xie Zhiyu's expression darkened further. "It affects the task. Shut it." As the door swung open, sunlight bathed the two figures. It was only in this light that he would notice the 5 distinct fingerprints emblazoned on the side of Xie Zhiyu's face. A discovery that seemed more significant than the disappearance of Wu Kai. "Oh, what happened here?" Xie Zhiyu turned his face. "Don't bring up what Shun TB mentioned." He was circled around him, discovering further evidence on his neck. Fresh, sharp scratches that trailed from his Adam's apple to the nape. Xie Zhiyu remained silent. But the events of the previous night began to coalesce in his mind, having gone to great lengths to invite Miss Wen aboard, only to find her unappreciative. An unknown conflict arose, leading to a tumultuous night of resistance and force. Clearly, in the end, he had placated her physically. As his subordinates informed Hihua that Miss Wen disembarked that morning appearing quite normal, albeit weary.
"No."
Xie Zhiyu opened the door to the adjacent room, bending to inspect within. "Even deceiving your own brother? I must tell you, while the old man has remained silent, my sister's feelings are still unresolved. As her elder brother, I ought to reprimand you a bit, but as your comrade, it's permissible to indulge, just until she departs." Xie Zhiyu interrupted. "Where were your people last night?" "Not amusing." He clicked his tongue. There was a commotion downstairs. Of course, I called for assistance. It sounded like a night filled with minor disturbances. Xie Zhiyu pushed open the porthole to glance outside. What is happening down there? A few bosses lost their tempers, just the usual. They searched, confirmed the absence of anyone, and then sought you out. Don't you find it peculiar? Upon he was remark, Xie Zhiyu anticipated the ensuing inquiry. What is peculiar about it? The yacht is rather small. We searched every nook and cranny, but found no one. Moreover, the disappearance occurred in international waters, devoid of any nearby assistance. Surely, it's implausible that the lad, overwhelmed by torment, managed to struggle to his feet and leap overboard through that tiny porthole? Xie Zhiyu tapped on the window. His implication crystal clear. He rubbed his nose, evidently having considered this notion as well. Embarrassed, he said, "Well, brother, I'll need your help to clean up this mess again. I'm accustomed to it." Xie Zhiyu walked out while drying his hands. Halfway through, he paused. There were quite a few passengers disembarking this morning with luggage. You have a rough idea of the size of those cases. I suggest you check each one individually. A person cannot simply vanish into thin air. Even if they did, you must undertake some remedial measures for appearances. Sake. Upon hearing this, he Huiming understood. Clapping his hand, "You truly are thoughtful." With that, he hastened away. "I will attend to this matter first." Amidst the bustling comings and goings, He Huiming soon disappeared from this level. Xie Zhiyu stood on the third deck, gazing down. Moments later, He Huiming reappeared, followed by a throng of people.
Hey.
Xie Zhiyu called out to him from the deck. He Huiming looked up. What is up? He had this demeanor when they first met years ago. Xie Zhiyu hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. Nothing, just be careful. Chapter 24. That kind of relationship. The port bustled with activity in the daylight. Not far off, fishing boats were steering toward the harbor. His hair was indeed too long. It was time for a trim. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a lady's hair tie on the wash basin. He picked it up and casually tied it at the back of his head. Having tidied himself, he opened the balcony door and stepped outside. This lounge faced the sea. Compared to last night, little had changed here, except for a heavy black box that had appeared in the corner. Xie Zhiyu approached and tapped the top of the box. Inside, there was a rustling sound, as if something was stirring. Hold on, Xie Zhiyu instructed. A long blast from a fishing boat's horn pierced the air as it passed by the yacht. Amidst this protracted sound, there was a faint noise of something heavy hitting the ground. Straining to listen, it seemed as if nothing was amiss. The relentless waves continued their ceaseless rhythm, accompanied by the horns sounding in succession. The fishing boat drifted further away. The balcony outside felt desolate. The sea breeze sweeping through, as if nothing had ever existed there. The servant mentioned that when Cindy had gone out for tea with other ladies, which left Chen Yuejiao speechless. Usually, when going out, when Cindy set restrictions for her, whenever she went out with Wen Ning, she would stay out all night without a word. But perhaps it was for the best, as it spared them the trouble of explanations. Sister, do you think Wu Kai is all right? I never said that, Wen Ning replied, exhausted, lying on the bed with a muffled voice. That's merely speculation. Regardless of whether he is well or not, you will have no further interactions with him. Do you understand? Did you see him last night?
No.
Then how do you know he will be fine? Based on context, I inferred. When Ning yawned, I've always excelled at reading comprehension, grasping 3 parts from what others say and guessing the rest. If it weren't to help his father, he wouldn't have done those things. Chen Yuejiao's voice fell silent. She had initially blamed him, vowing to never befriend him again. But now, as long as he was safe, that was enough. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Chen Yuejiao shook her head. No. Recalling the tears of Chen Yuejiao that night, when Ning felt a deep empathy. She found a sense of belonging in her childhood affection for Songzai, and thus sat up, suppressing her drowsiness to speak earnestly. Now there are 2 possibilities. She extended her second finger. If something were amiss, it would be even less likely to see him. Chen Yuejiao nodded. Do you understand now? When Ning asked. Understood. Time for sleep. Chen Yuejiao contemplated asking another question, but upon noticing the weariness etched on Wen Ning's face, she refrained. Last night, not only Wen Ning but even she had been consumed by anxiety, alone in her room, uncertain of what the future held, her stomach twisted with tension, ultimately forcing her to endure an entire night on the couch. Though she inadvertently succumbed to slumber in the end. As dusk approached, Wen Ning was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered another person, lying beside her. Chen Yuejiao had not shifted, curled up beside her in slumber. Draping a blanket over her, Wen Ning sat up, hugging her knees. The household was enveloped in tranquility at that hour. The slanted sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting a warm glow on the floor, lending the room a dim ambience. The interplay of orange and the surrounding indigo created a mesmerizing tapestry. For some inexplicable reason, waking at this hour always instilled a profound sense of emptiness within her, as if she had been forsaken by the world. It was a stark contrast to her childhood. When she napped as a child, awakening meant seeing either her mother's gentle face or her father's silhouette by her bedside. As time passed, she no longer had anyone waiting for her upon waking. Each individual in her life had grown preoccupied, drifting away from her once familiar world. A wave of loneliness and helplessness surged within her, prompting Wen Ning to clutch her knees tightly.
Buzz.
Her phone vibrated.
Xie Zhiyu.
Awake? The meaning of his words eluded her. She instinctively glanced around, confirming she was in the mountainside residence. Surely, there were no spies of Xie Zhiyu lurking here. She then picked up her phone again to reread his message. Was their relationship such that they could engage in casual banter? Remembering her resolute declaration the previous night to sever ties with those individuals, she turned off the screen and tossed it aside.
Buzz.
Another message arrived. Xie Zhiyu. Image. She faced the quick message for 5 seconds before reluctantly tapping on it. The photograph, a hasty shot, was slightly blurred, but it was evident that it depicted a grass-green hair tie. A man's hand cradled the hair tie as if asking, "Do you want this?"
Just a hair tie. Xie Zhiyu. Good.
Her fingers wandered aimlessly across the screen, and she couldn't help but inquire, "What did you mean by be cautious of those around you yesterday?" Xie Zhiyu. Is Miss Wen so clever that she requires translation? Wen Ning. The most dangerous person beside me is you. Her perception of Xie Zhiyu grew increasingly complex, along with her assessment of him becoming ambiguous. After a moment's reflection, she typed, "What happened to you afterward?" As she reached this point in her message, an unexpected shyness washed over her. She could easily infer what he had been up to during those 2 hours he had locked himself in the bathroom at dawn. Even with the water running at full force, she could still detect the unusual sounds of muffled breaths escaping. The moment he opened the door, she turned her back. Feigning ignorance, he asked, concerned about me? What he did afterward was none of her concern. Even if he were to expose some flaw, what did it matter to her? Everyone harbored their own secrets, and she cared not a whit for Xie Zhiyu's. But that was a lie. Her fingers unconsciously tapped against the screen. Tap, 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 tap. Her rhythmic drumming seemed to rouse Qin Yuejiao from her slumber. A drowsy voice emerged from the dimness. "Sister? Are you awake?" Wen Ning cast aside her myriad thoughts, maintaining an expression of calm as she rose to have breakfast. Who are you messaging?" "No one," she replied after a brief pause. Just as Qin Yuejiao assumed she would say no more, Wen Ning unexpectedly added, "A friend." Chapter 25. The Heart of a Young Girl. At dinner time, when Cindy arrived home punctually, she casually inquired about the events of the previous night. Wen Ning responded that she had a delightful time, prompting an immediate nod from Qin Yuejiao. At this, when Cindy recoiled slightly, exclaiming, "Your hair is blinding me like a color palette." Qin Yuejiao retorted, "This is a requirement for the performance." To which Wen Cindy shrugged, "Regardless, the money has been spent, and I haven't seen a dime of it. You were the one who said you didn't want to perform in places that lack prestige." Qin Yuejiao pouted, "Come on, I'm still cool. But I must dampen your spirits. Your skills still have a long way to go." "Mama." Wen Ning observed this lively exchange, finding it quite entertaining. How should she put it? The bond between her and He was nowhere near that of the aunt and niece. Their relationship resembled the traditional mother-daughter dynamic, with a mother who loved to preach and a somewhat rebellious daughter who insisted on feigning compliance. To outsiders, they appeared harmonious, but it was merely an illusion. When discussing significant life events, He had never once asked her whether she liked Songzai, instead incessantly espousing notions of suitability and obligation, attempting to persuade her. Conversely, Wen Ning's first experiences with bras and sanitary pads had no connection to He. She had initially believed these matters fell under a mother's purview, until one day, the nanny gently hinted that the young lady seemed to be allergic to certain brands, resulting in a rash. At which point He finally acknowledged her daughter had grown up. During her adolescence, Wen Ning had felt a faint embarrassment regarding the changes in her body. She remained silent, the nanny said nothing, and thus He remained oblivious. This represented a relationship that lacked a certain warmth. Therefore, Wen Ning envied the candidness shared between Wen Xini and Qin Yuejiao. Her aunt had nurtured Yuejiao exceptionally well. She was kinder, more straightforward, and more passionate than Wen Ning herself. Noticing Wen Ning's silence, Wen Xini turned her gaze towards her. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Wen Ning responded with a smile. "Aunt, which of your eyes saw me as unhappy?" Wen Ning was adept at concealing her feelings, while Chen Yuejiao was not. She opened her mouth, glanced at Wen Ning, then at Wen Xini, and ultimately voiced, "Mama, I don't want to go to America anymore." Wen Xini's face lit up with surprise. "I think my band is quite good. If I leave, they won't find another bassist as talented as me. Besides, America has nothing appealing, dangerous, unenjoyable, and utterly unfamiliar." Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. "Who?" "Song Qingba," Wen Xini replied, winking meaningfully at her. "Have you forgotten him so quickly after just a few days on the island?" With a composed demeanor, Wen Ning lowered her gaze to the piece of cake on her plate. Wen Xini continued, "And I've done some digging. Song Qingba has been single all these years, without a girl by his side." The fork clattered onto the table. Wen Ning looked up. "And you knew this?" A new notification pinged on her phone, and Wen Xini shook her device towards her. "He lives here. I'll send you the address." Auntie has always been meticulous in her actions. Since he has come to Australia Island and they share a long-standing friendship, how could she possibly neglect the duties of hospitality? What a splendid display of hospitality. When Xini blinked and reassured him, "Rest assured. The news of being single was personally inquired by Auntie. It is certainly true. On Australia Island, luxurious suites are situated atop the casino." She lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, reminiscent of the years past when she lay on her large bed at home, silently whispering Song Qingbai's name. Back then, she was still so innocent. She had promised to visit Song Zai's home to see the little pony. Upon arriving at the Song residence, her first instinct upon stepping out of the car was that something felt amiss, prompting her to call out to the driver, "What are you dawdling for? Let us go." Song Zai tugged her forward. "Come on, let us go see it. That pony is stunning, pure white, with a mane so smooth it looks like it's been treated with conditioner. The weather is splendid today. It shines in the sunlight." The warmth beneath her felt more intense. When Ning clung to the car door, "I really can't. Let us postpone it." When Airs Hui, "You're teasing me again." Song Zai said, his brow furrowed. "My dad mentioned he would send the pony to the stable soon, and if you come later, you want to get to see it." When Ning's temper flared, and she slapped his hand. "I said I have other matters to attend to. Are you annoying me on purpose?" They had their petty quarrels every few days. The driver, accustomed to their bickering, turned off the engine and remained stationary, just as they were at a standstill. Song Qingbai suddenly appeared. "Song Zai, don't pressure her." "How am I pressuring her? She wanted to see the pony, but now she suddenly doesn't." Song Zai retorted. "Brother, you're being a tad unreasonable." Song Qingbai's gaze settled on Wen Ning for a few seconds. "Song Zai, release her hand." "Brother." "When Airs Hui is really trying to slip away," Song Zai replied. Ignoring him, Song Qingbai repeated, "I said, let go of her hand." She sat stiffly, her hands resting properly on her knees, finding this posture somewhat more comfortable than standing. Perhaps it was the car's solid walls that provided her a sense of security, allowing her racing heart to gradually steady.
"All right, miss."
Just as the car was about to start, someone knocked on the window from outside. When Ning looked out to see that Song Zai had been pushed back several meters, leaving only Song Qingbai in front of the car, she pressed down the window. Hearing Song Qingbai ask, "Would you mind waiting another minute?" When Ning had visited the Song family numerous times, but had little interaction with Song Qingbai. She found him to be quite pleasant, like a spring breeze wafting through a bamboo grove, clean and pure. She instinctively nodded. Thus, a minute later, instead of Song Qingbai, a maid from the Song family arrived. The maid brought a black trench coat and, while handing it to her through the window, gestured for her to check the coat pocket. Upon reaching in, Wen Ning felt a soft square. She bit her lip, instantly comprehending what it was. "Uncle, you need not see me off." Wen Ning donned the trench coat and slowly exited the car. From a distance, Song Zai, who had been forced to remain several meters away, saw her and waved frantically. "Why didn't you say you were cold earlier? Stop being so stubborn." "My brother's clothes are quite oversized. Perhaps next time I could borrow them." The trench coat carries a faint scent of laundry detergent. When Ning tucked her hands into her pockets, and upon grazing a particular square fabric, her cheeks flushed anew. To be discovered in a moment of embarrassment by her somewhat unfamiliar brother might become a memory she would ponder over for many years to come, perhaps even haunting her in the quiet hours of the night. Little did she know that the more she dwelled on such unresolved matters, the more frequently the individuals associated with them would appear in her dreams. Chapter 26. Unfamiliar. The infatuations of youth grow like rampant weeds. He supported a particular team, and she diligently sought out the tedious matches that held little interest for her. She would watch until sleep overtook her, only to rouse herself, suppressing her drowsiness to continue viewing, all for the sake of finding common ground to discuss with him. Furthermore, she visited the school he was accepted into countless times under the guise of traveling for leisure. She could recount every new tree planted, every building under construction, and which nearby restaurants served the best cuisine with remarkable detail. Wen Ning was accustomed to concealing her true self. In the presence of others, she transformed into the most ordinary of younger sisters. Perhaps she wasn't even worthy of that title. She was merely the good friend of Song Qingbai's younger brother. And nothing more. Oh, and she was also the clumsy intruder who accidentally wandered into his room. To this day, she has yet to apologize for her folly. Her phone flipped incessantly in her palm, the address engraved in her memory without the need for rote memorization. Song Qingbai was on Outao, and he remained single. When Ning found herself restless, tossing and turning as sleep eluded her. The following afternoon, she positioned herself at the CAF on the second floor of the hotel at the appointed time. It was not due to a prior arrangement with anyone. Rather, she was aware that Song Qingbai often came for a cup of coffee at this hour. If fate were kind, they would cross paths. If not, she could always return the next day. When Ning took delicate bites of the mousse cake, its ethereal texture dissolving almost instantly in her mouth. She moved languidly through her tasks, her expression serene. As she neared the bottom of the cake, her peripheral vision caught sight of a new patron entering the CAF. Outao, being a tourist destination, rarely saw anyone dressed in formal attire. Fortunately, Song Qingbai was one such individual. He had taken over the family business, traveling the world, always presenting a gentle yet refined demeanor. With an elder brother like him, Song Zai and Hu Tianhai could naturally run wild without supervision. With a hurried glance, Wen Ning confirmed that the newcomer wore black dress pants, the fabric cascading elegantly with an air of luxury. She sat upright, inspecting her lip color in the reflection of her teaspoon. Her makeup remained intact, a natural and delicate shade of bean paste. Quite gentle, perhaps the type he would appreciate. She noticed the straight legs clad in dress pants pause momentarily as they passed her, mirroring the slight halt of her heartbeat. Excellent. Now all she needed to do was feign a chance encounter, and then miss one. When Ning abruptly raised her gaze. Why are you here? Xie Zhiyu had one hand casually tucked in his pocket, regarding her with a contemplative expression. He had just finished entertaining wealthy businessmen from the mainland, and his formal attire exuded a unique nonchalance. Whether it was the slight intoxication from the wine in his eyes or the loosened tie and tousled hair swept back, he possessed an air of casual elegance. He seemed genuinely interested in her expression, leaning forward with his knee supporting him, aligning his gaze with hers. It appears that my presence has disappointed you. A mere coincidence, Wen Ning corrected. In my territory, is it truly surprising to encounter me? Wen Ning felt uneasy under his gaze, diverting her eyes. After all, this place is quite expansive. Thank you for the compliment. He straightened up and snapped his fingers in the distance. Soon, a waiter arrived with another slice of cake, the fresh confection starkly contrasting with a nearly obliterated piece before her. Just as Wen Ning was about to decline, he remarked, "In my domain, it is perfectly acceptable to offer Miss when a slice of cake." He lowered his voice to a tone meant for only their ears. A token of gratitude. A token of gratitude? The one for that night when she had shielded him? Wen Ning tugged at the corner of her mouth. Then you are rather stingy. Xie Zhiyu naturally seated himself opposite her, his smile widening. So, Miss Wen, what would you like? His arm casually draped over the back of the chair. He awaited her response with an air of leisure, as if in such a buoyant mood that he would acquiesce to any of her requests. When Ning leaned in, "May I inquire about something? Isn't the map of Yan Kingdom rather brief?" When Ning retracted her smile. "Never mind. I wish you a pleasant afternoon." Xie Zhiyu rose, adopting a nonchalant and charming tone. "Perhaps next time." Wen Ning? A sudden male voice resonated from behind. Upon hearing it, Wen Ning felt as if a switch had been flipped. She sprang to her feet, not even noticing as her knees struck the edge of the table. Song Qingbai stood a few steps away, his gaze roving over the two of them. Encountering Wen Ning here was already surprising enough. But even more so was the man by her side. The man had high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, obscuring the depths of his gaze and his true nature. This aura exuded danger, and instinctively, Song Qingbai felt that Wen Ning should not be standing next to such a person. An acquaintance? Song Qingbai extended his hand towards the man.
No.
The moment the word left her lips, Wen Ning sensed the intense gaze upon her. It was rather absurd to claim ignorance while seated at the same table, thus she hastily altered her phrasing, shaking her head. Not familiar. So, not familiar. Xie Zhiyu discerned the implication behind her words and extended his hand. A pleasure to meet you. I am quite familiar with Miss Wen. Were it not for Song Qingbai's presence, Wen Ning would have instinctively covered his mouth, intentionally undermining her. Was he? Song Qingbai shook his hand. Song Qingbai.
Xie Zhiyu.
An otherwise pleasant encounter was abruptly transformed into a business meeting. Xie Zhiyu nodded at her. I shall take my leave. If you must depart, why the need for a farewell? Is that what you meant by being quite familiar? Wen Ning stuffed another spoonful of cake into her mouth, pretending to be deaf. The figure in black trousers lingered briefly in her peripheral vision before departing. Wen Ning raised her eyes to see Xie Zhiyu striding away. Her gaze lingered on the back of his head for a second, and suddenly, she froze. Wasn't that the hair tie she had said to discard? How could he brazenly wear it on his head? Chapter 27. Liking him. He sat down. What brings you to Australia? Oh no, Wen Ning thought to herself. She had only intended to have a chance encounter, forgetting that she was supposed to be in Hawaii. She wondered if Song Zi had mentioned this to his brother. Qingbai Ge. Wen Ning hesitated before speaking. Are you aware that Song Zai is currently in Hawaii?
Yes.
There was a brief pause on the other end before he raised his gaze. You did not go. His statement was assertive, indicating his knowledge of her relationship with Song Zai. To what extent did he know? Wen Ning pondered silently. Her lower lip bore the faint impression of her teeth as she nervously fiddled with the silver spoon. Actually, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The mere notion of harboring feelings for her friend's elder brother was quite embarrassing. Moreover, her friend had now become her prospective fiancé, at least in the eyes of their families. She sighed heavily in her mind. If there are any difficulties, feel free to share them with me. Song Qingbai set down his phone. I cannot vouch for others, but if Song Zai misbehaves, I can certainly have a word. He's fine. We haven't had any quarrels. When Ning found herself at a loss for words, she felt utterly clumsy in front of Song Qingbai. Under his calm gaze, she pinched herself hard and, in a moment of reckless abandon, declared, Qingbai Ge, I do not like Song Zai. Do not like him? We are merely friends, pure friendship, with no potential for anything more. Besides, Wen Ning abruptly covered her mouth, nearly revealing Song Zai's secret. And he does not like me like that either, she added hastily. So that is the matter. Song Qingbai nodded, appearing to contemplate a solution with a furrowed brow, stirring his coffee spoon in slow, deliberate circles. Do you fancy that, Mr. Xie from earlier? The sound of the silver spoon clattering against the plate startled Wen Ning, causing her to rise abruptly. What nonsense! He is hardly my type.
Ah.
A perfectly logical conclusion. She continued, I already mentioned that we are not close. We only met after arriving on the island, and we've barely crossed paths. Though each encounter had been quite thrilling. Having finished her explanation, Wen Ning straightened her back, akin to a student awaiting judgment from a teacher. Not liking him is a relief. Song Qingbai said kindly, Mr. Xie's business entanglements are quite complex. Being with him could prove troublesome. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, There is no need to be so tense. I am not your elder. Song Qingbai instinctively softened his voice. The thought of being just the younger brother's girlfriend flashed through his mind, leaving him somewhat regretful. Had his tone been too gentle, perhaps crossing a line? Even if she and Song Zai had no intentions of pursuing anything further, they were still regarded as childhood sweethearts by both families. He ought to be more mindful. Thus, he returned to his earlier calm demeanor, stating, I will be staying on the island for the next few days. Feel free to reach out if you need assistance. Understood? Wen Ning replied, shifting her thoughts. Qingbai Ge, could you please refrain from mentioning my presence on the island to others, especially those in the capital? Song Qingbai regarded her intently. All right. With that, Wen Ning stood up. Despite her efforts for a meaningful meeting today, nothing had progressed. Song Qingbai remained as he always was. And she remained herself. Wen Ning, unwilling to concede, stood for a moment, summoning her courage to inquire. Tang Yi mentioned that you gifted her a decorative incense holder. How well do you know her, Qingbai? You mean Miss Tang? That ornament was chosen by my secretary. Is there a problem? Seeing Wen Ning's lips tightly pressed together, Song Qingbai, almost compelled by an unseen force, explained, it is quite normal to bring a small gift when attending a banquet at the Tang residence. Was it not meant solely for her? Wen Ning pressed. There were gifts for both Uncle Tang and Auntie Tang as well. Ah, I see. Finally, Wen Ning relaxed. scolding Tang Yin internally for being so ambiguous, and raised the corners of her lips. Then it's nothing. Qingbai. I shall take my leave. Song Qingbai escorted her to the door, advising her to take care. Just a few steps away, Wen Ning suddenly turned back. She paused before Song Qingbai, whose confusion was evident.
Qingbai. What is it? I didn't mean to that day.
He knew precisely which day she referred to. To avoid misunderstandings and fearing she might feel uncomfortable, he had since made a conscious effort to steer clear of her. Yet, unexpectedly, this only made her more concerned. It had merely been a fleeting glance. Song Qingbai lowered his gaze, realizing he had been too deliberate in his avoidance. At the corridor's end, Wen Ning pressed her hand firmly against her chest, her heart racing and fluttering within her ribcage. She held it down with both hands, yet it remained unruly. Breathe, breathe.
Breathe.
Goodness. Wen Ning, you are truly remarkable. She endeavored to bolster her own resolve, and after several attempts, her heartbeat finally began to steady. Just as she was about to step away, applause resonated from a few meters away. Following the sound, Wen Ning's expression fell upon seeing Xie Zhiyu's impeccably refined face. What are you doing here again? Wen Ning nodded. Then I shall drop the pretense. Clearly, he was a stranger. Leaning against the wall, Xie Zhiyu wore an enigmatic smile. Are you quite idle? Wen Ning sidestepped him. Still basking in the high from her brief interaction with Song Qingbai, unwilling to let an unrelated person disrupt her mood. I am busy and must take my leave. Do you not wish to inquire about Wu Kai? Her steps faltered momentarily as she struggled to suppress her urge to pause. I am not familiar with him and have no interest, she retorted. It was easy to deceive others, but not her. With an expressionless face, Wen Ning added, You could very well exit through the front door, just as you entered. As for harming him, is it necessary to use the balcony for that? His intentions were undoubtedly contrary to those of the others on the yacht. She assured him, from this moment forth, I have forgotten everything. Nothing transpired that night. And I could just as well claim I never boarded the boat. Astute, audacious, and distinctly unique. How did such an intriguing person come to be enamored with that ordinary gentleman from the CAF? Xie Zhiyu pondered this and asked it outright. Wen Ning boset. Taken aback, who do you consider ordinary? No, whom do you claim is infatuated? The man shrugged, his expression revealing a hint of admission. Wen Ning gritted her teeth. Xie Zhiyu. Xie Zhiyu towered over her, his gaze from above imbued with a condescending air. With a smirk, he tilted his chin slightly. What would you have me do? Chapter 28. The Good Guy Card. Were it not for her previous encounters with their ruthless ilk, Wen Ning might have believed that before her stood a carefree, dashing young gentleman. As she herself remarked, her initial audacity to engage in business with Xie Zhiyu stemmed entirely from the audacity of ignorance. Now, however, if negotiations were fruitful, so be it. If not, she had no desire to quarrel before him. Collecting her emotions, Wen Ning turned and walked away. She began to regret wearing those cumbersome high heels today just to meet Song Qingbai. The slender heels sank into the plush carpet, hindering her pace and grounding her in discomfort. She sensed a figure trailing her at a distance of about 2 or 3 meters. She could not fathom why Xie Zhiyu was so intent on following her today. Suddenly halting, she turned slightly. Why don't you go ahead? Xie Zhiyu paused alongside her, glanced at his watch, and with a hint of insolence replied, I'm not in a hurry. At this hour, the corridor was unusually desolate, leaving only the two of them in its silence. Prolonging the stalemate would hardly raise eyebrows. Wen Ning, feeling defeated, asked, What exactly do you want? Just a question. Xie Zhiyu strolled casually to her side. Since you seem fond of that ordinary gentleman and have escaped the Song family's marriage to come to Aodao, what is your relationship with the one from the Cui family? Cui family? Who? She inquired, incredulous. It wouldn't be that Cui from the capital, would it? Did Xie Zhiyu know him? What was his intention? What was his relationship with the Cui family? There were too many questions, to the point that Wen Ning forgot to scoff at the term ordinary gentleman. Wait a moment, she said, incredulously lifting her gaze. Did you eavesdrop? Curious to know? Wen Ning deliberately avoided his dark, unfathomable eyes, refusing to divulge anything. Is that so? Xie Zhiyu chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. I was merely asking. Annoying, she thought. Unable to control her irritation, Wen Ning let out a huff through her nose, quickening her pace to press the button for the nearest elevator. Strangely, this time Xie Zhiyu did not follow. Hair tie, she called out. Didn't someone swear they had forgotten about that night? He tilted his head slightly. Ah. So this is Miss Wen's hair tie. How did it end up in my possession? His tone was infuriatingly nonchalant. As the elevator arrived, Wen Ning stepped in without uttering a word. The doors began to close slowly between them, enclosing all her emotions within the four walls of the lift. She exhaled, catching her reflection in the metallic door. To shed the label of sister that Song Qingbai had imposed upon her, she had intentionally chosen a more mature outfit today. The square-neck knitted top accentuated her collarbones and embraced her straight shoulders. Yet, her unconscious tension rendered her shoulders stiff. Was she always this nervous when speaking with Xie Zhiyu? With a chime, the elevator reached the first floor. A sudden thought struck her. "Ah Zhong, how long have you been with Xie Zhiyu?" The vehicle began to move smoothly. "Miss Wen, are you inquiring about Brother Yu?" Ah Zhong shook his head. "I want to say. I haven't even asked," Wen Ning retorted, exasperated. That blunt voice replied earnestly. "I know. But in our line of work, we most fear the traitor. Indeed, one could hardly expect to glean anything of value from Xie Zhiyu's associates." Those assigned her side were surely tight-lipped. When Ning rested her face against the headrest, dejectedly gazing out the window. The orderly parking lot is now witnessing another convoy of vehicles gracefully departing, one after another, exuding an impressive aura reminiscent of the grand exits made by Xie Zhiyu in the past. But who could it be? A casual remark prompts Ah Zhong to respond earnestly. The license plate indicates it is Miss He, the younger sister of He Qi, the little princess who has been evading Xie Zhiyu at the birthday banquet. She has just exited from here, hasn't she? Ah Zhong seems to intuit her thoughts. Fortunately, Miss Wen, you left later, otherwise, an encounter might have stirred some complications. Brother Yu has instructed to be particularly cautious of those around Miss He. A subtle expression flickers across Wen Ning's face. Just moments ago in the corridor, could it be that Xie Zhiyu was deliberately wasting her time? No. He has already lent Ah Zhong to her, so he should not be so overly kind. Even if she were to confront Miss He directly, Xie Zhiyu should know that with her character, she would not come to harm. So, was he merely hiding? It seems likely. After contemplating, Wen Ning inquires, "Ah Zhong, what kind of person do you think Xie Zhiyu is?" Ah Zhong remains silent. This time, he does not insist. Pausing for a moment before stating, "Brother Yu is a good person." Wen Ning raises an eyebrow, patiently waiting for him to elaborate. However, after the statement, Ah Zhong falls silent again, leaving the vehicle filled only with the sound of the warm air from the air conditioning. "Is that all?" Wen Ning asks in disbelief. Ah Zhong, gripping the steering wheel with a blank expression, replies, "What else is there to say? For instance, the basis for your judgment of him as a good person. Surely, there must be an example? Perhaps his generosity towards you?" Upon hearing this, Wen Ning shakes her head, dismissing the notion, as after all, he is essentially a 007. Hardly generous in any traditional sense. Or perhaps his kind-heartedness and goodwill towards others. That too seems somewhat inadequate. Wen Ning rummages through her mind for a plethora of virtuous adjectives, but finds none that truly describe Xie Zhiyu. She concedes, "Forget I said anything." Yet, Ah Zhong appears not to have heard her. "Brother Yu is indeed very generous to me. Wen Ning replies, "Oh, my current residence was purchased with Brother Yu's funds." Wen Ning responds, "Oh." If the ultimate reward for a 007 is a house bought by one's superior, then in Ah Zhong's eyes, Xie Zhiyu is indeed a bona fide good person. She nods in understanding. Ah Zhong continues, "Every month, Brother Yu also instructs me to transfer a significant sum to the orphanage." Before Wen Ning can fully grasp the implications of this straightforward statement, Ah Zhong turns to her with earnestness. "Doing good deeds should qualify as being a good person, right?" Wen Ning steadies herself against the chair. Focus on the road. Sure. Wen Ning cannot help but scoff. What is Xie Zhiyu doing with the casino? He might as well engage in multi-level marketing. With his persuasive skills, all of Southeast Asia would tremble. Chapter 29. Enjoying what one purchases. After several consecutive days of relentless errands, He Qi emerges from Coconut Grove with a sullen expression. He speeds into Xie Zhiyu's residence. After ringing the doorbell twice, Xie Zhiyu appears to open the door. Dressed casually in black and denim, he looks effortlessly relaxed yet ready to grab his keys and head out at a moment's notice. He Qi flops onto the sofa, languidly asking, "Is there any alcohol?" Xie Zhiyu glances at him, retrieving 2 cans of beer from the fridge. "If you don't mind." Just after being scolded, a surge of anger coursed through him. He casually mentioned to Hichio that he was going to rummage through his drawer for a cigarette. Xie Zhiyu retrieved a cigar from within, only to find Hichio lounging on the sofa, indulging in his favorite brand. The smoke spiraled into the air, enveloping the small living room in a haze. As Xie Zhiyu passed by, he remarked, "Next time, remember to open a window." He Zhiyu retorted grumpily, "You could have cleared a larger space." Their small apartment, situated in an older part of the city, was flanked by other residential buildings, with the bustling life of the streets just outside. The decor, influenced by the southern style, combined with densely packed floral tiles, made the less than 100 square meter space feel even more cramped. If the window were pushed open just a little wider, one could almost reach the anti-theft railing of the neighboring building. He Zhiyu couldn't fathom why, despite his current status, Xie Zhiyu still preferred to reside here. After smoking half of the cigar, He Zhiyu extinguished it, stating, "That batch of boxes only contained money, no sign of any person. Even if there were someone, they would have relocated by the time you got there." "That's the gist of it," he continued, "but in terms of face it suffices. The old man didn't scold me too harshly, just advised me to be cautious." Xie Zhiyu was watering a pot of spider plants on the windowsill with some leftover tea. The flow of water momentarily diminished as he tipped the jug. "Cautious about what?" "Caution," He Zhiyu replied as he approached, surprised. "How have you not managed to kill this plant yet? What strange words you speak." He Zhiyu leaned out through the window, surveying the area. Each household on this floor had installed anti-theft bars, yet Xie Zhiyu's home had 2 empty window frames. If the window were pushed open just a bit more, an adult could easily slip through. He Zhiyu raised his chin. "Aren't you afraid of theft? Who would dare steal from my house?" was the retort. "Fair point." He Zhiyu took a roundabout glance, noting the layout of the modest abode. It was a quintessential bachelor pad, with everything in solitary portions. A blanket lay on the sofa, indicating the owner often spent nights here. The kitchen appeared pristine, with only the frying pan showing signs of use. On the washstand were a razor, hair wax, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. His gaze landed on a grassy green hair tie that looked like it belonged to a woman. He Zhiyu approached. "Is this yours?" For a moment, Xie Zhiyu was taken aback.
What?
You'd cast aside brotherly bonds over a mere hair tie? It couldn't possibly have been a gift from someone, could it? Who would be so bold as to present you with such a trinket? That Miss Wen, perhaps? Xie Zhiyu remained silent as he bent down to open a beer. The can hissed as it was cracked open, the dense foam bubbling forth. He tilted his head back to swallow, his atom-s apple moving slowly. It has nothing to do with her. If his earlier musings had been mere speculation, now he was certain. Having known Xie Zhiyu for such a long time, He Zhiyu could read him well. When he truly liked something, he would adopt this stubborn demeanor, hiding his feelings away. Even now, He Zhiyu could not persuade a Zhong to assist him. He complained, "What's wrong with borrowing your man for a while?" Xie Zhiyu, with his characteristic nonchalance, replied with a smile, "I already take your orders. Isn't that enough?" While the words rang true, Xie Zhiyu lazily added, "Thank you for your kindness. Do you have anything planned today?" Anticipating mischief, Xie Zhiyu fell silent for a moment. "Let us see what you have to say next." She had called me in tears, lamenting that I was always avoiding her. After being scolded by the old man that morning, my head was still throbbing, and now this. For heaven's sake, give me a break, brother. This is unbearable. Xie Zhiyu felt troubled. The car was waiting for me below, as I was preparing to head to the welfare institution. He Huan, filled with frustration, glared at me and exclaimed, "Hey, have you become addicted to playing the Good Samaritan? Not only do you donate every month, but you also personally go to sing and conjure up banana boats with a row of smiling faces aboard. Are you out of your mind? If you don't do good, you'll end up in hell. I'm leaving." Xie Zhiyu picked up his coat and waved him off. "You worship your Guan Yu, and I'll support my welfare institution. Aren't we all just alleviating our karmic burdens?" He Huan was momentarily speechless and muttered something under his breath. Having spent many days on Aodao, Wen Ning had explored every nook and cranny. Initially, she was accompanied by Chen Yuejiao whenever she ventured out, but lately, it had become Ah Zhong. With Ah Zhong by her side, the advantage was that she could navigate Aodao without hindrance. Reservations at restaurants were unnecessary, and she could enter any desired place with just a word. Having grown weary of aimless wandering, Wen Ning recalled the welfare institution mentioned a few days prior. Upon her suggestion, Ah Zhong stepped out to make a phone call. He returned to inform her that the director would be present today and that Miss Wen was welcome to visit if she was interested. Naturally, she was intrigued, as she contemplated another possibility. The car arrived at the welfare institution 20 minutes later. Located at the edge of the old town, it was the closest point to the mainland. The entire welfare institution was housed in an old church building. As Wen Ning stepped out of the car, she spotted a figure resembling the director waiting for her at the entrance. Perhaps due to Ah Zhong's introduction, The director's words were laced with gratitude for Mr. Xie. Once they were a distance away from Zhong, Wen Ning inquired, "He has donated quite a substantial amount, hasn't he?" "Indeed," the director affirmed, "even without government subsidies. It is sufficient for our expenses. Could it really not be money laundering?" As Wen Ning walked, she observed her surroundings. The garden was filled with various children's play equipment, and the walls and windows were adorned with whimsical window decorations. Compared to the welfare institution, it resembled a nursery more than anything else. Occasionally, the cheerful laughter of children spilled out from the windows, mingled with a few unfamiliar nursery rhymes. She asked, "How long do you care for the children here?" "As long as no one adopts them, they may stay indefinitely in principle." "Does Xie Zhiyu visit often?" The director cast her a curious glance. Did this young lady not know that Mr. Xie would be arriving shortly? Did she have feelings for Xie Zhiyu? When Ning shook off the peculiar image that had formed in her mind, it was rather strange. He certainly appeared to be a child's nemesis. After a few exchanges, Wen Ning gradually found her rhythm in conversing with the director. The power of the benefactor was immense. As long as Xie Zhiyu was mentioned, there was no question that could not be asked. The director smiled warmly. "Miss Wen, is there anything else you wish to know? Are there any children with the surname Wen in this welfare institution?" Wen Ning inquired. Chapter 30. Children with the surname Xie. Upon hearing Zhong mention Xie Zhiyu and the welfare institution, Wen Ning's first reaction was to suspect money laundering. However, upon further reflection, she realized that such convoluted operations were less practical than speculating on artworks. She had participated in numerous auctions in the capital, where the intricacies ran deep. Many obscure artists suddenly launched a piece to sky-high prices, making it challenging to disentangle from money laundering schemes. Some affluent merchants, lacking profound backgrounds, subsequently become targets for brokers, engaged in a series of maneuvers that transform them into scapegoats. Ultimately, they part with substantial sums of money, only to find themselves burdened with unworthy possessions. This modus operandi seems particularly suited to Xie Zhiyu, given his extensive network. As for the welfare institution, when Ning pondered whether his frequent connections here indicated that someone in this place required his attention. Regarding the finances, could it be possible that some funds were funneled from Wen Jingshan? After all, Wen Jingshan is a man who values his reputation, having portrayed himself as a devoted husband and father for many years, while also capitalizing on He Zhi's former popularity. The revelation of an illegitimate child would undoubtedly tarnish his image. When Ning approached with this intention, after circling around the topic, she meticulously scrutinized the director's expression. The director appeared astonished, but nonetheless shook his head. "No. Is that so?" When Ning inquired further, "Has it always been a no? Or is it just the case now? Our welfare center has few children. Each was abandoned upon arrival. Most lack names, so they're generally referred to by my surname, Zhang. I apologize for my directness, but I am searching for a relative." When Ning rephrased her question, "Director Zhang, is there not a single staff member here with the surname Wen? Or perhaps someone you are acquainted with?" The scope of her inquiry had broadened significantly. Yet the director still shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Wen, but there is truly no one by that name." Could it be that she had erred in her assumptions? When Ning shifted to her maternal surname, "What about the surname He?"
No.
She must have lost her senses. After all, it was not He Zhi who bore the child. So how could there be a connection? What other possibilities remained? Where was Wen Jingshan's son? Raised outside. Her mind raced, contemplating various scenarios. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wen Ning. Surely, the person Xie Zhiyu had arranged to be brought in would not bear the surname Xie? Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the director's expression shift from distress to a fleeting relief as he inclined his head towards her diagonal rear. "Mr. Xie, you have arrived." A chill coursed down her spine. Behind her came the familiar, nonchalant voice. "Why not inquire if the surname is Xie? You've stolen my lines. How can I respond?" When Ning turned around, presenting a perfectly crafted smile, "It seems you are everywhere." "Miss, I arrived before you," Xie Zhiyu remarked, a smile teasing at the corners of his lips. "I was just caught in traffic." When Ning replied coolly, "Who can tell if you are speaking the truth?" Xie Zhiyu regarded her with a leisurely demeanor. "Do you truly believe I specifically inquired with Zhong, waiting for a chance encounter with you?" "It is not out of the realm of possibility," she retorted, pursing her lips. He continued, "Could it be that Miss Wen is here waiting for me? Typically, those who hastily deflect blame are the most insecure." "Is that so?" Xie Zhiyu tilted his head. "Zhong, have you shared my itinerary with Miss Wen?" Zhong stood at attention. In his eyes, Xie Zhiyu was always correct. He nodded, "Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Zhong quietly asked Xie Zhiyu, "Is Miss Wen calling me a traitor?" "Indeed," Xie Zhiyu smiled. "Why not follow along?" Although Zhong did not understand the fluctuating atmosphere between the two, he promptly fell into step. "Miss Wen, I am not a traitor." "Yes, yes, yes. You are the best," Wen Ning replied dismissively. "Miss Wen, I speak with utmost sincerity. I am equally earnest in my response. Brother, you instructed me to accompany you." "Miss Wen, are we not leaving?" Zhong caught up with them. "Not leaving," Wen Ning replied. "Having made the trip, I must unearth the answers before departing." It seemed she was aware of her impending return. Xie Zhiyu showed no surprise upon her arrival. He and the dean proceeded to the activity room, casually pulling out a chair for her, a low, goose-yellow stool that paired beautifully with her soft knitted jacket. The children quickly surrounded her, first inquiring what delicious treats Uncle Xie had brought, then excitedly informing her of the many new games they had learned in her absence. Xie Zhiyu listened quietly, his sharp features softening slightly. Lacking a stool, he sat cross-legged on the floor, encircled by older children. "What fun games. We'll teach you. You must play with us," they urged. "All right, just once." Though he claimed it would be a single game, Wen Ning observed him engage in one after another, tirelessly, until dinner time. The children had to line up for their meal, waving goodbye to him one by one. Throughout the afternoon, Wen Ning felt like a mere spectator in the corner, as all the children's attention was solely on Xie Zhiyu. She stretched her stiff limbs and slowly rose. "I didn't expect you to be so well-liked by the children." Xie Zhiyu did not respond, casually flipping through a sketchbook left on the floor, filled with vibrant colors and childish strokes. He did not bother to look up. "After observing for an afternoon, can you discern who I hold in special regard?" At this, Wen Ning had to concede. Her small affections were entirely under his control. Xie Zhiyu could name each child and understood their individual personalities. He was particularly patient with the timid ones, while playfully ruffling the hair of the boisterous child who exclaimed, "Uncle Xie, when I grow up, I want to hang out with you." It seemed he treated no one with preference, as his kindness extended equally to all. How peculiar, Wen Ning mused, questioning her own sanity for using the word gentle to describe Xie Zhiyu, having witnessed his bloodied visage firsthand. "Never mind," she said. "If it can't be found, it can't be. In due time, you will inform me." "I fear that may no longer be possible," Xie Zhiyu replied in a calm tone. Wen Ning furrowed her brow. "Why?" He cast a glance at her, almost pityingly. "Miss Wen, it appears you have been abandoned." Chapter 31. A Taste of Jealousy. "You only tell me about the events from days ago today. This is unbelievable. Did he mention anything else when he spoke to you? Does he know I remained on the island to search for someone?" Xie Zhiyu neatly stacked the sheets of paper in his hand and placed them on a nearby low bookshelf. "I am unaware of any extraneous details." He truly resembled an observer, a detached spectator to this father-daughter conflict. Outside, the twilight was divided into bizarre hues by stained glass. Wen Ning grasped his hand. "Xie Zhiyu, I can offer you more money." His fingers were rough, the coarse lines gently rubbing against her palm. He clasped her hand in return, yet his motion was one of dismissal. "Business has its order, Miss Wen. You must understand that you currently occupy a position of disadvantage. I harbor sufficient doubts that even if our business agreement is reached, you may still be unable to fulfill your obligations." He abandoned his previous frivolous demeanor, his dark eyes fixed upon her, exuding a cool detachment that spoke of business. Wen Ning conceded that his concerns were not without merit. Without the backing of the Wen family's enterprises, she indeed appeared rather vulnerable on her own. However, she could not bring this matter to Heji's attention. From what she understood of Heji, she would certainly cause a commotion, yet it would likely amount to nothing in the end, as it always had over the years. Abandoning her career and entirely devoting herself to the role of a housewife was the essence of Heji's existence. The aspect of compromise was the one Wen Ning was most unwilling to emulate. Her family wished for her to settle into a marriage with the Song family, yet she resisted. The shares of the jewelry company were intended for her illegitimate child, but she also found that unacceptable. She inquired of Xie Zhiyu, "What assurances do you seek?" Engaging in dialogue with an astute individual requires but a single exchange of words. Xie Zhiyu's habitual reluctance to persuade others found a perfect counterpart in Wen Ning. He allowed her to grasp his hand tightly, lowering his gaze. "Miss Wen, your most valuable asset at present is your identity." Had this been in the past, Wen Ning would have shaken him off. But now she had altered her stance. "Since you have awaited my concession, why not disclose your intentions?" "It is the same matter as before." Xie Zhiyu leaned closer, their noses nearly brushing, coaxing her to prolong her performance. Zhong waited in the car until dusk before witnessing the two emerge from the archway. Miss Wen walked briskly, as if trying to shake off a bothersome leech. Yet that leech, Xie Zhiyu, strolled leisurely at her side, his pace unhurried, yet perfectly in sync with hers. Have you left me any room for choice? Wen Ning sat there with her arms crossed, her expression frosty. From the very beginning. You intended for me to assist you thoroughly. You have achieved your goal after all this circumvention. Are you not satisfied? Xie Zhiyu's gaze grew somber. I am satisfied. But why me? He leaned even lower, fastening her seatbelt, his voice a whisper in her ear. I believe you should have inferred some of it by now. Xie Zhiyu's insistence on having her fend off romantic advances was merely a matter of convenience. What else could it be? Wen Ning pondered. Suddenly, another thought struck her. Given Wen Zhengshan's extensive connections, why specifically entrust Xie Zhiyu with the protection of his estranged illegitimate child? Was it due to their shared presence on AO Island? Or perhaps because of their frequent business interactions, making Xie Zhiyu a time-efficient choice? What connections did Xie Zhiyu hold with the He family? It was evident that Wen Zhengshan's significant trade dealings were primarily with the He family. With such a weighty identity behind him, it was perfectly sensible for him to enlist her aid in warding off the He family's romantic pursuits. For safety, Wen Ning concluded that even if the He family had reservations, their business interests would prevent them from taking any action against her, let alone against him. Perhaps they would even turn a blind eye and welcome the arrangement. The pets they kept might just venture to steal from others, which indeed sounded advantageous. Xie Zhiyu seemed unfazed by her disparaging remarks. Instead, he smiled. Do you understand now? The He family's inaction does not guarantee that Miss He will not create trouble for me. After all, I am the one at a disadvantage. Wen Ning slightly tilted her head, a delicate pearl adorning her earlobe, emanating a gentle glow that starkly contrasted her stubborn demeanor. Xie Zhiyu's gaze lingered on that point, pondering if he might gain some advantage. What benefit could I possibly derive from you? Wen Ning retorted sharply. I can help you fend off admirers. But you must explain why you have no desire to become a prince consort. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. After all, someone is quite fond of you. Had a third astute individual been present, they might have discerned the subtle nuances in the atmosphere. The banter resembled more of a lover's quarrel than mere negotiations. Unfortunately, Zhong was oblivious, completely unaware of the underlying tension. Sitting upright, his ears feigned ignorance. If tasked with reading comprehension, he would likely conclude that the two were engaged in an evenly matched exchange of barbs. Xie Zhiyu chuckled nonchalantly. They say prince consorts are doomed. Can you name one who met a favorable end? I'm merely a hired hand, Mississippi. Being a prince consort equates to working without pay. Doubting his words, Wen Ning turned to face him, her striking features slightly contorted, as if to say, Do you think I am swayed by your nonsense? The He family would undoubtedly offer him other incentives, perhaps even relinquishing their gambling business into his hands. Either Xie Zhiyu deemed such incentives unworthy, or he simply refused them. Was he truly unwilling? He presented quite the enigma. Wen Ning's contemplative expression did not escape Xie Zhiyu's notice. In any case, the He family will not impose anything upon you, he asserted, straightening up and leaning against the car door. As for our dealings, let us continue as planned. I shall not take a single cent as payment. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Such benevolence? By now, she had grown adept at deciphering his expressions. A subtle twitch of his brow signaled to her the unsaid words of her thoughts. It seemed that during their interactions, her inclination to express disdain was notably high. Xie Zhiyu smiled, seemingly unfazed. He personally closed the door for her, saying, Miss Wen, I look forward to our collaboration. Chapter 32, Amusement. On the way back, Zhong frequently glanced at Wen Ning's reflection in the rearview mirror. She had her eyes closed, long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath them. She appeared unwell, as her brow had remained furrowed since the vehicle's departure. Miss, do you suffer from motion sickness? At the sound of Zhong's voice, Wen Ning's eyelids fluttered open slightly before lazily closing again.
No.
Are you unhappy? Not particularly. Miss, did you and brother you have an argument? There was no argument, merely an irritating sensation of being led into a pit without choice. Despite her efforts to negotiate a favorable outcome, she felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Wen Ning pressed her lips together firmly. Indeed, she was displeased. Striving to keep her tone light, she replied, Mum. Zhong faltered. Would you like some sweet soup? After years of camaraderie with Brother Yu, he had never before engaged in such a taxing endeavor. Just before their departure, Brother Yu had quietly approached his window to speak with him. His voice was low, and Zhong assumed it must be of great importance. To prevent Wen Ning from overhearing, he even leaned out of the window. Brother Yu had inquired, "Can you speak sweetly?" Zhong's mind was flooded with questions.
Huh?
The man discreetly cast a glance at the back seat. After many years of unspoken understanding, Zhong was not so naive as to remain oblivious. His expression was complex and silent. When celestial beings quarrel, mortals must suffer. After a while, he quietly inquired, "How to appease? How to appease?" Xie Zhiyu was at a loss as well. He suggested, "How about some sweet soup?" When Ning's nose twitched, and she opened her eyes. Having spent an entire afternoon with Xie Zhiyu, she was now ravenous as dinner time approached, her stomach growling in protest. The sweet aroma in the air compelled her to open her eyes, and after a few moments of hesitation, she asked, "Is this for me too?" Just out of the pot, Zhong sheepishly replied that the sweet soup shop had run out of Yangji Ganlu. It puzzled Wen Ning why Zhong was so insistent on buying Yangji Ganlu, to which she merely responded with an "oh." A few seconds later, as if recalling something, she added, "Thank you." The sponge cake was passed from the front seat to the back. The rustling sound of a plastic bag being opened filled the air. Zhong waited for her to take a bite before saying, "Miss Wen, this is what Brother Yu instructed me to buy." It seemed his concerns were not unfounded. Had he mentioned it was Brother Yu's directive earlier, perhaps Miss Wen would have been disinclined to eat it all. Such is the nature of celestial disputes. Zhong recalled his childhood, listening through the window to neighbors arguing. The household next door would erupt into chaos, pots and pans clattering, sounding like firecrackers. A few days later, the couple would reconcile, the man bringing small gifts to placate the woman, who, while secretly pleased, would feign indifference, scoffing, "Who wants your things?" Indeed, the world is rife with similar peculiarities. Zhong had an epiphany. Brother Yu had said, if Miss Wen did not enjoy this place, they would try a different one next time. This line was Zhong's own addition. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Ning's low, soft curses could be heard from behind, indicating that he was indeed acting a bit insane. No longer sulking with her eyes closed, her ability to voice her displeasure was, in its own way, a sign of having been soothed. Zhong completed his task, and his tense shoulders relaxed during the latter part of their journey. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhong unexpectedly called out to her, "Miss Wen, if you plan to go out tomorrow, please contact this number." Wen Ning, holding a plastic bag containing sponge cake in one hand, accepted the note from Zhong, which bore a string of numbers. "What about you?"
she asked.
"Tomorrow is my mother's Memorial Day," Zhong replied, scratching his nose. "Brother Yu knows." Unintentionally touching on a sensitive subject, Wen Ning's expression faltered for a moment. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Haha. I've forgotten for years. It's nothing," Zhong said, waving goodbye. As he departed, Wen Ning casually purchased some items from Tai Xiang. She placed the bag on the table. What if it was something Brother Xie instructed her to buy? One should never lose oneself. She decided to save some for Yu Jiao. That night, Wen Ning consumed nearly the entire bag of sponge cake by herself. Chen Yu Jiao informed her that their little band had finally secured a venue for performances, with a first show scheduled for the following night. Wen Ning was the ultimate supporter, striking hard against foes while providing emotional value to her own. Just as Chen Yu Jiao left, she quietly ordered a grand bouquet of flowers. The flowers arrived the next evening. After greeting Wen Xini, she embraced the flowers and stepped outside. She contacted the number Zhong had given her. Thus, when she descended the stairs, the same silver Mercedes awaited her. A younger visage has taken the place of the driver. In contrast to Zhong's fierce demeanor, this driver exudes a gentler aura, though there lingers a hint of streetwise bravado in his every gesture. "Miss Wen, you may call me Xiao Zhong." Wen Ning placed the flowers in the back seat and greeted him. "Hello, thank you for your assistance." "Not at all, it's no trouble. Brother Zhong is otherwise occupied and asked me to come." He smiled broadly, an exaggerated expression that bore a touch of artifice. Wen Ning was not particularly adept at navigating such pleasantries, so after exchanging a few words, she closed her eyes, feigning rest in the back seat. A few moments later, she reopened her eyes. "Did you also work alongside Xie Zhiyu before?" "Indeed, Miss Wen, I drive for Brother Yu." In the rearview mirror, the man's eyes crinkled with a smile. Compared to Zhong, he was decidedly more talkative and eager to impress. Wen Ning offered a genuine smile in return, praising, "You must be quite skilled to have remained by his side for so long." "Well, it's Brother Yu who looks after us," he replied modestly. "But doesn't he being a driver get rather dull? There's not much to see on the island." Wen Ning contemplated his words. pondering that it must indeed be monotonous, most of the time spent either at home or in the casino, a mere linear existence that could grow quite tiresome. Brother Yu is far from idle. He has many businesses that he is currently managing, Xiao Zhong continued. He frequently visits various hotels and dining establishments across the island, along with some other service venues. He glanced at Wen Ning in the rearview mirror and added, these places require regular visits. That sounds quite taxing, Wen Ning acknowledged. We went to the orphanage together just yesterday. Since it was not Xiao Zhong who drove for Xie Zhiyu the previous day, she deliberately altered her wording, implying that their joint visit was merely a casual matter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wen Ning noted his reaction, her lips curving into a graceful smile. How unexpected that he would visit such a place. What's so surprising about that? Xiao Zhong replied. Brother Yu also frequently visits several schools on the island. University of Macau? Wen Ning casually inquired. No, it's the University of Science and Technology. I believe the child of some owner studies there, and he goes to keep an eye on things, he clarified. Chapter 33. Smokescreen. The University of Science and Technology. Wen Ning slowly composed her expression. Rather than passively awaiting Xie Zhiyu's revelation of the terms she had agreed to, she preferred to seize control of her own destiny. What if he were to suddenly change his mind one day? The notion of her fate resting in another's hands was profoundly unsettling for her. Upon reaching their destination, she had gleaned the information she sought from Xiao Zhong and, buoyed by her mood, alighted from the car with her flowers in tow. In the dimly lit vehicle, Xiao Zhong turned off the engine and pulled over. He dialed a number. Have you told her everything? Came the voice on the other end. Brother Yu. I conveyed every word as you instructed, Xiao Zhong responded. Understood. Xie Zhiyu played with a card in his hand, his gaze fixed downward.
Keep your mouth shut.
The card danced between his fingers, the tips of his fingers tracing its sharp corners before it gradually slipped along the edges. He recognized that Wen Ning was not the type to remain passive. If she found her own way, she would be disinclined to step into his trap. At that point, she could simply walk away, and it would be challenging to find another as astute and suitable to shield him from He. With a snap, the card broke in his grasp. Xie Zhiyu tossed it aside in disinterest and closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he did not resist Wen Ning's approach. The mere thought that she would regard him as worthless upon completing her task stirred a sense of agitation within him. He reached for a cigarette, placing it between his lips to ignite it. The university was merely a smokescreen he had cast, not for any other reason, but to compensate for his momentary softness a few days prior, during which he had carelessly discarded the correct key to safeguard those around him. The person she sought would inevitably manifest in her vicinity. Tonight, a concert was taking place at the adjacent gymnasium. Once it concluded, the bar would be teeming with patrons. Wen Ning, clutching an enormous bouquet, had to squeeze her way through the throng. Accustomed to the exclusivity of member-only venues, she had never anticipated that a bar could accommodate such a multitude of people with little regard for personal safety. The air was thick with an overwhelming melange of scents, each individual's unique perfume mingling in the confined space, causing her to frown involuntarily. There were no available spots at the bar or in the booths, and the dance floor was equally packed. This was quite the predicament for Wen Ning. However, for Qin Yuejiao, who was set to perform shortly, the bustling crowd was far more invigorating than a sparse gathering of just 2 or 3 people. Wen Ning retreated to a corner with her flowers. Perhaps due to her proximity to the emergency exit, the cool breeze seeping through the door offered her some relief, prompting her to linger by the entrance. Evidently, others had the same thought, as a group of young individuals jostled their way towards her. They had come from the gymnasium, their pockets stuffed with fluorescent green light sticks. The one at the front exclaimed, "Had I known it was going to be a mixed bag, I would have skipped it. I could have spent this time studying. Otherwise, failing a course next term would be disastrous. What more could you want from the student council? The tickets are free." Indeed. My friend is envious that we, the students of the university, receive complimentary tickets. She had to purchase hers. Upon hearing the mention of the university, Wen Ning cautiously peered out from behind her bouquet. Are you also from the university? The term also is quite clever, as the 3 young individuals turned to her in unison. An alumnus? Though it was rather shameless, Wen Ning had dressed casually for her outing, a cropped sweater paired with wide-legged jeans, allowing her to somewhat embody the image of a university student. She nodded without hesitation. What major are you in? We're both in medicine.
I'm studying law.
Wen Ning, choosing a field untouched by the others, smiled and replied, I'm in business. Surely no university lacks a business program? She observed their reactions, and all 3 nodded in agreement. Oh, What a coincidence. Indeed, university students are among the most delightful beings in the world. Before the band commenced, Wen Ning spent 10 minutes ingratiating herself with her newfound companions. The moment the rhythm erupted from the speakers, she had forged a bond of camaraderie with the 3 university students. Once a table became available, the 4 congregated at a corner booth. Wen Ning ordered drinks for her new friends, while they busily searched their social circles for any distant relatives with the surname Wen. After a flurry of activity, they made significant progress, astonishingly locating 2 individuals who met the criteria. It is worth noting that the surname Wen is rather uncommon, and she promptly recorded their contact details. Wen Ning then spotted Xie Zhiyu, who appeared under the spotlight with a bass guitar in hand. "That's my friend," she said with a smile. The 3 university students regarded her with newfound respect. "Impressive. In a while, I'll go deliver the flowers. Shall I secure an autograph for each of you?" "Absolutely." To speak frankly, Xie Zhiyu's small band exhibits remarkable intensity, rivaling the vibrancy of her multicolored hair. The lighting dances around her, creating a breathtaking spectacle that merges seamlessly with the rapid beats of the drums, evoking the sensation of stumbling into a spider demon's lair. At the pinnacle of the music, a cascade of golden glitter showers down like a fountain, generating an atmosphere that could easily rival that of a grand concert. Let us not be modest. This is no mere small band. It's akin to a wealthy heir infiltrating the rock scene. As the final note reverberates, Wen Ning appears on stage, cradling an enormous bouquet. The throng below had prevented Xie Zhiyu from spotting her earlier, but upon seeing the oversized floral arrangement, her gaze instinctively shifted. "Sister, how did I perform?" Wen Ning cupped her hands around her ear amidst the deafening background music, replying, "Absolutely fantastic. Make sure to sign for my friends later." "Wait, sign? Seriously? Where are your friends?" Wen Ning pointed toward the audience, and the 3 individuals who caught her attention began to wave enthusiastically, igniting a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Meanwhile, someone in a nearby booth nudged their companion with their shoulder. "Did you see who's on stage? What are you looking at?" She, irritated by the lackluster music of the evening, grumbled that if they ever dragged her out again to waste her time, she would undoubtedly hold them accountable. Although she verbally dismissed the idea, her eyes betrayed her curiosity as they flicked toward the stage. She recognized Xie Zhiyu, of course. Their interactions were infrequent, typically limited to gatherings a few times a year, where they merely exchanged polite nods. Yet, one's gaze habitually gravitates toward familiar faces, and upon noticing Xie Zhiyu, her eyes narrowed slightly. "Her sister is here too?" The person who had initially beckoned her nodded. "That's why I suggested you look."
On stage.
When Ning finished presenting the flowers and prepared to step down, a 6th sense prompted her to scan the dance floor, where chaos reigned, yet nothing seemed amiss. She surveyed her surroundings. The booths were obscured by large decorative glass, revealing only vague silhouettes. Having grown up with Xie, often pursued by paparazzi, Wen Ning possessed an innate sensitivity to cameras and prying eyes. In a fleeting moment, she sensed someone watching her. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a pair of hands resting on her shoulder from behind. "It's nothing," she reassured, shaking her head, attributing the sensation to her heightened awareness amidst the bustling stage. Chapter 34. Boyfriends and Girlfriends. The band was set to perform until 10:30. As the conclusion approached, she decided to step outside for some fresh air. The weather forecast had predicted rain for the island that night. Upon stepping out, she found the rain had already begun to fall softly. The local climate was languid. Even the rain lacked a sense of desolation, instead bringing a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Coupled with a drink, such weather could easily induce a sense of dizziness. Wen Ning didn't wander far and stopped at a convenience store to purchase some mint candy. This evening had yielded many rewards for her. The mint candy cracked satisfyingly between her teeth, and as the coolness invigorated her senses, her fingers glided down to her contacts. As she scrolled, her gaze inevitably landed on the name Xie Zhiyu. Her finger hesitated momentarily before she cautiously slid it upward, aware that such behavior was rather childish. She persisted, moving her finger until the 3 characters of Xie Zhiyu vanished from the screen. How bothersome, she exhaled softly. Was this person concealing a camera on her? After the phone rang for 30 seconds, Wen Ning reluctantly answered. "What is it? Why did it take you so long to pick up?" Xie Zhiyu's languid tone reached her through the electromagnetic waves, filled with a hint of annoyance. "Is that enough? Or should I hang up and have you call me back?" A soft chuckle emanated from the other end. "All right then." As he spoke, his voice seemed to drift away, as if he truly intended to hang up. Wen Ning called out to him, Hey, just get to the point. After her words, Xie Zhiyu's voice drew closer again. What are your plans for the weekend? She had made plans with new friends from the university to participate in an outdoor activity. Regardless of what information she sought, infiltrating their circle was undoubtedly a wise strategy. And the timing aligned perfectly. Wen Ning asked cautiously, "What do you want?" "Accompany me to a place." Wen Ning shook her head, declining. "I have something to do." Xie Zhiyu, unperturbed, inquired, "What is it?" This time, she faltered. She could not reveal to Xie Zhiyu that she was heading to the university. For someone as cunning as him would surely deduce the truth. "Why should I report my personal matters to you? Miss Wen, when you agreed to help me, you were quite adamant, claiming that as long as our collaboration continued, you would have ample time to assist me on Aodao." As he spoke, Xie Zhiyu's voice deepened, tinged with irritation. "Are you playing with me?" Wen Ning crushed the mint candy between her teeth. "First, tell me where you're going, and what for." With an air of justification, he replied, "I have a set of clothes ready. Come with me to pick them up." She gasped in disbelief. "Do you really need me for this?" "Miss, please check what day the weekend falls on." When Ning distanced the phone and switched to her calendar, the sight of February 14th rendered her utterly speechless. "Uncertain. So you still... Alright, so you wish to order me around, is that it?" Wen Ning retorted defiantly. "If you want to play the role of a true partner, why not mention that we should cohabit as well?" There was a brief pause on the other end before he replied, "So you covet me that much?" The sound of a lighter flicking echoed lightly as Xie Zhiyu toyed with the metallic object in his hand, feeling a twinge of irritation in the silence that followed. "Not going to speak?" he asked. When Ning actually wanted to feign indifference, but the duration of the call continued to tick upwards. She lazily leaned against the railing, extending a finger to play with the falling rain. "What should I say? Am I truly expressing my desire for you? I am quite honest. I find it difficult to utter falsehoods." Xie Zhiyu tossed the lighter aside, suddenly feeling disinterested. "Sunday. I will send someone to pick you up. Next time you have something to discuss, Mr. Xie, please just tell me the time, place, and requirements directly, and we can skip the pleasantries." The roar of motorcycles thundered past on the street, creating a cacophony. She turned to shield one ear. "Since I agreed to help you, I certainly will." As the motorcycles whizzed by, accompanied by the rider's laughter, Wen Ning instinctively moved inward toward the road, but suddenly her grip on the phone slackened. A powerful tug pulled her forward a few steps. With a sharp crack, her phone dropped straight to the ground, and she stumbled after it. Breath caught in her throat. Pain shot through her knee and wrist. "What?" she gasped, the mince coolness mingling with the dampness of the rain as it invaded her lungs. This moment of clarity sent a sharp pain through every nerve in her body. She heard the roar of a motorcycle come to a halt several dozen meters away. The front wheel lifted, reminiscent of a proud young stallion. The rider lifted the visor of his helmet and let out a loud, cheeky whistle in her direction. When Ning cursed under her breath and reached for her phone, another motorcycle zipped past her, the sound of its tires brushing against her fingers, crushing her device beneath it. The hope of salvaging her phone was utterly extinguished, shards of glass scattering across the ground. The rider leaned over his seat, a mocking demeanor evident in his posture. "Thinking of calling the police?" Through the helmet, when Ning couldn't discern his features, only that his voice was undeniably youthful. Gritting her teeth, she raised her head. Before her stood a young man, clad in the latest luxury footwear, atop a modified motorcycle of considerable value. She could easily surmise from his bearing that he was accustomed to a life of privilege. There must be someone backing him, as they acted with brazen audacity, blocking her path without a care in the world. When Ning didn't need to think hard to identify whose lackeys they were. For days she had been cautious, with a Zhong by her side, ensuring her safety. It was just unfortunate that on this rare day, when a Zhong took leave, she encountered this group. Perhaps this was a stroke of bad luck. She remained silent, gently testing her wrist and ankle. Though painful, they were still functional, likely not fractured. As for her knee, it was probably just a surface injury. Bracing herself against the ground, she gradually stood up, gritting her teeth. "Do you truly believe, miss, he can protect you?" The individual beneath the helmet fell into silence. After a few seconds, his voice emerged from behind the helmet, sounding odd. "It's a bit troublesome if you've figured it out." Was it truly that hard to guess? Was she too clever, or were they simply foolish? Frustrated with herself, when Ning silently cursed her own impulsiveness. She had been so focused on assessing the situation that she had neglected to consider whether they wished to remain incognito. She had likely jeopardized her own position, escalating the potential trouble. She subtly took a step back, the pain from her injury causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. I could just pretend nothing happened. Miss, do you think I'm a fool? He retorted, signaling towards another motorcycle with a whistle. The engine roared a few times before swiftly halting beside her. Wen Ning found herself flanked by 2 riders, and, to make matters worse, the road was deserted. Rain dripped from the treetops, chilling her to the bone. The 2 men began to converse in front of her as if she were invisible. One of us has to take the fall. After all, that Xie fellow is merely a dog for the He family. Who will you choose? I don't want to be bitten by a dog either. Why not just deal with her? If she doesn't complain, Xie Zhiyu want to find out. Deal with her? She's quite the looker. It should be thrilling. Don't forget the main task. Remember to keep a record, and, of course, ensure payment afterward. Wen Ning's comprehension of Cantonese was limited to a handful of phrases, yet she could detect the underlying tone. The nuances of kindness and malice, along with their concealed intentions, surfaced through their inflections. She was unsure how far they intended to go, but rather than waiting to react, her principle was to take the initiative.
As she pondered this,
she pressed her hand against her injured knee and slowly crouched down. At this moment, she resembled an injured fawn, her eyes glistening with rainwater, evoking an instinctive sense of vulnerability. This was indeed the case. As she rose, Wen Ning concealed shards of glass within her palm. Chapter 35. No Malice Intended. Upon receiving a call from Xie Zhiyu, Xiao Zhong was indulging in a late-night snack, hastily devouring a couple of wontons.
You?
Where is Wen Ning?
Send me the address.
We are here.
Send it to my phone.
You must find her immediately and call me within 10 minutes, regardless of whether you locate her. Just as Xiao Zhong was about to respond, he realized the call had already ended. If he wasn't mistaken, the last sound he heard before the line went dead was the thunderous roar of an engine as Xie Zhiyu raced toward him. Sensing that something was amiss, Xiao Zhong immediately discarded his chopsticks and dashed outside. The closer he approached his destination, the more agitated he became. As he turned the final corner, Xie Zhiyu suddenly caught a glimpse of a white silhouette amidst the greenery. Something rolled out into view. His keen eyes quickly identified it as a woman's handbag. Before his mind could fully process the situation, he executed a swift maneuver, veering the car to the side of the road. The rear tires screeched against the asphalt, emitting wisps of smoke from the friction. Leaping from the vehicle, he took no time to navigate around and vaulted over the railing. Water splashed beneath his feet, and the sight before him plunged his gaze into darkness. Indeed, it was Wen Ning. This was the first time Xie Zhiyu witnessed her in such disarray, her hair drenched by the rain, her trousers caked in mud, resembling a hunted deer. At the moment their eyes met, she instinctively adopted a defensive posture, her neck tense, her eyes ablaze with defiance. Upon recognizing him, the tautness in her shoulders gradually eased, and her arms fell protectively to her sides. It was then that Xie Zhiyu noticed the blood pooling in her palms, dripping steadily from her fingertips, a stark contrast to her pallid complexion. His heart tightened involuntarily. He stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. It's all right. The woman in his arms remained unresponsive until he gently wrapped his arms around her and softly patted her back. Wen Ning emitted a low sound from her throat, gradually regaining her composure. Xie Zhiyu pressed her head against his chest, soothing her slightly trembling form. As his gaze lifted slowly, he became aware of another scene he had previously overlooked. 2 motorcycles lay abandoned on the ground, one rider standing and the other kneeling, the latter curled up in pain and groaning softly. The standing rider fared somewhat better, though he clutched his left arm with his right hand, clearly injured. Despite his helmet obscuring his face, Xie Zhiyu recognized him instantly. Young Masterly, he remarked, his tone inscrutable. Care to explain? With his identity revealed, the standing figure removed his helmet, the privileged nature of his upbringing prompting both apprehension and arrogance as he lifted his chin, responding with his characteristic haughtiness. Explain what? Xie Zhiyu chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, and his lips barely curved into a smile. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixed on the 2 men as he spoke slowly. If young Masterly prefers not to explain, that is quite all right. I have ample time to wait for you to elaborate. Losing interest in a lengthy discussion, Xie Zhiyu made a call. Soon, Xiao Zhong arrived with several burly bodyguards, who wasted no time in dragging the injured party toward the trunk of a car. Xie Zhiyu, where the hell are you taking me? We shouted while struggling. If you dare to move, just wait to die. I merely invited you as a guest, Xie Zhiyu replied calmly. The other person was easier to handle. Already collapsed on the ground like a lifeless dog, and the bodyguard effortlessly hoisted him into the car. The vehicle sped away. Let us treat Mr. Li's family to a meal, Xie Zhiyu said, his gaze falling upon Wen Ning's drenched hair, still glistening with water, and a clean towel. The rain continued to pour incessantly, causing her body to shiver. He straightened the car door, gesturing for her to enter, while he himself half-squatted by the door after she had settled inside. "Where's your hand?" "Extend it," he instructed. Wen Ning's expression was grim, her lips pressed tightly together. She appeared visibly tense, as if still reeling from the recent peril. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly extended her hand to him. He grasped her wrist, the motion reminiscent of their past. Yet the pressure was gentle enough to warrant a warning to be cautious. Xie Zhiyu held her hand with one hand while using the other to accept the water that Xiao Zhong had opened. The water cascaded down. And only after the second bottle did the bloodstains on her palm wash away, revealing the true nature of her injuries. Several jagged wounds marred her delicate skin, some deep enough to still harbor shards of glass. Her slender fingers curled naturally, likely in pain, trembling slightly. "Shall I tend to your wounds, or should we go to the hospital?" Xie Zhiyu inquired. To be honest, if the injury were on him, he would consider the treatment a waste of time and merely wrap it haphazardly. However, with Wen Ning, he felt compelled to treat her differently. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Or I could call a doctor over. How would you prefer?" Xie Zhiyu tilted his head, his gaze resting on her face. Her lashes hung low, resembling delicate flowers wilting under the rain, pale yet defiant. Since earlier, she had barely spoken, her demeanor suggesting she was lost in thought. Now, when he sought her opinion, she appeared equally absent. He signaled Xiao Zhong to drive. Finding a clean tie, he gently wrapped it around Wen Ning's palm before unfolding the towel and meticulously drying her hair. This task of attending to someone was unfamiliar to Xie Zhiyu, and he felt clumsy. Several times, he inadvertently tugged at her, halting each time, yet surprisingly, Wen Ning remained silent, only slightly furrowing her brow. Thus, he was compelled to slow his movements, proceeding with utmost caution while occasionally observing her expression. This was precisely why he refrained from cultivating flowers. Witnessing something beautiful in distress stirred feelings of pity within him. He felt incapable of nurturing it, and thus chose not to. At that moment, they reached the boundary between the old and new districts. Xie Zhiyu glanced outside, stopped the car. There was a 24-hour pharmacy nearby, and Xiao Zhong understood immediately. Sensing that Wen Ning might be anxious, Xie Zhiyu unexpectedly explained, "I grew up fending for myself. I can handle these superficial wounds as well as any doctor. If you remain silent, I will take it as your acceptance." Wen Ning lowered her gaze to her hand, curling it slightly. Xie Zhiyu found himself perplexed by this silent exchange, suppressing his urge to reach for a cigarette while pressing down on her fingers. "Stay still."
His voice was heavy.
As he finished speaking, the one who wished to remain silent finally lifted her gaze. Capturing her movements, Xie Zhiyu awkwardly interjected, "I'm not threatening you." It was uncertain whether his harsh tone or this explanation provided some solace, but when Ning slowly emerged from her daze, her voice and demeanor still heavy with melancholy. "Is that person all right?" she asked, her voice tinged with a poignant nasal quality that made her sound so pitiable. Xie Zhiyu glanced at her tightly clenched hands, almost laughing in exasperation. "Are you still concerned about others?" he remarked. There was quite a bit of blood. When Ning averted her gaze, her voice laced with a subtle tremor of fear, barely perceptible to anyone but Xie Zhiyu, who was too close to her to miss it. Perhaps before this moment, the most gruesome scene she had encountered was a fight in a Hong Kong film, or perhaps it was the incident involving Wu Kai on that cruise. The distinction between the real and the fabricated, between witnessing and experiencing, was stark. The sensation of glass slicing through skin and piercing flesh lingered dully in her sensory memory. Just a clench of her hand seemed to evoke that moment. The warmth of blood, clinging to her skin, felt entirely different from the touch of rainwater. The mere thought sent her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Xie Zhiyu grasped her hand firmly. "Rest assured, your strength couldn't even kill a fish." Chapter 36. It hurts. "Would you like to hear my story?" Xie Zhiyu inquired. He was a paradox, perpetually overturning Wen Ning's perceptions of him. To claim that she felt no curiosity about him would be a fabrication. At his words, Wen Ning paused momentarily. "What story?" "The first time I harmed someone was also like this." Beneath the dim reading lamp, his face flickered between light and shadow, revealing a hint of dishevelment. He had spent the entire night unable to sleep, unable to close his eyes, so he had played a rock song on repeat until the neighbors knocked on the door, scolding him as if someone had died in the house.
Can you imagine?
He chuckled. At that time, I was afraid of silence, of darkness, and of being alone. When someone yelled at me like that, I felt grounded again. What about the person you harmed? When Ning's curiosity was piqued, her heart tightening for him. Did they die? Why would you think that? Xie Zhiyu laughed lightly. I merely severed 2 fingers. 2 fingers. How could he speak of it so nonchalantly? As if the one who had been sleepless and restless was not him? When Ning pressed on, did you have a grudge against them? Not really, he hesitated slightly. She looked at him with confusion. What did he mean by not really? If there was no grudge, why act violently? Sensing that her fear was gradually dissipating, Xie Zhiyu opted to divert the conversation, offering a vague explanation. She was a gambler. Gambler. The term suddenly felt oddly reasonable to Wen Ning. Interpret it as you will. Xie Zhiyu replied, seemingly indifferent. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, he abruptly shifted the topic. If I told you that was the only time, would you believe me? I wouldn't. Wen Ning retorted, does my belief even matter to you? He burst into laughter. That's true. Brother you. Xiao Zhong passed the medicine through the window, and then turned to find a place to smoke. The confined space of the car gradually filled with the sound of their fragmented conversations. Xie Zhiyu placed a towel beneath her hand, falling silent. His movements as he tended to the wound were precise and efficient, as he himself claimed, no less skillful than a physician. Though the injuries appeared severe, the blood loss was not as substantial. Xie Zhiyu discerned immediately that when he had first arrived, Wen Ning's hands were stained with another's blood. The man who had collapsed in agony bore a laceration along the side of his neck, yet fortune had favored her. Her strike had not been forceful enough to sever the artery. No, it was more accurate to say that her luck had been excessive, given the sensitivity of the neck. It was evident that she had no intention of causing harm. The fact that a person who intended no injury had resorted to violence spoke volumes about the threat posed to her. Xie Zhiyu narrowed his eyes, his slender fingers subtly shifting. He reined in his thoughts. How did she come to use glass against them? With nothing else at hand. Wen Ning's voice was calm as she added, oh, by the way, may I borrow your phone? Yu Jiao will likely be looking for me. With his hands occupied, Xie Zhiyu leaned closer, replying, use your own. At this moment, no one entertained romantic notions. Wen Ning reached in with her remaining functional hand, fumbling briefly. The password, she stated. Without hesitation, Xie Zhiyu replied, 6 zeros. Under normal circumstances, she would have mocked him for having a password that was nearly non-existent. But now was not the time for such banter. When Ning unlocked the phone and found the screen lingering on the call log, the most recent entry being Xiao Zhong, followed by her own name, she paused, gripping the phone tightly, letting out a slight gasp. Does it hurt? Xie Zhiyu inquired, lifting his gaze. When Ning nodded a little. After this admission, Xie Zhiyu softened his touch once more, the cotton ball pressing against the wound as gently as a feather. He leaned forward, his head bowed, his white shirt clinging to his back, ultimately tapering into a bundle tucked within his waistline. When Ning stared for a moment, then leaned back slightly. With swift precision, she accessed the contacts, searching for one. Boss 1, Princess 1. No other names appeared. Her fingers glided over the screen as she revisited the recent calls. 3 numbers lacked saved names, and she quickly memorized the last 4 digits. Why are your hands trembling? Xie Zhiyu suddenly looked up. When Ning winced and drew back. It hurts. He narrowed his eyes. Is it painful enough that you can't press the phone? Her heart raced, yet her lips remained taut. She turned the phone towards him. A string of numbers only half-dialed. Why don't you do it? Heaven knew how clammy her palms had become. Xie Zhiyu merely glanced at it, advising. If one hand is insufficient, just rest it there, and press slowly. When Ning complied, adjusting her posture to rest the phone on her thigh. One by one, she pressed the digits deliberately, dialing, performing for him without reservation. On the other end, Chen Yu Jiao, having searched for her for quite some time, expressed urgency. Who is it? Talk later, I'm busy. Yu Jiao, when Ning spoke up. Sister? Chen Yu Jiao's voice suddenly escalated. Where have you been? I've been looking for you forever. Who does this phone number belong to? Upon realizing it was Xie Zhiyu, Chen Yu Jiao immediately fell silent. In the time it took for the call, Xie Zhiyu had managed to finish tending to the wound on her palm. When Ning nodded, he lifted her wrist again, pointing to the area where the skin had broken. Did you fall here? Yes, she replied. Where else? When Ning instinctively recoiled, drawing her legs back. This gesture was utterly incongruous, and Xie Zhiyu, too apathetic to expose the absurdity, simply lifted her leg and placed it atop his own. The mud on his jeans smeared all over his dress pants. As he rolled up his pant leg, the redness around her ankle was revealed. Xie Zhiyu stared for a few seconds before lifting his gaze. "My dear lady, you certainly possess remarkable endurance." His words, seemingly tinged with sarcasm, unleashed a torrent of grievances that had accumulated over the night. Wen Ning forcefully swatted his hand away. "Enough of this, Mr. Xie. I will fulfill my promise to you. There's no need for your feigned concern for my well-being. I simply cannot bear it." Her anger flared unexpectedly, causing her to accidentally knock over the iodine bottle he held. The pungent scent of disinfectant immediately filled the vehicle, fiercely irritating her nostrils. The deep brown liquid splattered on the leather sofa, dripping incessantly. Xie Zhiyu, who considered himself not prone to a gentle temperament, found himself yielding in the face of her stubborn emotions. He snatched a towel and placed it over her leg. "It's just a car." After a brief pause, he added, "What transpired tonight was my oversight. I shall provide you with an explanation." "Nonet, Wen Ning retorted. "Whether or not there is an explanation holds no practical significance for me. If you genuinely feel remorse, you know what I desire." Only after the moment settled did the pain make its presence known. A fine rain began to patter down. Not far away, Xiao Zhong, who was smoking beneath an eave, called out, "Miss Wen, are you all right?" As he spoke, a man's hand swiftly reached for the car door ahead of her. The warmth of Xie Zhiyu's palm briefly rested on the back of her hand before he withdrew it. He draped his suit jacket over her head. "How will you manage alone without a phone or money? Xiao Zhong will take you." Chapter 37. Inseparable. After sending Wen Ning away, Xie Zhiyu finally boarded a taxi. When he instructed the driver to take him to the casino, the driver responded nonchalantly, "At this hour. Planning to play all night?" Xie Zhiyu lazily closed his eyes. "Indeed. Just passing the time." "Is your girlfriend not stopping you?" The driver remarked. "Mine certainly wouldn't he allow it. Last time I played a couple of hands of baccarat, I was scolded for 5 days, and there were even threats of divorce." Xie Zhiyu mused, gazing at the taillights disappearing in the rearview mirror, smiling faintly, without further comment. The taxi did not stop at the main entrance, but rather entered the parking lot through a side gate at Xie Zhiyu's request. He paid the fare and directly ascended through the small entrance. Upon hearing of the incident that night, Zhong had already cut his leave short and was now waiting for him at the elevator. "Brother Yu, one is the youngest son of the Li family, and the other is his follower, surnamed Wang. They often associate with Miss He." "Understood." Xie Zhiyu tilted his head, and soon someone sheltered him from the wind. Offering a cigarette, he held it between his lips, speaking as the cigarette tip moved with his mouth, exuding a languid demeanor. "Have you greeted the 2 young masters?" Zhong nodded. "They will arrive shortly." "No rush." Xie Zhiyu waved his hand dismissively. He exhaled a puff of smoke as he entered the office. His long legs sprawled across the desk. "Zhong, you'll still be going with her tomorrow." "Understood, brother Yu." As the cigarette slowly burned down to his fingers, Xie Zhiyu added, "Inseparable." In the past, when Xie Zhiyu had yet to attain his current status, another confidant managed the establishment for the He family. The saying goes that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and thus one sees Xie Zhiyu as a thorn in his side, often secretly trying to trip him up. Zhong recalls that during their fiercest confrontations, Xie Zhiyu's personal safety was frequently under threat. Yet even then, he never demanded constant vigilance. All along, Zhong had perceived Xie Zhiyu's attitude towards life and death as somewhat indifferent, as if life were merely a continuous battle against monsters and an accidental demise posed no consequence. One simply returns to fight anew. This indifference momentarily vanished in that fleeting instant, revealing a more human side, reminiscent of when he had saved Zhong and taken him under his wing. Zhong was ever obedient. When Xie Zhiyu commanded him to stay close, he did not waver. However, prior to that, with a tinge of concern, Zhong inquired, "Brother Yu, with both young masters being entertained tonight, do you think the Li family will come knocking?" Xie Zhiyu, shrouded in wisps of blue smoke, inhaled deeply before extinguishing his cigarette. This gathering was precisely intended to invite them for a meal. What is there to fear? And what of Miss He? Might she wish to report them to Mr. He? Xie Zhiyu replied coolly, "I would rather fear her silence." In the span of a few exchanged words, footsteps echoed down the corridor, a cacophony of disarray merging into a tumultuous clamor. As the door swung open, 2 bruised figures emerged. The foremost, a young master of the Li family, still brimming with defiance, opened his mouth to speak. "Xie." A gust of wind rushed past, and with a thud, he found himself silenced. Leaning back in his chair, Xie Zhiyu casually crossed his legs, tossing a dart playfully in his hand. Doesn't young masterly wish to applaud my accuracy? Damn you, Xie. The door reverberated ominously as the young master lowered his head. Realizing a second dart had embedded itself in his denim, narrowly missing a far more sensitive area. Still cursing? Xie Zhiyu inquired leisurely. The two were escorted to the sofa, firmly held in place by bodyguards. Finally, Xie Zhiyu uncrossed his legs, rising while rolling up his sleeves, approaching the sofa. What has happened to your faces? You two look quite unsightly. The young master remained silent, spitting onto the floor. A nearby bodyguard interjected. The young master's vehicle was in poor condition, and out of concern, we attempted to help them escape. They insisted on following the car for 2 laps. And then? Xie Zhiyu asked with genuine interest. The bodyguard proclaimed with sincerity, they fell. Quite severely. As Xie Zhiyu adjusted his trousers and sat beside the coffee table, he noted the haste outside had left him no time to speak. Is there anyone among you who wishes to clarify tonight's events? The Li young master, emboldened by his connections, held his head high. However, another wealthy scion, surnamed Wang, could not withstand the pressure, wailing, we were merely out with Miss He today. She insisted on showing them some color. I only sought to curry favor with the He family. I meant no harm, truly. Oh. To curry favor, Xie Zhiyu nodded. So, you deemed it necessary to offend me. Is that correct? No, Mr. Xie. I never intended to offend you. Then what does it mean to touch my woman? Xie Zhiyu narrowed his eyes, questioning. Are you toying with me? The young man, tears streaming down his face, stammered. I was compelled. Pray, do share what you all engaged in this evening. Xie Zhiyu remarked as he playfully patted his face. If you utter even a single word less, I wouldn't hesitate to personally take you for a ride. Just moments ago outside, those individuals had been revving their engines while tugging him along with a dog leash, starting off in a manner reminiscent of a dog eating its own excrement. He had been thrown about in such a disarray that he dared not allow Xie Zhiyu to personally intervene. Perhaps, no, Xie Zhiyu would have been even more reckless. He disregarded the need to wipe his nose and recounted everything he had witnessed regarding Wen Ning at the bar that evening. After listening, Xie Zhiyu chuckled enigmatically. Is that all? Nothing more? Truly, nothing at all. Ah Zhong, Xie Zhiyu rose to stretch his limbs. Bring my car over. Upon hearing that Xie Zhiyu intended to warm up the vehicle, the individual was struck with panic. I'll grant you one opportunity. Xie Zhiyu's patience began to wane. Whoever finishes speaking may leave immediately.
Evil.
The man hastily glanced at young Masterly. It was he who instructed me to deal with Miss Wen. So she would not dare to report. He also mentioned retaining evidence, promising payment afterward, allowing him to later claim that she had consented, thus ensuring a transaction of goods for payment. Xie Zhiyu's gaze darkened. Have you finished? Yes, truly nothing else. Xie Zhiyu straightened with a cold smirk. Then you are indeed not wronged. The other party, still bewildered by the implication, was suddenly met with a sharp pain in his groin, instinctively bending over. Ah. With a heavy stomp of his shoe, Xie Zhiyu inquired, do you still wish to proceed? The anguished cries reverberated in the ears of all present, with some even clutching their own groins, instinctively stepping back. After finishing, Xie Zhiyu patted his face. I keep my word. Now you may leave. Chapter 38. Xie Zhiyu's Woman. Some news within the circle spreads with the swiftness of wings. The tale of the Wang family's sole heir being rushed to the hospital to have his testicles removed emerged in numerous versions. Each rendition varied greatly. Yet one fact remained unchanged. This incident was inextricably linked to Xie Zhiyu. The Li family, initially amused by the gossip, soon found themselves gripped by terror upon realizing their youngest son had not returned home all night. It was known that the day prior, he had mentioned being with the Wang heir. Mrs. Li, burdened by the disappointment of her eldest son, had placed all her hopes on this youngest child. Perhaps due to excessive pampering, the boy's character had grown increasingly erratic. Throughout his life, he had either been coddled or cleaned up after. Had it not been for their affluent status, such matters would have long spiraled out of control. Upon hearing the news, Mrs. Li nearly fainted. Her eldest son had become a complete wreck due to being ensnared in gambling schemes. Now, the family's enterprises avoided him, fearing he would squander their wealth at the gaming tables. As for the youngest, although he maintained a cordial relationship with the He family, the Li family remained vigilant, wary of the past mistakes. Upon hearing that her youngest son was with Xie Zhiyu, Mrs. Li nearly collapsed. As the servants assisted her, her first words were, "Has he gone gambling?" According to the messenger, it seemed otherwise. Only then did Mrs. Li's heart settle slightly. When they arrived at the venue, the Li family remained uncertain of what awaited them. Today, Mr. He received 3 phone calls. During the first call, the caller was quite assertive, but Mr. He did not answer. The servant informed them that he was resting. When the second call was made, it was still the servant who responded. Suddenly, Mr. Li began to sense a deeper implication. With the land grant now approved, the He family had unexpectedly discovered that the Li family had another agreement with the local gentry. The same piece of meat was being divided among 2 or 3 parties. The difference may seem insignificant, but it ultimately depended on the willingness of those consuming the meat. Clearly, the He family was now dissatisfied. By the time the third call was placed, Mr. Li's demeanor had softened somewhat, displaying a hint of deference. Unfortunately, he was once again met with the polite yet distant voice of the servant. I apologize, Mr. Li, but Mr. He is currently receiving guests. I will convey your message later. This was a clear indication that they would not assist him in broaching the subject of Xie Zhiyu, and it even implied a tacit approval of Xie Zhiyu's actions. That evening, Xie Zhiyu was hosting a gathering. Upon entering the private room, Mr. Li found Xie Zhiyu already present. Rather than occupying the main seat, he lounged on a nearby sofa, casually playing with a cigar. One could not deny that his appearance was striking. His demeanor, though relaxed, exuded an effortless charisma. He possessed not the refined airs of a wealthy heir, but rather a streetwise bravado, reminiscent of a wolf that had not been tamed, necessitating utmost caution in his presence. As Mr. Li entered, Xie Zhiyu slowly lowered his legs. It's been a while since we gathered, Mr. Li, he remarked, his smile more disconcerting than his earlier lack of expression. Mr. Li's eyelids flickered, while Mrs. Li, disregarding decorum, rushed forward, inquiring about Li Duo. Why the haste, Mrs. Li? Xie Zhiyu replied with a tone that danced between amusement and sarcasm. Am I going to devour young Master Li? He then turned to his attendants, instructing them to fetch Li Duo. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li hurriedly glanced towards the entrance. Xie Zhiyu, unfazed, blocked her view. No need to rush. We have plenty of time to enjoy this meal. To complement the leisurely pace, they had surprisingly chosen French cuisine for the evening. The lengthy courses, from appetizers to desserts, only heightened the diner's impatience. Throughout the meal, Mrs. Li cast anxious glances towards the door, her restlessness palpable. Mr. Li, exhibiting greater composure, gently patted her hand, reassuring her. From beginning to end, it was only Xie Zhiyu who appeared to be genuinely engaged with his meal. He wielded his knife and fork with carefree abandon, selecting whichever utensil he pleased. Yet, despite his nonchalant manner, he managed to avoid any awkwardness. Several pairs of ears waited in silence for him to speak. Finally, after finishing the last dessert, he placed his cutlery down with a decisive clatter, instantly drawing the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Li. The man picked up a napkin to dab his lips, revealing a look of distaste. Too sweet. Mr. Li shot a glance at the waiter, who promptly rushed to settle the bill. Observing this, Xie Zhiyu rinsed his mouth with champagne, saying, as the host, how could I allow Mr. Li to bear the expense? It is only proper, Mr. Li replied, taking a deep breath. Now that we have dined, Mr. Xie, will you not summon Li Duo? At this, Xie Zhiyu turned his head, frowning as he addressed his subordinates. What is taking so long? Why is it that young Master Li is not here yet? It's not our fault, brother Yu. Young Master Li won't allow us in. Think of a solution. Xie Zhiyu urged, tapping his forehead with annoyance. Then turning toward the Li family with an apologetic tone, I am sorry for the inconvenience. My staff is simply lacking in understanding. The attendant approached with the order and whispered a few words into Mr. Li's ear. Mr. Li's expression shifted slightly. Perhaps we should go and greet them ourselves. Is it appropriate? Mr. Xie replied, feigning reluctance, yet he rose without hesitation. Upon his movement, the 2 members of the Li family immediately followed suit. Once they entered the private room, the 2 were led along without any say. Mrs. Li, oblivious to the intricate business dealings at play, immediately expressed her discontent as soon as Mr. Xie departed. Why can't we just let Mr. He give him a good lesson? What does this mean? Putting on airs in front of us? Silence. Mr. Li interjected sternly. What did I say that was incorrect? He is nothing but a pawn of the He family. I said silence. The air grew tense for a moment, and Mrs. Li pouted in grievance. If it weren't for Li Duo being present, I wouldn't endure this humiliation. You dare mention him. You've spoiled him to the point of lawlessness. Mr. Li lowered his voice. I just sent someone to inquire. Do you know what he did last night? What could he possibly do? Mrs. Li huffed. He nearly got into a scuffle with that young man from the Wang family over Mr. Xie's woman. Him? Do you not grasp what this dinner signifies? Mr. Li chastised. Either we must present conditions that satisfy him, or we must concede to the He family. One side must be willing to let this matter slide for it to come to fruition. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li turned pale. You must not neglect Li Duo. Chapter 39, my child. Wen Ning felt utterly despondent throughout the day. Aside from languishing in her room, she ventured out only once to the elevator to retrieve a newly purchased phone. After inserting the SIM card and transferring her data, the first thing she did was search for the phone numbers of the two students, Wen Tong, 0659 2187. These two suffixes bore no relation to the numbers in Mr. Xie's call records. The trail had come to a standstill. Either these two students were not the individual she sought, or Mr. Xie had never used that phone to contact them. The situation remained stagnant for her, a frustrating impasse. Weary, she closed her eyes. In a daze, she heard a knock at the door. Slowly, Wen Ning climbed out of bed and summoned her energy. Who is it? Wen Xini's voice called from outside. Wen Ning. Someone is looking for you. The only acquaintances she had on the island were her aunt's family, and she could not think of who might be seeking her. Could it be Mr. Xie? That thought quickly flitted away, dismissed. If Mr. Xie wanted to see her, he would simply call. She checked her phone, no missed calls, no new messages. After changing into a fresh outfit, she entered the living room, where a guest dressed as an elegant lady was already engaged in conversation with Wen Xini, her voice sounding unfamiliar. Wen Ning approached. Aunt. Although Wen Xini was puzzled, she replied, Mrs. Li has some time today and said she wanted to speak with you. Mrs.
Li.
Wen Ning observed the well-dressed lady on the sofa, and she truly did not believe they shared a rapport conducive to conversation. Mrs. Li approached her with warmth. Taking her hand, Miss Wen, I felt a connection with you the last time we met. Would you mind having a private chat with me? Flattery without cause is often suspect. Wen Ning thought, slipping her hand away discreetly. I am not very familiar with the customs of the island. Perhaps it would be best to have my aunt present as well. Fearing that Wen Ning might encounter difficulties, Wen Xini promptly took a seat, suggesting, let us enjoy some of the new tea I purchased. The two of them, aunt and niece, engaged in their leisurely conversation, while Mrs. Li, on the other hand, could hardly afford to wait. Wen Xini raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you referring to Wen Ning? The implications of her words were profound, rendering the living room momentarily silent. Wen Ning pondered, realizing that the helmeted man from yesterday, whom Xie Zhiyu had referred to as young Master Li, belonged to the household of this very Mrs. Li. Meanwhile, Wen Xini's mind was racing with two other thoughts. Wen Ning, Li Duo? Wen Ning, Xie Zhiyu. Amidst her chaotic musings, she discreetly sipped her tea. What did Mrs. Li's visit signify? We are family friends. I believe we should keep matters simple, Mrs. Li asserted imperiously. It would be best if Miss Wen could clarify things with Mr. Xie sooner rather than later. Had she known this matter would arise, she would have dismissed her aunt beforehand. Wen Ning, overhearing, felt overwhelmed. She had no desire for her family to discover her relationship with Xie Zhiyu. The complications were numerous, requiring explanations that could trace back to the dawn of creation. Frustrated, she closed her eyes momentarily. The social dynamics among the affluent women of the island were such that when Mrs. Li spoke, her aunt would likely shift her allegiance towards her. Even though she believed Li Duo deserved the reprimand from Xie Zhiyu, she felt compelled by reality to acquiesce, lifting burdens only to set them down gently. Compromise was familiar territory for her, having experienced it extensively in the capital. Moreover, being on the island, she ought to avoid causing her aunt any trouble. Wen Ning sikhet. If this is about that matter, if it were truly that straightforward, how could it be so simple? Suddenly, her eyes flew open, disbelief flooding her gaze as she looked at Wen Xini. Wait a moment. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. However, Wen Xini paid her no mind and launched into a tirade against Mrs. Li. Perhaps it was the first time she had displayed such formidable presence. Her rapid-fire remarks left Mrs. Li unable to interject. My child is in the right, she asserted, and it is only fitting that your family offers an apology. The pressure of Wen Xini's words suppressed Mrs. Li's arrogance. Though displeased, she could only swallow her indignation when considering her son, who was detained by Xie Zhiyu. Madam Chen, I understand your feelings. Might you extend some understanding towards mine? If you are amenable to resolving this matter amicably with Mr. Xie, I will certainly have Li Duo come and apologize. Wen Xini covertly rolled her eyes at the notion of willingness being dictated by the victim's perspective. She patted Wen Ning's hand and moved aside. Seizing the moment, Wen Ning followed suit. As the sliding door closed, The tea room transformed into an enclosed space. With her arms crossed, Wen Ning questioned, "Why did you not mention being bullied yesterday? Aren't you going to inquire about my relationship with Xie Zhiyu?" Hesitating momentarily, Wen Ning pressed her lips together. "Aunt, I also injured the other party. He had brought it upon himself. Do not worry. I will support you in this matter. We shall cover the medical expenses for any injuries caused." As she spoke, Wen Ning gently patted Wen Ning's arm, then reached for her waist, asking, "Is everything else all right?" "Yes, I am fine. Are you sure you are unhurt?" Wen Ning inquired, her concern evident. Wen Ning nodded emphatically, finally revealing a smile for the first time that day. "I am truly unharmed. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive." In truth, Wen Ning had not yet devised a story. Fabricating on the spot could lead to endless repercussions, as inconsistencies would inevitably surface. She twisted her fingers, her eyes reflecting a rare moment of confusion beneath the gentle glow of the tea room's light. In the presence of her aunt, must she put on a fade? Given her aunt's kindness, should she reveal the truth? Caught in hesitation, Wen Ning approached and gently patted Wen Ning's hand. "Your affairs are not my concern, but from Auntie's perspective, Song Qingbai is a more suitable match." Wen Ning looked up, aware that Wen Ning had completely misunderstood. The fabricated narrative had persisted for so long that it had become a delicate secret, difficult to articulate. She opened her mouth but ultimately echoed Wen Ning's words, saying, "Understood."
Aunt.
Contemplating Mrs. Li outside, Wen Ning lowered her voice. "Will I cause you trouble?" Did she truly believe her aunt would flatter her? Wen Ning relaxed her shoulders, seemingly exhausted, as if declaring, "I shall not indulge this any longer." Chapter 40. What about me? If the direct approach fails, then a gentler one shall be employed. Mrs. Li had thought this way before her arrival. However, she did not anticipate that the two would emerge from the tea room and immediately issue her a dismissal. Momentarily at a loss, Mrs. Li protested, "Madam Chen, this is rather impolite, don't you think? Our families should maintain rapport. I have extended you ample courtesy. If you are unwilling to assist with this small matter, what future do we have? What courtesy? Before I married into your family from the island, others regarded me with favor," Wen Ning retorted, her demeanor shifting as she cast aside the constraints. "Let me be clear, even if you spoke until dawn, my family will not assist you in appealing to Mr. Xie. You." Mrs. Li was left speechless. "Feel free to take your leave," Wen Ning turned away, engaging the servants in conversation. "Oh, by the way, that beautiful diamond bracelet I promised you?" The servant gasped in delight. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li's face darkened, nearly turning to ink. She had not anticipated that her words from days prior would resurface in such a context. "Just wait," she declared, slamming the door behind her. "Aunt, are you truly all right?" Wen Ning inquired anxiously, eyeing the door. Wen Ning pinched the bridge of her nose. "She holds little sway at home. Offending her will have no significant repercussions. Previously, we maintained a fade for the sake of both families, so there is no cause for concern. If all was indeed well, her finely arched brows would not be so tightly knit." Wen Ning pondered, realizing she had inadvertently brought trouble upon her aunt. "Are you busy?" Deleted. Xie Zhiyu. "Is Li Duo still with you?" Deleted. "Are you available to speak now?" After this message, Wen Ning settled by the window, clutching her phone. From her high vantage point, the city sprawled endlessly before her, the bustling thoroughfare leading directly to the casino under Xie Zhiyu's management. She wondered if he was there tonight, as she sat cross-legged on the bay window, idly waiting. In the private room, Mr. Li had long since grown impatient. The negotiations were at an impasse. He was reluctant to part with the land in Southeast Asia, nor could he relinquish his son, despite his flaws, who carried the Li family lineage. The lack of response from Mrs. Li suggested that their efforts were in vain. The fine cigar lost its flavor in his mouth. Glancing at Xie Zhiyu seated opposite him, Mr. Li adopted an exceedingly troubled expression. "Mr. Xie, you are in this line of work. You must understand. Without local gang protection, it is exceedingly difficult to sustain business. They desire their share, and we cannot deny them." Xie Zhiyu remained unyielding. "I understand the reasoning, yet I must reiterate my stance. We are entitled to the promised dividends. If I were to compensate Mr. He for the dividends previously agreed upon, would you then allow Li Duo to leave?" The answer was, of course, negative. Mr. Li was on the verge of rising to vocally reprimand him. After calming himself, he inquired, "What more do you desire?" "I must consult with my family's unfortunate victim. If she is unwilling." Xie Zhiyu elongated his tone, feigning helplessness. "Don't be deceived by my demeanor. I have a profound fear of my wife." Mr. Li inhaled deeply. Very well. You may inquire. Finally, he felt compelled to add, please extend my apologies to that young lady. Xie Zhiyu gradually retrieved his mobile device. Glancing at the screen, he noticed a new message. Are you available to speak now? He tapped the screen twice in a blank space. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if the person reaching out might be interceding on behalf of Li Duo. He dialed the number. After a few beeps, Wen Ning's voice resonated through the receiver. Xie Zhiyu. Present. Is Li Duo still with you? Wen Ning's question was met with a momentary silence. As she bit her lip, revealing her discomfort. Not exactly. How is your leg faring? The abrupt shift in topic nearly left Wen Ning at a loss. And your hand? The abrasions require time to heal. Thanks to you, it has not become infected. The image of her shivering under the dim light from last night lingered in his mind. She had been cold and terrified. Now, as she spoke to him in soft tones, her words took on an awkward rigidity. Was it truly so challenging to utter its nothing? Must she append it with thanks to you, thus shattering the atmosphere entirely? Xie Zhiyu's voice turned grave. So this call is solely to inquire about Li Duo? He slowed his pace, glancing elsewhere. Your kindness may not be appreciated by others. I merely wish to avoid causing trouble for my aunt, Wen Ning replied. I am aware of the boundaries in this matter. Xie Zhiyu nodded. If you truly wish to know, I shall call you later. Wait. Wen Ning urgently interrupted. They will not make things difficult for my aunt, correct? Certainly not. Receiving this assurance, Wen Ning exhaled in relief. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, he unexpectedly asked, and what about me?
What?
Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. The fleeting words he had uttered seemed like an illusion. After a brief pause, she awaited further elaboration. Doubt crept in as she straightened her back. What did you just say? His gaze drifted through the glass window, captivated by the city's opulence. Xie Zhiyu seemed to sense an intangible scrutiny, lazily lifting his eyelids. After a moment, they descended once more. I said I would call you once I finish my tasks. He hung up abruptly. Returning to the sofa, he maintained his impeccably composed demeanor. Mr. Li, you are fortunate, Mr. Li remarked. Having listened to the previous call with bated breath, fearing a reversal of fortune, he hurriedly added, thank you to that young lady for her kindness. Let us proceed with signing the contract, Xie Zhiyu replied in a subdued tone. The land in Southeast Asia had been secured as promised. Xie Zhiyu was adept at maximizing benefits. From the moment Li Duo fell into his hands, he had meticulously devised plans for utilizing him. Now that the primary matters were concluded, it was time to settle personal scores. Uncertain whether young master, Li, has endured. Xie Zhiyu rolled up the contract and tapped it lightly in his palm. Let us go meet young master Li. Chapter 41. The Perverse. It had been a full day and night since Li Duo was confined to this room. For a complete 24 hours, meals and water had been delivered to him. And even when he craved a cigarette, it was brought to his doorstep. His treatment hardly resembled that of a prisoner. Li Duo struggled to steady his trembling hands, but moments later, his body began to quiver anew. Damn it, it hurts. That perverse Xie Zhiyu. In the circles Li Duo frequented, it was not uncommon for the audacious and flamboyant to seek personal physicians for modifications. For instance, the Wang family's self-styled dragon playing with pearls. Li Duo had witnessed such occurrences before. He just never imagined he would experience it himself one day. What that scoundrel Xie Zhiyu had done to him was beyond comprehension. Every sensation was excruciating, as if needles were viciously piercing the most sensitive areas beneath his skin. A torment that could be likened to being shot by 1,000 arrows. He forced himself to prop up his upper body, an action that, though simple, left him breathless. A wave of sharp pain coursed through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, pushing him to the brink of fury. Damn it! Li Duo pounded the bed with all his might. The soft mattress absorbed his rage silently, rendering his blows soundless, yet amplifying his frustration. The enormous 75-inch television continued its relentless broadcast, displaying entwined bodies that made his scalp tingle. Damn it, he felt it again. The pain was overwhelming, leaving him utterly diminished. Two conflicting thoughts swirled in his mind and body, akin to being suspended on a thrill ride, oscillating wildly between ecstasy and despair. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Li Duo writhed in agony. Just as he began to feel a slight relief, the intensity on the screen escalated. And he was assaulted by yet another wave of sensation. Sharp needles pricked at his most vulnerable spots. Li Duo cried out, "Ah!" His piercing scream resonated down the corridor. Mr. Li quickened his pace, exclaiming, "What are you doing to Li Duo?" Xie Zhiyu also heard the cry. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting that after more than 10 hours, the young master would still be unable to control himself. Could it be that he was actually enjoying this? With that thought, a complex expression crossed Xie Zhiyu's face as he slightly curled his lips. Beside him, Mr. Li had lost his composure, sprinting the last few paces to the door, banging on it with fervor. Li Duo? There was a brief moment of silence inside.
Dad?
Li Duo wailed. Damn that Xie Zhiyu. You must help me deal with him this time. I want him dead. Xie Zhiyu crossed his arms, smirking. Tsk. Is it really appropriate to say that in front of me? Mr. Li, infuriated, kicked the door with force. You reckless fool. Be quiet. A bodyguard hurried over to consult Xie Zhiyu. Xie Zhiyu gestured with his chin toward the door. With a click, the door swung open, and Li Duo tumbled out,
Clutching the phantom pain.
Dad, you need to find me a doctor, quickly. Mr. Li steadied him and scanned him from head to toe. Aside from the bruises on his nose and eyes, everything else appeared normal. As he contemplated looking further down, Li Duo had already grasped his arm, exclaiming, Dad, hurry. Our Li family is in jeopardy. Xie Zhiyu remained composed, remarking, Young Master Li certainly enjoys jesting. Everything seems to be quite all right. Ultimately, concerned for his son's safety, Mr. Li hurriedly summoned assistance. Quick, to the hospital. After a chaotic night, the next day dawned with tranquility. Days passed until the 3rd and 4th, when Chen Yuejiao, hearing whispers in their circles, rushed to find Wen Ning. Sister, big news. For the past few days, Xie Zhiyu had not reached out to her. During this time, Wen Ning had inquired once with Zhong, who reassured her that since Xie Zhiyu had explicitly stated it, whatever transpired subsequently would not affect the Wen and Shin families. This remark left Wen Ning feeling strangely unsettled, as if something were suspended in the air without a point of resolution. After a moment of silence, she ventured to ask, What about Xie Zhiyu? Zhong, taken aback, replied, Brother Yu is prudent in his actions. He won't leave any handles for others to grasp. Is this merely a matter of handles? After offending someone, there is always a reckoning. Had he never contemplated a future where his influence wanes? She felt she was not in a position to worry about Xie Zhiyu. Thus, the days passed in a daze until, at that moment, Chen Yuejiao burst into the room, shouting about breaking news. Wen Ning was startled. Although you might not recognize the individuals involved, it's a rarity worth sharing. With her legs crossed, Chen Yuejiao entered gossip mode. In our circle, there are 2 men who are quite roguish and enjoy toying with women. But that's not the crux. The key is these 2 somehow managed to offend Xie Zhiyu. Upon mentioning Xie Zhiyu's name, Chen Yuejiao glanced at Wen Ning, emphasizing, Xie Zhiyu. Yes, I know him.
Wen Ning nodded.
She had explained her injuries as a result of a slippery fall at her doorstep during the rain. Chen Yuejiao accepted this, without question. Failing to connect the incident to Xie Zhiyu, she continued animatedly, one of them, surnamed Wang, reportedly suffered a severe injury and had to undergo emergency surgery that night. When I asked others how it happened, they all claimed ignorance, only knowing he was taken from the casino straight to the hospital. Wen Ning acknowledged. Chen Yuejiao gasped, covering an imaginary part of her body, and then there's another fellow, surnamed Li, who is even more outrageous. He apparently emerged from Xie Zhiyu's vicinity, felt unwell, and was sent to the hospital. After a barrage of examinations, they found nothing physically wrong, yet he simply could not perform. Wen Ning accidentally choked, coughing lightly.
Chen Yuejiao,
believing her wording too crude, corrected herself. Oh, let me rephrase. This fellow, he, isn't functioning properly, showing no response to anything. I heard it might be an excessive stimulus that led to some psychological issues. Completely ineffective. To assure Wen Ning of the authenticity, Chen Yuejiao pulled up her gossip group chat, pointing to a message that read, He has been treated for days with no improvement, unable to perform. Then, she indicated another message berating him. He deserves it. This man previously flaunted his wealth and power, playing with numerous women. How disgraceful. The finger glided over the sausage-shaped text, and Chen Yuejiao momentarily fell silent. Wen Ning's tone rose inquisitively. Let us not dwell on that, Chen Yuejiao replied. After all, it's merely a curse. They scrolled through the chat history extensively. Embracing her knees, Wen Ning listened and suddenly inquired, Is there nothing about Xie Zhiyu?
Xie Zhiyu?
Chen Yuejiao paused. The one with the surname Wang hasn't dared to speak out. Yet the one with the surname Li incessantly declares he wants to eliminate Xie Zhiyu, frantically ranting in every group, wishing for a mutual downpour of demise. Chen Yuejiao mumbled. As she pieced together this information, When Ning realized something significant, Xie Zhiyu's assurance that the turmoil would not reach her or her aunt stemmed from his own solitary acceptance of the animosity. During their phone conversation that day, his seemingly benevolent words were entirely directed at others, effectively distancing her from the situation. Even if the Li family harbored resentment, they would consider her past intercessions and set her aside. The torrent of hatred would solely surge towards Xie Zhiyu.
Since that day,
Xie Zhiyu had ceased all communication with her. When Ning abruptly sprang up from the window seat, Chen Yuejiao, startled, asked, "What's wrong? Is there an earthquake?" Realizing an urgent matter, Wen Ning grasped her phone and dashed into the restroom. "I need to make a call." Chapter 42. Thinking of you. Determined to call Xie Zhiyu, Wen Ning found herself at a loss for words. However, the call had already been initiated, leaving no room for retreat. She hesitated, clutching her phone. As she awaited the concluding tone, the call was finally answered. Xie Zhiyu's cool voice resonated from the receiver. "Missing me?" His words abruptly shifted the dynamics. Wen Ning now possessed ample justification to hang up. Her finger hovered over the disconnect button as the voice on the other end receded slightly and the cacophony of background noise rushed in. He must have covered the microphone. Turning to speak to someone nearby, "Quiet down, my girlfriend is calling." He was with someone, still requiring her to play along in the charade. She pondered what a girlfriend might typically say in such a scenario. After a prolonged contemplation yielding no fruitful response, she finally blurted out, "What are you up to?" "What did you ask?" When Ning leaned forward with intent. "My girlfriend is calling." "Missing me?" "Oh, so that was it." How utterly mundane. Uncertain if the person on the other end could hear her, she stiffly pulled at the corner of her mouth. Thinking of you, to the point of dying." An exaggerated sigh emanated from the other side. Xie Zhiyu moved away slightly, ensuring he was not disturbed. Leaning against the window, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, deftly extracting the last one. "What's the reason for your call? Must there always be a purpose when lovers reach out to one another?" Couldn't a simple thought suffice to sustain an aimless conversation throughout the day? His inquiry felt strangely peculiar. When Ning heard the sound of the lighter flint wheel grinding, as the surrounding clamor seemed to fade into the distance. Still uncertain of the circumstances on his end, she opted for a safe topic. "You mentioned calling me that day, but you never did." Xie Zhiyu paused in his action of holding the cigarette. "Is that why?" When Ning thought to herself, this is rather dismal. There existed no semblance of mutual understanding between them, their wavelengths utterly misaligned. Her gaze wandered aimlessly until it suddenly landed on the date displayed on the mirror's LCD screen, an epiphany striking her. "Are you still picking up your clothes?" "What clothes?" Xie Zhiyu inquired. "Did you not mention needing me to accompany you to retrieve the finished garments?" When Ning replied emphatically, "It's February 14th. Have you truly forgotten?" This statement was clearly not directed at her. Xie Zhiyu, lost in thought, nodded slightly, then removed the cigarette from his lips, pinching it between his fingers with a smile. "No wonder I'm being scolded." This remark deliberately confirmed the content of their earlier phone conversation, and when Ning could only sense the laughter growing louder. He was indeed in a position where speaking was inconvenient. Just as she contemplated suggesting they forgo it, Xie Zhiyu unexpectedly regained the initiative. "I'm coming to pick you up now."
"Huh?"
When Ning was taken aback. "Stay where you are," Xie Zhiyu reiterated. "I'm coming to get you right now." As he hung up, he reached for the coat draped over the sofa, only for someone to press it down first. He Huan smiled at him. "Are you really leaving?" He Huan's smile faded as he turned his gaze to the other side. You don't go too far." In the corner, she sat quietly, her mood dismal, her nose tinged with red. It was unclear whether it was due to the earlier phone call or the reprimand she received after reporting to the Yellen Villa. Either way, both circumstances made this lofty young lady feel aggrieved and embarrassed. Seizing the opportunity to vent to her brother, she was instead compelled to listen to his affectionate phone call. She felt as though her heart was suffocated by a sponge saturated with water, rendering her speechless. The coffee here was utterly unpalatable, and her attention was far from the beverage. Her peripheral vision discreetly focused on the man before her. It was merely his height and long legs, broad shoulders and narrow waist and slightly handsome features. Where could one find a similar counterpart? She thought to herself, yet her gaze remained fixed. He looked exceptionally good in a black shirt, his shoulder line straight, his waist tapering elegantly, and when he moved, his form exuded a crisp fluidity. What was even more captivating was the combination of his features and charisma, an alluring charm that young girls her age found irresistible. Since the first time he appeared beside He Huan, she had taken note of him. Over the years, he had ascended to his current status, and her family tacitly acknowledged that he would accompany her in the future. She clenched her fingers tightly, waves of grievance washing over her. This time, reporting to Yellen Villa did not yield the comfort she had anticipated. Instead, she was summoned to the study alone. Her father, who usually doted on her, abruptly asked, "Was it you who instigated the matter between the Wang and Li families?" She was bewildered. What did they do? What did they do? They nearly incited discord among my most reliable subordinates. Upon learning the details, she was left astounded. No, father, I didn't make them do that. I merely harbored a dislike for Miss Wen and wanted to show her some consequences. I meant just to give her a warning. A warning, mister, he scoffed coldly. If anything were to happen to that Miss Wen on Aodao, our family would jeopardize several significant trades still in the pipeline. Fortunately, Xie Zhiyu was meticulous in his dealings. Not only did he avoid any rift with the He family, but he also seized the opportunity to acquire land in Southeast Asia. With Xie Zhiyu by her side, one could indeed rest easy. It was precisely for this reason that Mr. He had previously considered making Xie Zhiyu a member of his family, to avoid the uncertainties that time might bring. Unfortunately, she found herself unable to rein him in, as he possessed his own aspirations. As for whether Xie Zhiyu and Miss Wen were genuinely involved, the He family would not interfere. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, the He family could derive corresponding benefits from the situation. Remaining invulnerable was the path a businessman ought to pursue. She's romantic sentiments were merely met with mild reprimands. Of course, she could not grasp these complexities. She merely understood that since childhood, she had borne the title of a favored daughter, yet in reality, she had no stake in the family business. Many families had kept a watchful eye on her growth, hoping to forge an alliance with the He family through her. She was acutely aware that she was but a pawn. Yet, even a pawn deserves to be placed in the hands of the finest player, does it not? Chapter 43. The lipstick mark. Wen Ning had been waiting at home for over an hour. In such a small place as Aodao, it took merely 30 to 40 minutes to circle the city. As time dragged on without a sign of him, she began to suspect that Xie Zhiyu might be toying with her. She leaned against the window until she finally spotted a black Maybach slowly entering the community. In the next moment, her phone buzzed. "Xie Zhiyu, come down." As she stepped out of her room, she collided with Chen Yuejiao, who was also heading out. Chen Yuejiao exclaimed, "Sister, are you going out too?" "Yes, are you going to the band?" "Yeah, want to join?" Clearly, that would not be possible. She pressed the button for the basement for Chen Yuejiao, while she herself pressed for the first floor. However, Chen Yuejiao reached out and cancelled the basement option. "It's hard to park over there. My taxi is here." There was no helping it. Fate would align them as it would. The elevator reached the first floor. Chen Yuejiao, stepping lightly, asked her, "Sister, are you going shopping?" "Sort of," Wen Ning replied. "I can accompany you shopping." "You aren't going alone, are you?" "I could join after my band practice next time." "Not alone." Wen Ning gestured towards the black car in the corridor. "Xie Zhiyu." Chen Yuejiao fell silent, nearly tripping over her own feet. She articulated each word slowly. "You." And Xie Zhiyu, shopping. Each word was familiar, yet their combination felt peculiar. Chen Yuejiao murmured, "I must be hearing things." Just then, Xie Zhiyu stepped out of the back door. Dressed in black, with his collar casually undone as if it had been pulled, he stood with an effortless elegance. Despite her shock at the thought of her sister shopping with Xie Zhiyu, Chen Yuejiao was momentarily captivated by his striking features, her worldview teetering at the brink. So handsome. Surely she doesn't lose out here, right? She watched as Wen Ning entered the car, her expression a mix of astonishment and intrigue. "Are you telling me that the fearsome Xie Zhiyu would open the car door for her sister? And gently assist her with the door frame, ensuring she wouldn't bump her head? You mean the man who had just severed ties with two scoundrels not only personally came to fetch her but also maintained an air of warmth, asking if she needed a lift to her destination? Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Chen Yuejiao, am not naive. Can I really believe this?" The Maybach sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust. Chen Yuejiao rubbed her nose and eyes. "I'm sorry. I believe it now. Do you truly not need to give Miss Chen a ride?" Xie Zhiyu turned to look at Wen Ning. Today, she wore a black cashmere coat, the cuffs and chest revealing a turquoise inner garment, making her skin appear as fair as jade. Her crimson lips were enchanting, and her black hair flowed like ink. "She wouldn't dare enter your vehicle," Wen Ning remarked, inhaling the unfamiliar scent in the air. To her, "You embody the essence of a villain." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Xie Zhiyu chuckled. "I don't recall having done anything to provoke her. News has a way of spreading on its own," Wen Ning replied, glancing at the driver, Xiao Zhong, and the co-driver, A Zhong, both of whom were familiar faces. You still haven't informed me of your dealings with Li Duo. He certainly doesn't know how to communicate properly. Wen Ning recognized this truth and crossed her arms defensively. Who can discern the truth from the rumors circulating? In the midst of the somber atmosphere, Xie Zhiyu chuckled lightly. It's not far from the truth. Not only does he lack proper communication skills, but he also carries an air of nonchalance, completely devoid of crisis awareness. Wen Ning bit her lip, holding back for a moment before she could no longer restrain herself. They don't dare to trouble you? Not bold enough, Xie Zhiyu replied. Wen Ning's frosty tone pierced through. Do they not dare now, or will they not dare in the future? Can you guarantee that you will forever hold this position without being unseated, or that the He family will always be your steadfast support? Following her words, A Zhong silently pressed down the partition in the vehicle. Xie Zhiyu reclined languidly against the seat, casting her a sidelong glance. Only you would have the audacity to speak so boldly on Ao Island. Wen Ning chose to ignore him. After a moment, Xie Zhiyu added, Thank you for your concern. Stubborn as ever. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. Only the air conditioning's gentle breeze continued to flow, stirring the stray strands of hair that had fallen by her ear. Her thick, long hair cascaded down her back like seaweed. One could only wonder what shampoo she used, as the air was infused with a tropical fruit and wood fragrance that rendered it difficult to maintain focus. A single lock dangled near his hand, just above the central armrest. Xie Zhiyu curled his index finger, entwining the strand around his fingertip. Hey, why the silence? Her striking face adopted a deliberately aloof expression. Her lips taut even from the side. There's no one else here. What are you performing for? Xie Zhiyu's hand glided along her hair, settling heavily at the nape of her neck. You were quite sweet when you called me earlier. As they exited the vehicle, everyone noticed the fresh, crimson handprint on the back of Xie Zhiyu's hand, indicating it was a recent development. A Zhong and Xiao Zhong exchanged glances, reminiscent of clandestine operatives meeting in secret. What are you staring at? Xie Zhiyu swept past them. I'll have your eyes if you keep it up. The two men fell silent, dutifully opening the door to a Feng's tailor shop. Xie Zhiyu was a regular here, while it was Wen Ning's first visit. Upon entering, she surveyed the modest 50-square-meter shop, where the walls were adorned with finished suits and shirts, all covered in protective plastic, the lower sections trailing tags with dates and names. In the center stood several work tables, cluttered with fabrics, pins, measuring tapes, and chalk, reminiscent of a traditional tailor shop. Wen Ning questioned. The clothing you mentioned is made here? What's wrong? Xie Zhiyu feigned astonishment. Have you never seen bespoke tailoring before? I have seen bespoke tailoring, but not of this sort. In recent years, every industry has undergone remarkable transformations, and it has become increasingly challenging to find such a modest tailor shop in the old alleys of the capital, even if the old sign hangs above the door. Upon entering, one is greeted by a plethora of new items, often accompanied by a studio name adorned with English lettering. When inquiring about prices, one is met with exorbitant figures. When Ning scrutinized the surroundings, pondering, isn't this merely an old tailor shop? Just then, someone squeezed through the small door, arms laden with a stack of cardboard boxes. The boxes were piled so high that the person's face was obscured, but a seasoned voice called out, Are you here? Your garments are on the top row of the east wall, third piece over. I can't manage it, so you'll have to help yourself. Xie Zhiyu responded with a casual acknowledgement and turned to hand a fork to Wen Ning. Wen Ning stood bewildered. What? Xie Zhiyu inclined his head toward the stack of boxes. Or would you prefer to help me move them? She thought to herself how considerate he was. Accepting the fork, she searched for the third piece on the first row, a black suit with subtle vertical stripes, tailored with a fitted design and a crisp collar, its stitching immaculate. If one were to nitpick, the fabric did not quite match the craftsmanship, lacking a certain luster. Confirming that the label read Xie, she tiptoed to retrieve it. The faint rustling of someone rummaging through the cardboard boxes filled the small shop. Feng Shu, if your eyesight's failing, perhaps you should stop, came a voice. These health products are of no use anyway. Are you saying I should depend on you? A gruffer voice replied. You've made it big now. So, I wouldn't bother explaining. You wouldn't understand. Fine, I don't understand. Xie Zhiyu, typically disinclined to engage in idle chatter, brushed the dust from his hands. As the boxes were stacked down, the man, referred to as Feng Shu, finally noticed the girl in the shop alongside them. He looked down, his gaze peering over the rim of his reading glasses. Oh, so you're dating now? Wen Ning remained silent, uncertain if she was expected to perform in this little shop, waiting for Xie Zhiyu to make the introductions. Accustomed to seizing opportunities, she was taken aback when Xie Zhiyu appeared to disregard the comment altogether, observing her with an almost amused expression, as if anticipating her to speak. No, Wen Ning replied. We're not even friends. Xie Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Feng Shu nodded in agreement. Since you're not even friends, I'll speak freely then. He adjusted his glasses and pointed at a smudge on Xie Zhiyu's shirt collar. Young man, remember to wipe off the lipstick before you head out. It's quite a spectacle, isn't it? Xie Zhiyu frowned and looked down. Feng Shu then shifted his gaze between the two, reveling in the drama of the moment. My eyesight is still sharp. Chapter 44. A Beauty in Embrace. Exiting Ah Feng's tailor shop, Wen Ning walked ahead while Xie Zhiyu maintained a few paces behind her. He pulled out a cigarette, hastening his steps to walk alongside her. Miss, he was just at my place. Surprised that he would mention this, Wen Ning glanced sideways. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder that a journey of less than 10 minutes took some over an hour. Her gaze drifted towards his chest, noticing the remnants of lipstick and a hint of women's perfume. With such a beauty at your side, why not indulge a little longer? What a wretched beginning. Why mention that Miss he had been at his place? Xie Zhiyu, pinching the cigarette between his fingers, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to raise it or set it down. A look of impatience crossed his brow. Had it not been for Xie's insistence before he left, he surely would not have lingered so long. Originally, relying on her slightly haughty demeanor, Xie maintained a semblance of social distance from him. Her attire was crumpled in her grasp, and he caught a whiff of the uniquely intense sweetness that belonged to women, a scent so overwhelming it made his head ache, causing tears to brim in his eyes and his irritation to mount. What are you crying about? Xie Zhiyu extended his arms to the sides, adopting a gentlemanly posture. Miss He, what are you doing? Xie, her eyes resembling those of a rabbit, reddened with emotion, declared, You are not allowed to leave today. Whether I stay or go is beyond your brother's control, Xie Zhiyu replied, his gaze lowered, the corners of his eyes forming a narrow, deep crease that conveyed a piercing intensity. His voice, heavy and somber, sent a chill down Xie's spine. She turned her gaze toward Xie, brother. I truly cannot intervene, Xie lamented. Moreover, the old man has stated that you should follow Zhiyu in such matters. Zhiyu, you too. After attempting to mediate between the two, Xie pondered whom he was truly accompanying today. Ignoring him, Xie Zhiyu spoke in a cold, unyielding tone. Will you release me or not? Xie Zhiyu. The named individual revealed a flicker of resentment in his eyes, as if he were exhausting his last reserves of patience. Miss He, while I am indeed assisting your family, you cannot seriously expect me to be treated as a mere lapdog. His words, laden with gravity, indicated his rising anger. The sharp blade that was Xie Zhiyu could not be allowed to slip from the He family's grasp, and Xie, weighing the pros and cons, stepped in to defuse the situation. Brother, that's not the intention. Shall she let go? Brother, let go, she cried, throwing herself heavily against him, likely smudging her lipstick onto his collar in the process. Despite having already dealt with it at a Feng's tailor shop, Xie Zhiyu still furrowed his brow and brushed his hand against his attire. He tossed the freshly acquired suit to a zhong and stepped over Wen Ning, who was quick to grasp the handle of the car. What do you mean by having a beauty in your arms? He queried. Literally, of course, he replied, suppressing his temper. Then I needn't go through the charade of acting with you. Wen Ning blinked innocently at him. Mr. Xie, you know this is all an act. So, why explain it to me? How peculiar. After saying this, she brushed his hand aside and prepared to enter the vehicle. But Xie Zhiyu remained as immovable as a rock. He gazed into her eyes, emphasizing each word. Your tone hardly convinces me that you are not envious.
Goodness, how could you think that?
When Ning exaggerated her expression, I simply detest waiting for others. I loathe it, utterly loathe it, with an immense passion. That is all. Mastering her expressions had been a compulsory lesson for Wen Ning since childhood, having learned much from Xie. After speaking, she displayed a standard smile and asked, Now that we have clarified everything, may I get into the car? Or are you in a foul mood and need me to call for another vehicle? Of course. That is no issue, as even playing the role of a couple necessitates some quarrels. She turned, but had yet to take a step before her wrist was seized. Get in the car, Xie Zhiyu commanded. After a visit to the tailor, the atmosphere in the back of the vehicle was strikingly different. Even a zhong, who was typically slow to catch on, noticed the shift. He exchanged glances with Xiao Zhong, who silently shrugged. Don't ask me. I have no idea. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, the two, sharing a mutual understanding, closed the partition. In the back seat, Wen Ning closed her eyes, feigning sleep upon entering the car. It was not that she was truly arguing with Xie Zhiyu, they had little to quarrel about. She simply felt a heaviness in her chest, likely due to the rapid rise in temperature that day, compounded by the oppressive weight of her cashmere coat, which made her feel uncomfortable. Had she known that this lightweight coat made of 100 pure cashmere would be deemed too heavy by her, she might have spent sleepless nights pondering the matter. After much contemplation, she concluded that it was indeed the coat's fault, prompting Wen Ning to remove it and lay it beside her. Earlier, when Miss He was present, Wen Ning surmised that Xie Zhiyu had used her as a pretext to extricate himself and leave. She cast a glance at Xie Zhiyu, who sat with an imposing demeanor, exuding a cold aura, yet his tone remained calm and unhurried. I have a private dinner to attend. Am I to accompany you? Wen Ning inquired. The man did not raise his eyes, speaking with a significant undertone. I believe you would wish to go. Wen Ning had no desire to engage in the trivial matters of the Ao Island social circle. Did her attendance have any connection to being a love child? What other reason could there be to go? It was merely a dinner. Knowing that Xie Zhiyu would not elucidate matters clearly, she refrained from asking further. Adjusting her makeup and resuming her pretense of slumber, the vehicle arrived at its destination 20 minutes later. Ah Zhong was the first to alight. Today, Xie Zhiyu had brought only Ah Zhong as his bodyguard, and the way Ah Zhong positioned himself seemed rather peculiar. Whether opening the door or making their way into the hotel, he consistently remained close to Wen Ning, no more than 5 steps behind. It seemed that following that night, Ah Zhong's protective measures towards her had intensified, and it was not difficult to guess who had given such instructions. As the air conditioning in the hotel wafted over her, the suffocating weight upon her chest considerably lightened. Wen Ning felt her steps grow lighter, prompting her to quicken her pace slightly and nonchalantly place her handbag into Xie Zhiyu's hands, a touch of gentlemanly grace. Have you two reconciled? Xie Zhiyu glanced at her sideways. Reconciled? I'm not sure. Wen Ning shrugged. The temperament of a woman is as fleeting as the wind. Xie Zhiyu chuckled softly as he pushed open the door to the private room. Before them appeared a large round table seating 24. The guests for tonight's dinner had mostly taken their places, turning their gazes toward the entrance at the sound of their arrival. Wen Ning cast a swift glance around, her eyes landing directly on Song Qingbai, seated at the guest of honor position. A fitting figure for whom she should wish to attend. Chapter 45. Private Matters. Tonight's dinner was hosted by Mr. He in honor of several wealthy businessmen from the mainland. Naturally, Song Qingbai occupied the guest of honor seat. Xie Zhiyu's place, conspicuously positioned in the center, directly facing the entrance, was evidently reserved for the main companion. The 2 seats were adjacent, marking the evening's focal point. The host was expected to arrive early, yet it was Xie Zhiyu who sauntered in, seemingly unfazed by the many eyes upon him, especially those of Song Qingbai. Wen Ning felt rooted to the spot, momentarily unable to move. What's wrong? Xie Zhiyu turned to look at her. Suddenly feeling a bit uneasy, Wen Ning confessed. Xie Zhiyu sincerely replied, in a moment, I will arrange for you to sit at the main seat beside your brother Qingbai. You won't feel uncomfortable then. Wen Ning endeavored to steady her expression, suppressing the urge to curse. The dinner had been adjusted to accommodate her presence, necessitating a secondary guest seat beside the main one. Being brought by Xie Zhiyu, even if some attendees were unaware of her identity, they would still extend her the courtesy due. No one would be so foolish as to directly question her relationship with Xie Zhiyu, for all present were well aware. As Wen Ning took her seat, others immediately beckoned the waiter to bring forth a bottle of sparkling wine, sourced from an unknown vineyard. The fruitiness is rich, the texture smooth, and the alcohol content relatively low, making it particularly suitable for women. Wen Ning expressed her gratitude and sat upright, her gaze fixed solely on a small patch of her own table. It was not that she lacked the courage to move. Rather, she feared that any motion might inadvertently lead her to meet Song Qingbai's eyes. Being present here tonight, alongside Xie Zhiyu, compounded by their previous encounter at the CAF, seemed to have left her with no room for explanation. She silently pleaded for rescue, hoping fervently that no one would seek to initiate conversation with her. Wen Ning wished to be invisible, yet someone, oblivious to her discomfort, remarked on her accent, Miss Wen speaks as if she hails from the capital. Coincidentally, Mr. Song, seated here tonight, also came from the capital. I presume the two of you are not previously acquainted? Upon hearing this, Song Qingbai merely nodded gently in her direction. He did not speak first, seemingly waiting for Wen Ning to declare whether they were familiar or not, so he could respond accordingly. Wen Ning lifted her previously lowered eyelids.
About to speak.
We are acquainted. Xie Zhiyu, resting his chin on one hand, looked at her with an unusually calm demeanor, stating, "We are old friends, aren't we?" This left others puzzled. If they were indeed old friends, why had they entered without exchanging pleasantries, even avoiding all eye contact? Some astute individuals began to piece together the situation. Old friends. Wen Ning felt a prickling sensation, wishing desperately to kick Xie Zhiyu under the table for his indiscretion. Not only had he dragged her to a gathering where Song Qingbai was present, but he seemed to relish the spectacle as well. She inhaled deeply, forcing a flawless smile. Indeed, Brother Qingbai's family has long-standing ties with mine. We have been close since childhood, a relationship not easily comparable to that of ordinary acquaintances. The underlying implications of her words were lost on the others for the moment. She raised an eyebrow at Xie Zhiyu. His expression remained indifferent, his eyelids slightly lowered. His hand, resting on the tablecloth, silently toyed with a cigarette, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface. The silence of the scene weighed heavily on Wen Ning's heart, each unspoken moment pressing down upon her. She sensed an imperceptible tension in the air. Generally, one would feel satisfaction when angered. Yet she found herself instead unsettled by this low pressure. Her gaze drifted past him to Song Qingbai, who remained elegant and affable, nodding in her direction. Brother Qingbai was indeed easy to get along with. He appeared to be a reliable and reasonable person, surely capable of understanding her predicament. At the dining table, Wen Ning quietly savored the delightful cuisine while occasionally sampling the wine. For dishes that were inconvenient to eat, she discreetly pushed them towards Xie Zhiyu. First a crab claw, then fish, shrimp, and sea conch. Xie Zhiyu cast a glance at the growing mound of food on his plate, rolled up his sleeve, and methodically began to peel. The crab claw required a small hammer, the fish and shrimp needed shelling, and the conch demanded the extraction of its meat, all to be dipped in sauce. He executed the entire process with calm ease. As the others discussed business matters, their eyes would occasionally dart toward the head of the table, seemingly waiting for a bite that was not meant for Wen Ning, but for themselves. Then they witnessed a pair of delicate hands nudging her plate slightly forward. The man glanced at it and, in a soft voice, declined, "I will do it myself." Before anyone else could react, he had already wiped his hands clean with a warm towel and shifted the conversation to the next topic. "Once the container arrives at the port, I will send someone to pick it up. Rest assured, there will be no issues." This fleeting remark, nestled within a formal discourse, was nearly imperceptible yet struck a chord, causing a momentary flutter in her heart. Wen Ning accepted this, letting out a soft huff through her nostrils. The desire for revenge was indeed potent. She attempted to cut her food with her right hand, but, after 2 unsuccessful tries, she switched to her left hand, employing her knife and fork with determination. The occasional clash of metal against porcelain was a deliberate show of defiance, yet Xie Zhiyu feigned ignorance, refusing to relinquish his grip. Their hands intertwined under the humid spring night of the island. It was difficult to discern whose palms were more damp. Wen Ning set down her utensils, losing her appetite. She turned her attention to their business discussion, only to hear Xie Zhiyu, who had been casually conversing with Song Qingbai about the container, suddenly pivot the conversation with a question. "Mr. Song, which brand of perfume do you typically use?" The mention of perfume froze Wen Ning in place. She gazed at Xie Zhiyu in disbelief. Her own fragrance was so subtle that even Song's eye had never noticed its resemblance to Song Qingbai's scent. How could Xie Zhiyu know? Meanwhile, Song Qingbai, perplexed, responded, "Mr. Xie is interested in this? He happened to catch a whiff, and found it rather pleasant. It's a custom blend. If you like it, I can have someone bring it to you." In a certain sense, fragrance is an intimate affair. Few would willingly share a scent, especially a bespoke one. Such polite exchanges typically conclude with phrases like, "Oh, that would be too much trouble." However, the initiation of this topic came from Xie Zhiyu, whose demeanor evidently defied convention. He simply replied, "Thank you then." Wen Ning was certain that the dampness now shared between them was predominantly hers. She pinched him subtly beneath the table. He leaned down to retrieve his phone. Moments later, Wen Ning's phone lit up with a message. "Xie Zhiyu, we are family friends and have known each other since childhood. Why would I hesitate to inquire about his fragrance?" In the preceding days, Wen Ning had visited numerous shops, one after another, imploring them to find a similar scent. Unfortunately, the results were always slightly off. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to selecting woody fragrances. Some initial notes were sweet with citrus, while others bore the subtle bitterness of lotus and tea. These akin scents manifested on her, yet she never found the perfect substitute. So it was a bespoke blend. This revelation made everything clear. Whether it was the resolution of a long-standing mystery or the realization that this obsession was perhaps not as significant as she had thought, she could not determine. It had merely lingered too long in her mind, gnawing at her. In that moment of uncovering the truth, she felt an unexpected calm wash over her. The next instant, a gust of wind surged forth. Her clammy palms pressed closely against another. The embarrassment of having her innermost thoughts laid bare left her feeling discombobulated. Despite her fragrance being so faint, even overshadowed by others, Xie Zhiyu had managed to unveil it. To secretly share the same scent with someone she cherished, especially when that individual happened to be the brother of the man she was now contemplating marriage with, was a strikingly complex predicament. The weight of shame surged toward her from the distant past, overwhelming her. Before Xie Zhiyu stood not the composed and serene Wen Ning of today, but rather the naive, anxious girl of her youth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The words on her phone served as a stark reminder that, before Xie Zhiyu, she had long since lost her secrets. All her intentions for coming to Ao Island were laid bare, her family background, her past, and the youthful longings that resided deep within her. Last time at the CAF, she had stubbornly resisted, but this time, irrefutable evidence lay before her, leaving her no room for denial. Xie Zhiyu resumed addressing her in his previous manner, casually typing, "So, Miss Wen, you are quite sentimental." Wen Ning shut her eyes momentarily, flipping her phone face down on the table, disinterested in his mockery. As the dinner concluded, Song Qingbai approached her. He was always so tactful, waiting for others to disperse before seeking her out. Yet, Xie Zhiyu, an imposing presence, remained. Song Qingbai exchanged a few pleasantries with him before turning to Wen Ning and asking, "Is this convenient?"
How could it not be?
She was eager to be with Song Qingbai. The hand that had struggled to escape from Xie Zhiyu's grasp had finally succeeded, and Wen Ning nodded emphatically. Yes. Her eager response elicited a scoff from Xie Zhiyu. He relaxed his fingers, his gaze lingering near her lips. "Then I shall not disturb you." Few could instill such a strong sense of pressure in Wen Ning. Even in his absence, the air in the corridor seemed to remain stagnant with his presence. She instinctively pressed her lips together, grateful that Song Qingbai suggested a stroll in the garden. In this new setting, the gentle breeze alleviated the oppressive atmosphere. With Song Qingbai's taller shadow flickering amidst the trees, his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. "How long do you plan to stay on Ao Island?" he inquired. "It's still uncertain," she replied. "And when did you begin seeing Mr. Xie?"
I suppose it was after that day, she answered.
Song Qingbai fell silent for a moment, reiterating, "Being with Mr. Xie could be quite troublesome." "I know, Qingbai," Wen Ning replied obediently. "Which is why I haven't thought that far ahead." The weight of her words seemed to ease the furrow in his brow. Primarily, he disapproved of entering a relationship with a casual mindset. Secondly, there was no second point. Upon hearing her dismissive words, he unconsciously exhaled in relief. In the next moment, he found justification for his unusual reaction, attributing it to concern for Song Zai. The family back in the capital was already making arrangements for her engagement to Song Zai. If she were dissatisfied with the match, she ought not to take it lightly. Every word he spoke was for her benefit, yet Wen Ning found the condescending tone grating. He was Song Zai's brother, not hers. Why must he constantly adopt the role of a guiding elder? This thought stirred a wave of bitterness within her, prompting her to clench her fists tightly. "I'm not joking about myself, Qingbai. Aren't you being a bit too rigid? Young people today prefer to be together if they like each other and part ways if they don't. Unlike you, who needs to meticulously consider every detail. Living like that is exhausting, isn't it?" Song Qingbai appeared momentarily taken aback. My sentiments towards him have evolved, and I find no harm in indulging in this playful affection. However, discussing matters of the heart with my future sister-in-law has crossed the boundaries set by Song Qingbai. His gaze dimmed. "I have no objections, of course." In that moment, Wen Ning realized how woefully limited their conversational topics were. It seemed that without the presence of a third party, they were incapable of connecting on anything solely pertaining to them. Indeed, when Song Qingbai first encountered her, she sported a youthful bob and fretted daily over how to tackle her assignments. Wen Ning did not wish to remain in Song Qingbai's memory as merely that impression, nor did she desire to be seen as a mere sister-in-law. She lifted her face, the moonlight illuminating her eyes like rippling water. "Qingbai Ge, I previously mentioned that there is no chemistry between Song Zai and me. If you could assist in dissolving the engagement between our families, I would be immensely grateful to you." Grateful to him. And then what? Would it mean severing ties with the Song family entirely? Song Qingbai's Adam's apple bobbed as he contemplated whether this was due to that Mr. Xie. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Understood. Thank you very much. Wen Ning bestowed upon him a sweet smile, the kind that would likely appeal to a man of Song Qingbai's disposition. Yet, in the next instant, her countenance fell into shadow, with only her long eyelashes fluttering in the breeze. Have you finished saying everything you wanted to, Qingbai ge? She inquired. Perhaps he had. He wished to convey that someone like Xie Zhiyu was not suitable for her, to advise her to maintain her integrity and refrain from self-destructive behaviors out of spite. However, voicing such sentiments might only irritate her. Song Qingbai was perceptive to her emotions. He nodded. I will find a way to assist you with the engagement matter. A leaf drifted down, landing perfectly between them before settling on Wen Ning's shoulder. Instinctively, Song Qingbai reached to brush it away. Reminiscent of how he had once helped her and Song Zai clean off mud after a spirited day at the racetrack, assuming the role of an elder. Wen Ning reacted strongly, stepping back swiftly, her hands clasped behind her. Qingbai go, Xie Zhiyu is still waiting for me. I must take my leave. Chapter 47. Comically Unrequited Love. The Maybach halted at the entrance of the hotel, tendrils of smoke wafting from the window. Xie Zhiyu, who had no particular craving for nicotine, typically smoked merely to refresh his mind. He rarely lit up during moments of relaxation. Tonight, he had chosen Marlboro, infused with peach flavor. Out of consideration for the sweat on his brow, he refrained from crushing the cigarette and hurling it at the driver. Seated in the back, he pinched the cigarette between his fingers, the ash accumulating precariously, as if a mere tremor would send it tumbling onto the luxurious leather seats. The air was thick with the sweet aroma of peach, which was exceedingly irritating. Xie Zhiyu's eyes narrowed, his vexation evident upon his face. Damn it, he muttered. The driver, Xiao Zhong, could only remain speechless. This evening, he had not even exited the vehicle, let alone warranted such ire. It was uncertain what this incessant fool was so pleased about. The car had been idling for an extended period, resembling a slumbering beast lurking in the night. Other vehicles, upon recognizing the license plate, instinctively made way, forming an unintentional yet well-ordered procession. Xiao Zhong was the first to lose his composure, pondering the admonitions he often received to maintain a low profile. Now, here they were, ostentatiously stationed at the front entrance, akin to expectant figures who awaited someone yet found themselves in vain. He hesitated repeatedly. Are we still waiting for Miss Wen Yu ge? A cold voice emanated from the back seat, who said I am waiting for her. Xiao Zhong touched his nose, feeling he had overstepped. He quietly lowered the car window slightly, hoping that the gentle evening breeze would soothe the tension among those behind him. Tonight, Xie Zhiyu extinguished the last of his cigarette, his countenance still dark. If only he knew what was troubling him at that moment, perhaps he would find relief. His mounting impatience peaked upon catching a whiff of Mr. Song's cologne during the dinner gathering. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had misidentified the scent, mistakenly believing it belonged to Wen Ning, wafting inadvertently into his space. Thus, he grasped her hand, unwilling to let go. After a prolonged standoff, he caught a faint hint of the bamboo fragrance that lingered on her wrist. Her fragrance was so subtle that Xie Zhiyu had once surmised she eschewed perfumes altogether, with the tropical fruit notes of her shampoo being the only scent that enveloped her. Yet, in a chance encounter, he undeniably detected a gentle woody aroma, as if deliberately concealed within the breeze, subtly flowing through the air, dissipating with a mere breath. A secret unwilling to be uncovered. This speculation solidified the moment the scent coincided with that of Song Qingbai. It was indeed something hidden away, silent, buried deep within, reluctant to be discovered. Merely inquiring about the perfume Song Qingbai used made her palms sweat with anxiety, a childishness that betrayed her composure. Xie Zhiyu found this amusing. It was astonishing to witness the fearless miss when exhibit such girlish vulnerability solely in the presence of Song Qingbai. In his company, she was anything but timid, daring to command, to mock, to display disdain. With this thought, his fingers strained against the tension, and he tore open his collar, casting it aside. No need to wait any longer. As his words fell, the two individuals in the front seat began to stir, as if granted a reprieve. Xiao Zhong ignited the engine, while Ah Zhong sprang from his seat to exit the vehicle. Xiao Zhong called out, "Where the hell are you going?" Ah Zhong, perplexed, replied, "Of course, to protect Miss Wen."
Oh.
He had forgotten. He was now under her protection. Xiao Zhong waved his hand in exasperation. Get lost. In that delay, Zhong suddenly noticed a slender figure appearing at the hotel entrance and bellowed with a deep voice, "Miss Wen, over here." At this, Xiao Zhong hesitated, unsure whether to press the accelerator. He stealthily glanced at the rear-view mirror. The man's emotions were inscrutable, his collar was loosened as if suffocating him. And as Xiao Zhong looked his way, he caught a glimpse of his Adam's apple moving, accompanied by a vexed click of his tongue. This was difficult. Xiao Zhong, reading the atmosphere, withdrew his foot from the gas pedal. Moments later, the car door opened softly, and the tropical fruit scent wafted into the back seat. "Let us go." He nudged Xiao Zhong's shoulder. The latter rubbed his face and finally shifted into gear, raising the partition in the process. The air inside the car was rich with the aroma of peaches, and the tendrils of smoke drifting through would undoubtedly be detected by Wen Ning's sensitive nose. She couldn't help but sneeze, covering her nose with her hands. "Why didn't you leave?" Her voice resonated dully beneath his palm, accompanied by a lingering echo. Xie Zhiyu lowered his side of the window. The wind from outside exchanged with the air inside the car several times, saturating the cabin with a damp atmosphere. Wen Ning's dark hair was tousled by the breeze, several strands sticking to her face. As the wind subsided, tranquility enveloped the vehicle. Wen Ning lowered her hand. "Who are you waiting for?" The open collar did not alleviate Xie Zhiyu's discomfort. Instead, it intensified. He casually tossed a gift bag beside him, his tone impatient. "Waiting for this." The bag heaved as he flung it, revealing its contents. A glass bottle clinked softly. Wen Ning caught a whiff of a faint bamboo scent wafting through the cabin, gradually filling the void. It was the fragrance of Song Qingbai. Silently bridging the distance between them, it felt as if Song Qingbai were sitting in the car, observing her comical secret infatuation with a carefree demeanor. The embarrassment of being seen through enveloped Wen Ning. She inhaled slowly, her voice turning cold. "Was the play good tonight?" "Mediocre," Xie Zhiyu chuckled lightly.
So,
"Should you thank me?" "Don't think you know me so well," Wen Ning replied, her expression impassive. Xie Zhiyu locked his gaze onto hers. Leaning closer. "What else is there about me that you don't know?" His hands rested on either side of her shoulders, his knuckles pale. Wen Ning noticed the unhealthy pallor of his neck, the prominence of his Adam's apple, and the straightness of his collarbone. As he leaned across the center console, he brushed against the specially blended fragrance, transforming into someone else entirely as he hovered over her. Wen Ning turned her head away. "Xie Zhiyu, you are utterly insufferable tonight." He chuckled. "Naturally, your Qingbai Ge is far more entertaining." Each of his words pushed her further into a labyrinth of frustration. Wen Ning suddenly raised her voice. "Are you done?" This was the first time she had displayed such intense emotion in front of him. Xie Zhiyu's gaze darkened. "You can't even speak your mind. With such a timid heart, should I tell him for you?" "You dare!" she exclaimed loudly. Her nose was flushed, contrasting with her porcelain skin, making her appear pitiful, as if she might cry at any moment. Xie Zhiyu gradually withdrew from her, his expression unamused. How amusing! To shed tears over a wooden man. He crumpled a cigarette pack and tossed it onto the carpet, scoffing softly. Chapter 48. Stubbornness. The vehicle sped down the road. The overwhelming sound of the wind outside transformed into a mere whisper, lightly brushing against her eardrums. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Suddenly, a pack of tissues flew over from the side with a rustle. Someone coldly mocked. "Wipe your tears." "I am not crying," Wen Ning retorted. She felt vexed tonight, unprepared to meet Song Qingbai under such circumstances, and as always, her words failed her in his presence, leading to misunderstandings. She dared not reveal her feelings to Song Qingbai. Wooden, dull man, insufferable stone. Wen Ning cursed him in her heart more than once. She could almost envision him reciting the virtues of integrity and propriety if he were to discover her feelings, avoiding her as if she were venomous. She had concealed her emotions so well that neither Song Qingbai nor Song Zai had noticed. Yet, it was the insolent Xie Zhiyu, whom she had known for less than a month, who had seen through her. He mocked her. Wen Ning clenched her fists in silence, a bittersweet sensation flooding her nostrils. In that very moment, a packet of tissues flew towards her. That scoundrel told her not to cry. She did not cry, not at all. Wen Ning sniffed. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I shall accuse you of defamation." Very well, it was indeed he who was defaming her. Xie Zhiyu could not be bothered to argue with her. He pondered why a person who claimed not to cry had such a soft voice. Why she dared not meet his gaze. He listened to the sound of tissues being pulled, his emotions accumulating like sand in an hourglass. He had always detested tears. besides revealing one's underlying fragility, they served no purpose whatsoever. Tears appeared superfluous and loathsome on anyone. Just as in the afternoon when she cried in front of him, he had only refrained from forcefully pushing her away out of respect for the He family.
Now,
However, he found himself enveloped by a similar sense of irritation. Yet he was acutely aware that his annoyance was not due to the tears. What was it then? Xie Zhiyu pressed his thumb against his brow and rubbed it, finally unable to contain himself. Have you stopped crying? No sooner had he spoken than a loud sneeze erupted from her direction. He raised his eyes to see Wen Ning covering her mouth and nose with 3 or 5 tissues, gazing at him with wide eyes. The exposed portion of her eyes reddened slightly from the sneeze, a flicker of panic and embarrassment passing through them. They all say I'm not crying, Wen Ning murmured. I have a nasal allergy. Damn it, Xie Zhiyu cursed under his breath. I'm allergic to cigarette smoke, Wen Ning reiterated. The speeding vehicle abruptly slowed down, gliding leisurely along the roadside. With the window partially open, a refreshing breeze flowed into the confined space. As fresh air continued to flood in, Wen Ning felt considerably better. The tightness in her throat gradually subsided as she took several deep breaths. Xie Zhiyu observed her coolly from the side. You should have mentioned it earlier. Wen Ning shook her head. It usually doesn't matter. You're putting on a brave face, he remarked. Who knew you would smoke so much? Wen Ning paused. Then suddenly inquired, do you have a heavy smoking habit? Not at all. The streetlights hung high above the car, illuminating the interior one after another. In the flickering light, their gazes intertwined in moments of tranquility and tenderness. Xie Zhiyu, almost inexplicably, asked, do you drink?
Ha!
He felt as though he had lost his mind, self-mockingly saying, I drink if I feel like it. Under normal circumstances, Wen Ning would never have agreed, but due to the emotional turmoil of the evening, had it not been for that sneeze that saved her from embarrassment, she might have shed a few tears over her unrequited love. The person before her was the sole keeper of her secret. Suddenly, she craved someone to confide in. She bit her lip and looked at him. Then, with sudden pride, she declared, I'll drink if it's free. The car inexplicably slowed down again, then inexplicably turned around, heading towards the old city district. This was Wen Ning's first venture into a residential area. She had never imagined that Xie Zhiyu would live in such a place. Here, the streets were narrow, and towering buildings loomed overhead, each adorned with security bars, resembling pigeon coops. Being among them felt like being in a narrow passageway. The nearest doorway was illuminated by a solitary lamp. The bulb swayed in the wind, casting a flickering light that danced on the ground. We've come this far. Wen Ning tightened her coat and followed. Not coming would be foolish. Uncertain whether the other party comprehended her intentions, she chuckled softly before turning and disappearing into the shadows. The motion-sensing lights in the corridor were malfunctioning, relying solely on the meager illumination from a solitary bulb in the doorway. Ascending to the second floor was nearly a journey through darkness. Fortunately, the staircase was not extensive, and after navigating one more flight, the footsteps ahead came to a halt. This was followed by the delicate sound of keys jingling. With a decisive click, the door lock yielded. The man flicked on a light, the sudden brightness casting his tall silhouette against the corridor's entrance. Wen Ning raised her gaze and noticed that the green-painted iron door bore an endearingly grounded charm with a pasted character for good fortune. Indeed, it was an unpretentious abode, characteristic of Xie Zhiyu. As she stepped inside, she observed the vintage Nanyang decor. The walls were adorned with densely packed ceramic tiles. The floor was embellished with patterned bricks, and retro lamps illuminated the brown leather sofa and the Pan-Asian window that connected to the bathing area. Compared to the typical residence of a single man, this space seemed to be designed with the taste and flair of a discerning woman. Feigning ignorance, Wen Ning inquired, Is this your home? Xie Zhiyu cast a glance her way and replied, If I sell it to you, then it becomes your home. A touch of irritation flickered within her. She pressed further. Do you live here alone? Xie Zhiyu responded succinctly, yes. Remaining at the entrance, Wen Ning continued to survey the surroundings. Xie Zhiyu glanced over, teasing, It's a small place, no need to remove your shoes. Yet he himself had evidently changed into a comfortable pair of men's slippers. Seemingly aware of her scrutiny, he chuckled, Miss, where would I go at this hour to buy you slippers? You don't have any extras here? Wen Ning asked, Not even a single pair? None, he replied. She nodded in understanding. It seems your social circle isn't very expansive. With a wry smile, Xie Zhiyu retorted, What do you think? A sense of irritation inexplicably washed over him. He set down the beer with a thud, declaring, Only cheap stuff. Wen Ning pursed her lips, accepting his choice, All right. Chapter 49, Her Turn. Surprisingly, the home situated in the bustling city was remarkably tranquil. The surrounding neighbors seemed to have retired early. With only a few scattered lights illuminating the scene, the white walls outside fading into indigo. A crisp sound broke the silence as someone opened a beer can, the chill invading her palm, accompanied by the effervescent hiss of bubbles escaping. Each of them grasped a can, clinking them together in a toast. Without uttering a word, Wen Ning tilted her head back and drained her drink. With a sharp motion, she crushed the empty can against the table. Xie Zhiyu raised an eyebrow in silence, leisurely taking a sip of his own drink. Do you keep fish? Wen Ning inquired, frowning. His tone, mirroring his languid demeanor, responded. Who says you must finish your drink after clinking glasses? At a loss for words, Wen Ning was momentarily speechless. Yet Xie Zhiyu remained unruffled, stating, I don't adhere to that rule. Then wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Wen Ning, resolutely unwilling to be outdone, especially at the drinking table, suddenly grasped his hand, her gaze intense. Don't be unreasonable. Her palm was delicate, contrasting with his calloused hands. Despite lacking physical strength, Xie Zhiyu acquiesced to her gesture, lifting the can to his lips. He drank deeply, the Adam's apple moving prominently as he swallowed. With the first drink consumed, in a sense, they became companions for the long, lingering night. Perhaps it was the effect of the beer they had just consumed, but after a moment of silence, Wen Ning felt a desire to confide. Do you have someone you like?
She asked.
Xie Zhiyu paused as he reached for the second can, responding no. Wen Ning leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently upon him.
How could that be?
I refuse to believe it. A sharp splatter, foam splashed onto the back of her hand. Xie Zhiyu, maintaining his composure, evaded her scrutiny, reaching for a piece of paper on the coffee table.
If you don't believe it, why ask?
He retorted. Wen Ning replied. Let me rephrase the question. Are there any people who truly feel? I don't know, he answered, his response too dismissive. Then what sort of person is interesting? Xie Zhiyu wiped his hand, shifting the topic. An old-fashioned one? Wen Ning's spirits plummeted at once. Someone like you, who has never liked anyone, simply wouldn't understand. Indeed. He did not comprehend. Resting against the sofa, half in jest and half in resignation, he remarked, Miss, I am busy trying to survive. I have no time to indulge in your romantic musings. Wen Ning shot him a sharp look.
Stop with the sarcasm.
He smiled, then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The second can of beer slid down his throat, its icy bitterness flooding his chest. Wen Ning buried her face in the crook of her arm, her voice muffled. I am not happy. Discontent hung in the air like a curse, once spoken. It shrouded all within its gloom. Xie Zhiyu suppressed his laughter, knowing the answer, yet feigning ignorance. Is it because you dislike waiting for someone?
No.
Then is it because I wasted your afternoon?
No.
Then it must be because the food was unappetizing. Her head stirred within the confines of her arm, long hair cascading over her shoulder. Rather than scorn his misunderstanding, she continued softly, It's because I can never speak properly in front of him. She hurled the boulder weighing down her heart towards him, landing squarely in his chest. Xie Zhiyu remained expressionless. What did you say? Perhaps it was the alcohol. But her words elongated, drifting like willow seeds in the wind, like reeds falling into a pond, like spring rain melting winter's snow. Xie Zhiyu felt as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. I can understand, he asserted. You do not understand. I do. Wen Ning paused. You merely wish to see me make a fool of myself. You can continue to mock me next time. Xie Zhiyu chuckled. So, in your eyes, this is who I am. No. Wen Ning shook her head, her expression earnest. You are far worse than that. This time, he genuinely wanted to laugh. He set the beer can down on the table, resting his hands on his open knees, leaning in. Pray tell, what have I done to you, miss? She looked at him with her glistening eyes, unwavering. You threaten and exploit, mocking me. Her tones suddenly firmed. In any case, you are capable of all evils. It seemed they had consumed only 2 bottles. Xie Zhiyu clinked the empty bottle against hers.
Cheers.
You are being unreasonable. Though she was inebriated, her eyes remained clear. Xie Zhiyu helplessly picked up another full bottle. All right, finish it. She leaned closer, her waterfall of hair cascading onto his hand, the fruity aroma intoxicating. Xie Zhiyu raised his glass, his Adam's apple bobbing. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles for bottles. The low-alcohol beverage was equally intoxicating. The coffee table was cluttered with beer cans, and no snacks were needed. Their aimless conversation flowed effortlessly, and she always found a way to clink her glass with his at just the right moment. She began recounting tales of her childhood adventures with Wen Jingshan. Wen Jingshan lifted her above his head. She perched on her father's neck, effortlessly reaching for the pomegranates hanging from the tree. The juice from the pomegranates dripped onto her hands and flowed down her father's neck, yet he did not scold her. Instead, he remarked that the many seeds of the pomegranate symbolized abundance and blessings. Wen Ning chuckled softly, and then he went out and had other siblings for me. She gazed at him with hazy eyes. What about you? Are you an only child? Xie Zhiyu leaned back against the sofa, his elongated neck accentuating the prominence of his Adam's apple. He remained silent, his fingers languidly twitching. What does a finger shake mean? Wen Ning glanet closer. Resting her chin on the back of the sofa, mere inches away from him. Are you drunk? Can't you speak? The man's eyes fluttered closed, remaining still.
Well,
I am definitely drunk. After saying this, she let out a small burp, seemingly startled by the sound, quickly covering her mouth with wide eyes. To her surprise, Xie Zhiyu did not mock her. Wen Ning took a moment to collect herself, closing her eyes and resting her head on his shoulder. So close, she could hear the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating within his chest. Each thump felt like a warm caress against her ears, igniting a warmth that enveloped her. Her own heartbeat began to falter, pulsing erratically with tension. 10 minutes later, she called out softly, Xie Zhiyu. He remained silent. Straining to lift her face, she saw him with one hand draped over his eyes, his breathing calm and even, as if he had drifted into slumber. Xie Zhiyu, your tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. She swayed slightly and poked his hand, but he did not respond. Her fingers traced along the bridge of his nose, moving to his lips and jawline. As she journeyed down, he merely furrowed his brow momentarily when she touched a ticklish spot. Wen Ning seemed to revel in the game. After several attempts, he finally ignored all distractions and succumbed to deep sleep. The rippling intoxication in his eyes faded away, revealing clarity in the tranquil silence. Suddenly, Wen Ning sat upright and deftly fished out his phone from his pocket. The password was 000000. Chapter 50. The Princess and the Pea. How absurd. Back in the capital, Wen Ning was renowned for her invulnerability to alcohol. How could she possibly be undone by just a few bottles of beer? On the way here, she had stealthily inquired of Zhong, how is your boss's alcohol tolerance? Zhong held up one finger. Wen Ning asked, 1 gin of white liquor? He shook his head. At most, a bottle of red. A bottle of red. Upon seeing that Xie Zhiyu's home stocked only beer, she was even more convinced of his average tolerance. A bottle of red wine equated to about 6 or 7 bottles of beer. She was completely confident in her ability to handle it. Feeling slightly disheartened was one thing, but to let an opportunity slip away would surely invite retribution. Wen Ning easily unlocked his phone. There were numerous missed calls, and she glanced at the screen, all displaying the name Miss He. Ignoring them, she directly opened the dial pad and began entering the numbers one by one. 6815. The phone did not respond. She input 6638. This time, the contacts automatically suggested a matching name, 111. Wen Ning's pupils constricted. She never expected him to have saved it as 111. No wonder she had failed to find the Wen surname last time. A heart, suspended high, suddenly descends. She has found it. As the clock strikes 6, footsteps begin to echo in the corridor. The faint aroma of breakfast wafts in through the crack of the street-facing window. Below, a congee shop simmers, beef bubbling within. Garnished with cilantro and scallions, its fresh and tender essence inviting passers-by to linger. The scent of freshly baked egg tarts, golden and crisp, fills the air with a rich, creamy fragrance. Wen Ning's stomach grumbles, awakening her from slumber. She stretches out her hand, feeling the coolness of the leather sofa beneath her. The unfamiliar sensation jolts her upright. Upon opening her eyes, she realizes she is in a house adorned with a tropical aesthetic. After a brief moment of disorientation, memories flood back. Last night, she had come here to drink with Xie Zhiyu. Yes, to drink, and perhaps indulge in some mischievous escapades. Her reason for staying put was the fear of Xie Zhiyu discovering her investigative pursuits and making preemptive moves. Since she had pretended to be inebriated, leaving without a trace would raise suspicion. Yet, he remained as immovable as a mountain. Wrapping her coat around her legs, she curled up, leaning against the side with her eyes closed once more. Upon waking, The modest living room presented itself again, its intricately patterned tiles, low wooden coffee table, brown leather sofa, vintage door frames, and traditional window screens. The only absence was the man who had outrun her the night prior. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air. Stretching her numb legs, she descended from the sofa and glanced around. Empty cans lay scattered across the coffee table, which she navigated around to reach the window. Just as her hand grazed the window frame, a sound echoed from behind her. "Don't open the window," Xie Zhiyu casually remarked, towel draped over his head. Wen Ning, puzzled, noted the slight rasp in his voice from the hangover, which, coupled with his post-bath appearance, compelled her to obediently lower her hand. "Is there no climate control system here?" she inquired. After last night, it seemed their relationship had unwittingly drawn closer. Xie Zhiyu replied in a nonchalant tone. "Do you think this is a luxury mansion?" Indeed, upon entering the previous night, she had gleaned a rough understanding of this house, hidden yet ordinary. Bring me a set of toiletries," he commanded. Quite nice to have someone to order around. Moments later, Zhong arrived, knocking at the door, bearing a bag of toiletries, including a brand new pair of size 36 women's slippers. While sleeping was manageable, stepping onto the floor in high heels strained her ankles. She slipped her feet into the slippers, the ordinary linen fabric surprisingly offering her unparalleled comfort. She squinted her eyes in bliss. "What's wrong, princess in the pea?" Xie Zhiyu teased immediately. Wen Ning, uninterested in his banter, turned her back on him, clutching her toiletries. The bathroom, recently used by Xie Zhiyu, still bore the faint scent of shower gel. Water droplets clung to the walls, dripping steadily, reminiscent of a marshy wetland. Unaccustomed to such an environment, she hastened her routine. Upon exiting, she noticed the beer cans had been cleared away, replaced now by several takeout boxes on the table. The aroma that had roused her from sleep lingered in the small living room, tantalizingly close. Xie Zhiyu, sleeves rolled up as he sat there, set down chopsticks, without lifting his gaze. "Scallions, cilantro, are you particular about any of it?" "How domestic you are," she remarked. She approached with a serene expression and seated herself beside him. When Xie Zhiyu glanced over, he was met with a visage reminiscent of a freshly blossomed lotus. Her unadorned beauty lacked any semblance of aggression. Her lips bore a delicate pink hue, and both her nose tip and Cupid's bow were exquisitely petite. She was not merely a demure beauty, but rather akin to a wild rose adorned with morning dew, tender yet capable of pricking. As she leaned closer, a scent of mint wafted towards him, reminiscent of his own. Xie Zhiyu felt an inexplicable itch in his throat and a yearning for a cigarette. Rising, he poured himself a glass of ice water and drained it in one gulp, seeking a topic to navigate through the discomfort. Wen Ning shook her head as she bit into a sandbag dumpling, adhering to the old adage of silence during meals. Once she had chewed and swallowed, she remarked, "Yu Jiao will provide me with cover. Is that unfamiliar to you?" Wen Ning exaggeratedly lamented, "You make me so sad." She began her playful antics, once more. Xie Zhiyu pinched the bridge of his nose. He heard his phone vibrating on the table and glanced at the screen, seeing those 3 words, which deepened the furrow in his brow. Moments later, he stood up.
"You enjoy your meal," he said.
Without lifting her head, Wen Ning asked, "And you?" "I have matters to attend to. I should be on my way," he replied, sounding as though he had pressing business. Wen Ning silently scoffed, suspecting it was likely another call from Miss He. She pursed her lips, having witnessed the events of the previous night. A few minutes later, he emerged with his coat draped over his arm, holding a brass-colored object in the other hand. As he passed her, Xie Zhiyu leaned in, sliding the brass key onto the table, an unexpected gift. "Lock the door when you leave and call Zhong," he asked nearby. Wen Ning hadn't anticipated his departure at that moment, nor that he would entrust her with a key to his home. "Aren't you worried I might steal something?" she inquired. Xie Zhiyu shrugged nonchalantly as he approached the door, resting one hand on the frame while changing his shoes. "My home is barren. What could you possibly steal?" He descended the stairs from the 3rd floor in mere moments. Xie Zhiyu quickly vanished through the doorway. Xiao Zhong drove up, casting a puzzled glance behind him. "Miss Wen hasn't he come down yet?" he wondered, assuming she was still upstairs. Upon his inquiry, Xie Zhiyu shot him a cryptic look. "Why the concern?" Xiao Zhong, perceptively shaking his head, could not resist asking, "Brother Yu, is it all right to leave Miss Wen alone at your place?" Xie Zhiyu entered the car in silence, his black phone spinning in his palm. If she can access such a private item, what else could possibly be off limits? Chapter 51, The Trap. The congee was exquisitely fresh, and Wen Ning savored 2 generous bowls. Throughout, she occasionally surveyed the room. Aside from the decor, every corner bore the unmistakable signature of a single man's residence. Xie Zhiyu had no reason to deceive her. He indeed lived alone in this bustling city apartment. There was another door leading deeper inside, likely to the bedroom. Having just discreetly glanced at his phone, she felt disinclined to intrude further into his private quarters. Regardless, she had already obtained what she sought. After finishing her breakfast, Wen Ning kindly gathered the takeout containers. She rummaged through a trash bag in the kitchen, leisurely locking the door behind her as she descended the stairs. Zhong greeted her with an even more respectful demeanor than before. His expression, marked by a singular loyalty, remained steadfast as he first seized the trash bag to dispose of it, then retrieved a bulging shopping bag from the trunk. When Ning glanced inside, discovering a collection of casual attire. Upon inspecting her own appearance, she noted that her coat hung gracefully without a wrinkle, though the turquoise inner garment beneath had seen better days. To her surprise, Zhong exhibited a keen attentiveness. Zhong, thank you, she said, flashing a genuine smile. Also noting how comfortable the slippers from the morning were, their size fitting perfectly. Zhong, however, modestly declined any credit, stating, "It's all thanks to Uge's instructions." Though she had suspected as much, hearing it from Zhong imbued it with a different sentiment. When Ning slipped her hands into her pockets, her fingers brushing against a key. Zhong, could you kindly return this key to your boss? She requested. Zhong glanced at the key resting in her palm and decisively shook his head. No, I cannot take it. It was given to me by Yu Ge. When Ning sighed, perplexed by the situation. Why was Xie Zhiyu, such a cautious individual, so unguarded with her? He had entrusted her with the key, allowing her to indulge freely. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated the matter, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Nevertheless, it no longer held significance for her. She had obtained what she desired, and from now on, their paths would diverge, each walking their own road. The remnants of her stay at his home, including her used toiletries and the new slippers, were all hastily discarded into the trash bag upon her departure. Everything was distinctly delineated. The trivialities of Aodao seemed to recede into the distance with the disappearance of her traces. When Ning, in a buoyant mood, settled into the car as it began to move forward. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, like stepping into muddy terrain on a rainy day. The soft ground gave way beneath her. Sinking deeper, she returned home, where Chen Yuejia rushed into her room. You must come clean. Why didn't you come home last night? She demanded, leaning in to sniff the air. What is that scent? Why does it smell so much like Xie Zhiyu? Is it? When Ning raised her arm, attempting to catch a whiff. Perhaps people tend to overlook their own scent, as she perceived nothing amiss. Sister, I covered for you. Are you not loyal? When Ning massaged her sore neck and shoulders. I was drinking with Xie Zhiyu. So, what were you drinking?
Sure.
When Ning placed a finger to her lips, Chen Yuejiao lowered her voice, asking in a whisper, What were you drinking? Wine. When Ning replied softly. Chen Yuejiao's eyes widened. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Rather, I did something to him. With her pupils gradually expanding, Chen Yuejiao could not contain her surprise. Talking like this is too much. Mainly the information you just shared is a bit overwhelming. She raised her hand, mimicking a pause gesture. Give me a moment to process. A few minutes later, Chen Yuejia regained her composure. He won't be hunting you down, will he? Not likely, when Ning chuckled lightly, dismissing it as inconsequential.
Ah?
You've crossed that line with him, and it's not a big deal? Chen Yuejiao was utterly astonished. At a loss for words. Chen Yuejiao watched as her sister took her laptop and headed to the study with the printer. Sister, what is going on? I'm heading to the university shortly. Are you coming? When Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued by the day's idle nature. Absolutely. Chen Yuejiao nodded enthusiastically. When Ning beckoned with her finger, requesting to borrow a vehicle for a moment of concealment. Although perplexed by the request, Chen Yuejiao watched as Wen Ning adjusted the passenger seat to its lowest position, slipping away from the community gate before sitting upright again. They drove straight toward the university campus, accompanied by a new acquaintance from a recent night at the bar. Seizing the moment, Wen Ning summoned a girl from the law department, handing her a stack of papers. Here, this is it. Wen Ning had already communicated with her en route. The girl glanced at the documents, her face lighting up with excitement. Senior, is this exchange truly free? Perhaps some benevolent soul has sponsored it. Please assist me in disseminating this within our department. At this, Wen Ning paused momentarily, adopting a knowing expression, recalling that certain someone. The girl, with utmost seriousness, responded, "You must mean Wen, right? That us for sure. Their law school specializes in international law. And while most students aspire to further their studies in Europe, a portion seeks opportunities on the mainland. This latter group often misses out on the benefits provided by the school, lacking anyone to arrange exchange opportunities with mainland universities. Thus, the application forms Wen Ning brought were incredibly valuable, full tuition coverage from a prestigious university in the capital. The girl smoothed out the forms and tucked them into her backpack. "Senior, when can we expect the qualification review results? Fill out the forms first, and once completed, send me an electronic copy." Wen Ning pondered for a moment, believing that the formal notifications from the department would arrive shortly. Throughout the morning, Wen Ning busied herself with this matter. Having grown up in the capital, her connections were naturally substantial. Engaging with the university's administrative offices and subsequently the Foreign Affairs Office required little effort. Moreover, she was financially equipped to cover sponsorship fees, specifying a partnership with the university, leaving the rest to be coordinated by the respective departments. All of this stemmed from her discovery the previous night that the number 6638 saved on Xie Zhiyu's phone pointed to the law school, a clue about Wen Xunji. There were numerous methods to investigate this Wen student's background. However, as Xie Zhiyu had noted, probing into someone's life on the island, particularly one under his protection, posed significant challenges. Any hint of disturbance on her part might swiftly reach Xie Zhiyu's ears. Thus, Wen Ning preferred to invest more resources in crafting a sweet trap, requiring nothing more than to wait for the other party to willingly leap into it. Indeed, by the following evening, the law student reached out to send her the electronic version of the application form. This particular document had been meticulously designed, with all desired information clearly laid out. Identity, background, abilities, preferences, and even personal shortcomings were discernible within the text. Wen Ning immediately focused on the entry for the surname Wen Xunji, male, phone number 6638. Current address, number 1, Street Maria Road, Porto District, Aodao. Family information, father, mother. Wen Ning's cursor swiftly moved across the screen. Father? The crux of the matter lay with this paternal figure. Previously, she had been ensnared by her preconceived notions, believing him to be a single parent. Thus, the thought of Wen Xunji having a complete family had never crossed her mind. The form explicitly stated that Wen Xunji's father, Wen Jian, worked at the port, overseeing the logistics of cargo movement. After much contemplation, Wen Ning concluded that she should investigate him first. For nearly 30 hours, Xie Zhiyu remained in the VIP room on the 3rd floor of the casino. From leisurely strolls to furrowed brows, he witnessed the transformation of a man before him, a superstar from the mainland, Mr. Tang, who had specifically instructed him to provide personal hospitality. The process of entertaining him lasted a full day and a half, with Xia's eyes never closing as food, drink, and entertainment were incessantly delivered to the private room. While the man remained fixed at the gaming table, Xie Zhiyu, unhurried, clipped a cigar and handed it over. The gentleman accepted it, frowning deeply as he took a robust puff. Xie recalled that this illustrious star had arrived with merely 2 personal assistants, both clad in hats and masks, fully equipped yet moving with ease. Accompanied by Xie, they bypassed the throngs and ascended directly to the 3rd floor. Upon removing his mask, a familiar visage emerged. The star, poised and cultured, extended his hand. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Xie." This was not his first visit. His previous ventures had been modest, merely out of curiosity. This time, however, he had explicitly stated his desire to occupy the private room upstairs. Xie was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Tang, have you come with intentions?" "Small bets are for pleasure, but large wagers can be perilous," he chuckled. "This amount is trivial. For these celebrities, the capital required to ascend to the 3rd floor was hardly substantial." Xie smiled. "Then I shall wish Mr. Tang good fortune in advance." Fortune is an elusive concept, and Mr. Tang seemed indifferent to Xie's compliments. His assistants returned, having exchanged chips for a mountain of tokens. This heap likely represented the foundation of Mr. Tang's gambling venture, though who could truly know? When a person succumbs to madness, they may unwittingly dig their own grave. As the first night wore on, Mr. Tang lost all the chips on the table. His demeanor remained composed, yet his fidgeting grew, fingers twisting, breaths blown upon the cards, pausing to assess the spatial feng shui. Xie observed him as he exchanged chips once more. The The second batch of chips arrived, and he leaned half his body over the gaming table, winning a substantial hand, nearly recouping his losses. In subsequent rounds, Mr. Tang insisted on maintaining this posture before allowing the dealer to reveal the cards. Win, lose, then win again. The casino, ablaze with lights, rendered time irrelevant. 30 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Under the relentless stimulation of dopamine and adrenaline, patrons entering at 1 hour would emerge at another, oblivious to the passage of time, with the only fluctuations being their monetary fortunes. Xie Zhiyu had endured longer stretches and felt no particular weight from these 2 days and nights. In the final round, he placed a double bet. Mr. Tang steadied his trembling left hand. Reveal. Strands of meticulously styled hair fell across his forehead, his gaze piercing through the disarray as it fixated on the cards in the center of the table. The dealer glanced at him, expressionless, and revealed the cards. The dealer held 20 points, an almost certain victory. Mr. Tang abruptly flung his own cards, 4 and 7, slapping down a total of 21 points. Chips cascaded towards him like an avalanche. In an instant, Mr. Tang shed his prior elegance, stomping his feet and shouting expletives. Then, abruptly turning to seize a handful of chips, shoving them into his assistant's chest. Yours, Xiao Wang. This is for you. He grabbed another handful. Everyone gets a share. Ha ha ha, everyone. He frantically tossed his chips, picked up a forgotten cigar lying nearby, and took a deep drag. Suddenly recalling Xie Zhiyu. As his sanity returned somewhat, he approached Xie Zhiyu and placed a hand on his shoulder. Mr. Xie, your cigar truly brings good fortune. I heard before arriving that taking a puff from your cigar is indeed a blessing. He pushed a handful of chips in Xie Zhiyu's direction. Xie Zhiyu did not accept them but instead inquired, Mr. Tang, are you still playing? Let's call it a night. Xie Zhiyu remained noncommittal and turned to instruct someone to prepare Mr. Tang's night bed upstairs. Just as he finished giving his orders, Mr. Tang leaned in closer, whispering, tomorrow. I have a few friends joining. Let's try something different. Let's play bridge. Of course, Xie Zhiyu replied, observing the man's barely concealed excitement and madness, wishing Mr. Tang a restful night to regain his energy. The big star donned his hat and mask, departing the private room with a brisk stride. Over the course of 2 days and 1 night, he netted a staggering 70 million. Once the man had left, the smile on Xie Zhiyu's face faded. He addressed the others in the room. You all should rest. Brother Yu, you've been up for quite a while. Why not rest here? It was not unusual for Xie Zhiyu to remain in seclusion for days when entertaining major clients. Even if he took a break, he would not leave the casino. He had a suite reserved for him upstairs. When he finally saw Xie Zhiyu emerge from within, dressed in a suit, he hurriedly exited his car to open the door. Brother Yu. How have these past 2 days been? What about him? Xie Zhiyu pressed further. What did Zhong say? Zhong? Oh, you meant Miss Wen. Zhong meticulously recalled the events of the past 2 days and shook his head decisively. Zhong said Miss Wen has not stepped outside. Xie Zhiyu closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat for a moment's rest. Suddenly, he instructed, to the hillside residence. He hesitated for a long time over the chat box. Zhong, startled. Zhong, who was driving, straightened up. Yes. Do I smell of smoke? Leaning back against the seat, Zhong took a deep breath. To be honest, Brother Yu, my sense of smell isn't very sharp. I may not notice much. The car took a series of detours. This time, there were no further complications, and they drove straight to the narrow residential building in the old city. Xie Zhiyu donned his coat and ascended the stairs. In the short span of several dozen steps, he imagined he heard the sound of high heels on the stairs multiple times, crisp, nimble, and tinged with a hint of caution. As the door opened, fully aware that no one else could possibly be there, he still meticulously scanned the area. The room was tidy. The takeout boxes from that morning had been neatly disposed of. The cushions on the sofa were in their rightful places. The water cup had been drained and placed on the rack, and the windows and doors were securely locked. That night seemed to have been merely a figment of his imagination, with no one arriving. Xie Zhiyu's gaze fell downward, ultimately resting at the entrance. There, only a solitary pair of men's slippers lay. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Chapter 53. How happy. He sat on the sofa, his expression inscrutable. His arms crossed over his chest, his long legs casually intertwined. At this moment, he might have desired a cigarette, but the pack had been crushed and discarded in the trash mere moments ago. Due to the absence of smoke, he found himself compelled to pick up his phone. As there was nothing else to occupy his time, he unlocked it and entered the chat interface, only to exit moments later and lock the screen again. The persistent notification sound was more grating than usual. He closed his eyes, preparing to take a deep breath to soothe his irritation. The incessant beeping continued. A cold smile finally escaped Xie Zhiyu's lips. This time, he tossed his phone onto the sofa and turned to shut the door behind him. Having spent considerable time with Xie Zhiyu, Wen Ning no longer required mental preparation before answering his calls. At that moment, she was engaged in a beauty discussion with Wen Xini. Both of them had facial masks on and were applying serum. During such moments, phone calls could only be taken on speaker, and upon seeing Xie Zhiyu's name flash across the screen, Wen Ning's instinctive reaction was to hang up. After ending the call, she noted that he did not attempt to reach her again, nor did he send a message. This indicated that there was no urgency. She mused to herself that she knew the answer, and thus did not wish to prolong the conversation. She thought, I apologize, but our collaboration ends here, or Xie Zhiyu. You've played me numerous times. Is it unreasonable for me to have my turn? After a lengthy deliberation, Wen Ning ultimately refrained from sending any message. He was an astute individual. He would surely understand. Wen Ning locked her screen and lay back on her bed. Moments later, she rose again, gazing at the dark screen, murmuring, in any case, I am still on Aodao. If you truly require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Perhaps she could show a rare act of kindness just this once. Yes, just once. After articulating these thoughts, she nestled back under the covers, placing her hands on her abdomen and peacefully said, good night. Reality soon reminded Wen Ning that her concerns were unwarranted. Xie Zhiyu did not call again. It was only natural. He wielded considerable influence on Aodao, so what difficulties could he possibly face? Even if he needed her identity to intervene on behalf of someone nearby, it was merely due to her coincidental presence at that moment. Without her, Xie Zhiyu would undoubtedly have other means. Wen Ning was not one to seek unnecessary trouble. Upon waking, she needed to head to the port. The bustling atmosphere at the port was overwhelming, and early in the morning, she employed the same tactic to evade Zhong, making her way to Wen Jian's workplace. True to his name, Wen Jian was remarkably robust. When a kind soul pointed him out, he was seen briskly navigating between cargo containers while wearing a safety helmet. Your shipment does not match the packing list. Review it carefully before approaching me again. Hey, over there, is there a cargo ship entering the port? Where is everyone? Wen Ning hesitated to interrupt, so she inquired with the helpful individual. Is Director Wen always this busy? Given Wen Ning's attractive appearance and amiable demeanor, the person readily responded, there's no choice. Several people have fallen ill in the office recently, so he's doing the work of multiple individuals. Oh, I see. It must be difficult to manage family matters if he's perpetually occupied. Indeed, the person nodded, suddenly recalling. And you are related to Director Wen? I am a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office at the University of Science and Technology, Wen Ning replied, her heart steady and her face composed. I came to discuss matters regarding Wen Kunzai. I have watched him grow since childhood. Wen Ning subtly contemplated this statement and continued. Quality education undoubtedly stems from a nurturing family environment, though Wen household must be quite harmonious. Absolutely. Director Wen has a quick temper, but his wife is patient. And they complement each other perfectly. From a young age, the education of the child has been primarily overseen by his wife. The stern father and gentle mother dynamic is something we greatly admire. As the man spoke, he waved towards the distance, calling out, Hey, someone is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Wen Jian turned, his thick black eyebrows furrowing together. No. When someone arrives, I still have to say the same thing. Tomorrow, mister. His shipment cannot be delayed. Your child's teacher. Upon hearing this, Wen Jian relaxed his brows and quickly took a glance. Once he had arranged his current tasks, he hurried over, questioning with a hint of skepticism. May I ask which teacher you are? From the Academic Affairs Office of the University of Science and Technology. It is quite normal that you haven't seen me before. As Wen Ning followed him to the office, she retrieved a form, explaining that she was in the vicinity for other visits and had come without prior notice. I apologize for the lack of notice. Yes. We have already passed the initial review of his qualifications, so today I am primarily here to understand the family's intentions. After all, if he is to exchange studies, he will stay on the mainland for about a year. You are his biological father, correct? This question, though abrupt, did not strike Wen Jian as particularly strange amidst the array of context. He nodded in affirmation, yes. Wen Ning glanced at the photograph on the application form, jesting, then he must resemble his mother more. Speaking of his wife and child, Wen Jian chuckled. His eyes and mouth are just like his mother's. Only his thick eyebrows are a trait of mine. Wen Ning compared the two, and indeed found the resemblance striking. Does his mother support his exchange studies? Absolutely. She certainly supports it. When Jian replied eagerly, our greatest hope for our son is for him to be happy. Even if it isn't a public-funded opportunity. As long as he desires it, we can manage. As Wen Ning entered the office alongside Wen Jian, her gaze settled on the desk. Is this a childhood photo of Wen? The most prominent feature on the desk was a wooden frame housing a picture of the father and son duo, with the smaller one perched on the larger S shoulders. Hands covered in mud, pointing towards the distant sea. During his childhood, we lived near the seaside, and every day we would go to the beach to dig for shells. That was when this was taken, he said, pulling out other photos from his phone. Look. From the plump little baby to the unsteady toddler, and then to the young boy learning to speak, his features became increasingly defined and expressive. Wen Jian's album was entirely dedicated to his son. The first certificate of achievement, the first gold medal from a sports meet, the first honor from a debate competition. Wen Ning spent several minutes witnessing a boy's growth through the coarse movements of the man's fingers. The final image was a selfie, with the young boy joyfully embracing his father's neck, while the other hand, smeared with cake frosting, playfully touched his mother's nose. She lingered on this photograph for an extended period, so long that when Jian turned to her, "Teacher, is everything all right?" This was, indeed, a love that was wholeheartedly given. Unadulterated and pure, it stirred a feeling of near jealousy within her. She gently arched her eyes. The smile that she could usually display effortlessly took her a considerable time to muster in this moment, finally managing to speak with a smile. Wow, how blissful. Chapter 54, Not Afraid. Exiting the port, Wen Ning felt a heaviness in her heart. She gazed at the slate-gray sky, which mirrored her own foggy thoughts. There was no need for further validation. She had already confirmed in her heart that this Wen student hailed from a complete and happy family. She was perplexed as to why this string of numbers appeared on Xie Zhiyu's phone, yet she was certain that Wen Xinji was a child from this family. Love and indifference, truth and falsehood. When speaking of a person, one must not deceive. She pinched her brow and leaned against the roadside, unable to articulate her emotions at that moment. While waiting for Chen Yuejiao, she received a photo from Wen Jian, the proof of Wen Xinji that he had promised to submit swiftly. This father, anxious not to delay his son's application for exchange, had immediately contacted home after her departure, urgently rummaging through all of Wen Xinji's certificates from childhood to present, even producing a birth certificate to establish their familial bond. The truth was now laid bare. Wen Ning was not surprised, as she had already formed a judgment in her heart after meeting Wen Jian. She was so preoccupied that she failed to notice the face of the person she brushed past. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up her phone and reported softly, "Yes, we have arrived at the port. However, it is rather strange. Miss Wen is here." The voice on the other end murmured something. The leader nodded. "Understood. Make sure to inform Brother Yu." On the line was Xiao Zhong, who first dialed a call to Zhong. A minute later, he hurried upstairs. The VIP room on the third floor had already commenced the second round of bridge, and fearing to disturb the esteemed guests, Xiao Zhong enlisted the help of a waiter. Shortly thereafter, Xie Zhiyu appeared at the door. "Is it urgent?" A call came from the port, stating they saw Miss Wen while arranging the containers. However, I inquired with Zhong, and he was unaware of her departure. He has been downstairs at the Mid-Mountain residence. Are you certain? Xie Zhiyu raised his gaze. Brother Yu, our people are not blind. Can Miss Wen's face be mistaken? Xiao Zhong thought to himself. Her appearance was so distinct that she could be recognized at a glance amidst a crowd. There was no way she could be overlooked. He stood there anxiously, awaiting further instructions. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Xiao Zhong felt that time stretched on indefinitely. Ever since he began following Xie Zhiyu, it became difficult to endure even a few seconds in his brooding gaze. Each moment felt like an eternity, moistening his dry lips. Xiao Zhong stood frozen until he heard the other party speak in a nonchalant tone. Understood. Understood? Is that all? Could it be that Miss Wen deliberately avoided Zhong? Xie Zhiyu interrupted. They are busy inside. There is no need to inform me of such matters in the future.
It was all so confounding.
Xiao Zhong nodded with a troubled expression. Understood, Brother Yu. On her way back, she pondered. If there was any flaw in this matter, it must have originated from a falsehood in the information she had unearthed from Xie Zhiyu. Why was she the only one without any defenses? Why was he so at ease, even drinking to excess? Everything now made sense. It seemed she had gained an advantage. Yet this path had long been laid out for her to tread. Xie Zhiyu was not at all afraid of her probing further. Ultimately, she would return empty-handed, continuing to hope that he would loosen his grip and sell her the information. This was the meticulous and manipulative Xie Zhiyu. He had discerned her character and effortlessly set a trap for her. When Ning suddenly felt a wave of despondency, indeed, she was more disheartened than angry, for she realized she had no reason to be enraged. The phone was something she had surreptitiously perused, the messages were those she had tracked, and everything was an act of her own presumptuousness. What grounds did she have to blame others? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, the car had already arrived downstairs. When Ning noticed Ah Zhong waiting for her and promptly exited the vehicle.
Ah Zhong?
Miss Wen, why didn't you call for me when you went out? He inquired. When Ning smiled, a sense of relief washing over her. You knew, didn't you? Xiao Zhong called me and said you went to the port, which startled me. If I hadn't kept you safe, Yugo would surely have been upset. So it was Xiao Zhong who had informed him. Then, Xie Zhiyu must also be aware. He was astute enough to deduce the entire situation, she mused. If one were to seek an optimistic angle amidst today's disappointments, it would be that she had displayed a modicum of foresight by not hastily severing ties with Xie Zhiyu.
Did he say anything? Wen Ning inquired.
Ah Zhong shook his head. I'm not sure. Ah Zhong was a straightforward individual, lacking the convolutions of their intricate exchanges. When Ning offered him a comforting smile, it's all right. I'll speak to him. You're not at fault. However, Ah Zhong pressed on. Miss Wen, are you unhappy? Did someone at the port bully you? When Ning deliberately adopted an upbeat tone. Of course not. Ah Zhong stood still, remaining silent. He was not particularly adept at reading social cues, often misinterpreting the emotions of others. In the past, when Xie Zhiyu was angry, everyone else was too intimidated to speak, yet he would foolishly approach.
Now.
Even though Miss Wen's tone was relaxed, he mistakenly believed she was discontent. I am no longer unhappy, when Ning declared, shedding her coat and handing it to the servant. Is today a special occasion? Having been in Ao Island for some time, she had yet to meet her uncle. After pondering, she decided to remain in the living room. After all, as a guest, regardless of how close the familial ties, she must maintain the demeanor of a visitor. She sat there, with Chen Yu Jiao nestling beside her like a quail. On the expansive sofa, the two were huddled together. Wen Ning dasset. What mischief have you been up to that makes you so afraid of your father? I did nothing wrong. But the fear of my father seems to be ingrained in my genes. Chen Yu Jiao shivered. Sister, aren't you afraid of your father? Not really. I used to respect him, but now I feel indifferent. Sometimes I even wonder, since Wen Zhengshan cares so much about his illegitimate child, when he lies on his sickbed, awaiting someone to care for him, perhaps he should also consider that child from outside. I can't be of any help. Not knowing how to express her thoughts to Chen Yu Jiao, Wen Ning pondered for a moment before letting out a resigned smile. You stop being afraid as you grow up. Indeed, she was no longer afraid, nor did she harbor any love. Chapter 55, Cohabitation. Dinner consisted of the three of them, with Wen Ning as a half-outsider. Her aunt and uncle made a concerted effort to accommodate her, especially her uncle, Chen Kongtai, who, upon learning she was in Ao Island, had insisted on dividing a gift he brought from Singapore for Chen Yu Jiao into 2 portions. Wen Ning attempted to decline, but Chen Yu Jiao graciously accepted it all on her behalf. I happened to speak with your father over the phone these past 2 days. Had I known you were here— Hey, her aunt interrupted. This is a special time. Pretend you don't know. I know my brother's temperament. He likely thinks Wen Ning is in Hawaii. You let it slip. The roof might be blown off. Chen Kongtai sighed deeply. Ah, I see. Wen Ning observed the apparent difficulty on his face. Uncle, what's wrong? I was unaware earlier and invited your dad over the phone. He agreed to come. Oh, you. When Cinny swiftly struck him. Is he really coming? I believe so. They exchanged remarks, glancing at one another. Wen Ning, however, appeared unperturbed. When he arrives, I can check into a hotel. If he doesn't know, he won't blame you, aunt. When Cinny replied, I'm not afraid of him blaming me. Wen Ning quickly feigned a plea for mercy. But I fear his scolding. He has been quite talkative lately. Her words elicited simultaneous laughter from those at the table. Thus, the arrangements were informally settled. After the meal, Chen Yuejiao lingered near Wen Ning, fearing her father would summon her to the study. She entered the room, and Chen Yuejiao followed suit, appearing as if she intended to sleep alongside her. Wen Ning tossed a pillow at her. I won't bother with you. I'm extremely tired and need to sleep first. Sister, please. Chen Yuejiao blinked her innocent eyes. I'll take the pillow. Wen Ning sikhet. You don't expect me to fetch a pillow for you, do you? I beg you, dear sister. Eventually, when Ning conceded, she rose from the bed, donned a knitted cardigan, and asked, is there anything else you need? Speak all at once. Chun Yuejiao gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. Nothing else, my beloved sister. Her room was at the far east, adjacent to the master bedroom and its living area. As when Ning approached, she noticed the living room door slightly ajar, and a figure flashed past. She intended to greet her aunt, but as she drew closer, she overheard a conversation. It's fine if Wen Ning stays at a hotel. In a few days, Yuan Jincheng will come and stay with us. This was her uncle's voice. She hesitated, caught in a dilemma. He's coming? When Cindy murmured. He'll probably stay for 10 days to half a month, right? Chun Kongtai chuckled. You didn't mind how long Wen Ning stayed when she was here. She's my niece, it's different. Chun Kongtai's tone grew serious. I don't understand your prejudice against that boy. Every time he visits Ao, you seem displeased. What prejudice could I possibly have? I can't speak ill of your relatives. Their voices grew louder, sounding like a quarrel. When Ning tiptoed into the room, grabbed a pillow, and slipped away. Rest assured, if he comes to stay, I won't show any displeasure. I will certainly uphold your dignity. But if he still behaves as he did in childhood, always bullying Yuejiao, don't blame me for acting like an elder. Children were mischievous and unaware. As an elder, you shouldn't hold grudges against them. How could I not? If Yuejiao were to bear a scar, I'd be infuriated. You wonder why I favor Wen Ning? It's precisely because she swiftly slapped that boy when he misbehaved. She always supports Yuejiao, and I cherish her as if she were my own daughter. Affection is reciprocal. Wen Ning silently clutched the pillow, moving forward as memories of their quarrel sparked recollections of her childhood. Back then, she had just entered high school and spent a brief summer at Ao. Accompanying her was her uncle's nephew, Yuan Jincheng, who resided in Singapore. It was she, Chun Yuejiao, and Yuan Jincheng. The three of them were of similar ages, yet they found it difficult to play together. In the throes of burgeoning adolescent awareness, it was rather inconvenient for a boy to be in their company, especially since Chun Yuejiao clumsily stumbled upon the provocative images on his phone. Enraged and embarrassed, he feared that Chun Yuejiao would spill the beans. In a fit of panic, he seized a utility knife from the drawer and thrust it toward her face, demanding, "You will say you did not see anything." First the images, then the knife. Chun Yuejiao was rendered speechless, stammering, "You have explicit photos." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jincheng's face fluctuated between pale and crimson, ultimately erupting in anger. "You must not tell uncle and aunt." Indeed, it was Yuan Jincheng who had erred, not her. Chun Yuejiao, regaining her composure, glared defiantly. "Why should I? I said you mustn't." It was this low growl that summoned Wen Ning. She pushed the door open to find Yuan Jincheng pinning Chun Yuejiao against the desk, one arm restraining her chest while the other brandished the utility knife threateningly close to her delicate face. Chun Yuejiao, in her folly, bore red marks on her skin, yet continued to resist. When Ning approached silently, her gaze icy, and said, "No fighting when she is not present." "Sister, this guy has..." Chun Yuejiao began, "You dare?" In that instant, as the knife punctured her flesh, Wen Ning delivered a resounding slap. This was the first time she had ever struck someone. Lacking technique, it was purely an emotional outburst that caused Yuan Jincheng's face to twitch uncontrollably. "Yuan Jincheng," Wen Ning admonished, "should you wield a knife against others again, your uncle will strike you even harder." With that, she whisked Chun Yuejiao away. One child bore the mark of blood, while the other sported a swollen cheek. When Cindy firmly sided with Wen Ning, resulting in an atmosphere thick with tension whenever they crossed paths thereafter. Before the word secret could fully escape her lips, Chun Yuejiao leaned in. What? When Ning displayed an expression of exasperation, "Yuan Jincheng is coming again." Restraining her urge to curse, Chun Yuejiao inquired, "Is it too late to move?" When Ning gestured invitingly, "Perhaps you should ask aunt?" "Sister, I believe I should just stay with you at the hotel," Chun Yuejiao asserted firmly. When Ning nodded vigorously in agreement. "Then when Wen Jingshan arrives and asks why you are not home but staying at a hotel, what will you say?" Chun Yuejiao continued to resist. "I will just say I grew tired of home. Lavishly, I simply wish to spend money." "How splendid." When Ning applauded her enthusiasm but quickly redirected the conversation, however. "I will not be staying at the hotel." "You must secure a room for me so aunt and uncle will not worry," she replied. "I have other accommodations." Isn't the entire Ao island merely the Chin family and their relatives? Where else could one stay besides a hotel? Chun Yuejiao pondered, perplexed. Where? Wen Ning siket heavily. Resting her chin on her hand. The consequences of hanging up on someone had arrived. A true gentleman can adapt and bend. Now, she must feign ignorance and seek reconciliation with them. The Xie family, she concluded. Chapter 56, The Family of Scoundrels. Blackjack, bridge, baccarat, and poker. Xie Zhiyu indulged in every game with these individuals. Just as he closed his eyes at 9 o'clock this morning, the incessant ringing of his phone awakened him. As he lifted his eyelids, four prominent characters illuminated the screen. Princess P. Indifferent even to a sneer, Xie Zhiyu cast the phone aside and resumed his closed-eyed state. Whether it was due to his mind's prolonged fatigue or some other reason, he found that upon closing his eyes, an exquisitely featured face came to his vision. Her brows resembled delicate ink, her eyes sparkled like stars. In a state of intoxication, the tip of her petite nose glowed with a hint of crimson. Those beautiful eyes gazed at him earnestly, as if imploring, Xie Zhiyu, why won't you answer the call? Irritated, Xie Zhiyu turned over. Xie Zhiyu, you threaten and mock me with disdain. He continued to roll over. You are a vile troublemaker. With a sudden surge of low pressure, he sat up abruptly. How long must this continue? Yuan-Ti answer the call. He muttered a curse and reached for his phone. The call had evidently ended, displaying an unanswered status. It seemed there had not been much insistence. Just before he locked the screen again, a new message popped up. Princess P. Mr. Xie, are you at home? Mr. Xie? What act is she putting on now? Xie Zhiyu tapped his fingers impatiently, his brow furrowed. Before he could even finish typing a question mark, another message arrived. Princess P. I'll be at your place in 15 minutes. This time, a genuine question mark formed in his mind. Xie Zhiyu replied with a simple. Princess P. Ajong mentioned you haven't rested in days. It's fine, you need not worry about me. I promise to be gentle. Strange, exceedingly strange. The appearance of that tilde only heightened the peculiarity of the situation. Xie Zhiyu fell into silence for a considerable time before dialing Ajong. The large red character for blessing on the green door behind him bore an uncanny resemblance to the halo behind a bodhisattva's head. No, it resembled a malevolent bodhisattva. Wen Ning raised her hand to her face and bent slightly. It's been quite a while, Mr. Xie. Xie Zhiyu remained motionless. What brings you here? She bent down to place her slippers and smiled at him. Xie Zhiyu pretended to close the door. Immediately, Wen Ning called out, Hey, why so stingy? Xie Zhiyu's face darkened. Speak properly. Upon raising his gaze again, he saw Wen Ning had transformed her expression into one of cunning vulnerability. Blinking her eyes, I've been left homeless on the streets, Mr. Xie. You're such a kind person. Surely you'll take me in, right? Right? Xie Zhiyu scanned her from head to toe with cold eyes. Her casual attire, a knitted sweater, high-waisted wide-legged jeans, and sneakers, exuded an air of luxury that belied her claims of being destitute. He smirked. Just 10 minutes ago, during his call with Ajong, he had learned that early that morning, Miss Wen had deposited a large suitcase at the hotel's front desk, carrying only a small one with her as she made her way toward the old town. Has the hillside no room for you anymore? Xie Zhiyu inquired. Ajong, unsure of the situation, feared that his words might upset Miss Wen. Thus, while switching to Cantonese on the call, he peered through the rearview mirror. It seems the Chin family wants her to move to a hotel. I could see Miss Wen was very upset. The moment she got in the car, she asked me where you were. She rarely asks about you. Brother you. Is this a serious matter? Xie Zhiyu felt the urge to curse again. He lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips without smoking, merely biting it a few times. Damn it all. She possesses the key, making any attempts to stop her utterly futile. She moves quietly, careful not to disturb him. With such a vibrant presence wandering about his home, it would be a miracle if he could find rest. Xie Zhiyu donned his clothing with a stoic expression, arms crossed, resembling a fierce guardian as he awaited her. And now, with that beguiling expression, she dares to inquire of him? Xie Zhiyu is no benevolent soul. Does she believe this place is one she can enter and exit at will? Pointing at the tiled floor outside, he gestured for her to stand there. Though perplexed, Wen Ning compliet. What do you want? She asked. In the next moment, the door swung closed with a resounding thud before her. After shutting the door, Xie Zhiyu flexed his wrists and retreated to his room. Moments later, faint rustling emanated from the door lock. He paid it no mind. After a few more seconds, a click sounded and the door opened. A voice, sneaky and conspiratorial, announced, I'm coming in, followed by another click as she shut the door behind her. The emptiness of the room was filled with the sound of her slippers pattering across the floor. Strangely, the agitation that had plagued him for days began to subside. Xie Zhiyu closed his eyes. During the day, a cacophony of sounds drifted in through the street-facing window, and the living room was occasionally punctuated by unexpected noises. Astonishingly, he managed to fall asleep in such an environment, sinking into a profound slumber, only to awaken as dusk settled. The gaps between the buildings transitioned into shades of blue-green, casting a dim shadow over the entire space. Rising, Xie Zhiyu splashed cold water on his face and listened intently at the door. Silence reigned outside, as if the evening had enveloped the world beyond the window. He opened the bedroom door. A vintage floor lamp illuminated the living room, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the walls. The figure seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, looked up at the sound, wearing an expression of someone who had been waiting. "You're awake?" Xie Zhiyu glanced at his watch, speaking softly. 9 hours. Was that enough time to ransack my home? This? When Ning waved the book in her hand, I found it on that shelf. The Plantagenets. I didn't expect your interests to be so varied. Xie Zhiyu remained unmoved by her flattery. He countered, "Did you not notice the layer of dust on it? Perhaps it hasn't been read in ages." Wen Ning, tapping the spine of the book with her fingers like a pianist, asked, "What sound is this?" Xie Zhiyu pondered her question. She then revealed the secret. "It's the sound of my stomach." "I'm hungry," she reiterated. This box was likely a prop for her theatrics. As he urged her to leave, she clutched the small box, feigning despair as she prepared to depart. It was already established that he was no good man. How could he grant her wish? Xie Zhiyu placed the takeout bag on the low table before her, stating, "Toiletries go on the sink. You may choose between the sofa or the small bed for sleeping. The bathroom outside is yours to use, but you cannot enter my room. The rest is yours to navigate as you please." When Ning opened her mouth, but suddenly no sound emerged. She understood his words. Xie Zhiyu gazed at her with calm intensity. Chapter 57. The nature of our relationship. Being thrust into a situation with no way out. The thought crossed Wen Ning's mind, and she forced a smile, only to find it eluded her. Xie Zhiyu continued to regard her with those all-knowing eyes. A charming arc graced the corners of his mouth. "Oh, could it be that you are playing with me again?" "I would never dare," Wen Ning replied. "Your words make me seem quite innocent. I truly have nowhere to stay, you see. Wen Zhengshan is coming to Australia." With that, she winked. "Is that so?" Xie Zhiyu sat up straight. "I was unaware." "Now you are," Wen Ning quickly retorted, "so I cannot reside in Banshan. Wen Zhengshan would discover me. However, staying alone in a hotel fills me with dread. After much contemplation, I deemed your place the safest option." Xie Zhiyu chuckled, articulating each word. "My place, the safest?" Such nonsense would make even the king of hell laugh. Yet, with utmost seriousness, Wen Ning nodded in agreement. Xie Zhiyu was convinced. "Aren't you going to pack your bags?" He reclined on the sofa, his tone languid. Wen Ning found herself in a dilemma and decided to play the stubborn card. Refusing to move, "I haven't eaten all day. Where would I find the strength to pack?" "All right, once you've eaten, take your time packing," Xie Zhiyu replied. "It's the same porridge shop downstairs. The flavorful preserved egg and lean meat congee, radish cake, fresh shrimp rice rolls, sauté fish balls, and fried wontons." Compared to their previous breakfast together, Wen Ning was far more composed this time, even managing to procure a small stool for herself. She tied her hair up and diligently finished her meal. The princess and the pea was quite unpicky. Xie Zhiyu glanced over. "Is that enough?" "More than enough." Wen Ning's gaze fell to her abdomen, her fitted jeans accentuating a slight curve. Even beauties have their little bellies. She took a breath. Yes, yes, yes. It wasn't that Wen Ning was unwilling. During the meal, she had already weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Returning to the hotel would be comfortable. However, residing with Xie Zhiyu offered an unexpected advantage she hadn't considered before. Wasn't Wen Zhengshan coming to Australia? She didn't believe that Wen Zhengshan would not seek out her good son. While she could not track Wen Zhengshan's movements at the hotel, at Xie Zhiyu's, she only needed to keep an eye on him. They were bound to cross paths. The threads of the mystery lay before her, making it difficult to resist the urge to unravel them. As for why she remained languidly on the sofa, she was genuinely too full to move. "Xie Zhiyu," she called out. He turned to her. "Is there a possibility that you could assist me?" "In your dreams." He was remarkably resolute at this moment. When Ning lamented, realizing another drawback of not being able to stay at the hotel, this pampered young lady, who had never lifted a finger, now found herself obliged to tend to her own needs. She called Zhong, requesting him to retrieve her luggage stored at the hotel. After hanging up, her gaze surveyed the room. She asked Xie Zhiyu, "Where is the bed you mentioned?" Leaning against the wall, his cryptic gaze rested on her. "Are you truly going to linger here? But you were the one who gave me the key." The implication was clear. He had granted her the freedom to come and go. Xie Zhiyu smiled enigmatically. After all, a lone man and a solitary woman. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. But soon her mind cleared. She narrowed her eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Xie must be more averse to complications than I am. After all, we have encountered each other several times, skin to skin, nose to nose, gaze to gaze." No matter how tense the situation, he remained effortlessly composed. A person like him cannot simply be defined as a man. Beyond the fleeting romance, his mind was occupied with far greater schemes. Aware that engaging with her could lead to complications, he refrained from doing so. What of the solitary man and woman? He likely understood her reasons for clinging to this place. While he might intimidate others, he could hardly frighten her. Wen Ning merely scoffed. It was uncertain who would fear whom. She dismissed Xie Zhiyu's threats as mere background noise and followed his instructions to observe her resting place for the night. As she opened the cabinet door, she was greeted by the sight of a military cot. With a scowl, she turned to face Xie Zhiyu. "Is this the extent of your tolerance for hardship?" He chuckled, referring to her as the princess and the pea. Was that truly the measure of her resilience? Had she known a military cot awaited her, she would have thought twice about opening that cabinet. Even the sofa would have been preferable. As she gritted her teeth, preparing to claim the sofa as her own, Xie Zhiyu called out to her. Wen Ning, now devoid of irritation, waved her hand dismissively. "Spare me the unpleasant remarks."
Oh.
In that case, Xie Zhiyu replied nonchalantly, "I initially intended to inform you that there is a small room over there." It seemed she was fated to endure this entanglement with Xie Zhiyu. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "Wow, Mr. Xie, you truly enjoy surprising people." The surprise he offered was a minuscule secondary bedroom, so small that Wen Ning, accustomed to spacious living, found it hard to believe an adult could turn around between the single bed and the modest desk. Yet, it was precisely its diminutive size that allowed the streetlight to filter through the slats of the wooden blinds, casting a delicate pattern of light that filled the room. Wen Ning could envision the beauty of sunlight streaming in on a fine day, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow, reminiscent of an old film from the tropics. Warm and languorous. Clearly, the designer of this space had exerted great ingenuity to transform such a compact area into something relatively charming. Had it not been for Xie Zhiyu leading her here, she would have assumed that the mosaic glass door on the balcony led to a storage room. "Did you live here as a child?" It was no wonder when Ning asked. She could not fathom any other possibility. This house, once considered quite refined, had succumbed to the ravages of time, its once sharp edges softened and its paint weathered, bearing the marks of the years. A children's room had certainly existed long before recent years. It had always been there, waiting for its little master. The dust suspended in time scattered at his words. Wen Ning turned her head with annoyance. "Had I any other choice, I would never have selected your rickety sofa. What's wrong with my shabby sofa?" He replied with a light laugh. "Didn't you sleep well that night?" His languorous tone was tantalizingly close to her ear. Wen Ning felt an inexplicable hint of intimacy in his words. She huffed through her nose. Such matters are not to be discussed in public. Xie Zhiyu mimicked her, his voice tinged with a hint of regional accent. "Well then, don't you recall what relationship we share in public?" This sudden remark instilled a sense of urgency in Wen Ning, causing her to freeze in place. "Xie Zhiyu,
Speak.
Wen Jingshan is coming. Don't sell me out." She couldn't help but remind him, for he still believed she was in Hawaii. Xie Zhiyu chuckled awkwardly at her warning. "Had you not mentioned it, I might have genuinely forgotten. After all, there is a Qing beige in Australia and a certain young master song in Hawaii." His features obscured by the dim light. His tone was cool and detached, leaving her at a loss to comprehend the full extent of his words. Chapter 58. The warm breeze of the wine flag and the reckless youth. Wen Ning believed she had mastered the art of sarcasm. Yet she found Xie Zhiyu's skill in this regard to be superior. For a moment, she failed to grasp the underlying meaning behind his chilling remarks. Intentionally, she remarked, "Why didn't you include yourself in that?" Xie Zhiyu replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so I am included as well. How utterly perplexing." By the time everything was tidied up, it was already midnight. Only then did Wen Ning realize just how much she had brought with her. The essentials she had meticulously selected occupied half of his home.
Now.
Her small blanket, crafted from exquisitely fine merino wool and favored for draping over her legs, lay atop his brown leather sofa. The delicate fringes of the blanket hung down, softening the masculine essence of the couch. The room was too small, and before retiring for the night, Wen Ning sat on the sofa, legs covered, intently gazing at the photographs sent to her by Song Zai. Unlike her, Song Zai was truly enjoying himself. Blue skies, fluffy clouds, azure seas, and white sandy beaches. Each photo captured him smiling broadly. Adhering to her principle of fairness, she patiently edited each one for him. Thus, the following morning, during a dull interlude while waiting for the celebrity to manage his finances, Xie Zhiyu opened his social media to find images of Wen Ning in Hawaii, blissfully close to some man, their faces nearly touching. He couldn't fathom where she had sourced such images. Her smile was quite unflattering. Xie Zhiyu flipped his phone face down. Had she gone out? Xiao Zhong paused for a moment before realizing what he meant and quickly glanced at the conversation with Zhong. In recent days, he had become more astute, ensuring he was up to date with her activities. If the boss inquired, ignorance would be his fault. Thus, he reported, "Brother Yu, Miss Wen has been at home all morning." Xie Zhiyu, cigarette in mouth, glanced at the distressed celebrity not far away, adopting an air of nonchalance. Given the late hour of the photos, it was indeed suspicious that she was up. "Mint candy," he said. Xiao Zhong promptly retrieved a tin box. "Brother Yu, are you quitting smoking?"
Which eye of yours saw that?
Xie Zhiyu dumped a few pieces into his palm, using his tongue to push them around, dismissing any unfounded thoughts.
Oh, right.
He had smoked a cigar with some guests that morning, Xiao Zhong mused. Although the tobacco was mixed with agarwood, making it less harsh and imparting a rich, mellow aroma, it was said that the affluent favored such indulgences. However, Brother Yu was indifferent to such superficialities. It could be said that in his casual demeanor, he was remarkably unpretentious, dining and drinking alongside them, even sharing living quarters. While Zhong had already moved into a new building, Brother Yu remained in the old residential area. Thus, when he requested agarwood strips today, Xiao Zhong had initially thought he had misheard. Stealing a glance at Xie Zhiyu's face, he contemplated before finally placing the entire tin of mint candy on the table. Brother Yu hadn't visited the candy shop in several days. He must be craving something sweet. After accompanying the celebrity, he expected to have some leisure time. With this thought, Xiao Zhong glanced back at the celebrity once more. On several occasions, Xiao Zhong had the honor of escorting the illustrious star, who exuded charm and grace. Speaking with an unpretentious demeanor and even jesting in the Cantonese he had recently learned. After a few days of ups and downs in the private room, the star now appeared noticeably aged. Today, in a state of fasting, the well-maintained visage bore the marks of swollen eye bags, and his hair was no longer meticulously styled as it once was. Fortunately, as a public figure, he maintained a decorum far superior to that of many ordinary gamblers Xiao Zhong had encountered, who, in their despair, had wept and trembled at the sight of their bills. Shortly after concluding a phone call, the flowing funds finally materialized. The staff presented the bill to Xie Zhiyu, who managed a wry smile. "It seems there won't be a next time." Over the years, he had amassed a fortune in his acting career, but now he had lost more than half. Even his two most valuable properties had been hastily put on the market, one of which was used to cover interest payments. The tales of the gambling world, with their promises of fortune, paled in comparison to the reality he faced. He sighed, "The day I played blackjack, I should have known when to stop." Xie Zhiyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Tang, to be honest, every person who walks out of here utters similar sentiments." "Is that so?" Mr. Tang rubbed his face and donned his hat. "Then let us hope we do not meet again." Xie Zhiyu seemed to recall something, his breath slowing. "I have heard that phrase many times before. It appears I have become a quintessential gambler." Two assistants approached, and Mr. Tang shook his hand firmly once more, bidding farewell. Xie Zhiyu did not reciprocate the farewell, for he understood that Mr. Tang would inevitably return one day. He stood there, indifferent, as such scenes of arrival and departure had numbed him over time. For reasons unknown, today's scene evoked memories of years past when he resided in a small room on the balcony. Back then, he was just as radiant as he was now, though not as the esteemed Xie Zhiyu of the He family, but rather as the illustrious figure in the schoolyard. He ranked first in his class, made the basketball team, and held several notable competition awards. His desk was often adorned with gifts, and love letters nestled within his textbooks. Once, when he accidentally toppled his desk, fragrant stationery spilled out like a flurry of snow. That was until his life truly began to descend into metaphorical snowfall. he dropped out of school. The woman had repeatedly uttered the same words before her departure. If only I had controlled myself that day and refrained from playing that slot machine. The thrill of the upstairs was far greater. Do you know? I made 20 million tonight. I will take you away, and we won't have to endure the gazes of those in the capital. I can provide for you. You. If Mom says we have no money now, would you hate her? It's all right. Someone will lend me the capital to rise again. I refuse to believe that luck will forever elude me. Let us change houses. There's a new development in the hills. Let us move into a grand residence there. How about it? Yes. Tonight we shall feast. What do you wish to eat? We have the life we desire, and I promise I won't gamble again. Trust me.
Truly.
You, please save your mother. They're going to cut off Mom's fingers. Mom cannot be without her hands. Please, help me plead with that uncle. He beseeched for one more chance for his mother, truly the last one. I wish to revisit our old residence. The final scene of the story. He stood motionless, suddenly recalling the last words of his life, spoken by a woman. Live well from now on. Mother has given up gambling. Chapter 59. Something is amiss. Those beneath feared Xie Zhiyu, initially believing it was due to the backing of the He family. It was later revealed that Xie Zhiyu was a reckless soul, the sharpest blade wielded by the He family. In truth, it was they who relied on him. Yet under his command, they did not lead the blood-soaked lives they had imagined. Instead, they performed the most mundane of tasks, whether as bodyguards, drivers, bookmakers, croupiers, or loan sharks. They were but inconspicuous cogs in this intricate machinery. It was common knowledge that this luxurious tranquility hinged upon Xie Zhiyu. Though they feared him, they also held him in reverence. Thus, when Xiao Zhong sensed the shift in the atmosphere, growing sinister and frigid, he felt an inner trepidation but steeled himself. Brother Yu. Mr. Tang has departed. Xie Zhiyu's gaze dimmed, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. You go see him off. Unable to resist, he reached for the cigarette perched on his lips. His hands trembled inexplicably, and despite several attempts, the flame failed to ignite. With a sharp scrape, the lighter sparked to life, and the flame finally flickered up. The blue smoke wafted gently from his lips, and the chaotic whispers in his ears dissipated like mist. He pinched the cigarette between his fingers, pressing firmly against his brow. At some point, a cold sweat had emerged on his forehead, and as the warm breeze swept over him, he felt a chilling sensation. Xie Zhiyu inhaled deeply, the crimson hue around his lips receding rapidly, yet the flame remained ever bright. After finishing the last drag, he pinched the cigarette's tip to extinguish it, crushing it underfoot with his shoe. The irritable feeling was momentarily subdued by the nicotine. Sugar, he uttered. No response followed. It then dawned on Xie Zhiyu that Xiao Zhong had been sent away. Turning back to the table, he noticed a box of mint candies quietly resting on its surface. He popped one into his mouth, crushing it into fragments. He tilted his head back, the refreshing sensation traveling from his throat to his nasal passages. Perhaps it was the memory of opening the door to a small room the previous night that stirred so many thoughts within him. His current state was ill-suited for lingering here any longer. Suddenly, Xie Zhiyu rose, grabbing his coat as he departed. Xiao Zhong rushed forward. Brother Yu, are you going out? But it's not even noon yet. He hurried to get the car. Passing by a dessert shop where Xie Zhiyu instructed him to stop and buy a serving of mung bean soup and a dessert called Yangji Ganlu. By the time they returned home, it was just in time for lunch. Xie Zhiyu carried the bag and swiftly disappeared around the corner. At that moment, within his home, Wen Ning sat cross-legged on the sofa, sipping coffee while on the phone with Chen Yujiao. Next Thursday? Did you find out? Yes, my mother is picking her up. I even know the flight number. Chen Yujiao confidently stated from the other end, Uncle will arrive at 3:40 p.m. and then check into the Li Palace. This posed a slight complication. If it was the Li Palace, it was within Xie Zhiyu's territory. How could she possibly know who they had met alone in the hotel? Wen Ning furrowed her brow. How long will he stay? A week, Chen Yuejiao replied. A week. Since it wasn't just a fleeting encounter, it was highly likely they would visit other places besides the hotel. Wen Ning felt a slight sense of relief as she adjusted the thin blanket draped over her legs, instructing Chen Yuejiao. He will surely extend his hospitality at Uncle Gu's place on Aodao. If you know they're going out, please inform me in advance. Chen Yuejiao assumed Wen Ning wanted to avoid Wen Jingshan and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, sis. I've got this covered.
But you?
Are you really planning to stay at Xie Zhiyu's house? Wen Ning had never spent a night in such a cramped room. After tossing and turning for a long time last night, she regretfully nodded in response, yes.
What?
Then you and he. Wen Ning interrupted her with a dismissive tone. A good revolutionary friendship. Even after all this, it's still good? A revolutionary friendship? Chen Yuejiao, having grown up on Aodao, couldn't help but exclaim, you mainlanders are truly too righteous. Is there any other way? Given the circumstances, I have but one statement. Chen Yuejiao remarked. Xie Zhiyu is far more handsome than Song Qingbai. Sis, you're not losing out on this at all. It's pure profit. With a click, the door lock opened before Wen Ning. She instinctively sat up straight. No more talking. From the hands-free phone, Chen Yuejiao's voice boomed unabashedly. The moment I mention Xie Zhiyu, you hang up. Really, he is far more attractive than Song Qingbai. If it were me. I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. The abrupt disconnection struck her eardrum like a rhythmic drumbeat. Wen Ning nonchalantly stowed her phone away. Have you eaten? Strangely enough, the suppressed frustration dissipated under her mundane greeting, deflating like a punctured balloon. The sensation of someone waiting for him at home felt peculiar. Xie Zhiyu raised the bag he held, remaining silent. Inside the bag were 2 portions of dessert, which he placed on the table. Wen Ning immediately recognized it as what she had first seen him eating on the day they met. He enjoyed green bean soup, while Chen Yuejia had ordered her the signature Yangji Jianlian. Clearly, it was 2 servings, one for each of them. Wen Ning folded the blanket and draped it over the armrest of the sofa. Just in time, I bought lunch in advance and the rest, quite a bit. It should have arrived by now. She likely purchased more than just lunch. Xie Zhiyu surveyed the surroundings. After the morning had passed, her belongings had increased in his home. Her coffee cup, her white porcelain teapot, her scented candle, her glass vase, and even a cat-eared headband on the sofa. Never mind. It wasn't of significant importance. Perhaps he was overthinking due to lack of sleep last night, which had nothing to do with her room. At this moment, he should have made a teasing remark. However, the silence during the meal alerted Wen Ning that something was amiss. Even if he wasn't going to tease her for being a princess and the pea, wouldn't he comment on the phone call he had clearly overheard? She scrutinized his demeanor. Xie Zhiyu, something's off with you. Xie Zhiyu set down his chopsticks, his dark eyes fixing on her. What's off? Wen Ning pushed the dish of carrots towards him. You don't eat carrots. Her diversion eased the atmosphere. Xie Zhiyu inquired, what were you originally going to say? Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the unopened bowl beside her. May I have a taste of your green bean soup? A person who is not happy. Chapter 60, Brother Au. Those who fear him and those who are apprehensive about him combined do not compare to the blunt truth of an unhappy person. Only Wen Ning could sense his genuine emotions. For a fleeting moment, even the air surrounding them seemed to soften. Xie Zhiyu pushed the entire bowl of mung bean soup towards her. This is my favorite place, Wen Ning declared, clasping her hands together in front of the takeaway box. Since it comes recommended by the notorious villain of Aodao, it surely cannot be unpalatable. Why is that? Xie Zhiyu inquired. She replied with conviction. If it were terrible, would he still keep the place open? Xie Zhiyu lowered his gaze, genuinely laughing for the first time. He suddenly felt that taking in this one was an exceedingly wise decision. After all, living alone for too long can be dreary. Having another person around adds a delightful touch, much like the joy of having a cat. At that moment, this metaphorical cat, engrossed in stirring the mung bean soup, failed to notice that her cascading hair had already sampled the flavor atop the box lid. He reached out, gently lifting that strand of hair. The cat raised her face and queried in broken Cantonese, "What are you doing?" Xie Zhiyu removed a grass-green hair tie from his wrist and offered it to her. Your hair, tied up yourself. Wen Ning stared at the hair tie in disbelief, exclaiming, Mine? Are you actually attempting to dispose of evidence right before my eyes? With incredulity, she asked, Do you think I am blind? Not only blind, but also foolish, it seemed. For the next moment, this Mr. Xie calmly uttered 2 words. Mine. This was unbearable. Wen Ning suppressed the urge to curse, inhaling deeply, and then again. What does a grown man need a hair tie for? Xie Zhiyu retorted. What else could it be used for? His Adam's apple gently moved beneath his shirt collar as he lounged lazily on the sofa. The tall figure reclined, his neck angled back, causing his slightly disheveled black hair to fall in disarray. As he regarded Wen Ning with that familiar expression, she was left with a singular thought. Fine, I suppose it is true that your hair is long. She casually grabbed a hairband to adorn herself. I want he stooped to your level. The entire bowl of mung bean soup was poured into her dish, and as she bent down, the cat's head on her hairband also dipped. Turning to the left, the cat followed suit, brimming with vitality. Xie Zhiyu watched the scene. a subtle smile gracing his lips. After their meal, the two occupied separate corners of the modest living room. The space was limited, where raising one's eyes meant encountering the other's gaze. Wen Ning endeavored to diminish her presence, wrapping herself in a small blanket. While at home, she could have engaged in numerous activities, such as discussing beauty tips with Wen Xine, or maintaining connections within the capital to stay abreast of her family's jewelry business, or networking within her social circle. However, Xie Zhiyu's presence rendered many pursuits inconvenient. The only thing Wen Ning could do was sit on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. As she exited the chat window, she indeed found a message from Tang Yin amidst the flood of notifications. Elder Tang, didn't he look down on the Song family? Why are you posting again? Elder Tang, your filters and beauty enhancements seem excessively thick. The sea in the background has changed color. When Shui, your face does look a bit strange. You haven't gone under the knife, have you?
Tang Chonglao. Ah.
Next month I shall attend the charity gala hosted by the Chui family. The truth will reveal itself then. There are a few more trivial matters to discuss. Wen Ning. After responding, she shifted to another chat window. A particular gossip group was buzzing ominously, with messages reaching a staggering count of 999. Wen Ning skimmed through the messages and found a wealthy heir in the real estate sector revealing that a certain A-list celebrity was urgently selling a spacious apartment within the second ring to settle debts in Macau. Once the news broke, the crowd was abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the star. First, they dismissed the lesser-known actors, for they could not afford such properties. Next, they filtered through those residing in the capital who were not currently on set or engaged in any commitments. In the throes of gossip, each individual transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, resulting in a flurry of messages. Having experienced the influence of the Australian island, Wen Ning scrolled to the bottom. After much deliberation, the group had yet to pinpoint a suspect. Surprisingly, only 5 or 6 celebrities met the outline criteria. Wen Ning felt a lingering curiosity. With her eyelids lazily lifting, inspiration struck her. Xie Zhiyu. The man across the sofa had picked up the copy of the Plantagenet dynasty that she had carelessly left on the coffee table and was flipping through it. Without lifting his gaze, he responded nonchalantly, "What big celebrity has recently visited the casino?" His fingers paused in their motion, and he looked up. "Are you so well informed?" "Lost or won?" He remarked coolly, "In gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times." With each question, Wen Ning felt compelled to inch closer. "Who?"
Her curiosity piqued.
Xie Zhiyu curled his index finger, playfully pushing back the distance between them, no comment. Sighing, she lamented. The door to the answers always seemed so close yet so far. She wished fervently for a key to unlock Xie Zhiyu's secrets. Never mind. She leaned back, feigning disinterest. "Actually, I'm not that keen. Just asking out of boredom. If you prefer not to share, I won't press. After all, we are merely ordinary collaborators. Not intimate enough to share such insights." "Share insights, is that how you put it?" Xie Zhiyu replied coolly. Wen Ning shrugged. "What is it to you?" "I merely meant to convey that our relationship is quite ordinary."
Su Nam Tang. Share.
She paused, her mind racing as she processed his words. "What did you just say?" "I think I misheard. Could you repeat that?" At that moment, his phone rang. Wen Ning noticed the screen light up abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID, stood up, and moved aside to answer. His tall figure positioned against the window, occasionally toying with a half-dead pothose plant, he murmured, "Don't rush." Wen Ning watched his silhouette, falling silent. It seemed that the key to the door of answers was not as elusive as she had thought. Xie Zhiyu, with an expressionless yet steady demeanor, remarked, "Miss, you wouldn't think me foolish, would you? Sometimes keys can be quite elusive." Wen Ning pondered this thought. She felt a twinge of regret for her earlier words, which caused a flush to rise to her cheeks. Rising, she declared, "I'm going for a nap." She took several large strides until Xie Zhiyu grasped her wrist. Halting her movement, Xie Zhiyu stated, "Come with me. We need to find someone." Chapter 61, Inner Thoughts. This was yet another opportunity for drama. Wen Ning mused as she accompanied Xie Zhiyu outside. Suddenly asking her to accompany him in search of someone felt intrinsically linked to her previous inquiry. He had already divulged half of what he was unwilling to share. What else could he possibly withhold? The frenzied messages in the group chat had become utterly tedious to Wen Ning. Having tasted the most authentic gossip, she now viewed those speculations with the detached amusement of an insider watching a circus act. Silencing her phone, she leaned against the car window, quietly savoring the intricate yet orderly afternoon ambience of Ao Island until the vehicle came to a halt in a corner of the old town she had never visited. Wen Ning surveyed her surroundings. The car had parked on a slope, surrounded by low buildings, with tangled power lines overhead. The narrow alleyway was so constricted that even the solitary sliver of blue sky above was obscured by the distant grandeur of the palace dome. In that moment, the old town merged with the new, imparting a surreal sense of temporal dislocation. "Get out," Xie Zhiyu reminded her. "Is someone here? What are you thinking?" He cast her a sidelong glance. "When I said I was looking for someone, I didn't mean for you to assist in the search." "Ah, I see." She realized her misunderstanding. Glancing at the long, shadowy alley, she retorted, "So, is there someone here for you to play your part?" "No," he replied succinctly. "Then why bring me here?" "Because you looked bored," Xie Zhiyu stated, popping a mint candy into his mouth. He nonchalantly offered her one, his wrist flicking as he extended it toward her. "Care for a piece?" Wen Ning declined to use her hands, instead biting down on it with a crisp snap. The sudden emptiness of her fingertips bore a slight dampness, prompting Xie Zhiyu to glance at his fingers before discreetly slipping his hand into his pocket, his 5 fingers gradually clenching into a fist in an unseen place. "Are you not bringing Ahzhong and Xiaozhong?" Wen Ning mumbled, her voice muffled by the candy. Her peripheral vision followed his hand resting along the seam of his trousers. He appeared indifferent. Indeed, he was not swayed by her antics. Feeling somewhat foolish, Wen Ning turned her attention to the other 2 individuals she had mentioned. After disembarking, they were following Xie Zhiyu's instructions and heading down another alley. In a place she could not see, Xie Zhiyu was likewise observing her, especially the curve of her cheeks accentuated by the mint candy. He hesitated momentarily. "They will seek the person. If you do not wish to enter, find a place to have tea." "Wherever one wishes to have tea is acceptable," Wen Ning replied naturally. "I will accompany you." She was indeed curious about the individuals Xie Zhiyu interacted with daily. The pair descended the slope. The alley was too narrow for vehicles. Each visit necessitated traversing on foot. The sounds of leather shoes and high heels echoed in the alley, moving rhythmically as they paused briefly when passing pedestrians. Resembling lovers meandering through the streets, unhurried, much like the languid passage of time within the alley. What was typically a short distance took an eternity. Finally, they arrived beneath a nylon awning, where Xie Zhiyu knocked on a metal door. The weathered wall crumbled slightly at his touch, and the sound of swift footsteps echoed from within. Shortly after, a youthful face peeked out through the crack of the door. Having heard so many titles for Xie Zhiyu, Wen Ning had never come across anyone addressing him as Uncle Yu. "Uncle Yu?" she pondered. Xie Zhiyu chuckled. No need for such formality. Suppressing the urge to strangle him, Wen Ning lowered her voice. "So, whose place is this?" "A friend's house, though I am not well acquainted," he replied. Saying nothing would be tantamount to saying everything. Wen Ning inquired again, "What are we here for?" This question did not require a response from Xie Zhiyu, for she soon received her answer. A small girl approached, her unsteady footsteps accompanied by a pair of calloused hands emerging from the crack of the door. Xie Zhiyu calmly caught her gaze, asking, "When did he disappear?" The little girl shook her head vigorously, her tender voice tinged with tears. "My daddy, one tea leave. Uncle Ayu, daddy always keeps his promises." What a disjointed scene it was. When Ning deduced their identities from this brief exchange, the family of a gambler, a missing gambler, and Xie Zhiyu. Thus, the reason for Xie Zhiyu's visit today became clear. He was sought after by the family of a friend, a gambler who had vanished. With no other options, they had turned to him for help. Filled with suspicion, Wen Ning had no choice but to follow Xie Zhiyu into the house. Compared to him, her footsteps sounded foreign and unfamiliar. The elderly lady in front slightly turned her head to listen for a moment. "Ayu, have you brought a friend?" "Yes," came the crisp, clear sound of high heels striking the concrete floor lightly. The old lady nodded. "She's a girl." Judging the general direction, she waved her hand toward the void. "Ayu's friend, come and sit." When Ning expressed her gratitude and took a seat, beginning to scrutinize the 2 strangers before her. The little girl appeared to be around 13 or 14, slender and small, yet her eyes were bright and clear. At that moment, she regarded Wen Ning with equal curiosity. Their gazes met, but the little girl quickly turned her head away, awkwardly coughing. Her small face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The elderly lady hurriedly patted her granddaughter's back. Take it easy. Do you have your medicine with you?" Only then did Wen Ning notice the old lady's gaze was clouded and vacant, seemingly lacking focus. She looked toward Xie Zhiyu and gestured towards her eyes. He nodded in acknowledgement. An unseen elderly woman, an innocent little girl. It was understandable that they were unaware of Xie Zhiyu's true identity. With this thought, Everything began to make sense. Once the coughing subsided, Xie Zhiyu brought over a stool and casually asked, "How many years has it been?" "Almost 12 years, sighed the old lady. "Zhua has had this condition since birth. As long as she has been alive, Zhua has not gambled. I thought he had long since quit."
Don't think that way.
I inquired on the way here. Brother Zhua is not at the casino. The old lady shook her head. "Ayu, thank you for looking after us all these years. I had no choice but to call you today." "It's nothing," he replied nonchalantly. So it was this elderly lady who had made that phone call to his home. Wen Ning recalled that at the time, Xie Zhiyu had been there, speaking in a calming tone, urging the other not to panic. Their relationship seemed far more profound than he had described as that of an unfamiliar friend. In the brief moments spent inside, Xiaozhong and Azhong arrived from different directions. Both shook their heads towards Xie Zhiyu. Wei checked all the nearby game rooms and underground casinos, but haven't seen him. The little girl's eyes brightened instantly. "So, does that mean my daddy really hasn't he gone? Where was the last call made?" Xie Zhiyu inquired. Xiaozhong pondered for a moment, near the port. Since he could not be found in his territory, Wen Ning could not help but suggest, why not check the customs entry and exit records? For an ordinary person, it may be an unattainable task, yet for Xie Zhiyu, it is merely a matter of raising a hand. Xiaozhong glanced at his boss. The boss offered no objection, implicitly agreeing to follow Miss Wen's line of inquiry. He nodded eagerly. "I shall go at once." Once Xiaozhong departed, Xie Zhiyu turned to her. "Are you so certain that the person has crossed the border? After all, it does not involve leveraging my connections, and a simple inquiry bears no consequence." When Ning raised her chin, indicating him to observe the disheveled medicine boxes in the glass cabinet. "Did you see? They are all empty." Xie Zhiyu had noted this medicine cabinet upon entering. It usually contained Xiao Zhua's asthma medication. He was aware, while Wen Ning remained oblivious. A faint chuckle escaped Xie Zhiyu's lips. Naturally, Wen Ning could not fathom his thoughts. Her gaze lingered for a moment on his silent profile before she leaned closer. "It's a tremendous hassle to procure medicine on Aodao, and private clinics charge exorbitantly. Perhaps they simply crossed the border to buy medication. The inability to locate someone on the phone does not signify anything definitive. Perhaps they left in haste and did not have time to charge their device. All of these possibilities exist." Her breath lightly brushed against him, leaving Xie Zhiyu yearning to grasp it. "Indeed, I should not speculate." Wen Ning gazed at him with unwavering conviction. "But do you not think the same?" Just as she had done at noon. She struck to the heart of his innermost thoughts. "Xie Zhiyu, you are the one who most believes that Brother Zhua will not err again." Chapter 62. Belief. Xie Zhiyu harbors no faith in Zhuagang. He trusts no gambler. Any silver-tongued charmer will dissolve into nothingness at the moment when fortune falters. Yet, he finds himself trapped. It seems he can only attempt to believe, to salvage the precarious, crumbling world around him. The first encounter with Zhuagang occurred at the age of 16, beneath the old residential building where he once resided. On that day, police sirens wailed, lights flashed, and he found himself ensnared in a cacophony of voices. The ringing in his ears relentless. He heard someone in the crowd, with an air of morbid curiosity, asking, "Child, was it your mother who just jumped? Is she dead? What a disgrace. Why jump here of all places? This is dreadful. This building will become a haunted house. What terrible luck to have such a neighbor. Couldn't they have jumped into the sea with a bit of civic responsibility?" Xie Zhiyu listened with numb detachment before turning away. In the throng, he caught sight of a face even paler than his own. A fleeting glance at that individual caused their complexion to turn even whiter, their visage spectral amidst the flashing red, blue, and white lights. The person's mouth opened, seemingly attempting to utter something, but as Xie Zhiyu approached, it was as if their throat were constricted, emitting only muffled swallowing sounds. This was his first impression of Zhuagang. Later, Xie Zhiyu would learn that Zhuagang was also a gambler. He had not played extensively before, often frequenting small gambling dens, and would cease once his pockets were emptied. The day they met marked Zhuagang's most significant victory. His gambling companions incessantly urged him over the phone, and he muttered as he hurried along. His mind preoccupied with the thought of purchasing a brand new crib, not a second-hand one, in a lovely maple hue. He also envisioned redecorating his home to create a children's room, painted pink, adorned with castles and tulle. Midway through his thoughts, he suddenly heard a resounding crash. The smile froze on his face, his lips twitching involuntarily. He was gripped by an overwhelming fear, yet the more he feared, the more he found himself unable to avert his gaze. Within the gradually widening pupils, he beheld the woman's mutilated fingers, 2 in number. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body began to tremble more violently. Others remained oblivious, but he understood clearly. They would boast, "Did you see that? He once lost even this. What kind of scenes has my esteemed friend not witnessed?" His gaze remained fixed upon that severed digit, and Zhuogang's legs grew so weak that he nearly collapsed to the ground. It felt as if he were walking under a boundless clear sky, suddenly drenched by a frigid rain. Stunned, yet somehow awakened, he was engulfed in a cacophony of delayed screams from those around him. In that moment, he comprehended that had it not been for this woman leaping from the heights, perhaps one day it would have been he standing on that rooftop. The passbook in his pocket was crumpled and damp from his grip, a chill creeping into his heart. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck himself a heavy blow. The sound echoed in his ears like the rumble of a passing train. After a considerable time, the ringing subsided, and he heard neighbors discussing a young boy amid the crowd. Only then did Zhuogang notice the boy standing not far from the woman, akin to a solitary pine tree. He was quiet, upright, and numb, his face marked with a haunting shade of red. Unbeknownst to him, a police car had arrived, inviting the boy inside and offering him a cup of hot water. A female officer spoke softly and gently to him, yet his expression remained icy, devoid of any emotion. The neighbors murmured that the deceased was his mother. Some spoke ill of her, while others expressed pity for him. Zhuogang was suddenly reminded of his own daughter, still in her infancy, and cold sweat cascaded down his back. Soaked through, he sank to the ground, contemplating that perhaps fate had traded the life of a stranger for his own. His gambling companions called, teasing him for his delayed withdrawal from the casino. Trembling, he hung up and promptly blocked all his dubious acquaintances. For 12 long years following that day, Zhuogang never set foot in a casino again. For the sake of his aging mother and young daughter, he ventured into numerous professions, passing by countless casinos, sustained only by the haunting images from that fateful day. Occasionally, he pondered the fate of that boy. What had become of him? This thought electrified him during one of his passings by the casino. As his gaze locked with those cold eyes, striking deep into his heart, he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, helplessly watching the boy's slender figure follow a few others inside. Later, he learned that the boy was Xie Zhiyu from the casino. Subsequently, he became known as Mr. Xie to others. Their distance transformed from a narrow street to an expanse as vast as the heavens. It felt as though they had never known each other, yet also as if they had borne witness to each other's journeys for many years. In Zhuogang's modest eatery, patrons from the casino frequently appeared. They differed from regular customers, dressed in tailored suits, adorned with gold and diamond watches. They would order simple meals, occasionally casting unsettling stares at him, then breaking into hearty laughter and teasing. "I can't fathom why Brother Yu insists we frequent this place. Is the food truly that good? I feel like the one down the street is better. If you want to eat, just eat. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. They all seem similar to me. It doesn't matter. Hello, boss, do you know Brother Yu?" Zhuogang diligently wiped the table, his posture hunched low. "I don't know him. How could I possibly know such a prominent figure?"
He lied.
He vividly recalled the visit of the once youthful, now Mr. Xie, who had graced the small eatery. With an air of aloofness, he sat there quietly, savoring a bowl of pig liver porridge. Zhuogang felt a surge of trepidation. He adamantly refused to accept payment for that meal, and Mr. Xie, not insisting further, simply thanked him and departed. As he cleared the dishes, Zhuogang discovered a note tucked beneath the porcelain bowl, containing a string of numbers. He was perplexed by its significance. Did it imply that he could reach out to Mr. Xie in times of trouble? Why would he extend such assistance? This secret lingered in his heart for quite some time, until one drunken evening when he inadvertently revealed it to his family. They gazed at him in astonishment. After some cross-referencing, he suddenly realized that the senior activity center his mother frequented and the welfare kindergarten his daughter attended were both supported by Mr. Xie. He recalled the face from years past, illuminated by the blaring police lights. The pale, sharp-eyed youth had looked straight at him, piercing his heart like a blade. Zhuogang understood. He was aware of his gambling addiction. Chapter 63. The mouth is meant for kissing. At any moment, having one's innermost thoughts scrutinized is far from pleasant. Xie Zhiyu sneered. "Don't joke around. How could I possibly believe a gambler?" In a moment of urgency, Wen Ning pressed her palm against his lips. His breath momentarily stilled. As the silence enveloped them, Wen Ning withdrew her hand and lowered her voice. "Xiao Zhuog is still here."
She sighed.
conceding that there was no need to debate such matters. Whether one believed or not, what did it change? He would never trust a gambler. The gambling den of Aodao was a veritable paradise for such individuals. Some risks were best left untraveled. Upon realizing this, the room exhaled in relief, most notably Wen Ning. For reasons unknown, she always felt something was amiss with Xie Zhiyu. She even pondered how he would react if Zhugang were to succumb to his gambling addiction again. His demeanor was so heavy that it instilled in her a sense of danger. Yet, prior to this, she had not associated the notion of danger with Xie Zhiyu for quite some time. Stepping out of Zhu's home, Wen Ning hastily caught up with Xie Zhiyu. His white shirt had accumulated several creases in a short span, dampened by the muggy air, appearing loose and forlorn. Strangely, Wen Ning felt his mood mirrored that of his wrinkled shirt. "What is your relationship with Brother Zhua?" she inquired. Xie Zhiyu paused momentarily, maintaining his usual response, an acquaintance. "That's nearly a lie," Wen Ning retorted. She leisurely followed a few steps before suddenly reaching out, pinching the cuff of his shirt with her fingers, gently tugging. The insignificant force was enough to halt the man in his tracks. With a smile in her eyes, she asserted, "Regardless, I believe he won't gamble again. And the reason? He hasn't gambled in 12 years. When Ning gradually unveiled her speculation, "I've heard that children with asthma can easily suffer from developmental issues. Look at Brother Zhua's daughter. Though slightly thin, she is well cared for. In their drab home, only the daughter is dressed in vibrant, fresh colors. Her eyes are strikingly beautiful and remarkably clear, radiating trust when she speaks of her father. Perhaps Brother Zhu crosses the border to procure medicine for his daughter. Do you understand? When one has hope, they are unlikely to engage in foolish acts." Xie Zhiyu pondered this notion repeatedly, lowering his gaze. "Say what you will. Why the grim expression?" When Ning released her grip on his sleeve, shifting to stand behind him, her palms gently pressing against his lower back, nudging him forward a few steps. "Xie Zhiyu, let us converse about you," Wen Ning suggested. "Why, with such disdain for gamblers, did you initially choose to work for the casino?" His steps were not heavy, yet he did not resist the gentle force behind him. Even though it was slight, it felt almost like a playful jest.
"And now?
He replied, "I have grown accustomed to it." The pressure behind him lessened momentarily, and an irksome voice emerged from behind. "Xie Zhiyu, I've come to realize you've not spoken a single truth." "Flattery," he chuckled. "Utterly dull," the woman retorted. When the call came in, Xie Zhiyu was fiddling with a dusty record player, casually pressing the speakerphone. Thus, when Ning inevitably caught snippets of the conversation, he inquired, "Why the delay?" Zhugang discovered his phone was lost only after crossing the border, and all the clinic's contact details were stored on it, which led to a prolonged ordeal. Understood. All right, Brother Yu." As the call ended, Xie Zhiyu looked up to see the woman on the sofa, her chin held high, with an air of arrogance. Her expression seemed to say, "I told you so." "Conceited," he remarked. When Ning found the audacity to scoff, "Xie Zhiyu, your mouth could be donated since it serves no purpose." He responded with a nonchalant, half-smile. "Besides speaking, a mouth can serve many other functions. Everyone knows the primary use is for eating." Yet, in the moment their gazes locked, whether due to clouded thoughts or the melodious tune from the record player, it became unclear. Beneath the lilting melody, when Ning pressed her increasingly parched lips together, "A kiss? Warm my heart, I wish to hold your hand. The occurrence of love is truly unique." The story-laden voice seeped into his ears as the vinyl spun in steady circles. Clearing her throat, she asked, "What is the title of this song?" The previously light-hearted words were brushed aside, as if no one had heard them. Xie Zhiyu swallowed hard. Too crowded. Stumbling and weeping endlessly. How quaint. It was a Cantonese song she could not comprehend. At 9:50, the phrase "too late" held little significance amidst their concealed intentions. The texture of the headphones and the storytelling quality of the gramophone were entirely distinct. She heard the same melody through the headphones as in the living room. The person in the bedroom reclined against a soft pillow, staring at the ceiling, while the one in the living room toyed with the now empty record case. Through a thin door, the same voice unfurled. "I fear one day, we might brush past each other again, still causing me heartache. How ironic." The slats of the blinds cast patterns before her eyes, reminiscent of an overture to a tale. Streetlights joined the moonlight, casting a warm orange glow. The night is indeed beautiful tonight. The city's brilliance may soon dim. Chapter 64, His Past. Taking advantage of Xie Zhiyu's absence, Wen Ning paid another visit to Zhuagang's residence. This time, it was Zhuagang who answered the door. It was Wen Ning's first encounter with him. "Hello. I am a friend of Xie Zhiyu." Upon hearing Xie Zhiyu's name and recalling the events of the previous day that his family had informed him about, he awkwardly nodded and opened the door wider, inviting her in. The living room was dimly lit, with light blocked by a neighboring residential building. Yet, in the one corner that basked in sunlight, there lay a collection of the girl's toys. The once disheveled medicine cabinet was now neatly organized. Newly purchased medications were arranged in 2 orderly rows, each labeled meticulously with a ballpoint pen indicating the name, date, and usage. Noticing Wen Ning efplinet. If the pen pressure is too heavy, there will be marks on the box. This way, even when I'm not home, my mother can find the right medicine for Xiaozhua. She surveyed the room and inquired, "Where is Xiaozhua?" When Ning set down the shopping bag in her hands, which contained several cotton vests she had just bought earlier that morning. The little girl was at an age where certain matters eluded her oblivious grandmother, and her single father lacked experience. Upon her previous visit, when Ning had noticed the signs of malnourishment in the slender frame of Xiaozhua, Zhuogang, perhaps sensing this, rubbed his hands nervously, saying, "Mrs. Xie, we cannot accept your gifts." Wen Ning hesitated momentarily. "Mrs. Xie?" This was the only title Zhuogang could think of after much contemplation. Observing the beautiful young lady's bewildered expression, he fidgeted and added, I am Zhuogang."
No.
"I mean, Miss Wen, we truly cannot accept your gifts. Yesterday you and Mr. Xie came to our aid, and Mr. Xie has been taking care of me. I genuinely do not know how to repay you." When Ning had come this time with the intention of gathering information, seizing the opportunity, she continued the conversation. "Some matters may seem trivial to him, but placing too much weight on them could become a burden for both of you." "No," Zhuogang insisted. "A life is never too trivial. Did he save you?" When Ning clasped her hands together, perhaps even Xie Zhiyu himself would not regard this matter in such a light. Zhuogang pondered slowly before shaking his head. "I am inconsequential to Mr. Xie." Being inconsequential would not lead one to rush to your home upon receiving a phone call. How could one articulate such a sentiment clearly? Zhuogang had grappled with this thought for many years without resolution. He only vaguely sensed that Mr. Xie had been trapped in the past for the last 12 years. And he, Zhuogang, was merely a thread tied to that past. Surely Mr. Xie yearned for someone to untangle that thread? Suddenly, Zhuogang gazed at the person before him, the only individual in many years to stand by Xie Zhiyu's side and visit this old house with him. He blurted out, "Miss Wen, will you help him?"
I will.
When Ning replied, her determination palpable as she neared the key, the first layer of Xie Zhiyu's impenetrable armor. "I will assist him," she affirmed earnestly. Zhuogang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Miss Wen, has Mr. Xie ever mentioned his mother?" The existence of Xie Zhiyu's mother was not a secret. Having spent considerable time on the island of Ao, and having heard a plethora of news, one cannot help but vaguely recall an incident from years past. His mother was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, adept at dressing elegantly and possessing a flair for romance. A native of Ao Island, she spoke fluent Cantonese. Her words crisp and lively, her gaze radiant. It was only after Zhuogang encountered that lifeless body that he began to comprehend the essence of the individual at the heart of the narrative. Miss Xie was strikingly lovely, once the darling of the upper echelons of Ao Island society. Though she hailed from humble beginnings, her talents allowed her to navigate various social circles with ease. Ultimately, she became unattainable as she found herself with child. Society's judgments of beautiful women are often superficial, easily encapsulated in a few fleeting remarks. Even while pregnant, her allure attracted the covetous gazes of many. The matrons of her former circles regarded her as an adversary. They invited her for tea, to watch performances, and to attend horse races, engaging in idle chatter about their newly acquired jewels and handbags, inadvertently revealing glimpses of their enviable lives. It was as if, in those moments, they believed they had bested the once ordinary Miss Xie. Perhaps she had enjoyed a few prosperous years in the mainland. Yet, it is difficult for one to transition from luxury to frugality. Zhuogang soon learned that Miss Xie had become a regular patron of the casino. Unlike the casual gamblers, she began her journey at the high-stakes tables. The brokers, upon seeing her, were like mice drawn to oil, anticipating the substantial monthly child support they would receive. Such clientele are cherished by all. Miss Xie gambled from the first floor to the third, often exchanging millions nightly. At that time, shortly after the turn of the millennium, sums in the tens of millions were unfathomable to the average person. It was rumored that initially, when she incurred losses, assistance would arrive from the mainland to settle her debts. As time passed and occurrences multiplied, that support dwindled. Eventually, as her child grew older and required less of her attention, Miss Xie's wagers escalated. She would often be absent for entire nights, lost in a daze. On good days, she would greet acquaintances, adorned in shimmering jewels. On bad days, she could be found weeping on the balcony, her tears mixing with bouts of laughter. Neighbors often suspected that a madwoman resided in that apartment. Time, inexorably, etched its marks upon her once exquisite visage, rendering her increasingly unrecognizable. Zhuogang remarked that Miss Xie seemed to have been under 40 when she took her own life. If she had entered another's life in her early 20s, when she departed, Xie Zhiyu was likely still a youth. Wen Ning mentally calculated the years. Feeling a sense of heaviness, did Xie Zhiyu's father not come looking for her after the incident? It remained unclear. Zhuogang pondered. As far as I recall, Mr. Xie was always alone. Wen Ning deeply. If it were she, merely maintaining her sanity would be a blessing. She would certainly sever all ties with a place like the casino. Who can fathom the depths to which one must be driven to engage in that which they despise most? For years, she had succumbed to it. Suddenly at a loss for words, she remained silent for a long while before saying, "Could you please refrain from mentioning my visit to Xie Zhiyu?"
Zhuogang nodded, understood.
She hastily rose, recalling a shopping bag at her side. "Oh, this. Please remember to give it to Xiao Zhua." "Miss Wen, are you leaving?" She pressed her hand against her heart, taking several deep breaths, as if it were constricted. Her limbs felt achingly sore. "I decided to venture out for a cup of coffee, but the coffee remained unpurchased. Instead, she inexplicably dialed Xie Zhiyu's number, leaning against the old, weathered green railing. She squatted like a fragile young sprout and blurted out, "Xie Zhiyu, what now?" "What is it, princess? Do you want to have some mung bean paste?" Chapter 65. Dirty Work. Xie Zhiyu pressed the receiver down and turned to Xiao Zhong, inquiring, "Where did she go today?" Xiao Zhong then asked Da Zhong, who replied without hesitation, "The mall." Wen Ning had taken a taxi from the mall to Zhuogang's house. Ah Zhong was utterly unaware, still waiting downstairs at the mall. Upon hearing the answer, Xie Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and resumed speaking into the phone. "Which mall did she go to?" The voice on the other end brightened, dispelling any gloom. "Xie Zhiyu, are you addicted to monitoring me?" This resonated with him. Xie Zhiyu smirked. "If you want to eat something, don't use me as an excuse." "I want to eat." Wen Ning felt the trailing words lacked elegance and paused, then continued, "Yes, I want to eat." "What of it?" "Then please bring me a portion as well," Xie Zhiyu replied in a calm tone, expressing his gratitude. He felt indebted to her. The mung bean paste intended for Xie Zhiyu was carefully stored in an insulated container, layered with crushed ice, remaining refreshingly chilled upon her return home. After some contemplation, Wen Ning sealed it properly and placed it in the refrigerator. Having completed these tasks, she settled on the sofa, slowly replaying the events of the day in her mind. Suddenly, she grasped from yesterday's doubts that Xie Zhiyu did not trust Zhuogang. Rather, he was compelled to place his faith in him. Unconsciously, he had projected himself onto Xiao Zhua. He had a family that, while imperfect, was still relatively whole. His father had successfully quit gambling, though it was arduous. He supported the family through his own efforts. The entire Zhua family reflected upon Xie Zhiyu, serving as a lifeline that rescued him from his past predicaments. This thread was delicate and precarious, always on the verge of collapse. But what could be done? The other end was tied to Xie Zhiyu's very existence. If Zhuogang failed, it was likely that Xie Zhiyu's world would also shatter. He possessed an unyielding armor, yet harbored a remarkably tender flesh beneath. Wen Ning suddenly regretted her previous prejudices against him. The well-preserved mung bean paste awaited Xie Zhiyu, but he never came. The next day, when Wen Ning opened the refrigerator, she found the takeout box intact and unblemished. She closed the refrigerator door and turned to gaze at the bedroom door. Ultimately, as she fell asleep in the early hours, she remained alone in the house. She tiptoed over and knocked 3 times. "Xie Zhiyu." After half a minute, she knocked 3 more times. "Are you home?" Having only cohabited for a few days, Wen Ning was not well acquainted with his routine. After knocking, she refrained from further action. Yet, the thought of the wasted mung bean paste in the refrigerator lingered. She opened the chat window, pondered for a long while, but sent nothing. Instead, she called Ah Zhong directly, asking straightforwardly, "Ah Zhong, where's your boss?" Ah Zhong, mindful of his position as Miss Wen's aide, saw no issue in divulging his boss's whereabouts. "Brother Yu has matters to attend to. He left the island with young Master He yesterday. He probably won TV back for the next few days." "Not on the island?" Hadn't he uttered a word? Well, after much contemplation, Wen Ning concluded that Xie Zhiyu had no obligation to greet her. They were merely temporary roommates, sharing an ordinary bond over a bowl of mung bean soup. Even while reassuring herself, she still clenched her fists in frustration. How infuriating! Even if it was unnecessary to speak to her. What harm would it do to acknowledge her for the sake of their shared delicacy? Mourning for a man was a lamentable beginning to one's life. When Ning hung up the phone, leaving Zhong utterly perplexed. He questioned whether his ability to perceive emotions had faltered, as Miss Wen, typically so serene, seemed to be in a fit of rage. Before he could report this to his boss, he received a second call from Wen Ning. Zhong, he straightened his back. What is your command? The woman on the line chuckled at his formality. Let us go. Time for shopping. After her arrival last night, all communication devices had been confiscated. When an underling gestured for Xie Zhiyu to place his phone into the safe, he merely raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what does this mean? Huan, with a smile, tossed his own phone inside first. Don't be anxious, brother. It's the rule here. The hurried departure meant that Huan's entourage surrounded them. This was not the first occurrence of such a scenario. In fact, until now, Xie Zhiyu had scarcely had anyone trustworthy by his side. He was unfazed by it. He tossed his phone into the safe, spreading his hands. What else is there? Just for show, right? Huan draped an arm over his shoulder. We're brothers after all, we just need to put on a good front. With me around, who would dare to touch you? The current atmosphere hardly resembled a mere property inspection. Xie Zhiyu maintained his composure. What about the Li family's land? Are we not going there?
Of course we are.
Huan affirmed, but we must first inspect other businesses along the way. Prior to their departure, Huan had just visited Coconut Grove. Their family's ventures spanned both within and beyond the island, most of which were legitimate, though some teetered in the gray areas. Those unsavory dealings required extreme caution. Frankly, Huan felt his temperament ill-suited for such enterprises. Initially, these responsibilities had not fallen to him. They were once managed by his elder brother. Regrettably, his brother's life was cut short. With his brother gone, these dealings gradually fell into Huan's hands. Initially, he had believed this was a prized opportunity, a testament to the old man's favoritism. However, as time passed, he found it increasingly burdensome. Why was it that his siblings managed respectable businesses while he was left with a collection of dubious affairs? The old man claimed to favor him, yet bestowed upon him the greatest risks. He professed to dote on Xie, but treated her merely as a means to foster familial ties. This affection was a heavy cross to bear. The old man stated, whatever profits they earn must be shared with the family, while you engage in a no-capital venture, pocketing everything yourself. Have you thought this through? I have, Huan replied. He wanted both the profits and to deflect the risks. In the old man's words, the reason he had entrusted this business to him was due to certain traits that resembled his elder brother. He could be ruthless when necessary. After a prolonged period of testing, Huan finally selected an individual from his circle. This person had taken on numerous unsavory tasks for him. With the business expanding and reaching broader spheres, he felt increasingly overwhelmed. Now, he had another candidate in mind. Father, what do you think of a you? The old man, wiping the chef's knife in hand, remained silent. It appears that he is not entirely convinced. Zhiyu thought disdainfully, the old man is indeed overly cautious. Xie Zhiyu has been working for the He family for so many years, yet he remains tight-lipped. Initially, he believed that if he waited until Xie Zhiyu became his brother-in-law, he could officially be considered one of them and relinquish his hold completely. Little did he anticipate that this matter would now seem on the verge of collapse. Zhiyu felt a twinge of annoyance, uncertain of what the old man was apprehensive about. He recalled the last time he had proactively suggested handing over the next business deal to a Yu, only to be met with a cold rebuke from the old man, who concluded with a cryptic remark. Keep an eye on a Yu. Keep an eye on what? Aside from not wanting to be his brother-in-law, Xie Zhiyu was undoubtedly a good brother. Thus, this trip off the island was not an impulsive decision, but rather Zhiyu's own initiative to bring along Xie Zhiyu. Upon arrival, there was no protocol for confiscating communication devices. Remembering the old man's warning, Zhiyu momentarily exercised caution and staged this act. Now, he was free of worries. Xie Zhiyu was his ally, working alongside him. Should Xie Zhiyu be unwilling, they would consider this endeavor a failure. Zhiyu instructed his companions to board the vehicle and first took Xie Zhiyu to tour the Li family's land. Subsequently, the vehicle sped through the darkness until it reached a walled compound. Through the walls, the silhouette of a warehouse roof could be discerned in the night. He Zhiyu announced. We have arrived. Xie Zhiyu turned to gaze out the window, where a beam of flashlight illuminated their presence. The light first scanned the license plate, and then, through the glass, inspected the occupants inside. The window lowered. The individual wielding the flashlight had one hand resting on his waist while the other swept the light across every corner of the vehicle. He murmured something to the driver. He Zhiyu reclined with his legs crossed and turned to Xie Zhiyu, saying, It's just the personnel from the subsidiary, greeting us. A subsidiary that was intent on confiscating communication devices, situated on the borders of the three kingdoms. Xie Zhiyu smiled faintly. Had he not been prepared in advance, he might have genuinely believed it. The lad with the flashlight was evidently relaying that Brother Cohen had instructed any newcomers, regardless of who brought them in, must first receive a bullet to test their loyalty. Chapter 66, A One-Time Solution. The vehicle had barely traversed a few hundred meters into the factory area when it was ordered to halt. Someone approached and rapped on the car door. Speaking in a somewhat imperfect Mandarin, Young Master He, please proceed on foot from here. He Zhiyu's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Xie Zhiyu restrained his hand. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He Zhiyu could not discern Xie Zhiyu's expression hidden in the shadows. He was unaware of what Xie Zhiyu had surmised, but he could detect a sense of restraint in his calm voice. He Zhiyu cursed under his breath. Lu Kuan will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Upon hearing Lu Kuan's name, Xie Zhiyu was not surprised. Outsiders only knew that years ago, there had been a fierce rivalry on Aodao, where Xie Zhiyu had triumphed over Lu Kuan and subsequently taken over all casino operations. However, the reality was more complex. While it was true that Xie Zhiyu had outperformed him, Lu Kuan had not been driven away by him. Instead, the He family had dispatched him to Southeast Asia to manage more challenging business ventures. In other words, in the eyes of the He family, they placed greater trust in Lu Kuan than in him. Over the years, the tiger raised in exile had cultivated his own power, asserting control over his territory and becoming increasingly arrogant. Even now, he dared to intimidate He Zhiyu. For the sake of the greater good, He Zhiyu could only swallow his anger. Xie Zhiyu offered him a way out, stepping down from the vehicle. He concealed a compact dagger in his pocket, having just slipped it in front of He Zhiyu moments before. At that time, the name Lu Kuan had just been mentioned. Xie Zhiyu, maintaining his composure, folded the blade. Lu Go is here, so I must tread carefully. Their mutual animosity was well known. The business in this region was peculiar. Internal strife could lead to significant complications. However, He Zhiyu, still irritated from being undermined, thought that having a bit of self-defense, especially from someone he considered an ally, would not be detrimental. Thus, he tacitly permitted it. The two of them exited the vehicle in succession. The guide, noticing their descent, continued to walk ahead, a noticeable bulge at his waist. Suddenly, Xie Zhiyu reached out and patted the man's shoulder. The man jumped alertly, instinctively reaching for his lower back. Brother. Xie Zhiyu signaled with his gaze. Private arms, perhaps? The man understood, cautiously pressing down on his own hand resting on his shoulder. Let go. Xie Zhiyu spread his palm, revealing its emptiness with a smile. We are on the same side. Why the tension? Not only the guide, but even He Zhiyu was startled. It's a standard issue, military grade, Xie Zhiyu remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, suggesting that Lu Go had solid connections with the military here. This comment caused He Zhiyu's expression to darken. He was aware that Lu Kuan had been extracting considerable profits in this remote territory and often managed local ties. But if, as Xie Zhiyu indicated, the situation was that intricate, He Zhiyu realized that the He family might soon be unable to control him. This business would inevitably be fully ceded to Lu Kuan. Whether the old man cared or not, He Zhiyu was deeply concerned. He clapped Xie Zhiyu on the shoulder. Brother, thank you. After walking a few steps, he suddenly inquired, You've been on Ao Island all this time. How do you know all this? Lu Go used to have a vendetta against me, Xie Zhiyu replied, his gaze slightly narrowing. One must be knowledgeable to survive. Thus, bringing Xie Zhiyu along was indeed a wise decision, He Zhiyu reflected. Realizing the old man remained rather conservative, the guide led them deep into the factory. As the iron door swung open, several faces turned towards them. A glaring incandescent bulb illuminated the scene, with makeshift tables and chairs made of cargo boxes scattered about, and the floor littered with cigarette butts. That was all that was visible to the naked eye. A brooding man seated in the center suddenly lifted his head, and upon seeing them, exaggeratedly smiled and opened his arms. Ah, so it's a Hua who has arrived. It hadn't been long, just a few years prior. Lu Kuan had respectfully called him young master he. Cursing under his breath, Xie Zhiyu plastered a cheerful smile and embraced him. How have you been, Kuan? Eyes everywhere. It's tough in business. Lu Kuan smirked, his eyes narrowing. Brought a newcomer, have you? What newcomer? Xie Zhiyu replied, but as soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of several guns being cocked echoed sharply, their dark muzzles aimed directly at them. Lu Kuan took a firearm from one of his subordinates, twirling it in his grip before aiming it straight at Xie Zhiyu. Isn't this a you? You've come to my territory? Xie Zhiyu felt a chill run down his spine and immediately reached out to intervene. Lu Kuan, what are you doing? No need to rush, young master, he reverted to the earlier formality, the gun now pressing against Xie Zhiyu's temple. I'm just greeting you. Don't go too far. Xie Zhiyu protested. With a smile, Lu Kuan lowered the gun. In the next instant, a gunshot rang out. Hegyle felt his legs weaken as he gazed toward the barrel of the gun. The ominous black muzzle belched smoke, and a sinister bullet path lay just a mere 5 centimeters from where Xie Zhiyu stood, a clear indication of the peril he faced. Had it deviated even slightly, or had a shard of metal grazed him, the consequences would have been grievous. He glanced at Lu Kuan, then back at Xie Zhiyu, who remained almost motionless, appearing more perturbed by the acrid scent of gunpowder clinging to his trousers than by the near miss of the bullet. He delicately adjusted the seam of his pants, while his other hand glinted with cold steel, a sharp dagger poised precariously against Lu Kuan's carotid artery. Xie Zhiyu raised his eyes and quipped, Brother Kuan, it seems your aim has dulled over the years. Such jesting in this dire moment struck Hegyle as infuriating. His own men had arrived late, armed and ready. Lu Kuan cast a sidelong glance, tossing his gun to one of his subordinates. After all these years, I still remember what Mr. he said, when conducting business. There's no need for blades or firearms. Both sides exchanged sardonic smiles, retracting their threats. As he spoke, he gestured for his men to lift one of the cargo containers. The wooden panels creaked ominously, and as they pried it open, a living body was revealed within. The man was disheveled and clad in rags that barely concealed his form. Beneath the tattered fabric lay a sight so gruesome it obscured the original hue of his skin. The only remnant of his former status was the distended belly that hung before him, resembling a crumpled piece of cloth. As he reached into the wooden crate and yanked the man by his hair, Xie Zhiyu finally recognized the face, one he knew all too well. It was Boss Wu. Without needing to look further, Xie Zhiyu was certain. Many who had vanished while entangled in gambling debts had found their way here, confined within these wooden boxes, reduced to mere goods in the eyes of these men. Previously, he had only speculated, lacking concrete evidence. Even during the cruise, while Hegyle tormented Wu Kai, he had posed a question to Wen Ning. Can you guess what a permanent solution is? At the time, Wen Ning had been unable to respond. Of course, Xie Zhiyu himself had not been entirely certain either, until this moment when his suspicions were confirmed. The so-called permanent solution was unfolding before him. Lu Kuan forcefully slapped Boss Wu's filthy face, exclaiming, fatty liver, kidney stones, and look at those eyes. He's got early onset glaucoma. Tell me, he's unsellable whole and unmarketable when disassembled. Is this business not difficult? It was indeed a daunting challenge. Xie Zhiyu let out a low chuckle. This world had become so arduous precisely because of these locusts. Chapter 67, Risk. From the outset of their conversation, Hegyle had been keenly observing Xie Zhiyu's expression. While he loathed Lu Kuan, he was even less inclined to find himself besieged on all sides. Upon hearing Xie Zhiyu's laughter, Hegyle's nerves tightened. Are you? What troubles you? Xie Zhiyu retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips. I was just contemplating how glorious Boss Wu once was, and now he can't even fetch the price of pork. Laughter erupted around them. Hegyle relaxed his brow. Where did that sense of humor come from? Xie Zhiyu, with the cigarette clenched in his mouth, lowered his gaze, gathering the wind to light it. His voice, muffled, slowly emerged. That is simply because you understand me far too little. Lu Kuan followed suit, lighting a cigarette of his own, his brow furrowing as he leaned against the cargo box. Doesn't old Wu have a son? It's my fault, Hegyle replied. He got away. He got away? He recalled that night, when no one was on guard, he leapt into the sea through the window. Had he known, he should have informed a you to keep watch. Lu Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke. Was a you there too? What? Are you suspecting me, Brother Kuan? Xie Zhiyu retorted, raising his eyelids slightly, wearing a mocking expression. He patted the body that had slightly stirred at the mention of son, speaking with a tone of lament. It is only just that a son repays his father's debts. You are being unreasonable. Why did you run away? It would be best if I do not catch you. Boss Wu had lost the strength to utter a single word, reduced to emitting faint gasps through his nostrils. He resembled a broken bellows, leaking air from all sides. Lu Kuan, irritated by the sound, kicked him, a worthless piece of trash. He then called over his subordinates, drag him away and send him to the mines. For gamblers, the most despairing fate is not the death of the body, but rather social death. Social death is when everyone around them avoids them, fearing that association will entangle them in immense gambling debts. He was ostracized by all his relatives and friends. Even if he were to disappear one day, people would secretly breathe a sigh of relief, thinking they were finally free from the burden. Thus, no one would search for him, no one would care, and in time, he would truly vanish from the civilized world. He would be registered as a missing person, eventually declared dead. His case would finally be resolved, marked with a period. No one would know that he had been toiling day after day in some invisible corner, deprived of basic human rights, with no opportunity to seek help from the outside world. When he could no longer serve any purpose, perhaps his remains would be dismantled for parts. Or perhaps there would be nothing left of him but to dig a hole in the ground, pour in some cement, and toss him into the sea. It sounds unfathomable. Yet this was the path they had chosen when they decided to gamble everything. Meanwhile, those seated here casually discussed when the next shipment would arrive and how the profits would be divided. Lu Kuan proposed a 50-50 split, to which He Hua objected. Both sides were calculating their own interests. Lu Kuan had the means to detach himself from the He family, while He Hua contemplated replacing Lu Kuan with Xie Zhiyu. The two exchanged hollow smiles, conversing until dawn, parting on an unhappy note. That scoundrel Lu Kuan. He Hua couldn't help but curse him as he thought about the matter. It had been 24 hours since their discord. Presumably, a phone call from the Australian island was on its way, inquiring why this task had taken so long. There was an implicit urgency in their words, and He Hua was not oblivious to it. If his stance was firm, then his curses would not be in vain. As for Lu Kuan, let him flaunt his arrogance for a few more days. With Xie Zhiyu around, he need not worry about who would occupy that chair. On his way to confront Lu Kuan once again, He Hua asked Xie Zhiyu. He insists on a strict 50-50 split. What are your thoughts? Xie Zhiyu responded incisively. You could simply refuse to supply him. Indeed, it was a feasible approach. However, after years of painstakingly establishing connections, He Hua was reluctant to start anew. After all, the organ market was in dire need, and wading through legal channels for donations and matches could take 5 to 10 years, if not longer. Yet here, with sufficient funds, one could always find a suitable match. Those who inhabit the lowest rungs of society, voiceless and marginalized, may very well transform into sanguine donors. A portion of their essence ultimately finds itself in the hands of individuals at the pinnacle of society, those afflicted with terminal ailments, yet clutching wealth and power. These fortunate few are granted a new lease on life, allowing them to continue their extravagant indulgences. Among them are those who fear the ravages of aging, desperately seeking the vitality of youth and freshness before their own organs falter. The affluent harbor no fear of financial ruin. Rather, their trepidation lies in the scarcity of time. I have already granted him ample assistance. He Hua's expression darkens. Xie Zhiyu chuckles softly, remarking, if one were devoid of such insatiable greed, this enterprise would never flourish. This sentiment softens He Hua's demeanor slightly. He responds, had it been you who ventured to Southeast Asia, initially, I would undoubtedly have been more avaricious than Brother Cohen. Xie Zhiyu interjects with laughter, the sound resonating with mirth. He Hua, finding humor in the exchange, bursts into laughter, ultimately patting Xie Zhiyu's shoulder, declaring, I may not be as stingy with you as I am with Lu Kuan. Xie Zhiyu tosses him a cigarette without uttering a word. He Hua catches it, saying, I have a batch of goods ready. Once matched with clientele, I can proceed. I may not be available when the time comes. Are you? You. The only sound that follows is the gradual grinding of a wheel. After a prolonged silence, Xie Zhiyu retorts, do you trust me so easily? This invitation was born of He Hua's selfish desires, a revelation of their business dealings to Xie Zhiyu for the first time. Would it be too reckless to relinquish the initiative to him so swiftly? He Hua contemplates this concern, aware that this venture differs from a mere gamble, should complications arise. It could ensnare a web of influential figures. The elite would certainly prefer the concealment of such sordid transactions. The so-called money earned through perilous dealings by Lu Kuan stems from his intimate knowledge of too many secrets. In the eyes of the majority, he is more despised than He Hua, who provides the goods. Those still within the trading pool seek to acquire useful commodities from him, while those who have exited the pool desire his demise. This matter is of grave significance. Caution! Xie Zhiyu suddenly thrusts He Hui down into the seat. A resounding crash echoes as the vehicle careens off the main thoroughfare like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 68. The Landlady. Upon their exit, a black van began to tail them. Initially, Xie Zhiyu suspected it was merely his imagination, but as they left the urban sprawl and the surrounding vehicles grew sparse, the van became conspicuously prominent among the throngs of three-wheeled motorcycles. He Hui remained oblivious, as his thoughts were occupied with another matter. As for the driver, after a brief roll of the vehicle, Xie Zhiyu furrowed his brow. The driver must have been compromised. The situation in the back seat was more severe. In the instant of impact, Xie Zhiyu instinctively took protective measures, ensuring his head remained unscathed. However, the arm he used to shield, He Hui became trapped between two deformed seats. Gritting his teeth, Xie Zhiyu moved slightly, beads of cold sweat forming. He cursed under his breath and, with the hand still capable of movement, struck He Hui lightly, asking, "Are you alive?" He Hui gasped for breath. Damn it. Nearby, footsteps echoed ominously. Someone emerged from the van, and through the contorted window, only a pair of feet, nearly 40 yards away, was visible. Xie Zhiyu fixated on the spot, deftly extracting a dagger from his pocket. With swift movements, he severed the seatbelt and airbag. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Can you move?" He Hui, now acutely aware of the imminent danger, clenched his teeth and replied, "Yes. On the count of 3, we run." "Damn it, they want to silence us. Stop wasting time," Xie Zhiyu said coldly. He Hui, rare in his compliance, swallowed hard and nodded. "All right." The two inhaled simultaneously. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gasoline. The vehicle had begun to leak fuel, and the half-smoked cigarette outside was a potential harbinger of their demise. Perhaps it would extinguish with the last puff. Or perhaps it would ignite in the next instant. 3 run. With a resounding crash, the car door on Xie Zhiyu's side was violently kicked open. The man, like a live leopard, leapt into the low grass by the roadside, rolling several times before coming to a halt. In the next moment, the tremendous roar of an explosion drowned out He Hui's shout. He tumbled beside Xie Zhiyu, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, brother, couldn't you have counted to 3? Xie Zhiyu twisted his arm with a click, resetting it. He grimaced as he moved his arm, dismissively stating, "I didn't have time." "Damn, no time?" He Hui craned his neck to gaze at the vehicle now engulfed in flames, its frame crackling as it burned. The black leather shoes were gone, and the van sped away from them in a blur. There were more pressing matters at hand. He inquired, "Which bastard is behind this?" That brief moment had allowed Xie Zhiyu to organize his thoughts. He had offended too many people, making it difficult to deduce the culprit. But the Italian leather shoes were enough to suggest a wealthy scion. Recently, he had only crossed paths with one such individual, Li Duo, who had been vocally threatening him not long ago. Yet, Li Duo alone lacked the audacity to act on his threats. There was another who wished to see him gone, Lu Kuan. Regardless of whether they collaborated, in a flash of insight, Xie Zhiyu resolved to attribute the blame to the same source, Lu Kuan's men. "He has been tailing us since we left the hotel. The driver was likely bribed as well. Damn it. The only one bold enough to endanger us on this territory is Lu Kuan," He Hui firmly believed. However, there was something perplexing. Was he truly reckless enough to act against me? If he genuinely intended to harm you, that cigarette would have been discarded long ago. Why wait for you to flee? Xie Zhiyu shifted the conversation, but this time was a fluke. Next time may not be. The thought of eliminating Lu Kuan solidified in He Hui's mind. He glanced at the man beside him. You're the only brother I trust right now." They were both in a disheveled state, their shirts soaked and stained with a mix of blood and mud. He Hui suddenly recalled how Xie Zhiyu had shielded him in the car, feeling an inexplicable bond of brotherhood beyond mere words. He reached out, refraining from the usual gesture of resting a hand on his shoulder. Instead, his fingers curled in the air, forming a fist for a light bump. Xie Zhiyu looked at him deeply and raised his hand to casually tap his fist. Enough with the sentimentality. They would reunite 3 days later. As Wen Ning heard the click of the door lock, she instinctively turned her head, immediately catching sight of a tall figure leaning against the door handle. He was rarely seen in a black hooded sweatshirt paired with casual pants, his fair skin concealed beneath the fabric, revealing distinct lines that exuded a hint of masculinity. "Who are you looking for?" Wen Ning remarked with a sarcastic tone, flipping through her book. "The owner of this house has disappeared. You've come to the wrong place." Xie Zhiyu lowered his head and chuckled softly. Slipping into his slippers, he tossed his bag onto the sofa, playing along with her act. So you are the current landlady? Wen Ning spread her hand dismissively. Transfer the ownership to me first. Not even a finger is worth your time. Xie Zhiyu stared at her hand for a few seconds before suddenly asking, "Where's my mung bean soup?" "It's gone moldy," Wen Ning retorted, withdrawing her hand, and the spark of light faded. She spoke with irritation. Xie Zhiyu did not pursue the topic further. He turned to the fridge to fetch some water, tilting his head back to drink. Just as he was about to toss the empty bottle, his peripheral vision caught sight of a takeout box in the corner. The dark green contents in the transparent container halted his movement. He opened the box and placed it on the coffee table. His voice faltered, struggling to find the right emotional inflection, ultimately coming out as a stilted statement. "Didn't you say it had gone moldy? It would be strange if it hadn't grown mold in 3 to 4 days. This was bought this afternoon." "All right," Xie Zhiyu replied. "Did the Yangji golden taro sell out again?" "It was gone by 2 o'clock. I have no idea where all these food enthusiasts came from." Wen Ning suttenni pauset. Her eyes widening. "Are you trying to trick me?" The shadows lingering in her gaze gradually dissipated as Xie Zhiyu sensed the long-lost warmth of life within the house. The tension that had been building for days settled into the dust. She was a young lady raised in a civilized world, while he had fought tooth and nail to carve out a place for himself in a shadowy crevice. He smiled, though there was a subtle bitterness in his expression that he himself did not recognize. "Miss, if you choose to jump in, what can I do?" Chapter 69. The spring tide runs deep. The mung bean soup was exquisitely crafted, leaving a profound impression on Xie Zhiyu, more than any previous encounter. He recalled the first time he had tasted this dessert as a child. Among the myriad options on the menu, he had solely ordered the mung bean soup. The woman had laughed at him. What's wrong with mung bean soup? She had tried to persuade him to opt for a coconut milk pudding instead. Xie Zhiyu had shaken his head. "Mung bean soup is just fine." "All right, if that's what you want, go ahead and have it," she said, eating while flipping through the almanac on the table. "The god of wealth is to the west. Isn't that our home S direction? I just happen to be sitting in the west right now, today." Xie Zhiyu fixed his gaze on the woman, his eyes resolute and earnest. "You said you would only accompany me today for dessert." After a moment of hesitation, she finally conceded. "All right." That was the first and only time the mother and son had gone out together for dessert, and they managed to enjoy it in its entirety. In subsequent outings, she was either called away or would hastily leave him behind, convinced of the rightness of the timing and direction. This bowl of mung bean soup had long since diverged from the flavors of his memories. Xie Zhiyu was uncertain about what he was clinging to. Yet, tonight, this serving seemed to wash over him like a long-dormant memory, the once-lost images suddenly crystallizing before his eyes. The mung bean soup in his memory would be renewed and transformed this very night. In the moments that follow, the memory no longer conjures the complete savor of the dish consumed until the end, but rather a portion of the freshest mung bean paste that, despite his absence for several days, was diligently replaced each day. Observing him set down his spoon, Wen Ning also lowered her hand that had been propping up her chin. "Something seems off," she inquired. Xie Zhiyu cast his gaze downward, his eyes fixed upon her face. "There is nothing amiss." "Then why have you stopped eating?" Wen Ning bohtet, as if filled with countless questions. "And why are you using your left hand?" Xie Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He raised an eyebrow. "Who decrees that one cannot eat with their left hand?" "No one," she replied, her palm facing upwards as she extended her hand towards him. "May I borrow your left hand for a moment?" Uncertain of her intentions, Xie Zhiyu hesitated before extending his hand, which she grasped with her fingers. Leaning forward, she adopted the demeanor of an old scholar, intent on her examination. "During your absence from Aodao, I learned a rather impressive technique from a blind man." "A shoulder throw?" Xie Zhiyu inquired. "A blind man wouldn't teach that." Wen Ning merely rolled her eyes. "Men on the left, women on the right."
"Come now. Let me examine your lifeline."
She feigned surprise. "Oh, quite long-lived. Your career line, though somewhat winding, shows an overall upward trend. There's a turning point in your 30s, after which you will flourish. As for your love line..." Wen Ning squinted. Noticing her suddenly grave expression, a thin layer of sweat formed in Xie Zhiyu's palm, which she held. Maintaining his composure, he queried, "Can't you decipher it?" "It's unclear," Wen Ning responded, extending her other hand to examine his right. Xie Zhiyu chuckled. "Isn't it men on the left, women on the right?" The old blind man said it's permissible to switch hands when visibility is poor, leaning back slightly in his seat. His other arm remained still at his side. After a brief, Silent standoff. Wen Ning smiled and spoke. Xie Zhiyu, your right hand is injured. Isn't it? The map of Yen country was extensive, nearly encircling him entirely. Xie Zhiyu discreetly adjusted his sleeve. With that expression and your words, one might think you wish to take advantage of my misfortune. Did you notice? Wen Ning rose, initially flitting about like a headless fly before asking, where do you keep your trauma ointment? He swallowed, aware he should refuse. But inexplicably he replied, the cabinet beside you, third shelf. Oh, she exclaimed, bending down to rummage through it. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, while the fitted knit dress accentuated her slender waist and its gentle curves. Unencumbered by the constraints of gentlemanly decorum, Xie Zhiyu felt no obligation to avert his gaze. Yet moments later, he turned his face away. The spring tide was heavy, and the night dew deeper still. His throat felt scratchy, and he found himself wanting to loosen his collar. Hey, is this it? As he returned to his senses, Wen Ning had turned her head, gazing at him with a look of annoyance. Xie Zhiyu, I've asked you several times. He regained his composure. Anything will do. What do you mean, anything will do? This one is written in traditional characters. It's straining my eyes. She straightened, tossing the instruction manual at him. You read it. I'll handle the rest. The bottle of medicinal oil rested in her delicate fingers, leaving Xie Zhiyu unusually contemplative. He suddenly realized that he had donned a pullover sweatshirt merely for convenience, which now seemed rather awkward. The injury on his upper arm prevented him from rolling up the sleeves to a comfortable height, and unlike a shirt, there were no buttons to undo at the front. No need, I can manage on my own, he stated. Wen Ning had just rolled up her sleeves to sit down when she paused in surprise at his words. You can't possibly mean. After a moment's hesitation, as if grappling with disbelief, she added, how embarrassing. It was as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. With a curious yet earnest gaze, she scrutinized him, employing the most exaggerated tone she could muster. Wow, I never expected you to be so conservative. Xie Zhiyu replied coldly, you sound rather experienced. I am indeed quite experienced. Wen Ning retorted. Unbeknownst to her, beneath the veil of her obscured hair, the man's gaze dimmed, and a dangerous aura enveloped him. If given the chance, Xie Zhiyu would have liked to silence her pretty mouth. Yet the very next moment he heard her say, you have no idea how many male bodhisattvas are online now, eager to flaunt their abs and pecs, employing all sorts of tricks like a vixen every day. As for these men, I truly... Xie Zhiyu's breath hitched slightly. What about them? The corners of his lips twitched, and this time, he genuinely found it amusing. He rose to his feet. Wen Ning blocked him. Where are you going? The man gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Changing. Clothes. When he emerged from the room again, Xie Zhiyu was clad in a white short-sleeved shirt. Without the fabric's concealment, Wen Ning could immediately see the swollen bruise on his upper right arm, a deep, alarming shade of purple. She had little experience in treating wounds and could not assess the severity, but in comparison to his fair skin, it appeared quite serious. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? She inquired. It's just a small injury, Xie Zhiyu replied. I bumped into something. It'll heal in a couple of days without treatment. Still, it's best to take care of it, Wen Ning insisted earnestly. While he had gone to change clothes, she had patiently studied the complex characters of the instructions. Now, she followed the steps methodically. First, warming her hands, then pouring a few drops of the pungent oil into her palms.
He sat while she stood.
With both hands, she carefully glided along the meridians on his arm. The ticklish sensation from her touch made Xie Zhiyu's back stiffen, and after a brief struggle, he couldn't hold back. Are you planning to practice some sort of distant attack? Quit your chatter. Wen Ning was at a loss. She couldn't locate the pressure points on him. This man seemed as unyielding as iron. After a round of kneading, he didn't even furrow his brow. The manual clearly stated to apply pressure on the pain points, and she thought, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for some personal vengeance? Yet, when it came to applying pressure, her strength was gentler than anyone else's. She flipped the bottle of oil back and forth, scrutinizing the instructions until her eyes nearly blurred. The unpleasant scent seeped into her palms, between her fingers, and into his delicate skin. So much so that when Xie Zhiyu fell asleep that night, it was this very scene that lingered in his dreams. She had said his hand hadn't fully healed, and she could assist him. Her slender fingers opened and then clenched tightly, grasping not the bottle of oil, but something far more significant. Chapter 70. Temper. At around 4 a.m, Xie Zhiyu tossed the sheets into the washing machine. With one hand in his pocket, he paused in front of the old machine, lost in thought. How long had it been since he had been unable to control himself like a reckless youth? Too long. So long that he had nearly forgotten that desire was a part of being human. Given his status, he would never lack for female companionship. It was precisely due to Lu Kuan's cunning use of seduction many years ago that he had discerned hidden dangers before anyone could approach him, leading others to understand his aversion to the fairer sex. No one would willingly offer women to his side, save for He Hui. As for the women He Hui had sent, Xie Zhiyu could hardly muster the energy to glance at them. He deemed He Hui's taste woefully lacking, to which He Hui retorted vociferously. Xie Zhiyu held steadfast to this belief. On an unremarkable night, his dreams became rife with uncontrollable elements. She grasped his throat tightly, and his self-control crumbled like the Maginot Line under pressure, his temples throbbing violently. Just as the dream threatened to unravel, he was jolted awake. The familiar ceiling greeted him, along with the bustling night outside. He felt damp and cold, but as he slowly rose, the frantic beating of his heart began to calm in the face of reality. The desires and thoughts he had been striving to restrain surged like a tidal wave after hearing the delicate sound of the balcony door. A cold shower at 3 in the morning, a change of clothes by 4. These experiences were nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, when seated at the breakfast table the following morning, Wen Ning, in a drowsy tone, inquired, "Xie Zhiyu, were you out thieving last night?" His movements faltered, causing the food on his chopsticks to slip away. "Staying up all night. I truly cannot fathom you. Do you even realize how poorly soundproofed this house is?" Wen Ning bit into a tart, chewing deliberately. Not hearing a response from him, she looked up to find him at the opposite end of the table, his eyelids drooping as he focused intently on picking up a piece of rice noodle with his left hand. The noodles, silky and unyielding, refused to cooperate with the utensils that had served him well the night before. He attempted to lift them, only for them to fall again. Resisting the urge to assist him, she held back for a second, then 2, and finally, unable to contain herself, she offered him a pair of chopsticks.
"Ah.
Are you going to eat?" She blinked at him. He seemed rather unenthusiastic. His Adam's apple moved imperceptibly as Xie Zhiyu leaned back, saying, "Put it down."
"Ah."
The pride of a man, Wen Ning thought to herself. She was not inclined to be the ever-helpful champion. After one rejection, she would not make a second attempt. Thus, breakfast proceeded smoothly until they finished and stood up. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a misaligned button. It was evident that one could not function well without their dominant hand. "Xie Zhiyu, you've buttoned it incorrectly," she reminded him. Perhaps due to the day's plans, Xie Zhiyu had resumed his previous attire. His white shirt was fastened correctly, except for one button that had slipped out of alignment. He reached down with his left hand to adjust it, asking, "This one? The next one?" "There's no casino," she replied. "Where, then, is there one?" Her mind raced. She had forgotten how she habitually focused on his collar whenever he donned a shirt. The elegant, elongated line ignited a thirst within her. Thus, when she awoke that morning intending to wear a pullover, her fingers roamed through the closet. And, by some strange twist of fate, she ultimately chose a shirt instead. The fabric bore a subtle pattern, draping gracefully with a lustrous sheen. If memory served, even He Hui, notoriously discerning, had praised the brand for its tailored and flattering fit. It was entirely appropriate to wear such attire to a casino. "Xie Zhiyu convinced himself. "Have you finished buttoning?" he asked, looking down. In such a posture, he could glimpse the subtle whirl at the crown of Wen Ning's head, almost obscured by her luxuriant tresses. The familiar scent of fruity wood wafted continuously into his nostrils, reminiscent of a languid afternoon spent reclining on soft grass amidst an orchard. Yet upon opening his eyes, he was met with the stark confines of reality. Wen Ning deftly fastened his shirt and gave it a light pat, remarking, "This shirt seems to be from that brand I often purchase." Her discerning gaze was astute. Xie Zhiyu maintained his composure, replying, "Yes. The person I am to meet today is significant." Before 10 o'clock, he departed, with her following suit. Xiao Zhong and Ah Zhong awaited them at the alley's entrance. Xie Zhiyu slowed his pace, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" "Mind your own business," Wen Ning retorted as she fished her vibrating phone from her bag. Glancing at the caller ID,
"Hello, King Baiye."
her tone brimmed with an exuberance previously absent when she spoke to him. Xie Zhiyu's eyes darkened, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. "Yes, I'm on my way out. I'll be there shortly. See you soon, goodbye." With the call ended, his emotions severed at that point. When he spoke again, his voice had turned notably colder. "Ah, so you are off to meet Mr. Ordinary. No wonder." Was the jest regarding Mr. Ordinary still relevant? No wonder about what? Wen Ning pondered, struggling to suppress her irritation, attempting to smile but finding it impossible. Her expression settled into a generic smile directed at anyone. Yes, yes, I am indeed going to see Qingbai go. Mr. Xie, your sour and jealous demeanor is quite misleading. Stung by her dismissive smile, Xie Zhiyu turned his face away. You think too much. Only the parties involved could truly discern whether their thoughts were excessive. Wen Ning countered. Then why do you persist in dictating my actions? It was a casual question. He replied, you could simply pretend not to have heard. But I have heard. Wen Ning insisted, unwilling to let it go. You can vanish without a word, yet I must inform you of my itinerary when I meet friends on Aodao. Xie Zhiyu. You are rather tedious. The tedious one halted, hand poised to open the car door. Am I tedious? Or perhaps your Qingbai Go is just so fascinating. What does that have to do with him? I am speaking about you. Wen Ning pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Cannot you discuss the matter at hand without dragging others into it? Had she not been irate, she would have realized that in her outburst. She had categorized Song Qingbai as an outsider. At present, she was preoccupied with the 4 days and 3 nights of unanswered queries directed at Zhong. Zhong, where has your boss truly gone? Zhong could not articulate a coherent response. She then inquired of Xiao Zhong, only to find him equally uninformed. It was no wonder she had fretted in vain. Each day at the dessert shop, her boss would tease her. Ah, a big star. Our dessert is so delectable that your daily visits must mean I am destined for success. Indeed, it was all her own fault. Chapter 71, The Engagement. After a quarrel, they parted on unfriendly terms. They shared the same destination, yet traveled in separate vehicles. Zhong slowly followed the Maybach. Miss Wen, you are also heading to the casino. Why not ride with Brother Yu? You misspoke, Wen Ning asserted with righteous indignation. I am not going to the casino. I am heading to the CAF upstairs. Yet the vehicle continued in the same direction, stopping in the same parking lot. What difference does that make? Zhong could not articulate a response. He scratched the scar on his head, his gaze fixed on the exhaust pipe of the car ahead, attempting to discern answers from that vehicle. Inside the preceding car, Xiao Zhong, puzzled, inquired, Brother Yu, are Miss Wen and Zhong going to the same place as us? Xie Zhiyu, with a cold demeanor, retorted, does that concern you? Xiao Zhong, sharper than Zhong, had not caught the entire conversation but could surmise some details. After much contemplation, he suggested, Brother Yu, is it possible that Miss Wen was trying to express concern for you just now? A moment of silence enveloped the car. Xie Zhiyu lazily lifted his eyelids. Is that so? Of course it is. Xiao Zhong felt he had hit the nail on the head, hastily adding, Brother Yu, you must be too close to the situation. Distracted by other matters. I gathered from Miss Wen's tone that she was clearly upset you didn't inform her about your whereabouts a few days ago, which made her worry. Worry? Xie Zhiyu frowned. During the days you were absent, Miss Wen called me numerous times to inquire about you. I told her I was unaware of your schedule. Yet she called again after that. Is this not concern? It's not like you owe her money, is it? The initial parts of their conversation could be deemed sensible, but the latter half was mere nonsense. The dialogue before they got into the car filtered through Xie Zhiyu's mind, and it seemed that once the name Song Qingbai was mentioned, his rationality had veered off course, completely diverting from the original topic. Song Qingbai. Xie Zhiyu exhaled deeply, irritably lighting a cigarette. A solitary cigarette, crushed and crumpled between his fingers, met its end as he flicked it directly into the trash. Upon exiting the car, Xie Zhiyu deliberately slowed his pace. The silver-gray Mercedes that had been lagging behind them paused for a few seconds. Zhong hurriedly jumped out to open the door. As the rear door swung open, a pair of light beige high-heeled shoes touched the ground first, their elevation accentuating the slenderness of her calves. As she stood, the skirt swayed gracefully, cascading down her legs. The owner of those heels, with an impassive expression, seemingly oblivious to his presence, glided past him. In that fleeting moment of their brush, Xie Zhiyu seized her wrist. Wen Ning, with a stoic face, remarked, in a bustling crowd, Mr. Xie, such behavior appears unbecoming. I am merely holding my girlfriend's hand. What is unbecoming about that? After a brief moment of surprise, Wen Ning recalled their relationship in public. She swiftly scanned their surroundings and lowered her voice. Let go. I was wrong just now. Yet Xie Zhiyu did not release his grip, his thumb resting on her rapidly pulsating wrist. Next time, I shall address matters directly. His expression remained unchanged as Wen Ning lifted her chin defiantly. Which matter are we discussing? Just then, someone passed by and greeted him, calling out Brother Yu. In response to this address, he conceded, "Whichever matter you refer to shall be that." It was evident that there were outsiders present. He stated, "Next time I go out, I will inform you." She clasped her left wrist, still warm from his touch, her demeanor composed. "That is more acceptable. Are you no longer angry?" he queried. "I was never angry to begin with." Such was her nature. Proud yet sensitive, with a hardened exterior but a soft heart, embodying the spirit of a young lady. All these traits seemed to contrast starkly with his own. Contemplating this, the smile at the corners of his lips faded unconsciously. "Aren't you coming in?" "Clearly. It is you who refuses to let go," Wen Ning remarked as she took a step forward. "There are 3 minutes left. I never arrive late for appointments." After taking a few steps, she noticed no one was following and paused, turning around. "Aren't you coming?" Xie raised a cigarette between his fingers. "I will take another route." Wen Ning felt an indescribable sensation, falling silent for a moment before saying, "Then I shall take my leave first?" He lifted his hand. The fingers holding the cigarette slightly elevated. "Very well." Upon entering the CAF, she arrived precisely on time. Wen Ning ordered a cappuccino. Opposite her, Song Qingbai, clad in a pristine white suit, briefly paused his gaze on her, his demeanor as solemn as ever. "Why do you seem so distracted?" "I'm not," Wen Ning replied, a smile gracing her lips. "Brother Qingbai, what brings you here today?" "I have resolved matters on Aodao, and will be leaving in a few days," Song Qingbai informed her. "Regarding the matter you mentioned previously, I have discussed it with my family. I wanted to inform you in person before my departure." "The matter from before?" Wen Ning's heart leapt with intuition. "Does this mean I no longer need to get engaged?" The delight on her face was unmistakable. Song Qingbai momentarily lost his focus, his fingers tightening around his coffee cup. "If neither you nor Song Zai harbor such intentions, forcing a union would be detrimental for all involved." After I broached the subject, "My father was amenable, but my mother—" He paused. "Could you disclose the true reason behind this?" "The true reason?" Wen Ning was perplexed. "I have no interest in Song Zai, and he feels the same about me. Isn't that sufficient?" Song Zai was in Hawaii. If it came to investigation, Song Qingbai undoubtedly possessed the means. On one hand, there was a childhood companion, and on the other, an older brother with whom she had harbored feelings since adolescence. Wen Ning suddenly felt torn. Song Qingbai discerned her inner conflict. His intention was not to put her in a difficult position, so he spoke up. "If you do not wish to discuss it, that is perfectly fine. I merely seek a definitive conclusion here. However, whether or not such a conclusion exists is of little consequence to the overall situation." His words were clear. Wen Ning understood without needing to ponder deeply that Song Qingbai already possessed evidence. If the Song family were to act unscrupulously, they could bind her to an engagement, allowing both families, especially the Songs, to maintain appearances. Yet, the fact that Song Qingbai was discussing this with her indicated he did not intend to pursue that route. Wen Ning inquired, "Is your mother still deliberating?" Upon learning that his brother's partner in Hawaii was of the same sex, Song Qingbai had been taken aback. He promptly made a call to the mainland, spending over 2 hours articulating the pros and cons to his parents. As the eldest son, his opinion carried significant weight. He advocated for the cancellation of the engagement. His father agreed, while his mother suggested that since neither party cared, a sham marriage might serve to obscure the past. Song Qingbai had never encountered such a preposterous proposal. He abandoned his gentlemanly demeanor, almost coldly retorting, "Are you implying that to conceal the truth, we must ruin a girl's life?" "You mentioned Wen Ning is aware of this matter, since she has not brought it up." "I advise you not to think along those lines," Song Qingbai interrupted. "I can shoulder the responsibilities of the family. You need not elaborate further." "Very well." My mother inquired, "As the eldest son, when will you settle your own affairs?" Song Qingbai suddenly fell silent. He found the situation with Song Zai already absurd enough, and at that moment, he simply could not articulate his own feelings. In the fleeting moments spent on the island of Ao, he found himself pondering, if Song Zai were to falter, what if his betrothed were to become him instead? Chapter 72. Strict Family Regulations. Countless absurd thoughts flitted through Song Qingbai's mind. Yet, as the composed and dignified eldest son, he could not voice such notions. He could forge a union with any suitable young lady from a respectable family. But that individual could never be his brother's former fiancée, regardless of how innocent the friendship between her and Song Zai might be. It was simply unacceptable. Rumors had a way of inflicting deep wounds. They were sly, indifferent to facts, and devoid of logic. They thrived on public opinion, ultimately weaving tales of fraternal discord and transforming sisters-in-law into elder sisters. Without much contemplation, Song Qingbai could foresee how society would judge a woman, especially a beautiful one. In such tantalizing narratives, beauty was a primordial sin. Gender was too. Moreover, Wen Ning bore the brunt of both. Thus, the matter remained stagnant, with his mother demanding a stance from him. Yet, he felt that his thoughts were shameless, difficult to articulate. How to proceed? How could the affairs of both families reach a harmonious conclusion? Song Qingbai remained uncertain. Confronted with Wen Ning, he could only divulge a portion of the truth. In any case, you need not worry, whether it be Song Zai or anyone else. Our family will not impose undue burdens. When the dust settles, my father will come personally. As for Song Zai, thank you, Qingbai Ge. She smiled, her eyes radiating sincerity. She was genuinely grateful to Song Qingbai. He had always been this way, attentive and selfless, deserving of her long-held admiration. Oddly, however, this meeting over coffee, which should have been a long-cherished dream, felt rather mundane. Today, as she finished her cappuccino, she found it remarkably unremarkable, akin to any casual afternoon spent with ordinary friends. She discreetly pressed her palm against her heart. The rhythm was perfectly normal. The youthful fluttering of her heart had quietly faded away without her notice. As their coffee cups emptied, the necessary discussions concluded, silence enveloped them. Wen Ning even felt a growing restlessness, as if something of greater import awaited her attention. Yet, upon reflection, her schedule for the day was entirely blank. She should not be so eager to depart. Setting down her cup, Wen Ning finally spoke. Qingbai Ge, since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Seemingly surprised by her swift exit, Song Qingbai momentarily hesitated. I had actually ordered a slice of Earl Grey milfai. Having seen her enjoy it the last time they were in the CAF, he had thought it a clever choice. Unexpectedly, after this remark, Wen Ning became even more restless. The Earl Grey milfai. It reminded her of that day in the same CAF when someone had confidently declared, in my place, it is permissible to treat Miss Wen to a slice of cake. Thus, the server brought forth the CAF's signature milfai. Thank you, Qingbai Ge. But I am quite full from this morning. She paused, then added, perhaps I could take it to go? She carried the Earl Grey milfai as she exited the CAF, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the corner where she had been intercepted by Xie Zhiyu last time. She was clearly heading towards the elevator, yet her legs betrayed her, leading her on a detour. She navigated around the Roman columns and approached the corner, which was devoid of any presence. This outcome was anticipated. Hence she was puzzled as to why her reflection in the metallic wall appeared to show her discontented face when she pressed the elevator button. With nothing to occupy her mind, she inquired of Zhong, where is Xie Zhiyu? Wen Ning lifted the cake box in her hand, gesturing to him. I have an extra cake. May I go up to find him? It seemed she had never been told that Miss Wen could not access the executive floor. Today, there had been no mention of any important guests. After a moment's contemplation, Zhong nodded. Miss Wen, let me take you up. There was a dedicated elevator that went directly to the executive floor. Zhong led her through a small door, and they ascended. Along the way, they encountered a few unfamiliar faces who nodded at her while greeting Zhong. Zhong Ge, have you eaten? Not yet. We should go to that soy sauce chicken place sometime. That place is quite expensive. Wow, Zhong Ge, you can't be serious. Such mundane interactions momentarily gave Wen Ning the illusion that this was not a casino but rather an ordinary workplace. These individuals were no different from those outside, earning their salaries and fulfilling their responsibilities. A glance at Zhong, however, revealed the harsh scar on his forehead, shattering her illusion. There was indeed a distinction between him and the average person. Suddenly, Wen Ning regained her composure. Zhong, perhaps I should not go after all. Miss Wen, we are almost there. He scratched his head, puzzled. Did I walk too fast? Or is there something else? Should I inform Brother Yu? Before he could finish, a shrill voice echoed from the room ahead. You go out first. Moments later, the ajar door swung open, and a burly bodyguard emerged, his face etched with concern. Upon seeing Zhong, he appeared relieved. Zhong Ge, what's going on? Zhong inquired. The bodyguard gestured towards the door, speaking in a hushed tone. It's Miss He. Among those who surrounded Xie Zhiyu, Zhong was the most straightforward. He feared no repercussions from the He family, thus only he could keep Miss He in check. Without Xie Zhiyu's permission, he would never allow her to approach. After enduring several cold encounters, Miss He had labeled him as the least chivalrous and the most insensitive. Upon hearing her name, Zhong instinctively glanced at Wen Ning. However, being somewhat clumsy, he couldn't discern whether Miss Wen harbored any hidden feelings beneath her seemingly calm demeanor. He stood still, awaiting her direction. To his surprise, after a brief moment, Miss Wen simply stated, "Let us go." "Are we just leaving like this?" Zhong assumed she hadn't heard him correctly. "Inside is Miss He."
Yes.
Wen Ning had heard. Her remarkable memory led her to recall Xie Zhiyu's expensive shirt that morning, when he mentioned the importance of the person he was to meet. Was this not significant enough? She turned and stepped forward, her lambskin shoes sinking into the plush carpet. The previous moment of nonchalance shifted to one of gravity in an instant. Even someone as awkward as Zhong could sense the change. He quickly blocked Miss Wen's path, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Yu, Miss Wen says she has brought you lunch." Wen Ning pressed her lips together, compelled to turn back. By the intricately carved door adorned with golden edges, Xie Zhiyu leaned casually against it, while Miss He, whom he had dismissed, displayed a rather unfavorable expression in front of the gathered crowd. Wen Ning's gaze lingered on her for a moment before quickly averting. This marked her first formal encounter with Miss He. Indeed, she bore the hallmark of a pampered heiress, clad in haute couture, her makeup flawlessly applied, and her gaze directed towards Wen Ning with an unmistakable sharpness that she made no effort to conceal. "Stand still when the enemy does," Wen Ning thought, shifting her attention back to Xie Zhiyu, who approached her with a directness that was almost palpable. "The items have yet to be delivered. How can one simply leave?" he inquired, his tone laced with an unspoken understanding. Wen Ning responded with a hint of sarcasm, "I wasn't aware you were so busy." Her expression and tone were impeccable, conveying the demeanor of a devoted girlfriend visiting her partner and encountering another woman in his office. Xie Zhiyu smirked slightly. "I've just concluded my tasks." He took her hand, applying a gentle pressure, his thumb tenderly tracing the lines of her palm. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding, or perhaps something more profound. Wen Ning puffed her cheeks and declared, "Xie Zhiyu, you are well aware of my temper. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, do not expect to enter tonight." Chapter 73. The Important Person. A minute or two prior, upon entering Xie Zhiyu's office, she was unceremoniously ushered out by the man. He propped his legs upon the desk, his chin directed towards the door. "Miss He, please maintain your dignity. This is a workplace. If there were matters of importance to discuss, I would not be dismissing anyone. But do you have such matters?" Xie Zhiyu remarked nonchalantly. "I heard you were injured while out with my brother. Your brother is in worse condition than I am. You should be attending to him." With a snap of his fingers, he signaled to his bodyguard. "Ahau, please see her out." Just as Ahau stepped forward, he was halted by Miss He's sharp retort. "Do you dare touch me? Miss He, please do not make things difficult for those of us in lower positions." "You must leave," she interjected impatiently. Ahau glanced at Xie Zhiyu, his expression one of innocence. Xie Zhiyu slowly retracted his legs and raised two fingers. "Never mind, I shall handle it myself." His mood was far from pleasant. After sitting in the office for 15 minutes, he had checked the time 4 times, his fingers tapping impatiently on the desk. During this interval, Ahau had inquired if he had any other plans. His lips pressed into a straight line, his expression darkened. "Go, fetch me a cup of coffee." Yet he was not one to indulge in coffee often, preferring traditional Chinese beverages. Those beneath him naturally found this peculiar. Ahau tentatively asked, "Which type would you like? Sugar? Iced or hot?" Typically, he would have responded casually, but in his current state of discontent, he found no need to complicate something as bitter and harsh as foreign coffee with fruity or floral nuances. Feeling suddenly disenchanted, he sighed deeply. No need to purchase it. With his legs still resting on the desk, he leaned back in the chair, which tilted slightly under his weight. It was at this moment that she re-entered. Coincidentally, when he felt least inclined to deal with her. Of course, had he been in a better mood, he might have engaged in a bit of small talk, perhaps adding a few polite formalities to her name. He had extended considerable courtesy to the He family, but alas, Miss He seemed to have undergone a rigorous education in resilience, growing ever more tenacious with each encounter. As the thought flickered through his mind, Xie Zhiyu felt a momentary daze. Why was it so unclear? A farce could not be taken as reality. In other words, even if he chose not to explain, no one would pursue him for answers. Would anyone really inquire? Xie Zhiyu furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance, his tone unexpectedly solemn. Though his stance was steady, internally, he felt far from the calm demeanor he projected. He grasped her hand gently, applying a light pressure to her palm. Upon hearing the demand for a proper explanation, regardless of the reason, he found solace in that fleeting moment. Let it be false, it mattered little. Being overly earnest could lead to ruin. When Ning felt a bead of sweat form in his grip, stop. It was not that she could not endure a night on the streets. He lowered his gaze. Speaking earnestly, one day, once your temper cools, I'll have to explain where I spent those nights away from home, and it could go on indefinitely. The line between actor and audience had blurred, leaving everyone unsure of where the performance ended. When Ning opened her mouth but found no words, her palms dampened with sweat, her heart raced ever more fervently, and she endeavored to steady her voice. In any case, I am angry. How? Please check the surveillance footage. Xie Zhiyu turned, his tone shifting from commanding to coaxing in mere seconds, a transformation that took no more than 2 minutes. What could be accomplished in 2 minutes? Did he not already know? His words were so ambiguous that anyone within earshot in the corridor understood the implications. When Ning felt too shy to glance at Miss Hie's expression. Strictly speaking, she felt too shy to look at anyone. Her ears seemed to flush with warmth. She sensed the spot where he spoke to her growing heated. With a woman's instinct, she anticipated that once the curtain fell on today's drama, Miss He would likely be mournful for quite some time. Though she harbored no desire to save the world, she couldn't help but feel pity for the other woman. However, erroneous notions ought to be quashed in their infancy. Such a simple truth left her bewildered as to why a lady from a prestigious family like Miss He would repeatedly throw herself into the flames. Xie Zhiyu, do you truly intend to treat me this way? Miss He asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I've already stated that I am no gentleman. Xie Zhiyu replied with an air of indifference. I am merely doing work for your family, not selling myself. It would be best for Miss He to refrain from wasting her time on me. My heart belongs elsewhere, unwaveringly so. My apologies. As he spoke, he lifted Wen Ning's hand and waved it before her eyes. Reluctantly, she linked her arm with his. Adopting a mischievous demeanor, I can only forgive you once a How retrieves the footage. However, considering your meager breakfast this morning, I might allow you a small piece of cake first. How about a milfai? Her posture remained unabashedly bold. Once the office door was closed, and they were alone, her demeanor faltered once more. As soon as she spoke, she adopted a teasing tone. Observing her take a tissue to wipe the area where their hands had touched, Xie Zhiyu narrowed his eyes. If I had intended to play hard to get, would it not be redundant to seek your assistance? Everyone understood this principle. Yet, when Ning chose to be obstinate, how was I to know you? In the quiet conference room, Xie Zhiyu's brow twitched lightly. He had not realized that even a person as carefree and nonchalant as himself could have moments of silent exasperation. He tidied the disarray on the sofa, clearing a space for her. He casually perched himself on the armrest, his legs crossed. The important guest had been seen. So soon? When Ning questioned, her curiosity piqued. As she set down the cake box in her hands, Xie Zhiyu glanced at the packaging and remarked nonchalantly, You seem to have had quite the swift conversation with your Qingba brother. He then inquired, What did he talk to you about? Wen Ning, unwilling to yield, retorted, What business does Miss He have with you? In the midst of their verbal sparring, a light chuckle broke the tension. Xie Zhiyu leaned forward, lowering his upper body as he began to unwrap the cake, contemplating his choice of words. Are we now in the midst of uncovering each other's secrets? No, she asserted. It is only fair that I do not come away at a disadvantage. This world is devoid of absolute fairness. However, since you wish to know. Xie Zhiyu smiled, adding, She heard I was injured and came to express her concern. Quite simple, really. After speaking, he raised an eyebrow, pausing his unwrapping as if waiting for her to reciprocate the exchange. When Ning pondered for a moment before speaking, he said he discussed it with his family and can assist me in annulling the engagement. They exchanged revelations, their gazes locking. Their eyes met, and after 2 seconds, they spoke in unison. Xie Zhiyu, his feelings for you are genuine. Wen Ning, you certainly reap the benefits. Chapter 74, The Paper Wall. It was unclear who began to laugh first. The atmosphere was not particularly tense, and once one person broke the facade, the entire tension dissipated. Wen Ning, disinterested in further banter, pushed aside his clumsy left hand and took over the unwrapping, peeling back the layers of the box. The man seemed displeased by her dismissal, momentarily pausing before leaning in again. His long fingers rested on the back of her hand, and in that instant, he felt her delicate hand still beneath his. She did not resist, but merely loosened the bow. Such a simple packaging did not require 2 pairs of hands. Yet, it was precisely this way, from the outside to the inside, that his hand enveloped hers as she continued to fumble with the pitiful box. Did Song Qingba buy this? When Ning glanced down, Why can't it be from me? His hand was warm, almost scorching against her skin. Wen Ning stiffened her back. If he bought it, you want to eat it? Such integrity. The man let out a soft sigh. It's not for me. I fear I might not digest it well. Then that is splendid, she said earnestly. I wasn't particularly inclined to share it with you anyway.
Could you repeat that?
The air around them chilled abruptly. Wen Ning, seemingly oblivious, deliberately turned her face slightly, his nose nearly brushing against her cheek. She could feel his breath so close yet insisted, emphasizing each syllable. Not inclined. She could repeat it 2 or 3 times if needed. Not inclined. His grip tightened around her hand. The pressure that had loomed over her diminished significantly.
Then release me.
Wen Ning feebly tugged. No one is here to witness your performance. How do you know there is no one? He countered. Her response prompted her to glance around the room. After surveying the space, she felt her actions were excessive. A man like Xie Zhiyu would likely not permit his private environment to be scrutinized. Moreover, if someone truly were observing them, the words exchanged upon entering the room had already revealed too much. His retort lacked logic, yet it lingered in the air like mist in the woods, delicate as gossamer beneath the moonlight. It is the unveiling of the last fragile layer of unspoken understanding, a paper-thin window, emerging from Xie Zhiyu's presence. Half an hour has passed. Ajom had already left her a message, stating he would wait for her in the car. The temperature gradually warms. And compared to the capital, the spring air here is heavy with humidity. The breeze blowing through the window seems to carry mist and rain, never quite refreshing. She remains unaccustomed to such weather, much like her unfamiliarity with the palpable heartbeat that arises when holding hands and the always damp warmth of palms. Thus, she savored the small layered pastry for quite some time. The two of them, for hands, could barely muster a single usable one. After taking a bite, he claimed it was too sweet, inquiring whether Song Qingba had poisoned it. Wen Ning, skeptical, tasted it and scolded him for his nonsense. And so, quite inadvertently, the two began to share a spoon. When she finally registered the moment, he was motionless, fixated on her lips. The plush carpet muffled Wen Ning's hurried footsteps that had come to an abrupt halt. She braced herself against the window, inhaling deeply. The wind gently caressed her face, laden with moisture and warmth. The skin that began to flush did not find relief. She continued to close her eyes, yet in that fleeting moment, she mistakenly perceived the breeze against her face as the same warm breath that pressed against her cheek. Eventually, someone passed by and inquired, "Miss Wen, are you all right?" "It's nothing," she replied, pointing at Xie Zhiyu's office door as if to conceal her discomfort. "It's just too warm inside. I can't stay any longer. I must leave." How was left bewildered. Clearly, this morning, Yuko had complained about the heat indoors and instructed him to adjust the central air conditioning to cooler settings. Was it truly so warm for everyone? He then asked about the surveillance. Don't watch, Wen Ning insisted, trying to appear nonchalant. "I am not that petty." With that, she quickened her pace and hurried away, eventually darting into the elevator. As the elevator descended to the first floor, Wen Ning composed herself. She breezily traversed the corridor, but just as she reached the end, a pair of hands seized her. The grip was firm, almost cutting into her skin. Turning, she saw a figure clad in haute couture. "Miss He?" She furrowed her brow. She had surprisingly not left. It seemed she was waiting for her. This young lady had stormed off half an hour ago, but now appeared to have regained her composure. Though her eyes were still red, her demeanor was unyielding, especially in the presence of a rival. "May I speak with you for a moment?" She asked. Wen Ning, exercising her limited imagination, thought, could it be that she intends to offer me money to distance myself from Xie Zhiyu? Clearly unprepared for Wen Ning's character, She's expression shifted slightly. "Does this tactic work on you?" "Of course," Wen Ning replied. "Who doesn't love money?" All her carefully crafted rebuttals evaporated. As if fearing a change of heart, she swiftly inquired, "How much do you want?" After contemplating for a moment, Wen Ning truthfully replied, "I haven't decided yet." She released her grip, crossing her arms coldly. "He actually likes a woman like you." Her scrutinizing gaze traveled from head to toe. Wen Ning accepted it with poise. Nodding earnestly, "Who wouldn't be fond of a woman as beautiful as I?" She frowned. "You and Xie Zhiyu are alike. Neither of you speaks a serious word. What attitude should one have towards a rival?" At this moment, Wen Ning exhibited an innate understanding. She smiled sweetly. "Miss He? Your words lead me to believe you are complementing our destined pairing." It remained uncertain whether they were truly bound together, but She's elegantly arched brows were undeniably locked in a frown. After a brief silence, she abruptly shifted the topic. Never mind. I owe you an apology regarding the matter with Li Duo. I admit I do not harbor any affection for you. Yet it has not escalated to the point of secretly plotting against you. This revelation genuinely surprised Wen Ning. Certain matters are perhaps best left unspoken. She was unsure if she brought this up to lend sincerity to their conversation or for some other reason. Is your sole intention for stopping me here today to apologize? No, I wish to discuss more. 3 minutes, is that sufficient? Wen Ning kindly cautioned. If you speak too slowly, I fear Zhong will see you blocking my way and will once again feel compelled to assist. She suppressed her impatience and asked bluntly, will you be staying on Aodao in the future?
What sort of question was that?
Wen Ning shook her head. Of course not. Is this the conclusion? The inevitability of that outcome jolted Wen Ning from her reverie. Though she was not a person with a strong sense of possessiveness, the mere thought of a distant possibility, that one day, 2,000 kilometers away, it would be reported that a Mr. Xie from Aodao had wed a Miss He, stirred something within her. Their photographs would adorn the newspapers, their wedding grand and romantic, with everyone proclaiming the couple a match made in heaven. She glanced at the newspaper. No, she absolutely did not want to look. Realizing her disquiet, Wen Ning slowly crouched down. Her previous ease faltered, rendered ineffective by the mere assumption of events yet to unfold. Chapter 75. He is merely Xie Zhiyu. Noticing her distress, Miss He paused her flow of words. After you leave, I will provide you with the amount you desire. I hope you will not return to Aodao. I do not mind whom he dates, as long as the final partner is me. Coming from prominent families, I believe you understand that our marriages are not ours to dictate. I am merely seeking a more secure option for my future. Leaning closer, she inquired, what is wrong with you? It was difficult to articulate this feeling, akin to being gradually dragged into the depths of the sea by a heavy weight. Each pore felt saturated, as if transformed into a sponge, soaking in water. Her body felt heavy, her emotions even more so. When Ning recognized that she was sinking further with every fact spoken by Miss He. Hey, what exactly is the matter? She glanced nervously around you. Don't make a scene. After some time, when Ning managed to compose herself, she slowly lifted her face, blinking deliberately. What do you intend to do? She regarded her with suspicion. Seconds later, she saw Wen Ning reaching out toward her, prompting a flustered response. What are you doing? Just a little tug. Wen Ning replied innocently, my leg has gone numb. She genuinely wished to understand what this young lady from the capital was thinking. Just moments ago, her expression was mournful, and now she seemed to be playfully teasing her. They were rivals in love. Couldn't they at least respect each other as positions? She, numbly extending her hand, asked, were you even listening to what I was saying? I was. When Ning rose with her strength, smoothing the delicate creases of her skirt, and offered a faint smile, what does the phrase a more prudent life choice signify? This matter was personal and could have remained undisclosed. Yet, she detected no hostility in the other's indifferent smile. She began, on Aodao, I have numerous potential suitors for marriage. If you have heard the tale of my elder sister, you should comprehend my intention. A fleeting confusion crossed Wen Ning's face, prompting she to patiently elucidate. In her family, she was the youngest daughter and the only one who had not yet wed. At the top of the family tree was a half-sister, 27 years her senior, who had been married 3 times throughout her life, each union forged for reasons of mutual benefit. In her 20s, she entered her first marriage, characterized by mutual respect, a quintessential example of a union among the elite. However, less than 6 years later, her husband's family fell into decline, and their father compelled her to divorce. Despite her desperate pleas, her brother-in-law ultimately signed the agreement with tears in his eyes. In her second marriage, he took another wife. Every time she visited her sister thereafter, she wore long robes with flowing sleeves. On one occasion, she inadvertently discovered her sister's body marred by signs of abuse. She reported this to their father, who merely acknowledged it, yet nothing transpired following his awareness. Her sister gradually withered away, just when she thought, nearing 40 and having lived half her life, that she would no longer be treated like an object to be exchanged. Within 6 months, their father arranged for her to marry a political figure. This union, a strategic alliance of politics and commerce, valued not the individuals involved, but rather their respective backgrounds. Post-marriage, her sister resided alone in a vacant house atop a mountain, seeing only 2 or 3 people daily. The servants noticed the situation in time, saving her life. Yet the oxygen deprivation had left her mind dull, and she was now a mere shell of her former self. Henceforth, her existence would be spent in a nursing home. I do not wish to follow in my sister's footsteps, she declared with unwavering resolve. I intend to choose the most prudent option for myself. Wen Ning grasped her meaning. Xie Zhiyu is your optimal choice. Indeed, he has accomplished much for our family, binding us together. As long as he does not falter, I shall not endure the fate of marrying multiple times, never being my own master. So your previous attachment to him stemmed from this? This is difficult to articulate. Perhaps it is not genuine. Wen Ning surmised that her expression must be quite complex at that moment. While still entangled in her own assumptions, she empathized seamlessly with Xie, resembling a glass bottle brimming with a cacophony of emotions, overstuffed, chaotic, and on the brink of explosion, leading her to extract herself and, from an outsider's perspective, inquire on behalf of Xie Zhiyu. But do you truly harbor feelings for him? Certainly, Xie asserted firmly. If he were not Xie Zhiyu, would you still feel the same? What do you mean? Xie was perplexed. He was who he was. He was Xie Zhiyu. For a fleeting moment, Xie hesitated. Wen Ning continued, or, to phrase it differently, the one who currently provides you with protection is a zhong. And the one occupying that position is also a zhong. As for Xie Zhiyu, he is merely an ordinary gambler. Whom would you choose?
Whom would you truly like?
Indeed, it does not matter. He has already become Xie Zhiyu. Wen Ning shook her head and remarked, let it be. She sidestepped Xie and was about to leave when Xie called out, if he is merely Xie Zhiyu as you claim, would you still harbor feelings for him? This inquiry bore a complexity far greater than it might appear. Beyond the mere assumptions, an additional condition must be considered. Suppose they were currently in love. Would it be his identity, his status, or his soul that she adored? Who can say? Chapter 76, You Avoid Me. Upon seeing Xie Zhiyu return, Ah Hao was utterly bewildered. Brother Yu, did you not say you were leaving? The pearls shimmered under the light, displaying an exquisite luster. It was evident that their quality was exceptional. He absent-mindedly rubbed his thumb over their smooth contours, his mind echoing the conversation he had inadvertently overheard downstairs. If he is indeed just Xie Zhiyu, would you like him? She posed a truly thought-provoking question. If he were merely Xie Zhiyu. Xie Zhiyu reclined, his hand resting lightly over his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. With no wealth, power, or status, it would be absurd for a princess like her to take a liking to him. It was a simple truth, unworthy of overthinking.
Now,
he merely needed to await the unfolding of events. Upon returning home, Wen Ning realized she had lost one of her earrings. It was a rare find she had cherished at the auction. Ah Zhong, is my earring in the car? She inquired.
Miss Wen, it is not found, he replied.
No matter, it may have fallen elsewhere. Earlier that day, as she exited the CAF, both earrings had been intact. She had even admired her reflection in the elevator mirror. As for the intervening moments, she had only visited Xie Zhiyu. Could it have fallen then? Her unblemished left arm rested against her side, the sofa sinking under his weight. Everything around them suggested they were too close in that moment. Unlike their previous flings, there were no onlookers, thus eliminating the need to divert her thoughts on how to react. Every movement of their bodies was unconscious, raw in its authenticity. For as soon as Xie Zhiyu drew near, her body had already decided. All those thoughts of what should or shouldn't be were cast aside, leaving only an irresistible truth. Her long lashes fluttered down, her hand firmly pressing into the sofa behind her. If anyone else had been present, they would certainly have noticed the 2 damp handprints on the black leather surface of the sofa. It was unclear who first swallowed nervously, or which unwitting individual collided with a pillar in the corridor, producing a loud thud. She was in a flurry. Perhaps it was then that she lost the earring. Yet, the abruptness of their earlier departure only amplified her current embarrassment. The thought of approaching Xie Zhiyu to inquire about her lost earring equated to a deliberate seduction. Should they continue what had just been interrupted? Wen Ning let out a frustrated sigh, rolling herself into the sofa. Never mind, it was just an earring. As the afternoon passed in solitary turmoil, after finishing her shower, she happened to glance into the bathroom mirror and suddenly spotted the very earring she had been searching for. Its lustrous surface, round and smooth, still gleamed softly under the direct light. It lay there quietly, as if placed there with care by someone. Instinctively, she looked towards the bedroom door, which remained firmly shut. Upon returning home, she noticed a pair of men's leather shoes by the entrance. Had he discovered her earring? As she dried her hair, she picked up the earring and held it to her right ear. It was undoubtedly hers. So, it had indeed fallen in the office? Despite the clarity of the situation, she clutched the item in her palm and took a few steps towards the door. Her hand rose, poised to knock. Just beyond the thin barrier of the door, she suddenly heard the sound of rushing water from within. Her hand hesitated momentarily before falling back down. What would she even say if she knocked? Asking if he had found it seemed redundant, while inquiring about where he had discovered it would only lead to awkwardness. As for expressing gratitude, that could wait. After a brief moment of contemplation, she ultimately chose not to knock. That night passed without a glimpse of him, and the next morning, he was gone once again. The scene repeated over the next few days, and suddenly, she realized he was deliberately avoiding her. Logically, it should have been her who was avoiding him. From the end of the long alley, she could see the solitary light hanging in the entrance. She tilted her head back, and as she hoped, she spotted the glow from the third floor. Xie Zhiyu was home. Taking a few light steps up the stairs, she slipped off her high heels, balancing them on her fingertips, and stealthily ascended to the third floor. The sound of the door lock clicking open echoed in the stillness. She found herself face to face with the figure frozen in the living room, his eyes widening in surprise. Xie Zhiyu, you are avoiding me, she asserted, standing tall as if to judge him. The astonishment in his eyes quickly settled into a look of resignation, compromise, and surrender. If I were truly avoiding you, I wouldn't be here on Aodao. He bent down to place the beer he had just picked up onto the low table, always lying to Ajong, knowing it would hurt him if he found out. In that moment, it felt as if she had become the one in the wrong. She closed the door behind her, standing still by the entrance, watching him. Unaware of her presence, Xie Zhiyu cast a glance her way. That fleeting glance fell upon her high heels dangling from her fingers, and he noticed the dust and small stones that had snagged her stockings. He pressed his lips together and approached her. You came up barefoot? Instinctively, she swallowed hard. I was afraid you'd hear my footsteps. The stockings had ripped open, creating a gap from her foot to her calf. The mermaid-style skirt she wore gathered at the point of the tear, drawing attention to the high slit that seemed to invite a second glance. Xie Zhiyu's gaze settled there. He crouched down, taking her ankle to help her into a pair of slippers. Lastly, he removed the high heels she still clutched and set them aside. Throughout the entire process, she leaned against the doorframe, relaxed, allowing him to do as he pleased. Until she suddenly asked, "Why are you avoiding me?" He brushed the dust off his hands, lifting his gaze, his calm eyes partially obscured by his hair. In an instant, he closed the distance, his strong arm trapping her between his body and the door. The mermaid's skirt bunched up under the pressure, and the unfortunate stockings, already torn, revealed the allure beneath. The sound of the slippers hitting the ground echoed softly. Xie Zhiyu held her in place, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke. I thought you understood. Chapter 77. Confusion. How could she not understand? Wen Ning lowered her gaze in search of his eyes. At that moment, she had never felt that Xie Zhiyu's emotions were so easily decipherable. His gaze was filled with an overwhelming tide of desire, as if the hand gripping her from behind tightened with an intensity that nearly fractured her bones. Every place he had touched tingled as if electrified, sending shivers through her. She arched her back in response, yet her expression remained innocent. Is the other hand ready? Do you care for me? Xie Zhiyu's voice lacked its usual nonchalance. Wen Ning slowed her speech and softly replied, I fear you may not be able to handle it. Their noses nearly touched, poised to kiss. But he deliberately pulled back a second before contact. With a heavy tone, she asked, in what way do you lack? She feigned ignorance. Xie Zhiyu narrowed his eyes dangerously. His heated body pressed against hers with an unyielding closeness. In front of her stood him, while behind her loomed the cold, metallic door. Wen Ning found herself with nowhere to escape. She turned her face away. Don't rub against me. It tickles. The grip on her waist tightened, and he lifted his gaze. So was that day just about the tickling? Wen Ning knew precisely which day he referred to, her breath catching. It was not pleasant there. She managed to say. What was wrong? He inquired. There were eyes everywhere. A soft laugh escaped him, followed by the words. Wasn't that the very place you chose to perform for me? Her expression trembled under his scrutiny, her tone light, yet fraught with tension. Who said there were no eyes here? Indeed, there were. The moon in the sky could see, the twinkling lights on the buildings were witnesses. The moths colliding with the glass were evident, and the dust dancing in the air was visible. With so many eyes watching, there was no reason not to perform well. He pressed in fiercely, for the sake of heaven and earth, not for himself. Their lips met for a fleeting second. Wen Ning's eyes flew open. They still shimmered with mist, the soft, cool sensation lingering on her lips. When she looked at him, it was with a gaze that evoked tenderness. Yet the man before her had already regained his composure. His hand still cradled her body, the heat undiminished, but the desire in his eyes gradually ebbed away, replaced by clarity. It dawned on her that she was the only one ensnared in a whirlpool of emotions. Her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped, each breath bringing a sharp ache that surged from her throat to her nostrils, and she struggled to contain the corners of her mouth from betraying her feelings. Suddenly, strange footsteps echoed in the hallway. Simultaneously, Xie Zhiyu's somewhat hoarse voice pierced her eardrums. "Someone's coming," he stated. For reasons unknown. Wen Ning felt a surge of relief upon hearing this. It wasn't comforting, yet it offered her a semblance of an escape, sparing her from utter humiliation. She endeavored to disregard her chaotic emotions, her back pressed against the cold iron door, having just broken into a light sweat. "Is someone behaving oddly?" she asked. The footsteps drew closer, and Xie Zhiyu placed his thumb against her lips, silencing her further inquiries. In a low voice, he asked, "Is a Zhong still at the restaurant?" Wen Ning nodded. "This place is not entirely safe. No matter what I say shortly, you must obey." He gazed deeply into her eyes, and she understood his command. Though she resented being compelled to comply, she nodded again under the weight of his unwavering gaze.
He was not jesting.
As the confinement of her powers dissipated, Xie Zhiyu released her, allowing her to descend. The moment their bodies parted, the coolness of the spring night surged into Wen Ning's hollow chest. She understood this as an invitation to enter. Thus, she formed the words silently. "What about you?" He gestured reassuringly, his gaze solemn as he watched her step cautiously into the room. Outside, at least 3 pairs of footsteps echoed, distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Each step was methodically trained. They were likely strategizing their approach to force the door. One set of steps drew closer, while another remained more distant. After listening intently for a moment, Xie Zhiyu pulled a shoe cabinet to barricade the door and dismantled a steel rod from the drying rack to reinforce the makeshift barrier. His movements were adept, suggesting he had rehearsed this countless times. Surprisingly, the individuals outside remained oblivious to the commotion. A few seconds later, the lock emitted faint, delicate sounds, a clear indication that someone was attempting to pick it. He swiftly leaped over the sofa, rapidly activated the showerhead in the outer bathroom, and locked the door behind him before darting into the room. Just as the door clicked shut, the delicate sounds of lock-picking were replaced by the resounding thuds of someone banging on the door. When Ning glanced over, her anxiety palpable. "Who is it?" With too many grudges to count, he could not ascertain. He strode purposefully to the window, peering down for several seconds. When Ning instinctively followed in his wake, "Should we hide?" Upon entering the master bedroom, she had already scrutinized her surroundings, a square bed, a door leading to the inner bathroom, and nothing more. The simplicity of his room resembled a hastily assembled shelter. Unless there was a hidden compartment, no place to conceal themselves existed. While they spoke, Xie Zhiyu had already flung the window wide open. It was then that when Ning noticed the stark difference between his home and the other floors of the residential building. He had not installed any security bars, allowing the window to be open to its fullest extent, wide enough for an adult to enter or exit freely. She gasped, incredulous. "Surely, we cannot escape through there?" If he dared, she would too. The banging on the door grew increasingly fervent, the aged walls trembling under the impact. When Ning inhaled deeply, "Xie Zhiyu, can you not lead a more peaceful life?" With that, she stepped onto the windowsill. The second-floor security bars offered her ample space to maneuver, but that was before she found herself perched on the ledge. Now, standing outside, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Xie Zhiyu produced a length of rope from seemingly nowhere, securing one end around her waist while fastening the other to himself. "Don't look down." He steadied himself against the window frame, descending slowly, unhurried. The gap between the two buildings was so narrow that one could nearly touch the opposite wall. In such constricted quarters, each security bar became a tool for climbing. With the rope around her waist providing assurance, when Ning descended 2 steps before grasping the technique. She paused on the second-floor ledge, looking up. "Why aren't you coming down?" "You go first." Have they entered? Moments ago, the door had been breached, and the 3 burly men, hearing the water from the bathroom, assumed someone was in the outer restroom. They were currently attempting to force open the bathroom door. The upper half of the door's mosaic glass erupted with a cacophony of shattering sounds. Xie Zhiyu, keeping an eye on the door while offering reassurance, replied, "Not yet." This residential building had stood since the 1990s, and no one could guarantee the weight-bearing capacity of the security bars beneath their feet. He could not afford to take risks. So he resolutely anchored himself as a safety post, tying one end to her and securing the other firmly to the window frame. His fingers, pressed against the frame, turned white from exertion as he heard the sound of shattering glass. Outside, someone cursed and turned towards the master bedroom. A loud thud resounded as they crashed against the bedroom door. This time, Wen Ning discerned clearly. Filled with thoughts of Xie Zhiyu, "You deceitful scoundrel." She involuntarily quickened her pace. At the height of the final floor, she boldly closed her eyes and leapt down.
Thud.
As she landed, the door burst open. Xie Zhiyu. Hurry. Chapter 78. The Origin of Unfathomable Affection. Almost at the very moment the door shattered open, Xie Zhiyu propelled himself out through the window. A fleeting black shadow darted past the opening. The three intruders sprinted to the window's edge, peering down. Suddenly, shards of broken tiles flew towards them, prompting a collective exclamation of annoyance. "Damn it, he's down there!" In a couple of bounds, Xie Zhiyu descended to the first floor. "Are you alright?" Wen Ning, still reeling from the adrenaline coursing through her veins, asked with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. "Did you hit them?" The man glanced at her seemingly delicate arms. "What a pity you aren't throwing grenades." "Of course," Wen Ning replied, "I practiced archery when I was young." "What does archery have to do with this?" Xie Zhiyu grasped her hand. "Let us run first." The corridor was drowned in the sound of hurried footsteps, and an early sleeping neighbor flung open their door, cursing. "Banana you apple! Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" A burly man retorted in broken Cantonese, "Old man, I'll tear your lungs out." The night wind howled past their ears. Ahead lay a long, dark alley, with tangled overhead wires, while footsteps pursued relentlessly behind them. They resembled reckless wanderers, living for the present, without a thought for tomorrow. Wen Ning was pulled into one alley after another. At the end of one, a vehicle drove by, its light momentarily illuminating the narrow passage, and she suddenly noticed a heavy motorcycle lurking in the shadows. Xie Zhiyu leapt onto it, tossing the only helmet to her. Gasping, she clutched it. "Just one? Having one is better than none." The footsteps had already rounded the corner, and in the dim light of the residential buildings, Wen Ning saw three burly men, even larger than the double doors. The one at the front pointed. There. Flustered, she tightened her grip and clung to his waist.
"Go."
The wind roared in their ears as they left the long alley behind. Wen Ning felt the powerful engine reverberating through her eardrums. Her face was trapped in the confines of the helmet, her long hair dancing wildly in the wind. The fierce gusts could not dissipate the heat surging within her. The warmth and humidity of her breath were confined within the small space of the helmet, and amidst the throbbing of her eardrums, she heard her own heartbeat. Perhaps it was the sound of another heartbeat, closely pressed against her through their thin garments. They had run far this night. It was impossible to distinguish whose heart was racing, each throb intense like a drumbeat. The wind billowed her shirt as they sped through the city's vibrancy, then veered onto a rugged path, ultimately rolling into a serene stretch of white sand. When Ning sensed her balance faltering, she relinquished her grip, and together with the motorcycle, they tumbled into the soft, fine sand. They had arrived at the beach. The desolate sea at night resembled a ferocious beast, its dark surface roiling with waves that surged relentlessly toward the shore. She lay on the beach, eyes closed for a moment, tearing off her helmet. Strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her face, sticky and reminiscent of the spring tide. Unbothered, when Ning turned her head to the side. "How many people have you offended?" "Countless," came the man's reply, eyes still shut. He reclined languidly upon the fine sand, his chest gently rising and falling. The salty sea breeze brushed against him, and when Ning stared intently at him, "Is this truly the life you lead?" "Quite stable for a long time, Mississippi." He spoke in a languid tone, suddenly opening his eyes. In the depths of his dark pupils, she was reflected, and he smiled slightly, almost forgetting that her presence here was not without peril. "What do you mean?" Wen Ning inquired. She nodded in response to his tranquil gaze. "I will be moving out today." "Very well." His voice grew hoarser. A colossal wave crashed against the rocky shore, the distant sound of a foghorn slicing through the darkness. In the lull after the horn's echo, when Ning suddenly asked, "Do you have anything to tie back my hair?"
"Yes."
He adjusted a watch on his left wrist, revealing a grass-green hair tie, one she had once misplaced. In that moment, the restlessness coursing through her veins reached a crescendo. Perhaps the adrenaline had wrought some aftermath, for as she accepted the hair tie, her fingers instinctively spread, grasping his hand. She held on tightly. "Xie Zhiyu." The wind tousled her long hair, carrying a fragmented cadence in her voice. The three simple words she uttered tightened her chest with emotion. A moment of silence. A second of fierce struggle. He abruptly flipped onto his side, grasping her hand and weaving his fingers through hers. The rules unraveled in that instant. He fiercely captured her lips, their tongues colliding in a passionate conquest, devoid of graduality, only the intensity of an insatiable invasion. The waves crashed restlessly, while a lost seagull screeched hoarsely, skimming low across the night sky, seemingly attuned to a more distinct rhythm than the ocean's tumult. Wings spread wide. It glided bewilderedly into the darkness. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Thus, the violent gasps of the night became distinctly audible as the man's large hand descended, finally releasing the pressure that had been trapped beneath her chin. A sheen of moisture lingered at the corners of her lips, a mark of his kiss. This realization flickered in her mind, but the desire to continue kissing swelled uncontrollably. His dangerous black eyes locked onto their prey, much like a cheetah spotting a newborn lamb, sweet, soft, and moist. Every sensation sent a tumultuous surge through him. Thus, he lowered himself. This time, he chose to savor her, peeling back the layers of a delectable, tender cake with patience and care. The night air had lost the warmth of the day, and beneath her thin garments, she felt the oppressive humidity, while her fingers remained icy. Wen Ning, gasping for breath countless times, finally pushed him away, her eyes misty. "Xie Zhiyu, you are truly excessive." His voice, husky, replied, "Have I not always appeared thus in your eyes?" She withdrew her fingers from his grasp, deliberately avoiding his touch, and then, in a tone of feigned grievance, remarked, "Having crossed paths tonight, do you truly believe I would be safe staying at a hotel?" Originally, she felt wronged by the previous topic. Xie Zhiyu smiled gently. "Zhong will protect you." Wen Ning pressed her lips together, a subtle pain tugging at the corners of her mouth. She had already pushed Zhong away more than once. Xie Zhiyu calmly concluded, "So, you find him foolish?" "No," she replied, a smile playing on her lips as her gaze lingered on her tightly pressed mouth. Suddenly, he reached out. "This is torn. Let us not change the subject." Wen Ning turned her face away, unwilling to be led astray by him again.
Who are those people?
She inquired. Xie Zhiyu gestured for her to wait a moment. He fished out his phone from his pocket and saw He-Chi's name on the screen before answering. "What's the matter?" On the other end, He-Chi hurriedly informed him that Lu Kuan's men had arrived on the island. Xie Zhiyu was unfazed. During the journey across the city, he had relied on speculation about the identities of those three to ignore the soft warmth behind him. He had long anticipated Lu Kuan among the numerous possibilities. Upon returning to the island, He-Chi would surely take action, provoking Lu Kuan to retaliate. Lu Kuan had either caught wind of He-Chi's intentions to start anew or was suspicious of his meddling. Regardless of which, it was a test initiated from Lu Kuan's side. "I know," Xie Zhiyu replied. "You know? Have you encountered him?" He-Chi sounded anxious. "How does he treat you?" Xie Zhiyu glanced at her. "Nothing much. I'll tell you later."
Not now? No.
The timing of the call was indeed ill-fated. Had it come just 10 minutes earlier, he wouldn't have been so flustered. Xie Zhiyu pressed his fingers to his brow. There are still some troublesome matters. Chapter 79. A touch of white under the moonlight. The corners of her mouth ached subtly, perhaps from the previous kiss which had been too fervent, leading to a tear. If there were a mirror, Wen Ning would realize it was more than just a simple tear. Her lips were now a vibrant hue, luscious and swollen from being kissed. Anyone glancing at her would know what had transpired. She pressed her fingertip against the corner of her lips, a hint of discontent in her voice. "Why didn't you say I was the trouble when I was acting crazily just now?" Acting crazily? Xie Zhiyu found her choice of words inexplicably endearing. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I meant he is the trouble." Wen Ning did not believe him. Sitting on the fine sand, she picked up a seashell and toyed with it. "So, you know who those three belong to?" The topic could not be sidestepped. Xie Zhiyu conceded. "One is an old nemesis. Does he want to kill you?" The man looked over, laughter bubbling uncontrollably from his chest. "My dear lady, perhaps you should fill your mind with fewer thoughts of violence." Wen Ning was at a loss for words. Did she want this? Wasn't it his reckless lifestyle that had drawn her into this chaos? Tossing the seashell aside, she stood up. As her legs touched the ground, a sharp sensation coursed through her, making her gasp. She had almost forgotten that she had come out barefoot after climbing stairs and racing cars. Her stockings were completely worn out from the prolonged running, comically clinging to her skin. Under the dim moonlight, her legs were marred with patches of white. The soles of her feet were likely cut by some sharp stones. causing pain with every movement. Xie Zhiyu's expression darkened. Why are you running about? I didn't run, Wen Ning retorted with a rebellious spirit. I'm just going to check in at the hotel. As the night unfolded with nowhere to rest, someone was urging him on. The act of lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot was hardly more than this. Xie Zhiyu couldn't help but smile in exasperation. Sometimes, an impeccable memory is not a virtue. Wen Ning was about to retort, but her ankle was lightly gripped and held by him. She pressed her lips together and settled back down, subtly shifting her position. Little did she know he was particularly perceptive. What are you up to now? Wen Ning huffed. Mind your own business regarding the affairs of a beauty. It was merely her injured arm, which she feared would not heal properly if she moved too much. So she deliberately extended her leg towards him. Yet, in the pitch darkness, he surely could not see anything clearly, could he? What was obscured was Wen Ning's awareness. She remained oblivious to the fact that, in such dim light, Xie Zhiyu could distinctly see the delicate arch of her pale foot marred by a scar, the silky skin beneath her torn stockings, and the graceful lines that extended beneath her skirt. The mermaid's skirt embraced her long, toned legs, rounding out at the base. At that moment, it was akin to a mermaid gliding through the surface of the sea. Once a hint of ambiguity is breached, it stirs a restlessness within. His throat felt parched. The act of reaching for his phone seemed a futile attempt to mask his discomfort. Nonetheless, he needed something to divert his attention. This time, he dialed Zhong. Zhong, blissfully unaware, was still waiting outside the restaurant. Upon answering, he exclaimed, "Brother Yu, Miss Wen is dining." "Dining, my foot. She's by the seaside with me." Xie Zhiyu began to see the wisdom in the remark about his naivety. He tilted his head, resting the phone against his shoulder while delicately removing the pebbles from her ankle, his touch far gentler than during their earlier kiss. Zhong was momentarily taken aback, as if the instruction to bring shoes was more perplexing than the reality of Miss Wen's absence from the restaurant. For a moment he thought it was a code. "Brother Yu, if it's inconvenient to speak, just grunt twice." Xie Zhiyu was at a loss for words. You old man."
Huh?
Zhong questioned, "Does that count as a grunt or not?" "Size 36 women's soft-soled shoes, in 15 minutes. And don't come to see me this month." After hanging up, he regretted making that call. Zhong could indeed be rather dim-witted at times. However, one could argue that the earlier tantalizing thoughts were now considerably diluted by this interruption. He tossed his phone aside and, sensing something, lifted his gaze, only to meet a pair of glimmering eyes. "What are you staring at?" "Size 36 women's soft-soled shoes." When Ning's tone was teasing, "Xie Zhiyu, you have quite the knack for striking a palm against a jujube. When did I ever strike you?" Xie Zhiyu frowned. In front of him, the woman knelt, her hand slipping beneath the hem of her skirt. Xie Zhiyu's eyelids flickered. "What are you doing now?" When Ning looked at him with curiosity, "Isn't it difficult to manage? Since it's already torn, why not just take it off?" Her damp strands of hair clung to the side of her face, her shoulder peeking out from beneath her loose-knit top, the skirt still piled high. Beautiful, yet disheveled. A throbbing pain surged in Xie Zhiyu's temples. That earlier call had been in vain. He turned his body slightly, his shoulders stiffening. And his tone grew cold. "Next time you do something like this, please give me a heads up." It was he who wished for her to swallow everything when kissing her. Now, he was pretending to be a gentleman. When Ning squinted at him for a moment.
"Man.
They withdraw so quickly." She pouted and bent down to remove her stockings. Some areas clung to her skin due to perspiration, the rustling sound swallowed by the rhythmic waves. Yet the barely audible noise was unexpectedly clear on the spring night by the sea. A patch of white appeared under the moonlight. Even the stockings carelessly tossed aside, covered with the knitted sweater she had removed, did not strike him as unusual. He searched his body and found only a tie he had casually placed in his pocket. He pulled it out, flattened it, and laid it beneath her feet. Their breathing synchronized with the ebb and flow of the waves. Xie Zhiyu looked at her meaningfully. "We could also share a hotel room." For a moment, it was hard to discern whether he was teasing her previous remarks or implying something more. When Ning turned her face toward the direction of the wind, she felt hot, especially where he held her ankle. Chapter 80. Watermarks. Zhong arrived punctually 15 minutes later. As expected, he brought a pair of soft-soled women's shoes. He handed them to Wen Ning and seized the opportunity to discreetly inquire, "Miss Wen, weren't you at a dinner party? How did you end up at the seaside with Brother Yu?" Wen Ning, ever adaptable, sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, Zhong. I won't hide from you anymore." "Zhong?" After a few seconds, Zhong appeared hurt. "Miss Wen, you were avoiding me?" I thought we agreed not to do that anymore. Wen Ning's breath grew faint. What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. He covered the phone. Can your feet still walk? You've already run all the way here. Saying you can't walk now seems overly dramatic, doesn't it? Zhong, having overheard the conversation, became clever. He slapped his forehead. Oh, Miss Wen, let me carry you. It must be that today I didn't take good care of Miss Wen. Zhong rubbed his nose. My apologies, brother you. The tall figure faded into the night. Wen Ning's heart softened, and she turned to adopt a fierce tone. Why are you so harsh with him? Fine, he's the one with issues. Xie Zhiyu lifted his pant leg and squatted down, too lazy to explain. Get on. Isn't the car parked just over there? I'll walk a couple of steps. He was quite unceremonious. Then you walk by yourself. As he said this, he pretended to stand up. Wen Ning grasped the corner of his shirt that hung loosely outside his waistband. Brother you, please carry me. The suit jacket he had taken from the car draped over her shoulders, its hem long enough to reach her legs. Even if she hiked up the fishtail skirt, it wouldn't appear indecent. Xie Zhiyu was considerate in this regard. Wen Ning picked up the stockings lying nearby, balled them tightly, and discreetly stuffed them into her pocket. With her hands behind her back, she asked, Why do you need to know everything? She leaned against his shoulder. Is that all? He asked, feigning ignorance. This question was redundant. The sensation against his back clearly revealed everything. Having shared more intimate moments than this, she recalled the feeling when her palm pressed against him on the beach. Beneath her seemingly fragile frame, everything was as it should be. She remembered a time when she accompanied guests from the mainland to play cards. A guest inquired, Mr. Xie, what type of woman do you prefer? The conversation around the card table was unabashedly candid. A pretty face held no significance. The guest patted the young starlet beside him, suggesting that true beauty lay in an alluring figure. Several other men cast sidelong glances, their intentions far from innocent. The starlet, eager to please, donned a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her curves, and upon finishing her remark, she swayed slightly as if seeking praise. Xie Zhiyu, engaging in this performance, acknowledged her beauty, yet felt no stir within. At that moment, he found it all rather tedious, never considering that one day he would require no more than a fleeting touch or a lingering kiss to send shivers down his spine, awakening a profound desire. He chuckled at his youthful naivety. As he slowed his pace, the woman behind him expressed her confusion. Xie Zhiyu? He responded with a simple, what is it? After both physiological and psychological stimuli had waned, Wen Ning felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She had contemplated this question several times and finally resolved to voice it. Are you planning to continue working for the He family indefinitely? She had not anticipated voicing such a thought. Xie Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback, then replied in his usual tone, Is there a problem? This has been my life for many years. He had discerned the survival rules within this realm. Only he could maintain the delicate balance both inside and outside the casino. Wen Ning seemed to share this sentiment, feeling both intrusive and unable to contain her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she uttered, But it's rather perilous. Had he misheard? As she reclined in the back seat, Wen Ning instinctively grasped his arm, her gaze fixed upon him as if awaiting an answer. I said it's quite dangerous. The man, shrouded in shadow, finally broke into a gentle smile and replied nonchalantly, Don't worry, you won't die. She sat quietly, arms crossed, lips pressed tightly together. When the time came to disembark, he reached for her hand, but she brushed it away. I'm fine, I can walk on my own. Xie Zhiyu nodded very well. At home, a few of their associates led by Xiao Zhong had just completed their inspection. Understood. After all the commotion, it was already midnight. Wen Ning sidestepped Xie Zhiyu and asked Xiao Zhong, Does this mean it's safe? Xiao Zhong glanced at his boss, who was fixated on Miss Wen's face. The atmosphere between them was oddly charged. It was as though they were engaged in a silent standoff, yet each was subconsciously attuned to the other. What an awkward triad this was. Xiao Zhong hesitantly ventured, I suppose so. Anyway, our people are nearby, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Perhaps Miss Wen would like to rest for a while? Noticing her weary expression, Xie Zhiyu finally spoke, If you're tired, you should sleep. The room was in disarray, with chairs and tables haphazardly strewn about, and the shattered window left debris scattered across the floor. It seemed there was no suitable place to rest in this house. Xiao Zhong suddenly exclaimed, The master bedroom has been cleared. Both stoic individuals turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. Xiao Zhong was puzzled by what he might have said wrong. Forget that I mentioned it. Ultimately, Wen Ning entered the master bedroom. The bathroom outside was unusable unless she opted to head to a hotel. She would have to make do for the night. She closed the door, entered the master bathroom, and shut the inner door as well. The mirror reflected her tense visage, a testament to her strained emotions. As her gaze descended, it fell upon her still swollen lips. She pursed them tightly and muttered a curse under her breath. Bastard. The reflection in the mirror echoed her sentiment, sharing the same expression of indignation. Yet she seemed offended, grumbling about who gave him the right to insult her while turning the faucet to its maximum. The cold water splashed her face several times, slowly soothing her tumultuous emotions. A grass-green hair tie held her long hair in a low bun, and the oversized jacket she wore accentuated her delicate frame. She removed it and suddenly recalled the item she had tucked into her pocket, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly fumbled for it. The droplets of still wet water left faint marks on the fabric of the suit. From the inner pocket, she retrieved a crumpled pair of torn stockings, now soiled with fine sand, which rendered his suit a disheveled mess. Wen Ning paced several times in the small restroom, hesitating repeatedly before glancing at the trash can. Before she could gather her thoughts, the bedroom door creaked open unexpectedly. Startled as if burnt by what she held, she carelessly tossed it into the bin. The figure entering paused at the doorway. "I've brought you the pillow. Do you need anything else?"
No.
The discarded item had not landed correctly. The torn stockings hung over the edge, marred by a dried water stain. Chapter 81. To cut off the fire at its source. Xiao Zhong lingered here until late. The sounds from the living room had been incessant, with Xie Zhiyu making an appearance to fetch something from the inner restroom. As he passed by, Wen Ning called out to him.
Hey.
He paused, looking at her with a leisurely demeanor. The weather in Aodao wasn't as cold, after living together for so long. Xie Zhiyu had only just noticed that she wore a collar nightgown to sleep at home. The moonlight blue satin fabric shimmered with a cool glow, accentuating her delicate collarbones. Every aspect of her seemed meticulously refined, devoid of flaws. At that moment, she sat in the place where he had slept, the thin blanket pulled up to her waist. Her eyes lingering on him as if she had something to say, but hesitated. His room, his bed, and the items left in his restroom. Xie Zhiyu's voice was hoarse. "Is there anything else you're too embarrassed to say?" Wen Ning was distracted, oblivious to his question. She had prepared herself mentally. "Where will you sleep tonight?" It appeared she had wrongly accused him on the beach. This young lady was far too trusting of him. Did she not realize how perilous it was for a woman to sit on a man's bed and inquire where he would be sleeping at night? Or perhaps, tonight, she was simply too restrained, failing to evoke any sense of caution, intentionally baiting his heart instead. Xie Zhiyu narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Where would you like me to sleep?" A pillow flew at him, soft and fluffy, as if in playful flirtation. He sidestepped, hearing her half-annoyed, half-petulant retort. "Xie Zhiyu, if I care about you any more, I'll be a dog." How wonderfully vivid this all was. What reason did he have to be angry with someone like him? He chuckled. "I have things to attend to, you need not worry." Wen Ning swiftly pulled the blanket up, covering herself, and grumbled, not taking it, going to sleep. As she exited the room, Xiao Zhong cleverly inquired, "Is sister-in-law asleep?" Xie Zhiyu shot him a glance. "Don't call her that." It felt awkward to constantly refer to her as Miss Wen. Xiao Zhong felt aggrieved. Considering the circumstances surrounding Xie Zhiyu, besides the unwavering Zhong, it is only Xiao Zhong who can remain by his side at all times. Thus, when subordinates are unable to locate Xie Zhiyu, they often implore Xiao Zhong to convey messages. Recently, Xiao Zhong received a call indicating that the individuals dispatched for investigation had discovered the 3 burly men last seen in the Portuguese district. The area is not extensive, and Xie Zhiyu immediately recalled the Li family. It would not be surprising if Lu Kuan were to collaborate with the Li family on his territory upon reaching Aodao. It is also plausible for Lu Kuan's associates to approach Li Duo. Regrettably, this second son of the Li family lacks any substantial capability. Seeking his protection is rather naive. Xie Zhiyu tossed a pack of cigarettes to Xiao Zhong and placed a mint candy in his palm, inquiring, "How many dealings do we still have with the Li family?" Xiao Zhong tactfully responded, "Mr. He and the Li family are old friends. However, there are no true friendships, only those driven by interests." This remark served as a reminder to him. Rather than offending the entire Li family, it would be wiser to cut off their support at the root. "Arrange a meeting with Li Duo's elder brother for me," Xie Zhiyu instructed. Xiao Zhong nodded. "When?" "As soon as possible." Xiao Zhong is proficient in his duties. By 3 in the morning, he successfully located Li Duo's elder brother, Li Ming. Although Li Ming had been lured to Las Vegas due to a scheme, he was fundamentally an experienced gambler. When Xie Zhiyu found him, he was in the casino, wearing a frown. Since his family had severed his financial support, the trifling games no longer captured Li Ming's interest. However, with his pockets empty, he could only indulge in the thrill. Upon receiving the invitation from Xie Zhiyu, Li Ming readily accepted, without hesitation. The two met in a private room at the casino. Xie Zhiyu presented a table of chips as a token of their meeting, and without much effort, he managed to win Li Ming's favor. He was neither a saint nor a fool. A blend of sincerity and deceit characterized his demeanor, and as they parted, Li Ming nearly proposed a brotherhood. Indeed, he was a young master who could be deceived into Las Vegas. Were it not for Xie Zhiyu's vigilance against scams in the casino, individuals like Li Ming would hardly need to be tricked into such places. Brother, Li Ming sought confirmation. If Li Duo were to falter this time, would the family indeed listen to me? Xie Zhiyu retorted. He lacks the capability to ensure the continuation of your lineage. Or, do you imply that Mr. Li has another son outside? That is impossible, Li Ming asserted firmly. Rest assured, when you take charge of the Li family, you will receive treatment befitting your status here. Li Ming's eyes gleamed with determination. I am well aware of the property in the Portuguese district. Leave it to me. External interference pales in comparison to conflict among brothers. With Li Ming stirring the waters, Xie Zhiyu need not divert his attention from the hidden schemes of Lu Kuan. He only needs to remain vigilant. By the time he returned home, dawn had already broken. Passing by a porridge shop, he slowed his pace and purchased a breakfast. The previous night had been exhausting, with events unfolding one after another. It was only when he finally sank into the sofa that he began to feel the weight of fatigue. Accustomed to cleaning up after others, as the world awakened in the early morning, a sense of irritation began to wash over him. He instinctively glanced towards the master bedroom door, which remained shut. A tide of uncertainty about the future surged within him. Xie Zhiyu, do you intend to continue serving the He family indefinitely? This question reverberated in his mind. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. He cursed under his breath and rose to open the door, where He Hui stood nonchalantly, holding 2 boxes of egg tarts. Get out of the way, he warned, and keep your voice down. He Hui, bewildered, retorted, I haven't said a word. Xie Zhiyu frowned, displaying an unmistakable intent to block him from entering.
I said keep it down, he insisted.
Damn it, He Hui cursed back. Xie Zhiyu struck like a dart. Did you touch him? Is he the only one allowed to have connections with the local military? He Hui's expression darkened. If he dares to cross me, I'll have his arms severed. Does Mr.
He know?
The old man is still in the dark, but he won't remain so for long. I want us to deal with him before the old man finds out. Xie Zhiyu bit down on a cigarette. Do as you wish. This nonchalant acquiescence did little to reassure He Hui. Lighting up, he asked, Brother, are you certain you're on my side? The smoke billowed gently from his lips as thoughts of murky waters, internal strife, and severing the roots swirled in his mind. Chapter 82. Appeasement. Grasping the sharpest blade of the He family, He Hui suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Not revealing this to the old man implied a lack of full support. He meticulously assessed those he could rely on, and after much contemplation, Xie Zhiyu emerged as the most suitable choice. Yet, they were not family, and he occasionally recalled the old man's caution regarding Xie Zhiyu.
What was there to be cautious about?
He Hui observed today, still at a loss. Perhaps it was merely the old man's cautious nature. He trusted no one entirely, not even his youngest son. In this light, it was indeed prudent for the old man to keep an eye on Xie Zhiyu. After all, a sharp blade could be turned against both foes and allies. The old man's greatest strength was his caution, yet to He Hui, it felt like a flaw. The 3 kingdoms taught that one should employ the trusted and discard the doubtful. Ultimately, the old man was too narrow-minded. You was a brother. How many times had he helped clean up the mess? Furthermore, upon hearing Xie Zhiyu's words, He Hui felt increasingly relieved. First, they would deal with Lu Kuan after all. The business lay in his hands. How much dissatisfaction could the old man truly express? At most, a few scoldings. Suddenly, a sound came from the master bedroom door. Just as He Hui glanced over, he saw Xie Zhiyu stride purposefully to the door. A sliver of light flashed through the slightly open door. Xie Zhiyu pressed his palm against it, speaking softly inside. We're in a discussion. I'll come out shortly. Whatever was said inside was swiftly followed by the door closing with care. He Hui cursed internally. No wonder the lad had repeatedly urged him to keep it down. No wonder he was always attentive to the direction of the master bedroom. Did you really bring that young lady home? Xie Zhiyu, not even bothering to look at him. Opened the living room window and remarked dryly, "Your information is terribly outdated." "Oh, by the way," he added, "put out the cigarette." Minutes later, when Ning emerged, looking perfectly composed. "Did you sleep outside?" "No, I was out on errands. I have an appointment with you, Jiao, soon." "Understood. I'll have Ah Zhong drive you." The two exchanged banter, entirely oblivious to the presence of a third person in the living room. Hui attempted several times to interject, yet found no opportunity to insert himself into their conversation. His inner thoughts were far more vivid than the barrage of comments, filled with content that was meticulously censored.
Well,
"You, why don't you introduce yourself?" Xie Zhiyu said casually. "Aren't we all acquainted?" "Fine. Still can't quite fit in." After sitting for a few more minutes, Chi, feeling rather dull, slowly began to rise. "Perhaps I should take my leave. Enjoy your egg tarts." When Ning offered him a formulaic smile, "Goodbye." As the door closed, Xie Zhiyu turned to her with an expressionless face. "Why smile so beautifully?" When Ning paused in her task of unwrapping the breakfast box, "Because I want to." Although Xie Zhiyu said nothing, she instinctively knew that the warm congee on the table was prepared for her. She ladled out 2 portions into a porcelain bowl from home. What is he coming for? To wipe his behind? As the smoky scent in the room dissipated, Xie Zhiyu closed the windows on either side and finally sat across from her. "Is this for me?" When Ning did not answer. Instead, she abruptly remarked, "It's Thursday." "Thursday?" Xie Zhiyu realized, laughing. "No wonder you're being so attentive." By all accounts, Wen Jingshan was expected to arrive on Ao Island around 3 this afternoon. He asked, "What do you want to do? Are you going out?" Wen Ning inquired candidly. "Not going out. What about tomorrow?" "Depends on the situation." "What does depends on the situation mean? Has Wen Jingshan not contacted you yet?" Wen Ning pondered for a moment, then suddenly softened her tone. "You gidge. Why don't you give me a heads up if you're going somewhere?" She feigned innocence so well that Xie Zhiyu felt a shiver run down his spine at her calling him a gidge. He straightened up, his tone indifferent. "What's the reason?" Truly a master at walking the dog. He wondered how many others she had treated this way. Calmly, she replied, "Because I care about you." Having just smoked a cigarette, he was not supposed to crave it this much. Xie Zhiyu patted his pockets, realizing that was the last one left. All that remained were mints. Sucking on one, his clarity sharpened in the mint's coolness. Yet he still said, "I'll be on the cruise ship the day after tomorrow at 7. Wen Ning blinket. Will you take me with you?" He chuckled lightly. "You know very well what's up there. Why would you want to go?" "What for?" "Of course. It's to ensure that the person you are supposed to meet has an opportunity to encounter you after disembarking." When Ning stirred the congee in her bowl, her voice unwavering. "If you didn't want me to go, why would you tell me such a precise time?" "Accidentally let it slip," Xie Zhiyu responded nonchalantly. She curved her lips, presenting him with a smile more radiant than the one she had just shown to Chi. "So you will take me aboard, right?" Xie Zhiyu couldn't help but scoff. "Miss, last night's incident is hardly sufficient for you to repeatedly command me to do things. We are all adults." The words "not worth the trouble" suddenly became difficult to articulate as he observed her expression dim at that moment. After a night had passed, her lips had almost returned to normal, no longer swollen, but faint red marks from being bitten still lingered on her pale lip lines. In this loud, slow-motion scene, she spoke with a hint of disinterest. "If you don't want to take me, then so be it. There's no need to bring this up." Lu Kuan's men had not yet been subdued. Thus, this room was not entirely safe. What if he wasn't there? Yes. What if he wasn't there, and that group came back to harass her? Could Ah Zhong truly manage that? He finally discovered the singular possibility amidst a myriad of impossibilities and spoke with a heavy heart. "Let me be frank. When the time comes, I may not have the luxury to concern myself with you." Upon learning from Qin Yuejiao that Wen Jingshan had taken residence in the Li Palace, Wen Ning steeled herself with utmost vigilance. Initially, she harbored doubts about the reliability of Xie Zhiyu and feared betrayal. However, at a certain moment, she sensed the scales tipping in her favor. This feeling was ineffable, more profound than the infinite cosmos. Although Xie Zhiyu's assertion that we are all adults was a stark reality, it also served as her self-justification for that fateful night. Strangely enough, this very statement fortified her resolve. Bound by the veneer of business propriety, no one openly discussed whether Wen Jingshan would board the ship that Saturday night. Nor did anyone mention the possibility of an illegitimate child accompanying him. As the evening approached and Xie Zhiyu arranged for her to board the vessel, she did so without hesitation. Indeed, just 20 minutes later, a message from Qin Yuejiao arrived. "Elder sister, I just overheard my father's driver say that he and Uncle Da are heading out. Chapter 83. Defeat. Wen Jingshan and Chen Kangtai are leaving together? What implications does this message carry? If Wen Jingshan were to encounter the illegitimate child in Xie Zhiyu's territory, would Uncle Chen Kangtai's presence not be curious? After all, the fewer people privy to this matter, the better. Should Uncle inadvertently let something slip to Aunt, it could reach her ears. Wait a moment. When Ning suddenly came to a realization, why should she assume that her Aunt's family must align with her? True, she is the biological niece. But when Jingshan and when Cindy are still siblings, when Ning anxiously paced about, for some inexplicable reason, Xie Zhiyu's earlier warning about being wary of those around her resurfaced in her mind. She could not jump to conclusions so swiftly, until she possessed concrete evidence. All speculations remained unfounded. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged that she had never felt so passive, nor had she ever sensed quite so acutely how solitary her position was. Wen Jingshan had her own agenda, and Heiji cared only for Madame Wen's status. After finally receiving attention from her aunt on the island of Ao, she found herself uncertain of whether she was truly supported in this matter. Never mind, she would rely on herself. When Ning retrieved the outfit she had prepared in her room, a black velvet halter-neck cheapao with an almost scandalous slit reaching her hips, complemented by a lace half-mask. She glanced at it, noting how the affluent patrons aboard the yacht possessed rather vulgar tastes. Xie Zhiyu had promised to provide her with attire for a server. Yet he had not specified that servers would wear such garments. Gritting her teeth, she donned the outfit, pulling her long hair into an elegant updo. Her hair, cascading in soft waves, had been well cared for, glistening like silk. Rarely did she style it this way. It was both a transformation of her appearance and a means to blend in with the other servers on the yacht. As the boat began to set sail, she donned the mask and took a deep breath before pushing open the door. This cruise was distinct from the previous one. Someone called out to her as she passed by. Hey, why is the champagne taking so long? When Ning scanned the crowd, failing to recognize any familiar faces, she smiled politely. Please hold on a moment. I will be right there. What is the holdup? It's taking forever. The man accompanying her turned his gaze upon hearing the voice, his eyes lingering on her for a few seconds before he playfully patted his friend. Why so fierce? Lovely lady, there's no rush for the champagne. Why not join us for a little fun? Upon hearing the lewd tone in his voice, Wen Ning immediately sensed his insincerity. She strained to maintain a smile. Boss, we have rules here. If the supervisor finds out, it would be disastrous. Isn't it just a deduction from your pay? I'll make it worth your while later, he replied. Wen Ning cursed the chubby man in her heart but spoke sweetly. No, dear brother, if I break the rules, I won't be allowed back on the boat next time. Let me fetch you some champagne first. There's no need to rush.
With that,
she retracted her smile and turned away. As she passed through the corridor, she fortuitously encountered other servers bringing champagne. She called for a stop, took a sip from one glass, and pointed towards the pool. Give it to that chubby man in the floral shorts. The server stood there, stunned by her actions. They clearly should have intervened, but under the overwhelming presence of her uniform, they could only nod in compliance. Is that, the guest? The male server stammered.
Me?
Oh. I don't know. Perhaps it's one of the supervisors? Not far from this scene, a man slammed down his wine glass, his expression darkening. A bystander inquired, What's wrong, Xiesheng? Xie Zhiyu replied coolly, It's nothing, before calling over his subordinates. Who dressed her in that outfit? His voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, even in this fragrant and lively setting, sent a chill down the spines of those around him. The subordinates exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, one finally ventured. Did you not request a set of server uniforms? They all look like this. The high slit of the dress revealed the woman's exquisite back, her waist slender enough to grasp, and as she moved, the curve of her hips became tantalizingly visible. Xie Zhiyu felt a headache brewing. He excused himself from the wealthy businessman who had specifically requested his company, swiftly shedding his suit as he left. Wen Ning had barely taken a few steps when she was suddenly yanked into a warm embrace. In the next moment, a suit jacket enveloped her head. She froze, slowly lifting her gaze. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Xie Zhiyu's face was dark with displeasure. Wen Ning pointed to herself. Even with a mask, you still recognize me? Of course, he replied succinctly. The lace half-mask barely concealed her features, yet her petite nose and crimson lips were enough for him to identify her. Not to mention, he could hardly fathom any other server who could exude such an air of nobility in that attire. He pulled her into a secluded corner. Not yet time, he stated, this phrase hinting at something more. Wen Ning clasped the lapels of his suit jacket, pondering for a moment. But no one has informed me when the time will come. The two seemed to engage in a silent riddle. All prior protocols quietly crumbled away. Ultimately, he conceded, I will have someone notify you. Wen Ning's eyes widened slightly. You aren't supposed to say that. She had assumed that at most, he would merely turn a blind eye to her boarding the ship, leaving the subsequent matters to her own discretion. She had never anticipated that at this critical juncture, Xie Zhiyu would choose to align himself with her. The one person who stood in her corner was, surprisingly, Xie Zhiyu. Indeed. He uttered not a word. Yet he conveyed everything to her, the time, the place, and the eventual meeting between Wen Jingshan and his son. With his gaze, he facilitated her witness. She felt as if she were being crushed, from within and without, from the depths of her heart to the confines of her body. The thought of his unfinished business weighed heavily upon her. Wen Ning, with urgency, inquired, Are you not planning to accept his money? Xie Zhiyu, momentarily perplexed by her intent, unconsciously softened his tone in response to her expression. It does not matter if a business deal falls through. On the contrary, it does matter, Wen Ning asserted earnestly. He will not discover my involvement, so you must proceed and secure your remuneration.
Why?
He questioned. Money only becomes yours once it is in your pocket. Xie Sheng, you must contemplate the life you wish to lead in the future. Chapter 84, Misalignment. Ironically, throughout his life, no one had ever considered what kind of future he might aspire to. There was no kin, no blood relation who cared. For a fleeting moment, Xie Zhiyu found himself lost in thought. His ears seemed to echo with complaints about rising prices, children not applying themselves in school, and the grumbling of a boss in a foul mood. These mundane, often scorned days were a future he dared not envision. Perhaps one day he would have a home, where at the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the floor, he would carry the bed he had slept in the night before to the balcony. Soft sunlight would spill forth, and dust would quietly dance in the air. He would be impeccably dressed, planting a kiss on the ear of the lady who tied his bow tie, whispering to her about a dinner reservation at the restaurant she had always desired to visit. The children would have already been sent to their grandparents, while kittens and puppies frolicked about, and trailing vines hung lushly from the window. He had imagined it all, yet he dared not dream any further. These distant, elusive images had grown vivid in his mind. Even the lady of the house had taken on a distinct visage. It was too close. When he was 100 steps away from the future, he could dream, yet with only one step remaining, it became a source of evasion. When Ning seemed to seek confirmation, you will complete the business with him, correct? Xie Zhiyu's throat tightened, his hand, which was adjusting her collar, turned pale. His money, even if never spent, ultimately ends up in your pockets. Who can say? He mused. Perhaps it will benefit someone else. When Ning lowered her voice, regardless, I am willing. After spending over an hour in her room, a knock finally echoed through the space. When Ning hastily lifted her skirt and rushed to the door, a stranger stood outside. Nodding slightly, Are you Miss Wen? I am, she replied. Please lead the way. She paused to retrieve the recording device she had prepared earlier, then nonchalantly followed him outside. Surveying her surroundings, she noted they had arrived at the rear of the ship. At this hour, most individuals were either at the gaming tables or attending parties by the pool, leaving few to wander this area. The guide gestured towards a nearby door. It is right here. When Ning gazed at the tightly shut metal door, feeling a sense of unease. Is no one inside? She inquired. The man shook his head. Mr. Xie suggested you find a vantage point first. The performers will arrive shortly. With no other option, she proceeded down the path. When Ning pushed the door open a crack, and through the narrow opening, she discerned the arrangement within. This is a rather modest square parlor, somewhat lacking in grandeur compared to the opulent rooms found elsewhere aboard the cruise ship. The sole extravagant feature appears to be the circular aquarium embedded within the walls. The room, devoid of illumination, is illuminated solely by the eerie, faint blue light emanating from the aquarium. After surveying the surroundings, she concludes that her only refuge lies beneath a low cabinet situated at the bottom of the tank. I understand, when Ning nods. Just as she is about to step into the room, someone from Xie Zhiyu's side calls out to her, Miss Wen. What? Mr. Xie mentioned that phones are not permitted inside. What an odd request, since he explicitly expressed his desire for her to continue with the business. He would not wish to expose her here. Could it be that he fears she might record? In the distance, hurried footsteps approach. The person urgently remarks, It seems they are coming. With no time for contemplation, she tosses her phone away. Take it. In a swift motion, she disappears into the doorway as shadows. The space beneath the low cabinet is rather confined, and Wen Ning presses herself against the side, exhaling slowly. She is not particularly fond of narrow, dim environments. She is unsure whether it is the uncanny sensation from deep within or the anticipation of forthcoming answers that causes her heart to race. The tumultuous footsteps outside seem to halt at the threshold. Someone switches on the wall lamp, and a sliver of light seeps in from beneath the cabinet door, illuminating her hand. In the faint glow, she locates the switch for the recording pen. The red light flickers faintly, heralding the commencement of events. A voice speaks. Is everyone here? Wen Ning's heart jolts at the sound. How could it be he? In the lounge opposite the ship's railing, Xie Zhiyu's envoy hurriedly enters the room. Brother Yu, is she here? No, Brother Yu, the man replies. I went to summon Miss Wen, but she was not there. Xie Zhiyu pauses momentarily. Are you certain? Indeed. I knocked for quite some time, and even had the attendant use the master key. The room was definitely empty. I instructed someone to fetch her. She shouldn't be acting independently. Or perhaps, she still does not trust him enough? Rather than be at the mercy of others, she prefers to rely on herself. While deep in thought, there is a knock at the door. Xie Zhiyu rises and tells his companion, You go check. Before personally attending to the entrance. Standing outside is none other than Wen Jingshan, who has come from the capital, accompanied by Wen Ning's uncle, Chen Kongtai. Xie Zhiyu extends his hand. Boss Wen, Boss Chen. He then glances past Wen Jingshan. Is your son not here yet? Yes, on an evening flight, Chen Kongtai replies. Shaking hands with him. He should be on the speedboat now, arriving shortly. Wen Jingshan appears to be in high spirits and jokes. He might just arrive in the next moment. The two middle-aged men engage in light banter as they settle into the parlor. Mr. Xie, your business has been thriving lately. Xie Zhiyu gestures for champagne to be served and replies, It's merely a means of making a living. If Boss Wen is interested, I can arrange a feast. He offers. Wen Jingshan, holding a cigar delicately between his fingers, slowly shakes his head. Gambling brings out the true nature of people. I think I shall refrain. Xie Zhiyu remarks with a knowing smile. Indeed, those with children have a different perspective. Speaking of children, they give me quite a headache. Wen Jingshan feigned a gentle pinch to his brow, remarking, It appears that my daughter has also made her way to Aodao. The sight of Chen Kongtai and Wen Jingshan seated together indicated that the news of Wen Ning's presence on Aodao could not be concealed. Yet, it seemed they were oblivious to the fact that Miss Wen was currently aboard this very vessel, and even more so, that after leaving the Chen household, she had taken residence in his home. The disparity in their understanding rested solely on the notion that Wen Ning had remained on Aodao merely to evade an unwanted marriage. Otherwise, their tone would not be so laden with uncertainty. Most occurrences on Aodao inevitably fell under the keen observation of Xie Zhiyu, who casually remarked, Indeed. I have heard something about it. With Xie Zhiyu's confirmation, Wen Jingshan sighed, I knew it. The more she grows, the more rebellious she becomes. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action was to divert the conversation. Upon his utterance, it was Xie Zhiyu who furrowed his brow more rapidly than Wen Jingshan. Such an unreasonable statement seemed uncharacteristic of him. Given his declaration, it was certain that Wen Jingshan would question the connection between him and Wen Ning, which would inevitably require the fabrication of numerous lies. The more one spoke, the greater the risk of error. Regardless, it was a foolish endeavor, driven by an impulse for momentary verbal superiority. As anticipated, Wen Jingshan narrowed his eyes in inquiry. Mr. Xie, have you met her? By sheer coincidence, they had shared a bowl of sweet soup at the same establishment. Even if this detail were revealed, it would not alter the broader context. Xie Zhiyu slowly articulated. I recall that accompanying Miss Wen at that time was the daughter of Boss Chen. Quite easy to recognize. This assertion was, indeed, reasonable. Although Wen Jingshan could not comprehend the correlation between a bowl of sweet soup and affection, he was not there to address matters concerning Wen Ning. He waved his hand dismissively, responding, Her temperament has made her overly spoiled, perhaps due to a lack of attention from her father. Wen Jingshan halted in his actions, taken aback. Having interacted with Xie Zhiyu on several occasions, he did not perceive him as one prone to confrontation. On the contrary, Xie Zhiyu seldom expressed personal opinions, engaging in discussions and business transactions with meticulous care. He was perpetually calculating gains and losses, strategizing and planning, thus rendering such a sharp retort rather peculiar. Wen Jingshan glanced at Chen Kongtai as if seeking answers upon his countenance. Chen Kongtai, too, appeared unaware of the underlying reasons. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of business for much of their lives, they now found themselves beholden to the whims of a mere youth on Aodao, which left them feeling quite awkward. Clearing his throat with embarrassment, Wen Jingshan inquired, "Does Mr. Xie believe the remuneration previously agreed upon was too meager?" His emphasis lay on the phrase previously agreed upon. Xie Zhiyu, astute enough to detect the underlying implication, casually stretched his long legs and gestured as if toasting. "Concerning future credibility, what has been agreed upon will certainly not be reneged. I merely spoke from a place of sentiment. I hope Mr. Wen does not take offense." What Xie Zhiyu felt and expressed was of little consequence. What mattered was that they had mutually provided each other with a way out. Wen Jingshan's expression softened. "I quite enjoy conversing with you Aodao folks. Our differing thought processes lead to fascinating exchanges." His adeptness at disingenuous discourse was undeniable. After a few moments, the earlier server knocked at the door. Xie Zhiyu instructed, "Please hold on." He stubbed out his cigarette and approached the door, lowering his voice. "Any news?" The room attendants were oblivious, but someone mentioned seeing a figure moving towards the stern of the ship. "Alone?" Xie Zhiyu inquired. The person accompanying her was also dressed as a staff member. Seemingly someone close to young Master He. It was merely a fleeting glimpse. It was uncertain whether it was truly clear. He Chiu. Xie Zhiyu quickly organized his thoughts, suddenly feeling a stiffening in his posture. "I'll leave this to you. Another guest will be arriving shortly. Don't worry about their conversation. Just attend to your duties." "Understood, Brother Yu." In a matter of seconds, countless possibilities flashed through his mind, none of which allowed him to remain at ease. As he prepared to leave, Wen Jingshan attempted to stop him. "What do you mean, Mr. Xie?" "There's an urgent matter in the venue," Xie Zhiyu replied sternly. "You needn't concern yourself with whether you and your father can meet in my territory. Make yourself comfortable." In the corridor, two figures approached from a distance. One was focused on leading the way, while the other scanned the surroundings. The one trailing behind said, "Is my uncle really waiting for me on this cruise?" "Indeed." "Young master." "Hey, I just saw a lot of gambling tables downstairs. I've heard the games at sea are different. Could you enlighten me on how they differ?" As they passed by, Xie Zhiyu couldn't even muster a glance. What a fool. How could he compare himself to her? Upon hearing He Chiu's voice, Wen Ning's mind was inundated with numerous possibilities. However, she found it impossible to connect He Chiu with Wen Jingshan. Their trajectories were far too parallel, and their family backgrounds utterly forbade any notion of an affair. After contemplating for a while, she suppressed her doubts and focused intently on listening. The recording device flickered with a faint light, capturing every occurrence within the room simultaneously with her ears. Initially, there were a few insipid exchanges, followed by the sound of something being dragged. It sounded as if they were hauling something heavy and soft, the noise not jarring but rather muffled, as if submerged in cotton. "This young master is waking up." He Chiu crouched down, using the back of his hand to pat the face of the object on the ground. The crisp sounds fell into Wen Ning's ears.
Moments later.
A previously unheard voice filled the room, thick, breathy, and trembling with fear. "What do you want?" A man named Ao took over the conversation. "Young master, running around while owing so much money is exhausting for both us chasing you and you running away. Thus, my boss, in a rare moment of mercy, wishes to discuss a deal that could resolve everything. If we reach an agreement, you will no longer need to repay your debts. If not..." Ao paused slightly, as though pondering. "Boss, have we ever failed to close a deal?" Ao's question seemed to resonate with He Chiu, who burst into laughter. "Of course not."
How could that be?
Instinctively, Wen Ning found He Chiu's laughter jarring. It felt familiar, as if she had heard it from Xie Zhiyu before.
When was that?
Yes. It was also at sea when He Chiu dealt with Wu Kai. Her heart raced violently, and she instinctively covered her mouth, as if doing so could muffle the deafening sound of her heartbeat. The dialogue outside continued unabated. After sharing a laugh, Ao continued, "Young sir, we have conducted a comprehensive physical examination on you. Allow me to extend my congratulations, although you possess a degree of obesity-related health issues. Fortune smiles upon you as your heart is of exceptional quality." Exceptional quality? What does that mean? Both Wen Ning, hiding in the low cabinet, and the pitiful figure lying outside sensed danger in this statement, as if they were prey under scrutiny. "What do you mean by exceptional quality? What do you intend to do with my heart?" "We are about to perform an act of great benevolence." He Chiu could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "You, a worthless gambler, should ponder this. Does your family need you? Does society need you? Does anyone need you? You have become obsolete. No, no, no. Xie Zhiyu suddenly spoke with a frenzied tone. Donate it to someone who needs it more. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. You shall ascend to paradise in your next life. I do not wish to go to paradise. I can repay you. Please, just give me a little more time. I can borrow the money, I assure you. The manic voice slowly regained its composure. It is too late. It is time to proceed.
Proceed? What are you talking about?
You are insane. A person cannot survive without a heart. The feeble voice erupted in sudden fury. How can you casually dispose of my heart? I have not signed any consent. I will not donate my organs. Let me off the ship.
Organ donation.
Xie Zhiyu seemed to find the term absurd. He could not help but applaud. Wow, do you actually believe this is a society governed by law? Chapter 86, The Achilles Heel. Wen Ning, hidden in the cabinet, widened her eyes. The hand covering her mouth tightened to the point of almost piercing her skin. She was far too intelligent not to realize the chaos unfolding outside. Those who had once appeared on the high seas, those who had suddenly evaporated from existence, had ultimately fragmented and scattered across the globe. But what of Wu Kai? Had he truly escaped unscathed? Or had he? Wen Ning dared not entertain the thought further. Her teeth began to chatter violently, if not for the madness outside, where voices nearly turned into roars. Someone surely would have discovered the presence of ears concealed within the cabinet. Beneath the casino, Xie Zhiyu's dealings instilled a sense of dread. The only thought occupying her mind was the necessity of silence. To be discovered would mean death. Indeed, it would mean certain death. Xie Zhiyu, Xie Zhiyu, Xie Zhiyu. Perhaps the fear had led her to briefly hallucinate, as in the moment of her overwhelming panic, she actually heard Xie Zhiyu's voice, creating such a commotion. Are you courting death? Xie Zhiyu? Just moments ago, her subconscious had been pleading for his help, yet upon hearing his voice, her mind raced with the thought, how could he be here? Wen Ning pressed her mouth firmly shut, straining to listen. There was a brief silence, followed by Xie Zhiyu's voice, brother, your timing is impeccable.
It was truly him.
This thought flashed through her body, and for reasons unknown, Wen Ning trembled even more intensely, nearly unable to control her shivering. If Xie Zhiyu was present, did that mean he was also involved in this transaction? She believed herself audacious beyond measure. Yet in such circumstances, she found herself too daunted to ponder further. Beyond the thin cabinet door, Xie Zhiyu's expression was as frigid as frost. Did you not summon me here? He Hui clicked his tongue in disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at the writhing figure on the floor. He beckoned to Ao. Let him be quiet for a moment. Ao complied, dragging the man toward the low cabinet. Wen Ning nearly feared she had been revealed. Sensing the approaching footsteps, cold sweat instantly drenched her entire body. The nerve that was on the verge of snapping suddenly fortified itself. At that moment, she had no support behind her. If even Xie Zhiyu became embroiled in this, no one in the room could guarantee her safety. Only one thought remained in her mind. To survive, she must protect herself. She absolutely could not be discovered. Fortunately, the person subdued by Ao continued to struggle. Even with his mouth gagged, his furious whimpers never ceased, until the sound of rushing water filled the air, drowning out the angry cries, replaced by the cacophony of kicks and blows. The cabinet door trembled violently with each kick. Each strike felt like a death knell, threatening to sever her very lifeline. Outside the cabinet, Xie Zhiyu glanced at the gambler pinned against the fish tank, his eyes cold as ice. Where is he? What man? He Hui asked with a grin. There's no point in pretending any longer. The news of Wen Ning boarding the ship had been kept from others, but not from He Hui. Ultimately, the crew aboard were all his trusted confidants. If He Hui were the one to take her away, Xie Zhiyu had contemplated the worst outcome, that she would witness everything in that room, caught at the center of the maelstrom. As long as she became a grasshopper on the same boat, He Hui would have an additional layer of assurance. It was likely that when he encountered her at his home that day, He Hui had already conceived this plan. The cautious nature of Mr. He had undoubtedly seeped into the very bloodline of his youngest son. Xie Zhiyu clenched his palm in his pocket, veins prominent. This matter was his miscalculation. He was certain that Mr. He, after weighing the pros and cons, would not harm her, and he was equally convinced that she lacked the capacity to do so. Yet the one factor he had not accounted for was that the final strike would be delivered by He Hui. There was no room for regret. He should have known that getting too close to someone like him would endanger her. However, at this moment, he could only inquire of He Hui in a nonchalant tone. What if she isn't that important? He Hui shrugged indifferently. Then we gamble. A sudden smile broke across Xie Zhiyu's face. This was the true gambler. He asked, how do we define loss and how do we define victory? We are brothers. What is there to lose or win? He Hui replied, as long as we work together to accomplish our goals, there is only a win-win outcome. I assure you.
I will not touch your people.
But if she is not that important, then it matters not if she is harmed, don't you agree? Indeed. He had been excessively negligent, momentarily blinded by the allure of the moment. How could someone from the He family be anything less than formidable?
11e Xie Zhiyu à cigarette.
Desperately needing the nicotine to regain his composure, for with each passing second, He Hui could discern the tremor in his anxious hands. The flame flickered briefly in his grasp. He bit down on the cigarette, tilting his head back to inhale deeply. The icy blood coursed through him, restoring his calm. At most. 10 minutes to take your people away. He Hui signaled Ao with a glance. No problem, brother. That night, He Chang achieved a resounding victory. Wielding the sharpest of blades without the need for a single soldier, he mused that had it not been for the necessity of confidentiality, he would certainly have visited the Coconut Grove villa to regale the old man with tales of his triumph. He was not as inept as he appeared. Compared to his second brother, he was far from worthless. He waved his hand, and Ah Wu promptly dragged the man outward. The face, marred and peeling as if submerged in a fish tank, oozed blood from countless tiny wounds. The room fell into an eerie silence, the fish tank still emanating a ghostly blue glow. Blood spread across the basin, resembling a sprinkle of crimson powder cast into the azure sea, quickly diluted and rendered invisible by the waves. The piranha swiftly flicked its tail and vanished into the shadows. The oxygenator bubbled, as if a vast, bloodthirsty maw in the darkness had just belched in satisfaction. Come out, Xie Zhiyu commanded, his voice melding with the dim light, causing Wen Ning's heart to sink heavily within her chest. She even harbored doubts that any heart rate monitor available on the market could withstand the tumult of her pulse at that moment. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. At last, upon the second call, footsteps approached her direction. With a creak, the cabinet door swung open, and she nearly tumbled out. Her slender back faced the intruder, her delicate shoulder blades quivering with fear. Damp strands of hair clung to her neck, as if she had just been forced into the fish tank herself. She did not lift her gaze, akin to a lamb paralyzed by terror, her eyes fixated on the polished leather shoes before her. One shoe retreated slightly, the toes pressing against the ground, adopting a kneeling posture. He cast aside all frivolity, his expression solemn, to convey the most earnest apology of his life. Chapter 87. With me here. A breath spans 2 seconds. During this interval, Wen Ning endeavored to comprehend the implications of the apology. Was it a confession for having pushed her towards the precipice, or was it remorse for allowing her to glimpse the depths of depravity? Either scenario suggested that Xie Zhiyu was aware of the sordid dealings. How early had he known? Was it during their conversation on the yacht about a permanent solution? Or even earlier? Or had he been privy to the entire truth from the outset? No, that was incorrect. The more individuals privy to the matter, the greater the risk. If her suspicions were accurate, why had Xie Zhiyu orchestrated her entry into this room tonight? It clearly served him no advantage. She was not an ally. The logic was utterly confounding, as if the handiwork of 2 individuals. 2 people. Wen Ning stisfinnet. Was the guiding waiter not one of Xie Zhiyu's?
Who then could it be?
Her acquaintances on this yacht were few, leaving no need for elimination. In the next instant, she suddenly lifted her head. At that very moment, she saw Xie Zhiyu signaling for silence with a gesture at his lips. She had never witnessed such an alien expression on him. As if he were a godfather emerging from the darkness, shrouded in morning mist, his eyes reflecting solemnity and sorrow. So much so that it reminded her of the earlier apology, as if his transgression had shattered the delicate flower she had nurtured with utmost care. Faced with the scattered fragments and withered remnants, he genuinely felt the pang of sorrow. His pain manifested in the droop of his eyes, the narrow crease revealing a shade of red she had never witnessed before. He extended his hand towards her. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Ning reached out in return. She could feel the coldness of his hand, as if it were permeated with ice, yet beneath the chill lay a rough yet gentle texture. I do not want your apology, she declared. Her legs felt weak, perhaps from being confined for too long, or perhaps from the overwhelming shock that had yet to dissipate. With his support, she struggled to rise. Such a simple act evoked memories of her time in the capital, where she had stumbled through countless falls, rising time and again. She had grown accustomed to brushing off the dust and nonchalantly standing up, telling others it was merely a fall, nothing to worry about. Others would laugh and say, "You truly are as unyielding as ever." Her invincible demeanor, perceived by outsiders as a refusal to suffer defeat, was but a shield she had fortified around herself. This weapon, which she had wielded so adeptly, had nearly become a part of her being.
Why?
When Ning tightened her grip on his hand, her heart screamed for him not to support her at this moment, fearing it would render her weak. Yet her body, betraying her will, drew closer. With a soft plop, a tear fell onto the back of his hand, like a blooming water lily. "It's all right, I am not afraid," she said. Yet the one who supported her unhesitatingly lifted her into his arms, enveloping her trembling form within the fortress of a suit, sturdy as a bastion. "It's all right to be afraid." Xie Zhiyu bowed his head, his arms around her gradually tightening. "I am here."
Outside.
The ears that had come and gone finally departed from the door. Hichio gestured to Wu to leave, his steps light.
Ha ha ha.
Hichio thought with exhilaration. He is truly the biggest winner of the night. Upon returning to the guest room, Xie Zhiyu kicked the door shut and leaned down to switch off the lights on the wall with his shoulder. He meticulously inspected every fixture in the room, confirming without doubt. He did not mind the trouble, only lamented that the dampness against his chest was drying too slowly, and that he had so few comforting words at such a critical moment. Lowering his gaze, he found her head still nestled against his chest, seemingly asleep. Her long hair cascading over his arm, a serene stillness that sent waves of anxiety through him. Only when he placed her on the edge of the bed did her head weakly stir. She leaned against the neck pillow, lifting her face to reveal an expression too devoid of warmth. His heart tightened painfully. Unable to restrain himself, Xie Zhiyu reached out, his palm brushing against her cheek.
Why do you look at me like that?
The ache in his eyes was profound, and Wen Ning, feeling the weight of emotion, closed her eyes and asked, "Xie Zhiyu, are you a good person?" Her voice was hoarse, a testament to the silent tears she had shed in his embrace. He appeared taken aback, his hand falling away as he clenched it into a fist, pondering, what is good and what is bad? He did not know. The events of the night had thoroughly disoriented Wen Ning, as if she had flown into a vast web, ensnared by nothing but intrigue and peril. Reason urged her not to trust anyone, yet emotions continually betrayed that reason. With her eyes shut, tears disobediently trickled from the corners of her eyes. "Will you silence me?" After a lengthy silence, he finally steadied his breath. "As long as I am here, that will not happen." This declaration caused Wen Ning to suddenly open her eyes. Her gaze fixated upon his face, while tears surged forth as if severed from their restraints. "But what if one day you are no longer in this position?" He was determined that such a scenario would never come to pass. "Then it would simply mean I have ascended even higher," Xie Zhiyu asserted with unwavering confidence. "You bastard!" Wen Ning exclaimed in a sudden fury, biting into his shoulder. Her teeth sank into flesh, and she was oblivious to the force she exerted. All she knew was that the faint metallic tang of blood mingled with the cool minty scent of his skin, filling her mouth. She was engulfed by his presence. The confusion, the fear, and the uncertainty of her emotions erupted all at once, until her jaw ached from the strain. Having bitten enough, Wen Ning relaxed her jaw and nuzzled her face against his neck, whispering softly, "Bastard." This time, her tone was considerably gentler, as if she had plunged a dagger into his heart, allowing him to languish in her breath. Noticing her breathing gradually becoming steady, Xie Zhiyu moved his stiffened back slightly, daring only to rest his hand on her arm, and tilted his head to ask, "Have you vented enough?" "Not enough," Wen Ning replied, muffled, sniffling. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if contemplating, "Shall I offer you another shoulder to bite?" "What good would that do?" Wen Ning pushed him away. She was acutely aware of her disheveled appearance, her makeup was certainly a mess, and her eyes were swollen beyond recognition. After a brief moment of eye contact, she raised her hand to cover his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered slightly against her palm. In that moment of trembling, she suddenly straddled his lap. Perhaps the abruptness startled him. She could distinctly sense his rigidity, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalance, as if he had transformed into a statue, even his thigh muscles tensed like stone. After gazing at his pale lips for several seconds, she could no longer resist and leaned down to bite him. Chapter 88. Long Life. Having never initiated such an act before, Wen Ning felt inexperienced. After several clumsy collisions of teeth, she softened her grip, cautiously exploring with her tongue. From unfamiliarity to familiarity, the sound of their lips and tongues entwining was faint yet tantalizing, gradually stimulating her eardrums. She wished to lower her hands and cradle his face, but this bastard remained wide-eyed during the kiss. More than once, She felt his eyelashes brushing against her palm. Thus, she dared not release her hold, fearing that doing so would expose her vulnerability. A solitary kiss felt lackluster. In this one-sided kiss, Wen Ning could not express her dissatisfaction and ultimately pushed away, sliding down from his lap. That should suffice, she said, pulling the covers higher and turning her back to him. The person sitting at the edge of the bed remained silent for a long while before speaking in a hoarse voice. All right, he added, I'll fetch you a towel. From beneath the covers came a nonchalant reply. What do you need a towel for? To wipe your face. The sound of footsteps faded, followed by the distant sound of running water from the bathroom. The faucet dripped incessantly, the sound persisting long enough for Wen Ning to nearly succumb to slumber amidst the rhythmic, white noise. A fleeting distraction brought a voice to her bedside. Get up and wipe it. She was reluctant to move. The more weary one becomes, the sharper the mind tends to be in brief moments. She had just wandered through her thoughts while simultaneously contemplating several matters, and now, with clarity on one, she extended her finger from beneath the thin blanket and beckoned him. The man did not approach, having just subdued his physical desires. He was not inclined to draw near her at this moment. Yet, as she beckoned repeatedly, he found himself compelled, as if trained like a well-disciplined dog.
What?
He leaned closer. The recording pen, Wen Ning replied. Recording pen? The weight of the revelation struck him like a tidal wave, even causing someone like Xie Zhiyu to momentarily lose his composure. You were carrying a recording pen just now? They took my phone before I entered. Wen Ning turned over, drawing the thin blanket to her nose, her gaze fixed upon him. The recording pen was not a common item. Most people would not possess one. Moreover, it was implausible for them to have foreseen her intention to record evidence of Wen Jingshan's infidelity. She had only a single gown on her person, rendering everything evident. Thus, they confiscated your phone, but as for this recording pen, I concealed it within the lining of my clothing. The implication was clear. Hugh's people were woefully careless. She pressed the play button with her thumb, and after a brief silence, the sound of rustling emerged, akin to fabric brushing against itself. Despite the absolute security of the room, Xie Zhiyu instinctively grasped her hand upon hearing the noise. Why tell me? Regardless of Hugh's ulterior motives for deceiving her, once someone became aware of the recording pen's existence, it would transform into a tangible threat to her life. Should their stances diverge, Xie Zhiyu could very well hold her fate in his hands. The voice within the recording continued, fluctuating between madness and calmness, as if a madman were performing a solo act. Yet, amidst the sounds he overlooked, Xie Zhiyu stubbornly pondered. Why tell him? Why entrust her life to him? His palm was damp, whether from the towel or some other source was uncertain. His slender fingers tightened around hers repeatedly. Have I ever told you not to trust others so blindly? Enveloped in his firm grasp, Wen Ning finally merged the image of the man before her with that of the fierce figure from days past on the beach. She gazed at him, stating, Because I boarded this vessel, my life is no longer my own. Whether I tell you or not makes no substantial difference. And I suspect. She deliberately slowed her speech to gauge his reaction. He Hua is wary of you, hence you lack concrete evidence. A dangerous glint flickered in the depths of his dark eyes, his fingers turning pale from exertion. Moments later, he suddenly bowed his head, releasing her hand. In a husky voice, he said, You used this to test me. How audacious. Wen Ning abruptly sat up, her tone grave as she asked, So you have not partaken in Hua's dealings, correct? Xie Zhiyu remained silent. She continued, Or perhaps you simply have not had the chance yet, right? Her eyes, swollen from tears, now sparkled with a renewed vigor, making it nearly impossible for Xie Zhiyu to maintain his gaze. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, he felt that any words would be superfluous. However, Wen Ning remained eager to uncover the truth, not out of mere curiosity, but from an urgent and desperate desire to understand Xie Zhiyu's stance. As he had articulated, this world harbors no absolute black or white, nor does it delineate an unequivocal distinction between good and evil. Her previous inquiries now seemed overly simplistic. What defines a good person or a bad person? And who has the authority to establish these criteria? Such flawed conventions. At this moment, she yearned to pose a singular question. Is Wu Kai still alive? The silence was shattered as Xie Zhiyu let out a bitter smile. He is alive. The suppressed and restrained emotions within her surged forth like a dam breaking. Alongside this emotional deluge, her tears cascaded. It had been ages since she last cried. Perhaps it was the precariousness of the night that rendered her so vulnerable. her eyes brimming like a spring pond ready to overflow, each blink releasing a stream that tumbled into the crook of his neck. Tomorrow, those eyes would be unrecognizable. The shirt, once dried by his warmth, was now drenched anew. He finally placed his hand, which had consistently hovered nearby, upon her trembling shoulders, offering a gentle squeeze as he inquired, "Why are you crying so intensely?" "I nearly lost my life tonight," Wen Ning sobbed, struggling to catch her breath, biting his neck in a mix of anguish and fervor. "So what if I cried? Did you think I was using your water?" His soothing hand patted her back in a manner that suggested helplessness. He jested deliberately. "I had no idea you were so close to Wu Kai." When Ning ignored his teasing, everyone understood that this remark existed solely to pull her from her uncontrollable emotions. After a lengthy pause, she finally halted her sobbing and murmured, "Xie Zhiyu." Xie Zhiyu lowered his voice. "I am here." She buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice hoarse from crying. "My life is now in your hands. Therefore, you must live a long life. A long life." He nearly bit his teeth to shreds in an effort to rein in the overwhelming tide of his emotions. His throat felt as though it had traversed a desert. "A long life, indeed? Very well." Xie Zhiyu replied with reddened eyes. Chapter 89. Do you want to kiss me? It was difficult to discern who initiated it. Their lips met with fervor. On that deserted beach, the sound of waves crashing rhythmically against the shore echoed in their ears. Through the glass sliding door of the terrace, the ocean's waves similarly resonated within them. Yes, this was indeed Xie Zhiyu. Her tear-streaked face, the voice crushed by emotion, and the chaotic feelings that ensued. That night was marked by so many sudden events and confusion, the taut string had long since snapped. Their fates seemed destined to intertwine that very night. He held her close, unaware of his own clumsiness. Like a fool unable to unwrap a package, he grasped the ribbon tightly, yet could not find the loose end. "Xie Zhiyu, kiss me," Wen Ning urged him. He was the most obedient of dogs, trained and compliant, accepting her every word as law.
Outside,
It felt as if a torrential storm had broken, the rain pelting the deck like a frantic heartbeat, resonating within their hollow hearts. Startled by the sudden downpour, hurried footsteps echoed on the deck. Amidst the chaotic sounds, his eyes were as dark as the sea under a tempest. Yet his tone was unusually serious. "Have you made up your mind?" At this point, any utterance seemed like a dance of hesitation. "If you haven't decided, will you let go?" Wen Ning countered. The veil of pretense was finally torn asunder, much like the moment he discovered the discarded stockings in the refuse bin. It was then he realized she was not impervious to emotion. From that point onward, he found himself cultivating a myriad of malicious thoughts in the hidden corners of his mind. His baseness was washed away by the rain, revealing a facet that could not be concealed. Moreover, it was she who now dared to provoke him. "Do not relent," Xie Zhiyu declared. His features were undeniably handsome, particularly in such a moment. Just a fleeting glance from his lowered eyes, or the involuntary movement of his Adam's apple, rendered Wen Ning breathless within the charged atmosphere. She tilted her neck, yearning for a kiss. Her parched lips, reminiscent of a desert traveler discovering an oasis, were bound to inspire an audacious courage that disregarded all consequences. Having grown up on Aodao, Xie Zhiyu had never quite embraced its subtropical climate. As spring approached, the warmth intensified day by day. The abundant rainfall and humid atmosphere, which evoked a sense of regional character, were not to his liking. He detested the damp clothes that refused to dry, the limp shirts, the chilling walls adorned with beads of moisture, and any sensation of oppressive dampness. The days of refreshing dryness were dwindling. Yet, when his dark eyes glimmered with a hint of moisture, he found himself surprisingly unfazed by it. On the contrary, he craved to engrave that sensation into his very being. Xie Zhiyu asked her once more, "If you do not refuse, I shall take it seriously." In such moments, he found himself recalling his annual substantial expenditure at the orphanage. He remembered his first visit, where the director, with the weary tone of someone who had delivered the same message countless times, cautioned him, "Mr. Xie, I know your intentions are noble. However, the children here cannot receive embraces." He was perplexed. The director's demeanor was not one of coldness, but rather a resigned understanding. Many come with fleeting whims to care for these children, yet they forget as quickly as they arrive. The children remember, though. If they are embraced today, they will yearn for more affection tomorrow. To have, and then to lose, is a cruel fate for them. But look at us. We have myriad issues to address daily, with no time to spare. What if I could sustain this? He had vowed. His expenditures went toward childcare, hiring numerous teachers, caretakers, and even therapists, while he himself made occasional visits. It was not just the children at the orphanage. Human hearts grow ever more greedy. He was no exception. Maintaining those smiles was a daunting task, and he understood deeply that to possess and then to lose was the most heart-wrenching truth. He was uncertain how long he could continue to hold on and did not wish to complicate his life further. Rational constraints lay before him, yet on this windless night at sea, his heart was tempestuous. He understood all too well that to miss an opportunity once was to miss it for a lifetime. Where was the room for rationality in that? Perhaps it was the sudden surge of emotion that shattered his hesitation. When Ning entwined her fingers in his dark hair, pressing her fingertips deeply into it, she felt as though she were perishing. Yet, astonishingly, she could glimpse an ethereal light, within which danced shadowy figures, Xie Zhiyu. Compared to the heart-wrenching silent tears of before, these few drops of sorrow elicited no sympathy from the man. He had never received the education of a gentleman and was utterly oblivious to the art of cherishing delicate feelings. His fierce demeanor rendered her incapable of articulating a complete thought. When she called his name, he merely replied, "I'm here," indifferent and utterly despicable. As dawn's light began to break, the sea finally calmed. When Wen Ning opened her eyes, her mind momentarily blank. It took her some time to piece together the fragmented memories. Before losing consciousness, her ears had been filled with Xie Zhiyu's coaxing and deceitful words. What a deceitful scoundrel. Upon waking, her eyes blinked dryly a couple of times. Perhaps her body had become so parched that her tears had finally run dry. The rising and falling anxiety within her had quietly subsided. She sniffled softly, a trivial sound that the man surprisingly noticed. His arm, which had been draped around her waist, withdrew silently as he inquired from behind, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Everywhere." How strange. Her voice didn't sound like herself. "Wen Ning koket gently." The weight that had been resting upon her vanished, replaced by a glass of water offered from a slight angle behind her. She drank nearly half the cup, and her parched throat felt considerably better. Moments later, she found it unbearable. "Xie Zhiyu."
Yes.
She couldn't articulate it. The words he had spoken before sleep were so sincere, devoid of any pretense, and he had indeed held her as he drifted off. She was at a loss as to how to interact with him while her mind was so clear. Closing her eyes, she lightly nudged him with her elbow. In the quiet space, a momentary disruption in breathing ensued, and Xie Zhiyu leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. His touch was not gentle, bordering on roughness. Why did he turn hostile upon waking? He was adept at self-reflection and, after a moment of contemplation, asked with a hint of displeasure, "Am I really that terrible?" Chapter 90. The Mole in the Ear. Beneath the sudden brightness of the bedside lamp, Wen Ning felt her ears flush red to the nape of her neck. Her slender back arched like a bow, and she muttered a mild curse at him before rising. "Where are you going?" The man's tone betraying his satisfaction. She hastily grabbed his damp, disheveled shirt and draped it over herself, exclaiming, "To take a shower. I feel dizzy today." In her youthful fantasies, she had envisioned this significant day with the person she adored, meticulously arranging the room, lighting scented candles, donning a flowing, silky nightgown, completing her skincare routine, and dabbing a few drops of fragrance on her wrist. Yet, when that day finally arrived, she found herself devoid of any preparation, driven solely by impulse. An impulse so overwhelming that she forgot all the fantasies she had crafted for this day. An impulse that led to layers of cold and warm sweat, leaving her utterly disheveled, yet still clinging tightly to him. Now, as she calmed down and reflected, a tinge of regret surfaced. Wen Ning was at a loss. A sudden sting in her nose caused her to trip over her own feet as she got out of bed. Consequently, when she looked up, her eyes were red. But she dismissed it, explaining, "This bedpost is quite bothersome." Indeed, it was bothersome. Xie Zhiyu gazed at her with deep-set eyes. "If it troubles you, I can have someone saw it off." Wen Ning forced a smile. "You're overreacting." The bathroom door was gently closed. Xie Zhiyu stared at the direction she had vanished. His lips set in a straight line. For reasons unknown, despite the awareness that a mere door separated them, his heart tightened with an increasing intensity, as if a moment's inattention could lead to a lifetime of separation. After a brief pause, he rose, donned his clothing, and opened the door. Inside, Wen Ning was in a flurry, hastily clutching a bath towel. "Xie Zhiyu, what are you doing?" Her heart steadied for an instant as he casually replied, "Together." The marble walls of the bathroom were cool, and the moment his back pressed against them, he couldn't help but shiver. She trembled violently, water cascading down her damp black hair, the interplay of black and white rendering her as enchanting as a siren. Why were you crying earlier? Xie Zhiyu lifted her, kissing her face from below. Wen Ning, unable to resist, tilted her head back, exposing her slender neck. That hurt, she remarked. The water splashed, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Each droplet gliding down her face felt akin to tears. Her breathing became uneven, alternating between prolonged and hurried. With a fervent kiss, he pressed against her eyes. As long as you wish to play, I shall indulge you. This bath had lingered too long. Her fingers had become pruny from the water. The initial lightness in her step had transformed into a heavier fatigue upon exiting. Exhaustion left no room for frivolous thoughts. Nestled in his embrace, Wen Ning accepted whatever clothing he offered her. Suddenly, she raised her face. Did you just wear that? The motion of setting her down paused Xie Zhiyu. His lips pressed in a serious line. The water flowed too hot and too swiftly. In their eagerness, they had forgotten to take precautions. She yearned for his authenticity, just as he did for hers. Xie Zhiyu's voice was slightly hoarse. Tomorrow, when we disembark, I'll handle it myself. At one moment, Wen Ning even thought of surrendering to whatever would come. She wasn't short of money. It could serve as an excuse to keep potential marriage candidates at bay, thus sparing her the trouble of meticulously selecting from a myriad of suitors. At least this moment belonged to her and Xie Zhiyu. With this thought, a smile broke across her face, amused by her own daydreaming. I suddenly am not tired anymore, Wen Ning declared. Xie Zhiyu paused to regard her. Are you hungry?
Not really, she replied.
Not really meant she felt a slight hunger, but was reluctant to admit it to avoid inconvenience. Xie Zhiyu dialed the bedside phone, requesting a late-night meal, which could also be considered breakfast at 4 in the morning. The sunrise at sea was early, and the unfastened curtains allowed morning light to filter in. Through the glass sliding door, she felt the wind from the ocean, laden with moisture. Shall we go out for some fresh air? She suggested whimsically, and Xie Zhiyu fetched a thick garment to wrap around her. Ultimately, it was he who held her, seated on the moon chair of the balcony. Seagulls cried softly as they flew by. The breeze was cool, yet her back felt warm. Xie Zhiyu, the person behind her, inquired, what else do you desire? She shook her head. How about you tell me about yourself? Curiosity about a person signifies the beginning of an infatuation. Had she not delved so deeply into his life, they would not have arrived at this juncture. When Ning shifted into a more comfortable position in his arms. Do you want to share? I won't press if you prefer not to. What would you like to hear? His voice resonated through bone conduction, carrying a slight tremor that made her ears tingle. I wish to hear everything. At the age of 17, I became acquainted with the He family. Xie Zhiyu lit a cigarette, but refrained from igniting it, fearing the smoke might discomfort her. Instead, he let the chewed tobacco dangle at the corner of his mouth to elevate his spirits. Initially being young, I accompanied He Qi in attending school for 2 years. He pursued his studies while I delved into the realm of interpersonal management. The He family played a pivotal role in my development. So, you work for them?
She inquired.
It depends on how you define it, Xie Zhiyu replied, lowering his gaze. I feel I am working for myself. When Ning appeared perplexed. Perhaps it was my insatiable curiosity, my yearning to uncover what made this place so alluringly perilous. The He family's enterprises were vast, and when Mr. He offered me a choice, I willingly selected the casino. The tobacco had been thoroughly chewed, and he chuckled at himself, remarking that after encountering many individuals, he realized this place was not so different after all. It was akin to luring a donkey with a carrot. Regardless of the carrot, the donkey would always fall for the bait. When Ning found his perspective intriguing, yet, upon reflection, she felt discontent. Are you suggesting that I too am like the donkey? Xie Zhiyu slowly raised his eyebrows. After all, I nearly fell into the pit myself. That is not the same, he replied, smiling as he relaxed his brow. The atmosphere in the casino is saturated with exhilaration, leading one to make decisions they would typically avoid. Hence, I assert it is not merely a matter of the carrot, but rather that the carrot itself is not without its issues.
And what of now?
Since you have discerned the truth, why not leave? It is no longer possible, miss, he stated, removing the cigarette and gently running his hand, still clutching the cigarette, through her hair. Had I not brought you aboard tonight, had I not fortuitously stumbled upon He Qi's business, perhaps there might have been a chance for escape. But as for now, he mused, wherever I can retreat to will suffice. Yet, after speaking, he worried that his words might influence her adversely, and thus he added in a lighter tone, so many depend on me for their livelihood. If I were to leave, Zhong and Xiao Zhong would be the first to come after me. She was perceptive, choosing not to follow his lead, but instead taking an alternate path. What about the person who occupied your current position before you? That would be Lu Kuan, he replied. Exiled to Southeast Asia to oversee more challenging enterprises, living a life that truly dances on the edge of a knife. He must be older now, Xie Zhiyu remarked. Companies can downsize. Why shouldn't casinos? Wen Ning pressed her lips together firmly. Just keep deceiving me. Let's discuss something else, Xie Zhiyu suggested. And they tacitly agreed to shift the topic. Her hand slipped from the voluminous sleeves of her garment, brushing against his ear. His tousled black hair, dampened by humidity, had not been dried before his departure. The sea breeze added a touch of youthful vigor. Suddenly, when Ning paused, her fingers resting on his ear. Why do you have a mole here? Chapter 91. Another mole. Xie Zhiyu had a small mole on his ear. Had it not been for the sea breeze playfully tousling his hair, Wen Ning might have overlooked its existence. Having moles is not uncommon, however. She felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with this particular one. Situated in the same location, it bore the same light brown hue. If her memory served her correctly, that young master from the Cui family possessed a similar stature to Xie Zhiyu, with disheveled hair and eyes. Although obscured by a mask, he indeed had a mole in the same spot on his ear. The reason she remembered so vividly was that it was the first encounter with someone who frequently appeared in conversations. Furthermore, that day he seemed unwell. His skin pale to the point of lacking color, which made the mole on his body stand out prominently. Yet, what did it matter that two individuals, separated by over 2,000 kilometers, bore a similar mark? Even in the small expanse of Australia, one could likely find a multitude of people with comparable traits. When Ning found her peculiar associations utterly absurd, after a moment, she half-jokingly remarked, "You wouldn't happen to have one under your rib, would you?" Xie Zhiyu gazed quietly at her, inquiring, "Also?" He asked, "Have you seen anyone else's?" This question left Wen Ning momentarily speechless. After a pause, she realized, "Wait, you really do?" Clenching her fingers into her palm, he hinted, "Just because practice is lacking doesn't mean the eyes haven't seen." Her hand was enveloped in his, shielding it from the damp chill of the sea breeze. After a brief silence, she confessed, "I didn't pay attention just now." Her thoughts had been elsewhere, leaving her oblivious to whether he had a mole, how many, or their color. What she recalled was his belt jingling against the pillow as he folded her down, the cold metal pressing against her thigh, causing her to involuntarily shiver. His shirt, damp with sweat, had lost its form as her hand slipped inside, encountering the tautness of his skin. It turned out that her initial impression of him had been entirely mistaken. No sickly beautiful man, he was clearly a hidden leopard. "What are you thinking?" The man suddenly leaned in, his nose brushing against hers, a posture suggestive of a kiss. His other hand had already grasped the back of her head. Realizing escape was futile, when Ning leaned in and kissed him lightly. As she retreated, he immediately pursued her, as if engaged in a playful contest. His hand, too, in this unexpected kiss, drew her down, ultimately resting beneath her ribcage, eager to reveal what lay beneath. In the next moment, he released her hand. Before Wen Ning could descend, his previously loosened hand swiftly shifted to grasp her chin. The kiss deepened, her chin tilted high. Forced to endure the intimacy, with no opportunity to lower her gaze to seek out the mole beneath his rib, she wished to protest the unfairness of it all. Yet, in a fleeting thought, she recognized the deliberate openings he had left for her. Indeed, while her eyes could not see, her hands were free to explore. With ease, she unfastened the tie at his waist, her slightly cool fingertips slipping into the gap that could not close. Like a cool serpent finding a moist den, her fingers wandered aimlessly yet comfortably. Finally, at the position beneath his rib, she encountered a tiny protrusion. Her nails grazed it lightly, enough to elicit a near-choking gasp from him, his throat audibly swallowing as their lips and tongues entwined. Suddenly, when Ning recalled that he disliked closing his eyes, stealthily, she lifted one eyelid, and indeed, she was met with a profound pool of black. Even with just a glance, she could sense the dangerous aura within. So astute and adaptable, she softened her touch, replacing her nails with the pads of her fingers, gently caressing what was indeed a mole. Could there be anything so wondrous in this world? Once, a whimsical remark she made manifested itself in the form of two moles appearing on a real body. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though God creating Adam and Adam's rib birthing Eve was no different, just a thought and a heartbeat. Her hand yearned to wander elsewhere, only to be caught by him midair. He cautioned in a breathy whisper, kissing requires focus. This was evidently entrapment. Wen Ning curled her fingers, teasingly scratching his palm, igniting an unbearable itch until he turned her to sit upright. Their lips parted briefly, and Wen Ning, gasping, leaned against his shoulder. Xie Zhiyu. I've seen someone with a mole on their ear resembling yours. Where? He inquired. In the capital, she replied, naming the hospital. Xie Zhiyu narrowed his eyes. I've never been there. She did not specify that it was him, merely that it was similar. As their breaths gradually steadied, and his intense reaction subsided somewhat, Xie Zhiyu leaned in to kiss her again. He seemed to find amusement in this endeavor, seeking the next opportunity for intimacy the moment they parted. The sea breeze revitalized her, yet the man before her plunged her into reverie, until the doorbell rang, announcing breakfast delivered by the dining department. Xie Zhiyu playfully patted her rear. Get up. A chuckle escaped his lips. The bathrobe hung loosely on him, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, a physique so striking it drew attention solely to his upper form. Moreover, the crew aboard the vessel was well aware that this was his room. The door opened a crack, and the dining cart silently glided in, without a shadow in sight. Now, she was genuinely hungry. The scene of them sharing breakfast at the table was not new, yet this occasion felt distinctly different. 5 red teas. Xie Zhiyu poured for her. What are you drinking? Wen Ning asked. He cast a fleeting glance her way, to replenish energy and blood. The one who needed to replenish energy pushed the teacup away. I won't drink it. Suit yourself, he replied, not insisting. Watching him lean back in his chair, casually resting one hand, Wen Ning asked, Aren't you eating? Xie Zhiyu regarded her. I'm contemplating how to broach a subject with you. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. You're not asking to borrow money, are you? Such was the nature of his little lady. Xie Zhiyu's chest trembled with a low laugh. He lazily lifted the hand resting on the chair's back, as if surrendering. How much are you willing to lend? Wen Ning feigned contemplation. I must first assess your performance.
All right.
Once she finished a bowl of congee, he leaned forward, hands clasped on the table, and seriously stated, Last night, just in case, I installed surveillance in the room where Wen Jingshan and his son met. The morsel she was about to swallow nearly lodged in her throat. She looked up. Xie Zhiyu tapped his knuckles against his palm. Audio replaced the video. My princess, our transaction is fair and just. Chapter 92, The Illegitimate Child's Identity. To prevent her from lacking first-hand evidence, he had installed surveillance beforehand? Could it be understood this way? Wen Ning smindratet. Finally greeting the first light of dawn after a chaotic night. She sat up straight. Where's the footage? Wen Ning pressed. Is there sound? Yes, replied Xie Zhiyu. She fell silent for a long moment before uttering. You truly are.
Truly what? She did not know.
Xie Zhiyu assured her he would provide the surveillance footage without any ambiguity. Before disembarking, he placed the plate delicately in her palm. Through the dressing mirror, he observed her with keen interest. Are you not even the slightest bit curious? Despite the slight shadow beneath her eyes, her lips remained a vibrant red, her teeth a gleaming white, and she was striking enough to repeatedly dazzle him. Perhaps the adage that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder held true. No matter how he looked, Xie Zhiyu could find no flaw in her. He leisurely fastened his buttons, occasionally glancing at her contemplative expression. Or, do you already know who it is? Sort of, she replied, her tone still languid. The clues were evident from the message sent by Chen Yuejiao. Her uncle's driver had accompanied Wen Jingshan. If this journey was indeed to meet a love child, then the Chen family was undoubtedly complicit. If this accomplice were her aunt, she could at least justify the situation through familial ties. But Chen Kongtai. Was it possible that Chen Kongtai's connection with that illegitimate child was closer than hers, prompting him to assist? This remained mere speculation. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Kongtai's nephew, Yuan Jincheng, who had mentioned visiting Aodao for a short stay. The reason she had not thought of him immediately was that they were distant relatives, separated by several degrees of kinship. The term relative felt akin to discovering a writhing worm within an apple she had been enjoying, an utterly repulsive sensation that nearly made her retch. She had met Yuan Jincheng on Aodao, aware of his relation to Chen Kongtai, and had even encountered his family. His mother was a violin teacher in Singapore, delicate and gentle as a white flower. She recalled a family vacation in Aodao when they fortuitously crossed paths with Yuan Jincheng's family. Together with the Chen family, the 3 families had dined at the same table. A lively affair filled with clinking glasses. At that time, He had remarked, Your Aunt Yuan is gentle and beautiful, and she plays the violin. If you ever wish to learn, you should seek her guidance. Consequently, Xie had paid a rather significant fee for her to apprentice under this esteemed lady. Although Wen Ning had no interest in instruments and had not troubled Aunt Yuan, she remembered this incident, as well as how Aunt Yuan later sent Xie a set of laurel flower jewelry, the soft yellow hues delicately interspersed among the gems, exquisite enough to bewitch anyone. The laurel flower symbolizes protection, as well as seduction. Wen Ning felt as though she was awakening from a dream. In truth, she realized she had never heard anyone speak of Yuan Jincheng's father. Only in the casual conversations of adults had she caught fleeting mentions, indicating that Aunt Yuan was divorced and raising the child alone. As for the absent father, Wen Ning inhaled deeply. It was not merely a worm she had discovered in the apple, but rather a rotten one. If it truly were the person she suspected. A faint smile graced Wen Ning's lips. I shall not allow them to receive a single penny. After a 2-day and night voyage, the cruise finally docked. Under the evening sky painted with hues of crimson, Wen Ning stood quietly on the top deck. Wealthy individuals are still human, and the weary silhouettes of those reveling in pleasure departing against the backdrop of the sunset were evident. At the bustling dock, luxury cars congregated, with each respective butler and servant arriving to greet their masters. Finally, a sense of resolution settled. After so many years as father and daughter, she could still recognize Wen Jingshan's figure at a glance. He walked through the throng. On his left was his uncle Qin Kongtai, and beside him was a youthful silhouette. It had been several years since he last saw Yuan Jincheng, and she could not ascertain if it was indeed him. Nonetheless, it mattered little. With surveillance at her disposal, verification was merely a matter of time. The only question lingering in her mind was why they needed to be so cautious. The two individuals did not even dare to walk at one end of the crowd. Noticing her serious demeanor, Xie Zhiyu retrieved a mint from his pocket and offered it to her. Now you've seen it with your own eyes? Wen Ning tilted her head, allowing him to place the candy in her mouth. It's rather dull. Xie Zhiyu lowered his gaze, observing his dampened fingertips. He gently pinched them and inquired, what is our next course of action? What about you? Wen Ning retorted, what will you do next? What can I do? Just jest and pass the time. He lowered his voice, contemplating, is this your way of showing concern for me? Wen Ning pouted in dissatisfaction. Your daily jesting is all directed at me, isn't it? The crowd on the upper deck gradually thinned, and the silver Mercedes that Ah Zhong drove emerged among the many luxury vehicles.
All right.
Xie Zhiyu, I have a question for you that you really do not wish to answer. The man slightly raised an eyebrow. Last night's disheveled shirt had been replaced with a sleek black one, paired with tailored black trousers, accentuating his physique. She leaned closer, gently encircling him on tiptoe. Her voice brushed against his ear. Will you save the person He intended to handle last night? It was unfair how adept she was at charming him. Such a posture was impossible to refuse. He lowered his head, attempting to discern disappointment in Wen Ning's eyes. She remained remarkably composed, which prompted him to ask further. Aren't you going to say something? Wen Ning tilted her head in confusion and looked at him. What is there to say? The glow of sunset gradually descended, leaving the sky awash in hues of orange and blue. The juxtaposition of cool and warm colors, seemingly incongruous, harmoniously blended together at the infinite horizon. Wen Ning quietly observed his expressionless face obscured by the dimming light and smiled. You are not a bodhisattva, and I am not a benevolent soul. With her index finger, she toyed with the fourth button of his shirt and candidly stated, I do not know how long that person has been gambling, nor do I know how much he owes. However, I understand that even a bodhisattva does not grant every wish, should one burden themselves with every single human life. It would be excessively heavy to bear. I am selfish. If I can lend a hand, I will. If not, I shall not force it. What I most fervently hope for is... She deliberately paused, gazing earnestly into his dimly lit, somber eyes. Xie Zhiyu, I hope that those close to me can remain safe. That is all. Chapter 93. A twofold achievement. Each time there was a yacht gathering, Xie Zhiyu would disembark a day later than the others. His meticulous and prudent nature, along with his comprehensive approach to tasks, had earned him trust over the years, largely due to his extensive involvement in tying up Heqi's loose ends. However, trust held little tangible value. With a self-deprecating smile, he straightened his black shirt and stepped through the door. Inside the room, Heqi was smoking on the sofa. Upon seeing him, Heqi raised his hand slightly and tossed a cigarette in his direction. Xie Zhiyu deftly caught it, placing it between his lips. Where's the lighter? He asked. Xie Zhiyu raised his chin to the coffee table, indicating for him to take it himself. Picking up the lighter, the flint glided slowly through his fingers. Xie Zhiyu took a couple of steps toward Xie Zhiyu while tilting his head to ignite the flame. As the blue smoke billowed gently, he suddenly leaned forward, gripping Xie Zhiyu's collar and delivering a heavy punch.
Bang!
Damn it! Xie Zhiyu's curse lingered on his lips, the latter part abruptly knocked away. Smoke fell from the corner of his mouth, scorching a hole in the leather sofa. The unpleasant scent of burnt protein gradually spread through the air. What the hell? Have you lost your mind? Xie Zhiyu's jaw dislocated, and as he cursed with a swollen tongue, saliva dribbled uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Rising with a fierce expression, he seized Xie Zhiyu by the neck. However, Xie Zhiyu caught his hand and twisted it. Xie Zhiyu's expression instantly morphed into one of ferocity. Just as he was about to reach for his pocket, Xie Zhiyu released him, coldly stating, "Playing with knives is crossing the line." "Is this not crossing the line?" Xie Zhiyu retorted, his tongue still thick. With a click, his jaw snapped back into place. Xie Zhiyu shook his wrist. "In comparison to what you did yesterday, this is mild." "Oh, so it was about yesterday." Xie Zhiyu felt his jaw, ensuring he could speak normally before letting out a sinister laugh. "Real feelings, huh? You win." Xie Zhiyu smirked mockingly. "I can't afford to gamble." In an instant, the tension dissipated, and Xie Zhiyu resumed his usual demeanor, draping an arm over Xie Zhiyu's shoulder. "Brother, I mean no harm. This is just to put everyone at ease. After all, she's your woman. We're all in the same boat. No one dares to secretly drill holes in the hull. Wouldn't you agree?" Xie Zhiyu's expression remained indifferent. "If you dare to involve her again, it won't just be one punch." "What? Did you argue about this yesterday?" Xie Zhiyu inquired.
No.
"Oh, I see. You scared your sister-in-law." He quickly clapped his hands. "How about this? Next time, I'll host and apologize to her. Does that work?" Xie Zhiyu couldn't be bothered to respond. Extinguishing the cigarette, he sat down. "What about the goods?" Xie Zhiyu grew annoyed at the mention of this. "TCH, the goods need to be nurtured. The buyer can't proceed with a transplant just yet. They have to wait until their health indicators are satisfactory. I've already given the instructions. The person can be appropriately intimidated, but they must be returned in one piece. Ensuring everything is fine before delivery." Xie Zhiyu replied casually, "Is it safe to keep them domestically?" "Safe," Xie Zhiyu assured. "My place is definitely secure. When the time comes to deliver, I'll trouble you, brother." Xie Zhiyu squinted at him, adopting a joking tone. "You don't need my help to take care of them?" Xie Zhiyu waved his hand dismissively. "Such trivial matters. Suit yourself." As Xie Zhiyu stood up, he added, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still need to check other areas on the ship." "Another one?" "No thanks, your cigarettes are too expensive. They make me feel ill." Raising 2 fingers, Xie Zhiyu bid farewell. At that moment, Awu happened to enter, noticing Xie Zhiyu's grim expression. "Boss, are you alright? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Xie Zhiyu replied with a half-smile. "After taking a punch from him, I feel more at ease. It seems he truly cares for that young lady and wouldn't betray her. Should we send someone to keep an eye on Miss Wen?" "No need," Xie Zhiyu replied. "In Australia, no one can stir up trouble." Initially, Miss He thought it was a trap, but after confirming multiple times, she arrived at the banquet with 3 bodyguards. In the bustling tea restaurant, Wen Ning cast a glance behind her. "Wow, so many people." She raised her chin haughtily as she settled into her seat. "What do you want?" "To chat, to drink tea." Wen Ning poured her a glass of lemon water. "Will your 3 guardians drink?" She straightened up in her usual nonchalant manner. With a slight pursing of her red lips, she asked, "What exactly do you want from me? If you don't speak, I shall take my leave." Wen Ning smiled brightly at her. "Have you figured out the question from last time?" She's gaze fell upon the woman across from her. Clad in a simple avocado green shirt and jeans, with her long hair cascading loosely, she exuded an air of effortless elegance. In contrast, she had adorned herself in full battle regalia to confront her rival. Even her jewelry was enough to intimidate passers-by. Yet, it was evident that these material trappings paled in comparison to a casual outfit. If he weren't Mr. Xie from your esteemed family, but merely Xie Zhiyu, an ordinary worker earning a modest salary, then I would find it far easier to fall in love with him. For reasons unknown, a pang of sorrow struck Xie's heart. She leaned back slightly, her gaze suddenly fixed, lingering for a few seconds on the woman's open collar. If she wasn't mistaken, beneath it lay a series of varying hickeys. She could almost envision how the man had succumbed to temptation, How he had pressed her down with his hands, how he had kissed her fiercely yet tenderly, leaving behind each mark. You. She opened her mouth. Surely? You are not here to flaunt this? You think I would boast about this? Wen Ning retorted, her expression one of exasperation. Miss He? Can you not consider the deeper meaning of my words? She furrowed her brow. What deeper meaning? Why do I still like him? Even though he is an ordinary person? Isn't that boasting? She suppressed her urge to curse. How would I know? Either you have peculiar tastes or... It is because I do not care, Wen Ning interrupted. She's gaze sharpened, as if pondering the significance of her words. Our current situations are quite similar. You seek a reliable marriage partner, someone to depend on the He family. I, on the other hand, have a rather unreliable father who wishes to exploit me.
But...
Wen Ning paused. Have you ever tried to take matters into your own hands? That way, you need not rely on the whims of others. She's expression turned wary. Are you trying to sow discord? Whom am I inciting discord between? Wen Ning countered. Is it you and your father? Your brother? Or any member of the He family? Indeed, she spoke of seizing control. It had nothing to do with anyone else. She's eyes narrowed. But I've always been a mascot. Come on, you are a mascot. Surely many people admire you. Can you not leverage that admiration to attain what you desire? She pressed her lips together. Then tell me, what is it that I desire? You yearn for a stable life free from the whims of others, Wen Ning responded earnestly. But relying on others is truly futile. The things you liked at 18 are vastly different from those at 28. Depending on anyone else is never as reliable as depending on oneself. This truth is simple. Yet far too many knowingly ignore it. Your hesitation regarding Xie Zhiyu stems from your concern for the security he currently provides you. But what if that security were in your own hands? Would you still care who he is, whether it be Wang Zhiyu, Song Zhiyu, or Chen Zhiyu? Before you seize control, every object of your pursuit is driven by ulterior motives. This is not affection, it is exploitation. Of course, I do not imply that marriage should be devoid of self-interest. What I mean is, Miss He, strive on your own behalf. If you possess the capability to secure a portion of the He family's business, I shall guide you thereafter. On her way home, she mulled over these words repeatedly. She was not without doubts. At that moment, she had inquired, "Why do you help me?" Such a question seemed rather distant. The woman smiled, stating, "Because I will certainly need your assistance in the future." She had never encountered anyone so candidly expressing their intentions. Yet, there was a semblance of truth in her words. Whether one is a canary or a queen, few would choose the former. Considering the entirety of the He family's business sectors, what could she possibly acquire? She could obtain the jewelry business. Wen Ning said this to Ah Zhong in the car. Ah Zhong was utterly perplexed and could only scratch his head. What benefit does it bring us if Miss He secures the jewelry business? He chuckled, admitting honestly, I have no idea. Let me share something you do know. Wen Ning replied, setting her phone aside.
What do I know?
Ah Zhong queried. Wen Ning prompted him. Think about the people your boss interacts with daily. Ah Zhong contemplated. Wealthy individuals? Precisely, she affirmed with a nod. So, who are the buyers of jewelry? Ah Zhong parried. Also wealthy individuals. Exactly. Wen Ning declared. If she can secure it, she will inevitably engage with them. 99% of wealth is held by 1% of people. The circle is quite small, and it would not be difficult to extract some insights for your boss. Ah Zhong's understanding dawned. After a moment, he sincerely remarked, Miss Wen, I completely comprehend. Thus, this is a case of killing two birds with one stone. Miss He securing the business would benefit both you and my boss. Indeed, clever. With such a brilliant mind, there was only so much one could divulge. For instance, when Ning squinted, pondering, whose heart is in poor condition, requiring a transplant? Chapter 94. Worthless Delicacies. Upon returning home, she drew the curtains. When Ning finally had the opportunity to examine the disc in her possession. Initially, her arrival on the island was prompted by this matter. And now that she held the evidence, she found herself less agitated than expected. She retrieved her laptop and connected it. After a few seconds of loading, the screen began to play. The footage advanced second by second. It depicted a commonplace reception room. A little over a minute in, an individual entered the room. The first to arrive was Xie Zhiyu, who walked directly towards a camera, gazing down at it for several seconds, seemingly confirming its proper operation.
Subsequently,
he adjusted a sofa that had been askew into the frame. After completing these actions, a server hurriedly entered.
Brother Yu, has she arrived?
No, Brother Yu. I went to the room to call Miss Wen, but she was not there. The voice resonated clearly from the device. Instinctively, Wen Ning glanced at Xie Zhiyu's face on the screen. Although he was seen only in profile, it was evident that his brow furrowed slightly, his expression grave. Her finger traced his face on the screen. Wen Ning smiled. So concerned for me, are you? Her pleasant mood did not last long. As soon shadows of Wen Zhengshan and Chen Kongtai soon appeared at the entrance. Indeed, they had come together, which meant her whereabouts on Aodao had undoubtedly been revealed. However, Wen Ning remained unperturbed, since they were already aware of her presence on Aodao. The lack of contact in the previous days suggested that they would similarly refrain from reaching out to her in the days to come. Wen Zhengshan was inclined towards avoiding unnecessary troubles, and she felt the same. With not everyone gathered, the conversation in the living room revolved around trivial topics. What surprised Wen Ning was hearing Wen Zhengshan mention her, followed by hearing Xie Zhiyu defend her. It was not as if they were elementary school children squabbling over right and wrong. Why was there a need for her to contest anything with Wen Zhengshan? He even called her cute. Ridiculous, why not speak of it openly? Wen Ning internally scoffed, her thoughts racing, yet her hand hesitated to retreat the progress bar. She listened dryly to their scripted exchanges until Xie Zhiyu departed, and the door opened again, revealing another figure. It was her uncle. The man called out. The camera captured a pair of shoes entering the frame, followed by a gradual reveal of his face. Wen Ning lingered on that youthful visage for 2 seconds, feeling a sense of relief. It was Yuan Jincheng. Indeed, it was he. He appeared to have shed some of his youthful naivety over the past few years, his angular features remaining strikingly similar to her memories. Yet, as his gaze shifted to Wen Zhengshan, he addressed him as Uncle Wen. Uncle? Wen Zhengshan's face wore an uncommon gentleness. Xiao Yuan, please take a seat. What did that mean? Did Yuan Jincheng not know his own standing? A flicker of complexity crossed Wen Ning's eyes. She lifted her glass and drained the ice water, then poured another, her fingers tapping rhythmically against the cup's wall. The laptop continued to emit a stream of voices. How was the journey? Did your mother not tell you anything before you came? Tell me what? Yuan Jincheng pondered for a moment before replying. She said to listen to you. At your age, do you have any plans after graduation? Yuan Jincheng answered candidly, none. The two middle-aged men exchanged glances, and it was Chen Kongtai who spoke first. Would you like to develop in the capital? Isn't that Uncle Wen's territory? That sounds wonderful. I haven't had much chance to explore the capital. Is Uncle Wen inviting me to the capital? Only then did Wen Zhengshan respond. So, are you going? Yes, I can. The affection parents hold for their children often leads them to profound considerations. Wen Ning had never imagined that one day she would listen through a liquid crystal screen to Wen Zhengshan pave the way for another person. He suggested that Yuan Jincheng stay at the Chen residence for now, and once the travel permit was secured, arrangements would be made for him to be picked up. As for living in the capital, he would stay at the Wen residence, which had ample space. He could acclimate to the weather in the capital and explore the surroundings. Once his studies in Singapore concluded, he could secure an internship at the company, with opportunities for advancement thereafter. That sounds so embarrassing, Yuan Jincheng exclaimed. Wen Zhengshan's scholarly visage crinkled with a smile. Uncle Wen has treated you well over the years, hasn't he? Of course. Yuan Jincheng recounted. Every time you visited Singapore, you came to see me. That little sports car? You were the one who persuaded my mother to let me buy it. Aren't you even closer than my uncle? He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Kongtai, revealing a smug expression. Chen Kongtai chuckled heartily, signaling to Wen Zhengshan, stop beating around the bush with the child.
Just say it.
Outside the screen, Wen Ning scoffed coldly. She couldn't tell if Yuan Jincheng was genuinely naive or merely pretending. If she had a particularly doting uncle who frequently made his presence felt, she could easily surmise that he harbored ulterior motives. Yet, this Yuan Jincheng appeared utterly bewildered when Wen Zhengshan hinted at raising him as a foster son.
Huh? Me?
What a farce, Wen Ning thought bitterly. Feeling slightly vexed, she instinctively reached for her phone. However, as her fingers hovered over her contacts, she suddenly realized that out of over 500 friends, only one number would lend an ear to her trivial woes. Considering that person was likely still busy, she set the phone down. Moments later, unable to endure the silence, she picked it up again. Xie Zhiyu, miss me so soon? Wen Ning, I just wanted someone to talk to. Xie Zhiyu, go ahead, I'm listening. She brought the phone to her lips, her gaze drooping. How did Wen Zhengshan come to the conclusion that you should protect this useless brat? Useless brat? Quite a vivid term. Upon hearing her words, Xie Zhiyu dismissed the surroundings. Replying, because the useless brat's mother approached Boss Wen and informed him that his precious son has recently taken a liking to thrill-seeking, particularly in small gambling ventures. Wen Ning's pupils flickered slightly. He gambles too? Xie Zhiyu chuckled without much emotion. A motherless child with wealth is a prime target for any casino. Even if he doesn't seek it out, others will surely entice him. Such occurrences are not uncommon, as far as I know. Xie Zhiyu sent another voice message. What's wrong? Nothing. Just suddenly recalled a story about you I overheard from Zhugang. Wen Ning curled up on the sofa, striving to steady her wavering emotions. Once her voice was devoid of any unusual tremor, she continued. So, when Zhengshan leveraged Chen Kongtai's connections to find you in Australia, to offer him protection from behind the scenes. With you around, no one would dare to lay a finger on him, whether in Australia or Singapore. I had been mistaken, thinking he sought protection due to some imminent danger. Xie Zhiyu nodded. Do you understand now? He glanced at his phone, noticing that she was still speaking. It seemed she had more to express. The mint tin in his hand clicked open and shut rhythmically. A motherless child, reflecting his own past circumstances. The act of waiting surprisingly brought him a sense of calm. After all these years, this was the first time Xie Zhiyu spoke of such a topic with such tranquility. He watched as the small line indicating her speech vanished, only to be replaced by a speech bubble. Upon opening it, he heard the sound of wind rushing past her eardrums, suggesting that she was jogging, her breaths labored. She said, Xie Zhiyu, I'm not feeling great right now. I sense you're not well either. So, I'm going to buy some sweet soup. Quickly tell me, besides mung bean soup, what else would you like to eat? Chapter 95, The Soft Shell. After spending 3 hours addressing the remaining matters aboard the cruise, Xie Zhiyu disembarked that evening. Hihuchi had initially hoped to share a few more drinks with him, but upon hearing that he had already left, he was taken aback. He's gone already. Huiru felt as though he were facing a formidable enemy. What has gone awry? He inquired. The mung bean paste is going bad, came the reply. Huiru suddenly felt a surge of frustration. Had he known this person was so infatuated, there would have been no need to even attempt to test the waters. He felt that she had not lost unjustly. After all these years trailing behind Xie Zhiyu, he had gained nothing. And yet, the moment Miss Wen arrived. It took but a short time for her to completely captivate him. In the lingering night, he found himself alone on the cruise ship, indulging in his solitude. As for the love-stricken brother, just a few minutes before 11, Xie Zhiyu unlocked his front door. A glance around the living room revealed it to be empty. The glass door to the exterior had yet to be replaced, leaving a vacant space where a window should be, making bathing and using the restroom quite inconvenient. Since then, Wen Ning had taken to staying in the master bedroom while he made do with the sofa. But that was a few days past. That evening, upon returning home, he casually draped his coat over the sofa and boldly pushed open the master bedroom door. Inside, Wen Ning was on the phone and paused in surprise upon seeing him. She's spoken to the phone, I'll call you back later. Leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, his black shirt accentuated his imposing demeanor, particularly as he silently regarded her. Have you grown weary of me so soon? Do you wish to wear me out? Wen Ning stifled the urge to roll her eyes and rose from her seat. The apricot-colored nightgown she wore fell to her thighs. The marks of her fingers evident on her creamy skin, supported only by 2 delicate shoulder straps. As she approached, Xie Zhiyu caught the scent of her shower gel mingling with the tropical fruit aroma of her long hair, a fragrance that seemed to possess both top and base notes, enveloping him in an embrace as dense as the air. Nuzzling his nose into her hair, he asked, Who are you speaking with, dear? The weight of his arms around her chest left Wen Ning feeling slightly breathless. His strength was overwhelming, bending her waist as if he desired to meld their bodies together. Songzai, she replied softly. Oh, came his slightly sour tone. That fiancé of yours. I suppose he must feel quite regretful knowing that when Zhengshan is aware of my presence on Aodao, no need for pretense anymore. Regretful? Wen Ning boset. Then savored the thought. Would you like me to prepare you some dumplings? As her fingers continued their ascent along his spine, she playfully ruffled his tousled hair. Someone lies as easily as one drinks water. Yes, I'm just worried about the mung bean paste going bad. The mung bean paste would never know it was destined to become a mere object of affection. With a smile, she nudged his lowered shoulder with her chin. It's in the refrigerator. It won't spoil. Everything within this room brought Xie Zhiyu a sense of comfort. Each step he took up the stairs had been filled with doubt. Was the light in his home merely an illusion? Was the mention of mung bean paste just a figment of his imagination? Perhaps that illusion would shatter the moment he opened the door. What awaited him was still a dark, empty room. No lights, no people. He was engulfed by a sense of reality that sent a tremor through his heart, compelling him to rush the final few steps, nearly tripping in his haste. Thankfully, the lights within the house were indeed illuminated. Xie Zhiyu tightened his embrace, seeking reassurance in her presence. Did you really prepare me a sweet soup? Wen Ning pressed her face against him. A bowl of sweet soup. Do you think I would deceive you? His heartbeat was steady and powerful, resonating through her very soul. She gently closed her eyes for a moment of solace.
Xie Zhiyu.
It's nothing, just a casual call. As a result, the mung bean soup lingered in the refrigerator for an additional 20 minutes. Only when someone finally remembered it did it re-emerge into the light. When Ning rested her chin on her hand, observing him eat. Is it still good?
Yes.
Why do you seem down? He inquired. At that moment, she indeed felt a wave of displeasure. However, she was adept at self-adjustment and had nearly calmed herself by the time they reached the dessert shop. To mention it now would seem overly dramatic. When Ning shook her head, I'm fine now. Xie Zhiyu lifted his gaze, studying her intently for several seconds. You can still talk about your previous unhappiness. She was momentarily taken aback, unexpectedly succumbing to the weight of his words. With her chin resting in her hand, she playfully tapped her cheek as if playing the piano and smiled. I'm just not used to it. Not used to what? He asked, his tone inquisitive. She elongated her response, sharing my troubles with others. Xie Zhiyu's lips curled slightly. You certainly excel at offering comfort. He pried open the tightly shut shell of her emotions, revealing her softness with difficulty. When Ning blinked slowly and said, Honestly, I don't quite understand why, despite my efforts, my father doesn't seem to like me. Is it merely because I'm a girl? Xie Zhiyu set down his spoon. You see, I exert all my strength, striving to excel in everything, yet I find myself starting from the same point as the boys under identical circumstances. Don't you find this world rather absurd? When Ning opened up. Have I told you? Every New Year, we visit my grandfather's house to pay our respects. My grandfather lives in a courtyard where the second courtyard is for guests, and only the third is the master's quarters. During the New Year, we all stay together. And because of me, even my parents reside in the guest quarters, while another cousin lives right next to my grandparents in the West Wing. Each time, one Jingshan would wear a grim expression, subtly insinuating that my grandfather favored him since childhood, only to find himself sidelined in the end. As she recounted this, her words flowed rapidly, as if hastily skimming over the pain. Deep down, she was strong-willed and could hardly bear such prejudices. After all, one's gender is not a choice. If it were due to her insufficient efforts, she could accept that. She took a deep breath. People can be quite petty. They tell themselves they are indifferent, yet care the most. When I first learned that Wen Jingshan might have an illegitimate child, my heart stopped. All I could think was that even if I became 200% excellent, I would still not be loved. And now? Xie Zhiyu finally spoke. Though I still care a great deal. She tilted her head back, covering her eyes with her hand. But I have learned to persuade myself not to dwell on this cheap love. People should strive for higher ideals. The negative, the painful, must be learned to be discarded. She felt another hand gently cover her own. The rough pads of his fingers brushed against the dampness at the corner of her eyes. May your words bring you fortune. Xie Zhiyu said, One day, we will surely cast aside those burdens we ought to have relinquished long ago. Chapter 96, Darling. Wen Ning's seemingly smooth life as a privileged young lady was not as straightforward as it appeared. She likely realized this truth at the moment her rationality awakened. Her doting father and her gentle, unassuming mother appear to embody a serene existence, yet this beautiful facade is underpinned by substantial interests. After He Zhi's retreat, she remains a vibrant emblem in the jewelry business. Year after year, her public appearances and the romantic declarations of a lifelong commitment symbolized by a single wedding ring reveal the secret to their enduring marriage, a continuous stream of income and an unwavering status among the elite women of the capital. In a circle where many couples turn a blind eye to each other's indulgences, He Zhi stands as a paragon of successfully nurturing her marriage. Her life has been so smooth that she has long lost the courage to resist the tides of change. Wen Ning does not need to ponder. She knows that if any scandal were to break, He Zhi would be the first to resort to denial. Everyone has their own obsessions. Wen Jingshan desires longevity and a worthy successor, while He Zhi yearns to maintain this fade of tranquility indefinitely. What do you think I desire? Wen Ning suddenly inquires, covering her eyes with her hand, obscuring her view of Xie Zhiyu's expression, yet sensing his unusually serious tone. You wish to live a life of your own choosing. Wen Ning exaggeratedly raises her lips. Wow, Brother Au, you are so clever. He pauses, retorting, if you're not truly happy, do not smile. A sudden wave of bitterness floods her senses. She flattens her smile. You caught me. A sliver of light filters through her fingers. And suddenly her vision brightens as he tightly grasps her hand, pulling it away from her eyes. An impulsive desire to kiss him arises. As she opens her eyes, her gaze is unabashedly direct. Could you kiss me? This kiss is devoid of lust. It is akin to soothing a child, beginning gently at her eyelids, gradually coaxing her with tender affection. His breath lightly brushes against her cheek, sending a ticklish sensation through Wen Ning. Finally, she bursts into laughter. Xie Zhiyu, you seem like a well-behaved puppy now. How daring to scold me. Despite her words, his actions remain unceasing. It is hard to fathom that someone who can be so fierce can also be so gentle when soothing another. This softer side, rarely displayed to outsiders, is exclusively reserved for her, which brings Wen Ning a profound sense of satisfaction, to the point where her limbs feel weak. And she wishes to indulge in this whimsical existence every day. Indeed, love can render one languid. As this thought strikes her, she suddenly pauses. Love, that evening. Hiding in the bathroom, Wen Ning surreptitiously messages Song Zai. Wen Ning, I have a serious question. Song Zai. Wen Ning, what is love? Song Zai. Moments later, Song Zai, eager as a spectator, calls her. Wen Ning decisively hangs up. Wen Ning, not convenient, text me. Song Zai, you have today? Song Zai, all right. I shall impart my lifelong wisdom. Love is about eliminating all external obstacles. When you see him, you just want to be with him. Wen Ning contemplates, isn't that too simplistic and crude? If that were the case, I'd fall for every charming guy I see online. Song Zai, baby, consider the premise. The premise is to eliminate all external barriers. Those charming guys you see online, would you dare to shamelessly ask for their contact information and fly off to meet them? Such a valid point. Wen Ning, is it possible that individuals might mistake the thrill of a crisis, such as the bridge effect, for genuine love? Song Zai, indeed. Wen Ning hesitated momentarily, her hand poised over the screen. Almost immediately, a response came through. Song Zai, in that fleeting second when I affirmed it, what were you contemplating? If you counter my assertion at least once in your mind, then the bridge effect is already dismissed.
Wen Ning. Song Zai. So, what do you think?
Am I quite the expert? Before such a master, she felt like a blank canvas. Wen Ning sent a thumbs up. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Song Zai, so, are you planning to sleep with him now? Do you have a photograph? Send me one, and I shall evaluate it for you. Wen Ning decisively declined. Absolutely not. Song Zai, how stingy. Wen Ning, I fear that if I send it, we might become potential rivals in love. Song Zai. Song Zai, when heirs hui, you scoundrel. Song Zai, fine. From afar in Hawaii, Song Zai pondered throughout the day, and as dusk approached, he sent another message to Wen Ning. Song Zai, darling, don't sleep yet. Let's chat a little longer. Coincidentally, at the moment the phone on the bedside table lit up, it caught the attention of the man who had just risen. Last night, Xie Zhiyu had brazenly taken up residence in the master bedroom without any objections. Thus, they had tacitly agreed to remain together. In a bed not overly spacious for two, it was inevitable that their bodies would brush against one another. Moreover, with his impure thoughts, having just indulged, how could he possibly remain aloof, especially with Wen Ning's fragrant softness in his embrace? The faint blush on her neck and her delicate skin illuminated by moonlight were irresistible temptations, naturally drawing him in. He took his time savoring the moment. Ultimately, he found himself unable to resist. After all, he was no longer a mere youth of 17 or 18. How could he derive such delight from this? Xie Zhiyu was perplexed. As dawn approached, he finally felt satisfied, pulling her into his arms once more, resorting to the same deceptive tactic. Truly, this is the last time. After uttering those words, he deemed them ominous and swiftly amended. Today's last time. Men always seem to grasp the nuances of such matters with remarkable speed. When his biological clock roused him, he sat up to see the phone on the bedside table illuminated with the message. The content was secondary. Darling? A second glance at the sender deepened his gaze. Very well, darling. In her dreams. Wen Ning was still embroiled in a battle of wits with the inept members of the Wen family when suddenly the scene shifted, and she was tackled to the ground by a formidable leopard. Its immense paws pressed against her neck, eyes fierce yet hesitating to make the next move. Even as she pondered her escape, the creature leisurely licked its other paw. Its emerald eyes swept over her, and its tail swayed back and forth like a pendulum, brushing against her legs. She had heard of brown bears tormenting their prey, but she never imagined a leopard could do the same. Wen Ning swallowed nervously. The scene felt so vivid that she could hear her heart racing in her dream. A sheen of sweat drenched her back as a small whimper escaped her throat. Her body trembled, and she abruptly awakened. Just as in her dream, a hand belonging to the man was firmly positioned at her neck, his thumb pressing against her throbbing pulse. He leaned forward, his dark hair brushing against her soft abdomen through her nightgown. Noticing her stillness, he lifted his head, meeting her gaze with a fierce look. His eyes, sharp and dangerous like a leopard's, narrowed as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Even asleep, "You're still so passionate. Who's the darling on your mind?" Wen Ning responded, "Not anyone." She frowned. "What are you playing at this early in the morning?" As she attempted to retreat, he grasped her waist and pulled her down. The sheets and blankets beneath them parted like waves. The man, with a serious demeanor, commanded,
Call me.
Realizing he likely did not desire that particular name, Wen Ning tentatively replied, "Xie Zhiyu? Try again." Some names she had whimsically called during their more intimate moments were off-limits now. Flushing, Wen Ning kicked his chest with her foot, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? I'm not calling you that." He leaned closer, unusually stubborn, insisting, "Just once, and I'll let you call me darling." After rising from bed, it was only upon seeing Song Zai's message that Wen Ning comprehended the significance of darling. What a lunatic. She spent 20 minutes scolding Song Zai with fervor. Fuming, she sat at the dining table, each word laced with irritation as she said, "What are your plans today, darling?" Xie Zhiyu lazily lifted his gaze. "No plans, darling. This was not how it was meant to be." Wen Ning pressed her lips together. "You peeked at my phone." With a casual demeanor, Xie Zhiyu lounged. "I didn't peek. I was openly browsing." Wen Ning widened her eyes in disbelief. "So it's the phone's fault?" "Indeed," he nodded. It seemed she wasn't quite at the point for an outburst. A temperamental individual like him required a bit of coaxing. Suppressing her irritation, she patiently explained, "It's not the kind of relationship you think, it's just a casual term." Xie Zhiyu remarked, nonchalantly, "Is that so? Just like that? Is this sufficient to appease you?" It was far too simple. The lingering fatigue from their journey still weighed heavily on her, and he had taken his sweet time this morning. Wen Ning intended to soothe him further, but her phone chimed. Chen Yuejiao inquired why she hadn't left yet. The man seated on the sofa remained still. "Ahzhong is downstairs." "Yes, I've spoken to Ahzhong." She leaned against the doorframe, searching for her shoes. Just as she slipped on one of her high heels, she heard footsteps approaching the door. Xie Zhiyu draped a coat over his arm, tightening the loosened collar as he walked, appearing as if he were about to leave. Wen Ning turned to him. "Didn't you say you had no plans?" His eyelids fluttered slightly. "Just taking a stroll, enjoying the breeze." He accompanied her to the car. As Ahzhong came down to open the door, he leaned in and, in a peculiar tone, addressed him. "Ahzhong, please take care of your darling Miss Wen." Ahzhong paused mid-step, while Wen Ning stiffened at the peculiar word choice. "Xie Zhiyu, are you done? Isn't this just a casual term?" With one hand in his pocket, he chuckled lightly from a few paces away, bemused by her reaction. Although the secret of Song Zai was not common knowledge, as a close friend, Wen Ning had no desire to make it widely known. She pondered for a moment, crafting her words carefully. "Song Zai is my good friend." "I know," Xie Zhiyu nodded. Wen Ning felt he was unaware just like you, and... At this point, she came to a complete halt. For Wen Ning suddenly realized that Xie Zhiyu had no one she could truly call a friend by his side. Shifting the conversation, she remarked, "It's akin to the simple and unpretentious relationship you share with Ahzhong." Ahzhong turned his head in surprise, not expecting his boss to exhibit such a serious demeanor today. Yet his tone was anything but solemn. "Got it. From this day forth, Ahzhong is my treasure." Ahzhong was left bewildered. Wen Ning could no longer suppress her frustration. In her mind, she offered a silent bow to Song Zai, then aggressively grasped Xie Zhiyu's collar and gave it a tug. Though lacking strength, the man bent slightly under the force. With a voice tinged with irritation, she said, "He shows you more interest than he does in me. Do you understand now?" Xie Zhiyu's expression instantly grew complicated. It was difficult for someone as intelligent as him not to comprehend the implication. He was indeed alluding to what she suspected. When Ning released her grip, smoothing out the creases in his collar. "Can I go find you Jiao now?" The morning's inexplicable anger dissipated in an instant. Xie Zhiyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, He gestured for Zhong to head to the car first, before lowering his voice to a barely audible level. Would you consider me a burden?
What?
Wen Ning genuinely did not catch that. Yet, as she fell under his naturally drooping gaze, she instinctively sensed the palpable tension surrounding him. She almost forgot that he was like an isolated island, one that needed embracing. Would you care to accompany me to find you, Jiao? She inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Xie Zhiyu paused, his hands awkwardly curling in his pockets. Is it convenient? He asked. I don't think you Jiao would mind, Wen Ning replied, linking her arm with his and gently urging him towards the car. But please, don't be too fierce. She seems a bit afraid of you. Due to this remark about being too fierce, Xie Zhiyu hadn't even donned a jacket, merely wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, attempting to project a more approachable and relaxed demeanor. However, the moment they spotted Chinyu Jiao at the tea restaurant, her lips instinctively flattened in honesty. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she exclaimed. Xie Zhiyu pulled out a chair for her. You're welcome. Chinyu Jiao struggled to regain her composure and turned to Wen Ning. Is he sharing cold jokes with me? Perhaps, Wen Ning said, taking a seat in the chair Xie Zhiyu had pulled out. I hope you don't mind me bringing him along? Being accompanied by her formidable sister, Chinyu Jiao felt she could hardly voice any objections. It was quite a gathering, with one being her support and the other being the support of her support, a veritable mountain range surrounding her. She could not afford to offend either. Sister, I've gathered the information you wanted, she said, glancing briefly in Xie Zhiyu's direction. Wen Ning nodded. It's all right, please share. The day before yesterday, upon receiving Wen Ning's message, Chinyu Jiao had swiftly concocted an excuse to survey her home. Only she and Wen Xini were present there, and she had sidled up to her mother. Mommy, do you have another mischievous idea? Wen Xini inquired. Chinyu Jiao feigned reluctance. Is Yuan Jincheng really going to live with us? Indeed, Wen Xini sighed in response. Your father agreed. Forget about your father, Wen Xini lamented. He's just stubborn, fixated solely on their relatives. Chinyu Jiao embellished. The Yuan family is merely our distant cousins. Exactly, just distant cousins. As Chinyu Jiao spoke, she seemed to be struck by a thought. Mommy, with so many relatives, why do we only interact so much with them? Wen Xini, feeling annoyed, replied, It's your father who maintains those connections. It has nothing to do with us. Chinyu Jiao pouted. That Ran Jincheng's mother is really something, always sending people to Aodao. If she has so much time, why not stay with her biological father? Have you forgotten? Your aunt divorced long ago. And so what? Does divorce mean one must sever all ties with their son? At this point, Wen Xini furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that she hadn't heard much about him visiting his father. What does his father do? Chinyu Jiao inquired. Is he a businessman? A politician? A lawyer? A doctor? The more they discussed, the more tightly Wen Xini knitted her brows. Suddenly, a memory from the past surfaced. The matter of the divorce was merely a facade. She vaguely recalled that many years ago, when she first heard of it, Chen Kongtai had mentioned that his cousin had become pregnant before marriage, which was detrimental to her reputation, and later they uniformly claimed it was a divorce. Over the course of 20 years, the repetition of this narrative had replaced her original memories. Wen Xini had never been particularly concerned about the Yuan family. Only when Yuan Jincheng visited did she, as the aunt, try to put on a pleasant demeanor. Yet if she were to ponder deeply, she realized she had never truly cared about who Yuan Jincheng's father was or what he did. Why are you suddenly asking about this? She queried Yue Jiao. Although Yue Jiao did not fully comprehend the implications of Wen Ning's message, she relayed it verbatim to her mother. Mommy, do you think it's better for Yuan Jincheng to be your nephew or your nephew? Chapter 98. The young lady of wealth Wen Xini was certain that Chinyu Jiao wouldn't make such a statement without reason. For her daughter, who rarely displayed much intellect. To say this, there must be some underlying motive. Nephew? That's not something you would say, is it? Wen Xini remarked. I don't quite understand either. Chinyu Jiao scratched her head. My sister asked me to pose this question. Though I'm puzzled, my sister always has her reasons for what she does. I stand by her. What about you, Mommy? Now, several hours later, Chinyu Jiao sat up straight. Sister, Mom said she understands. Wen Ning instinktively understands. In the next moment, she grasped Wen Xini's meaning. The thoughts in her heart and Chinyu Jiao's confident words converged. Mom said that, regardless of the circumstances, she and you share the same stance. Share the same stance. These 4 simple words encapsulated much of Wen Xini's life. She was the only girl of her generation in the Wen family. People often remarked that Wen Xin was a precious gem among a crowd of young men, thus rightfully earning her status as the heiress of the Wen family. Yet, the affection spoken of was the most ephemeral of things. Everyone claimed to protect and indulge the younger sister, asserting that it was acceptable for the boys to endure hardship while the girl deserved pampering. However, in reality, each person had their own idea of how to spoil her, and ultimately, the matter of her marriage caused a tumultuous uproar. Eldest brother Wen Jingshan wanted to forge business ties on her behalf. Second brother Wen Weimin sought to enter the political arena by using her as a bridge. She would assert, "I am no less capable than you. Why can't I join the company to pursue my aspirations? Didn't father say I excel in design and encouraged me to strive for the position of chief?" At that moment, she may have realized that it was merely a casual remark from her father, yet she clung to it desperately as if it were a lifeline. She sought her father's counsel, only to hear him say that matters concerning the company were not urgent. When she turned to her mother, the response was chillingly pragmatic. Once you surpass this age, your value diminishes. The term value was indeed a stark and unforgiving word. In her despair, she encountered her elder brother, who imparted with solemnity, "What use is it to earn a meager income in the company? It is far better to marry well. A good marriage can yield greater benefits for the company. After all these years of commanding respect, it is time for you to contribute to the Wen family, is it not?" Wen Xin's stubbornness rivaled that of Wen Ning. She caused quite an uproar at home, eventually fleeing to Aodao in a fit of anger to marry. As business gradually took shape, the two sides began to reconnect. Wen Xin was well aware of the Wen family's true nature in the capital. Over the years, she had compromised on many matters, attempting to forget the past grievances. Yet, in Wen Ning, she saw a reflection of her former, unyielding self. If only she had not felt so isolated back then, might the outcome have been different? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Wen Xin couldn't help but smile. Approaching her 50s, how could she still be so naive? Chen Kongtai rubbed his weary brow and remarked, "We played a few rounds."
Indeed.
He had just arrived on a flight the previous day and had kept it close at hand. "I know you are not particularly fond of him, but this gives you and Yuejiao some time to adjust, doesn't it?" When Xin smiled, "You are considerate. I have indeed regained my composure." Thus, she promptly summoned Yuejiao, conveying their shared stance. These 4 words became a source of reassurance for Wen Ning. Fortunately, there was still her aunt standing behind her. She clenched her fingers, the sharp edges of her nails digging painfully into her palm. In the next moment, a hand unexpectedly reached out, its elbow resting on the back of her chair, the palm gently massaging the back of her head, neither too light nor too heavy. Sensing this external touch, Wen Ning relaxed her fingers. "What are you daydreaming about?" Xie Zhiyu asked casually. "Yuejiao just asked what you would like to drink." Yuejiao, Yuejiao, Yuejiao. Chen Yuejiao on the opposite side was practically wishing to block her ears. She blinked incessantly. This was Mr. Xie, a figure of authority in Aodao, who even her father addressed by her full name when displeased. Did she even deserve this? Xie Zhiyu raised an eyebrow in silence. However, when Ning shook her head, "Now is not the time. Let my aunt keep the secret for the moment." "What secret?" Chen Yuejiao was utterly perplexed. "Why can't the messenger, understand? The secret was that if Yuan Jincheng dared to bully her, she should simply come to me." After a pause, Wen Ning added, "Remember, do not confront him head-on. You will be at a disadvantage. Just let them know you have support." Chen Yuejiao smiled brightly.
Got it.
"But still, I'm a bit afraid. It should be this weekend." She quickly swallowed her words, muttering, "Uncle is quite busy. Even when he comes, he hardly stays for 2 days, as if he's just passing through." "How long will Yuan Jincheng be staying?" Wen Ning's gaze darkened slightly. "Keep me informed if there are any updates." Wen Jingshan remained on the island of Ao, while Wen Ning deliberately curtailed her meetings with Chen Yuejiao. After finishing a cup of milk tea, she bid farewell. Chen Yuejiao immediately drove her sports car home, likely eager to see her mother, Wen Xin waiting. As she opened the door, she called out, "Mommy." Her voice echoed from the entrance to the bedroom, and after searching for a while, she finally cracked open the study door. Peering inside, Chen Yuejiao was taken aback. "Dad? I thought you weren't home?" Chen Kongtai emerged, adjusting his tie. "Why are you making such a fuss searching for your mother?" For some reason, Wen Ning's words about keeping secrets resurfaced in her mind. Was her biological father also one to keep secrets? Chen Yuejiao averted her gaze. "Just chatting with Mom." Chen Kongtai cast a glance at her and inquired, "Where did you go this early?" "Just wandering about," she replied casually. Chen Kongtai unfazed. Continued. You went to see your sister, didn't you? Suddenly stopping, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Chen Yuejiao, do tell me. What did you two discuss? Being addressed by her full name was never a good sign. Almost simultaneously, beads of sweat formed on Chen Yuejiao's forehead. She hadn't done anything wrong. So why did she feel so anxious? Running off to see your sister so early, I've never seen you rush like this before, Chen Kongtai remarked leisurely. Is there something significant you two need to handle? Don't you need your father as help? His words were a blend of gentle persuasion and subtle pressure, causing Chen Yuejiao's thoughts to waver. Wen Ning's inquiries revolved around Wen Jingshan and Yuan Jincheng, and all those cryptic conversations were centered on them. Yet, Yuan Jincheng was also Chen Kongtai's nephew. Did this matter somehow involve her father? Nephew? Cousin? Chen Yuejiao felt as though a ray of light had pierced through the fog of confusion. If Yuan Jincheng transitioned from being a nephew to a cousin, it surely tied back to her two uncles in the capital. The elder uncle had coincidentally come to the island of Ao. The elder uncle. Suddenly, clarity struck. Chen Yuejiao gasped. Chen Kongtai frowned. What else with the sudden shock? Not that, Dad, what were you two discussing? When Cindy appeared from nowhere, interrupting their exchange, she turned to Chen Kongtai with an exasperated look. Did you scold your daughter again? What did I say to her? I simply asked where she went this morning, and she stammered for ages. She went to return a package for me. Chen Yuejiao quickly interjected. When Cindy waved her hand dismissively, you got it wrong and ended up with a baby pink one. Do you think I can carry that at my age? Return a package? Chen Kongtai, initially only experiencing a twitch in his eyelid, now felt an unsettling intuition. He murmured, if you don't like it, just exchange it. As Chen Kongtai stepped out, the two women exchanged glances. Chen Yuejiao, feeling like a limp noodle, suddenly sprang to life. Mommy, something big has happened. When Cindy glanced at the door, let us discuss this on the balcony. The breeze from the sea mingled with the fragrant scent of the coconut trees on the hillside. Chen Yuejiao's mind was invigorated. Mom, do you know the relationship between Yuan Jincheng and the elder uncle? She slapped her thigh. You must know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been engaging in such cryptic conversations with my sister. When Cindy felt a wave of satisfaction, when did you start using your brain? For a moment, Chen Yuejiao was torn between criticizing her mother and addressing the pressing matter at hand. After a moment's pause, she inquired, Mother, is this the reason you harbor disdain for Yuan Jincheng? When Cindy shook her head, it has nothing to do with this matter. When did you become aware of it then? Just in the past couple of days. After a brief silence, Chen Yuejiao touched her nose. Are we still allowing him to stay at our home? He has already arrived. Dismissing him now would be rather conspicuous. When Cindy leaned on the railing, gazing at the car that was slowly departing below, you simply lack the composure of your sister. Of course. Who could rival her serenity? Chen Yuejiao's sisterly attributes flared as she internally praised Wen Ning while expressing her confusion, but I still don't understand. Why must you two clever minds have me, a simpleton? Relay your messages? Can't you converse directly? What if I accidentally let something slip? I nearly told Dad just now. I have yet to decipher your father's stance. When Cindy interrupted, let us keep this under wraps for now.
Oh.
Once Chen Yuejiao appeared to accept the reality, when Cindy continued, as for your role as the intermediary, your sister likely fears I won't side with her. She sighed softly. Wen Ning has always been perceptive. She isn't as resilient as you might think. Initially, she probably intended to gauge the situation through you.
And now?
Chen Yuejiao inquired, you've already taken her side. Thus, it is even more crucial for you to be informed. When Cindy turned to her daughter, gravely recounting past events, when I departed from the capital, I held a small portion of company shares. Do you recall that I transferred some to you upon your coming of age? These were hard-won by me. Though they are modest, they are better than nothing. She endeavored to enlighten her seemingly naive daughter. Now do you understand why your sister wishes to employ you as a messenger? Fortunately, Chen Yuejiao was sharp-witted, albeit occasionally foolish. She nodded. So my sister intends to leverage the shares we possess. You've misinterpreted. Being used unknowingly is termed exploitation. However, willingly assisting is simply that, helping. Oh, right. Chen Yuejiao patted her chest. Is there any doubt? If I am of use, I shall certainly lend my assistance. Upon exiting the tea restaurant, Xie Zhiyu took the opportunity to grasp Wen Ning's hand. Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she did not withdraw immediately. Feeling the warmth of his palm, she looked down. Xie Zhiyu's gaze was profound as his fingers intertwined with hers, holding her hand firmly. We've recently changed several bodyguards. Let's put on a show. Wen Ning stepped back. recognizing a few familiar faces. So now we no longer need to fabricate lies, do we? And is there even a necessity for pretense? While there were many questions, the answers pointed singularly to one conclusion. Despite Mr. Xie's seemingly reckless demeanor, he required justification even for the simplest act of holding hands. Wen Ning played along. Who are those people? When did we get new recruits? The one at the front is called Zhong, Xie Zhiyu replied without a flicker of emotion. He is a bit dim, but very obedient. His life motto is to avoid being a traitor. Behind him are a Hao and Binzi, just remember their names. Wen Ning curved her lips slightly, feigning innocence. Why does that Zhong fellow seem so familiar? Finally, she could not suppress her laughter. Zhong, wearing a puzzled expression, said, Brother you, I didn't Xie Zhiyu replied lazily, he said it. There is nothing to it. What a capitalist, and his devoted 007. Wen Ning was utterly speechless. What are you trying to imply, with all these digressions? Xie Zhiyu lowered his gaze. Did you catch on? Wen Ning thought to herself, I know you well enough. Yet replied, Then might I ask Brother Au to enlighten me on what you are trying to convey with such elaborate circumlocution? Wen Ning had contemplated this matter, but exposing it was merely a matter of time. It was simply about whether she was prepared, standing precariously at the edge of a cliff. She shook her head. With my aunt around, there should be no trouble. Approaching the car, Xie Zhiyu opened the door for her and gently supported the door frame with the back of his hand. There is something I forgot to mention. What is it? Wen Ning settled into her seat. Xie Zhiyu's demeanor turned serious. Chen Kongtai's rapid ascent over the years is not without reason. You must remain vigilant around him. Chapter 100, Fishing. Wen Ning was not well acquainted with Chen Kongtai's rise to prominence. Hearing Xie Zhiyu's specific warning, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. What else do you know? In the past, I heard some rumors. Apart from the two of them, Xiao Zhong and Zhong were also in the car. Just as Xie Zhiyu was about to speak, Zhong turned from the passenger seat, holding his phone. Brother Yu, it's a call for you. This call was from Li Ming. Throughout Xie Zhiyu's days on the yacht, he had not a moment of respite, finally seizing the opportunity to corner Li Duo. The house in the wine district had only 2 entrances. Once one door was blocked. It was akin to trapping a turtle in a jar. Besides the 3 burly men who had invaded Xie Zhiyu's home, he had also inadvertently trapped Li Duo inside. Indeed, brotherly conflicts were often more ruthless than those with outsiders. Li Ming said, when the police entered, all 3 of them were high. Initially, I thought about planting some evidence if they hadn't done anything, but fortune favored me. It turned out to be unnecessary. They ran right into the barrel of a gun. Although Li Duo hadn't committed any crime, it was his house, and he was caught in the net. Xie Zhiyu smirked slightly. Did you also involve the officer? I either act decisively, or not at all. Li Ming, eager with anticipation, replied, To be honest, I've been dissatisfied with Li Duo for quite some time. He has taken so much from me since birth. Had it not been for him, I would be living a carefree life now. Xie Zhiyu relished the unfolding drama, his expression remaining amused as he listened to the enthusiastic chatter on the other end of the line. Now, my parents are busy trying to bail him out, but I find the situation quite precarious. After all, they have the goods on him. Even if his urine test comes back clean, he could still be charged with providing the venue. Li Ming chuckled as he spoke. So, how about it? Is this a sure thing? Xie Zhiyu pondered. Perhaps we should seek Mr. He's assistance to smooth over the connections. No way, Li Ming replied with certainty. To my knowledge, the prior land issue had caused some discord between the parties. Engaging Mr. He might not yield any help. So, you won't have to worry about this, brother. These past few days have been too taxing for you. As Xie Zhiyu said this, he moved the phone away from his ear. Xiao Zhong, arrange for someone to pick up the eldest son of the Li family and take him out for a bit of fun. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Li Ming on the other end to hear. Li Ming was already itching with excitement. Looking across the island of Ao, there were only a handful who dared to call Xie Zhiyu their brother. Yet, Li Ming felt quite confident. Xie Zhiyu smiled. It's nothing. After hanging up the phone, he turned his head to find Wen Ning staring at him intently, her gaze unwavering. Did I frighten you? Xie Zhiyu inquired. Her long eyelashes fluttered like raven feathers, demonstrating what true fright looked like. Were you speaking of the Li family? Yes, the Li brothers, he confirmed. I have heard that the Li family is rather close to the He family. She only completed half of her thought, yet Xie Zhiyu understood. There will be no issues. I am aware of what I am doing, he assured her. However, I must pay a visit to the He family to prevent any unnecessary complications. With others present in the vehicle, Wen Ning refrained from further comments. She nodded in acknowledgement.
All right.
The car first delivered Wen Ning home, with Ah Zhong accompanying her as they disembarked. Subsequently, Xiao Zhong drove Xie Zhiyu alone to Yelin Mountain Villa. With one less person on this trip, Xiao Zhong felt increasingly anxious. As they approached the security checkpoint, he straightened his back even more. Xie Zhiyu shot him a sideways glance. What are you afraid of? Brother Yu? I am merely an ordinary person, Xiao Zhong replied with a wry smile. In such a heavily guarded place, any ordinary person would feel a sense of trepidation. Xie Zhiyu chuckled softly. I see, you possess a sense of reverence, whereas I do not. Internally, Xiao Zhong lamented that he had never articulated such a notion.
Yet,
he found the situation rather peculiar. It was rare for Brother Yu to share a joke on the way to Yelin Mountain Villa, as he had always been the most solemn and respectful during their previous visits. Brother Yu, you seem a bit different today, Xiao Zhong remarked, his keen intuition piqued. Is it because Miss Wen said something to make you happy? Yet today felt like an anomaly, as if the sun had risen in the west. Xie Zhiyu's voice, tinged with an unmistakable lightness, resonated. Have you ever been in love? Just a wild guess. Xiao Zhong almost retorted that he had indeed experienced romance. Who hasn't had a youthful love affair? He, Xiao Zhong, was quite the flower of Aodao in his youth, attracting attention aplenty. However, the words faltered on his lips, and he could only sheepishly reply, I have not. If you've never been in love, then refrain from meddling, Xie Zhiyu concluded. Fine, I'll let it slide. But it still ends with you meddling. Xiao Zhong stared blankly at the mountain path ahead, momentarily forgetting to feel trepidation. The car halted at the same parking lot as before. Xie Zhiyu retrieved the fishing box from the trunk and summoned several security personnel to conduct a thorough inspection. Once they had inspected it repeatedly, he proceeded inside. The servant informed him that Mr. He was by the lake. Upon Xie Zhiyu's arrival with the fishing box, the old man was just finishing gathering his net. Ah, you has arrived, he greeted warmly. Xie Zhiyu set down the box and quickly approached him. Compared to Hikuei and the other brothers, he understood the old man's heart far better. This artificially carved lake, nestled against the mountains, was home to many ferocious fish, and the old man often came to fish for leisure. Yet, with age, he sometimes found it challenging to haul in his catch. Xie Zhiyu assisted him in bringing the net to shore. The fish thrashed, splashing him with droplets of water, which he disregarded as he bent down to oxygenate the fishing box, placing the fish he had brought along alongside the one he had just caught. The old man glanced over. What a coincidence. Today, all are white base. I had hoped this one would bring you joy, Xie Zhiyu replied. Yet, it seems I underestimated the bounty of this lake. Any random catch here surpasses the one I brought. Do not speak such words. Mr. He chuckled warmly. You are certainly much less of a concern than my sons. Xie Zhiyu had heard this many times before and had never taken it to heart. He averted his gaze. I came today upon hearing that the two brothers of the Li family are embroiled in internal strife, culminating in a visit to the police station. Mr. Li has already contacted me. What do you think? The old man remained as indifferent as expected. Their family feuds are of no concern to me. Xie Zhiyu maintained his composure and nodded. I merely oversee the business operations, focusing solely on the front. Well done, the old man remarked, prompting a sense of tranquility mixed with determination in Xie Zhiyu. He believed that the Li family's business would eventually fall into the hands of the eldest son, and he had arranged for him to engage in activities at the venue. His intention was to establish a connection, ensuring that they would not remain strangers in the future. The young man was a gambler, easy to manipulate. The old man pondered for a few seconds, concluding that the Li family's business would not endure for long. He sought an opportunity to take a small bite out of it. When he mentioned a bite, it essentially meant that only a morsel would remain. Xie Zhiyu responded, understood. His objectives for the day had been achieved. As long as the old man desired a piece of the Li family's enterprise, he would refrain from intervening. First, he would deal with the Li family and then use the 3 detained individuals to draw Lu Kuan out. Xie Zhiyu suspected that the connections Lu Kuan had with Mr. He had likely been severed by Hikuei. Without internal support, resolving Lu Kuan would become significantly simpler. Everything seemed to be progressing too smoothly. Chapter 101. Testing the waters. With the arrival of the vernal equinox, the weather grew increasingly warm. Xie Zhiyu found himself perspiring lightly. He rolled up his sleeves. Yet his mind sharpened in response to the probing question. There was no concealing the matter of his trip to Southeast Asia with Hikuei. At this moment, the old man was merely gauging his response, assessing whether his account aligned with that of Hikuei. From Hikuei's perspective, Whether to bring him along to Southeast Asia or to deal with Lu Kuan was entirely his own decision, one that the old man would undoubtedly oppose. Thus, even if reprimanded, Hikue would not divulge a single word in front of the old man. He would likely mention, "I went to inspect the land of the Li family." Initially, the land inspection had been a mere side note. Hikue had remained in the car and did not accompany him. Xie Zhiyu maintained his composure. "I went to see it. He had other matters to attend to." This matter could not be concealed either. Xie Zhiyu responded effortlessly. It was done by Brother Kuen's people. The fishing rod dipped slightly, creating ripples on the water's surface. "Mr. He's face twitched. "Have you met Lu Kuan?" If he fully believed Hikue's words, the old man would not continue to probe him here. Xie Zhiyu was acutely aware of the principle that one cannot fish without a line. He nodded. "Brother Kuan seems to be doing well, though he still harbors grievances from past events and was not particularly pleased to see me." Upon hearing this, the old man let out an ambiguous laugh. His heart remains as narrow as ever. "How is his business faring?" "It should be quite good. Brother Kuan privately asked me if I wanted to collaborate with him." The old man's wrinkled face became expressionless. "And what did you say?" Having been with the He family for so long, he had become adept at the art of half-truths. Rather than allowing the He family to engage in a power struggle, it would be wiser to muddle the waters further and involve Lu Kuan as well. In a scenario where no one trusted anyone, collaboration would be impossible. The seed of suspicion, once sown, would sprout without needing any nurturing. Even in face-to-face conversations, the same principle applied. Mr. He imparted his wisdom to Xie Zhiyu during his early years, and he remembered every word verbatim. After a pause, the old man logically concluded, "Lu Kuan has a fiery temper. Your arm was injured for a reason. I harbor no ill will towards Brother Kuan. If things escalated, it wouldn't merely be an arm at stake." Xie Zhiyu crouched down, playfully stirring the water in his fishing box. Two fish immediately began to thrash and entangle with one another. He spoke softly. "Brother Kuan's private militia is no less formidable than the military." The old man tossed aside his fishing rod and scoffed. "He certainly has audacity." In a fleeting moment, the old man resumed his genial demeanor, gesturing towards the lake and the distant woods. "The air in the mountains is refreshing these days. You've been busy for so long. Take some time to rest at the estate. I'll have a room prepared for you, and you can descend the mountain in a few days." Xie Zhiyu understood this to be a veiled form of house arrest before confirming his words. He nodded nonchalantly, "All right." Just as he was about to leave, the old man called him back. "How are you getting along with Miss Wen?" Xie Zhiyu, in the midst of preparing to depart, paused at the inquiry. The prudent response would be to claim they were inseparable, ensuring that even if the old man had doubts about his words, he would refrain from taking action against him. Relying on his utility, however, he silently transformed into the less astute Xie Zhiyu. He chuckled. "Please spare me the jest. It's merely a bit of pressure, just a pastime." The old man said nothing further, dismissively waving his hand.
Go on.
A cigarette was poised at his lips, and before he could retrieve his lighter, a servant hurried over to ignite it for him. "Mr. Xie, this way, please." Xie Zhiyu tilted his head back with a sigh. "Is it the same room I stayed in before?" The servant confirmed. Xie Zhiyu raised two fingers. "I know the way, I'll walk." He feigned nonchalance, reluctant to leave. "Are we?" Wen Ning remarked. "Aren't you going to the He family? Something holding you back?" Xie Zhiyu replied, "Indeed, one must bear the burdens of capability." Wen Ning suggested, "Send a photo." Moments later, Wen Ning received an image resembling a scenic postcard, a vacation-style eve, shimmering lake, palm trees, and a deer, with a cigarette nearly burnt to his fingertips at the edge of the frame. Xie Zhiyu commented, "Just one." After a few seconds, another message arrived. Xie Zhiyu said, "Extinguished." Wen Ning inquired, "Zhong, did your boss stay over at the He family before?" Zhong sent a voice message, explaining, "Yes, but not often. Occasionally, mister." He would invite him to stay for a few days. Wen Ning asked, "Did he not venture out during that time?" After a brief exchange, Wen Ning closed the interface, pondering how this resembled more of a detention rather than a mere invitation to stay. She dismissed the odd thought and soon contacted He. She got straight to the point over the phone. "Xie Zhiyu is at your home." He, bewildered, replied, "Huh? Shouldn't you confirm if he is safe?" "What do you mean?" He, overwhelmed by issues related to his jewelry business, raised his voice. "Are you mistaken? We are rivals." "Indeed. Which is why I would feel most at ease if you check on his safety," Wen Ning replied earnestly. "After all, should anything happen to him, your potential support would crumble. Weren't you the one who urged me to seize business opportunities? Now, he could be my ally?" More paths, more lives. Do I need to teach you this? How does she manage to articulate each sentence with such conviction that it becomes irrefutable? She felt a pang of frustration. Fine. Once confirmed, please send me a message. She inhaled slowly. Miss Wen, do not overstep your bounds. Wen Ning clasped her hands over the phone. Please, please. My little mascot. I shall repay the favor next time. At the Coconut Grove Villa, shortly after Xie Zhiyu departed, Mr. He beckoned to a figure resembling a steward from a concealed area. With a fishing rod gently tapping the water surface, Mr. He inquired, how much of what I said do you believe? The steward shook his head. It is still uncertain. How long has it been since Lu Kun last made contact? Suddenly, a large fish leaped from the water, churning the muddy lake bed. Mr. He's gaze darkened. So, does this imply he indeed has ulterior motives? I wouldn't dare say that. Perhaps we should first summon the young master for questioning. Very well, go fetch him, Mr. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 102, Lifeline. Upon arriving at the Coconut Grove Villa, Chi immediately spotted Xie Zhiyu's vehicle. He inquired of his subordinates, is Yu here as well? Yes, brother Yu arrived at noon. A realization struck him. Hasn't he left yet? He mentioned he would stay for a few days. This piqued Chi's interest. Understood. What does staying entail? Others may not grasp it, but Chi, is well aware. Glancing at his phone, he noted that Xie Zhiyu had neither messaged nor called him. Either he was unable to coordinate beforehand, or he was avoiding suspicion. If it is the latter, it only signifies one thing. The old man has not acquired any crucial information. Coming to this conclusion, Chi strode boldly through the threshold. In the dining room, he encountered the old man, who had 2 plates of steamed fish laid out before him. He glanced around. What is the occasion today, a fish feast? I caught one, and you sent another. The old man, deftly using a knife and fork to extract the fish meat, gestured to Chi. Take advantage of it while it's fresh. Where is Yu? Chi feigned nonchalance in his inquiry. The old man replied in a gentle tone, in the soundproof room. His brow twitched slightly upon hearing this. And Chi pressed his lips together, feeling parched. What is wrong with him? That question is for you to answer. The father and son sat opposite each other at a long dining table. The old man remarked meaningfully, among my 6 sons, excluding the second, you are the only one who causes me the most concern. This mention irked Chi, and he could not conceal his rebellious demeanor. Father, what is wrong with me? The old man had anticipated this reaction, tapping his fingers on the edge of the table. During that trip to Southeast Asia with Yu, did you meet Lu Kun? The knife and fork in Chi's hand nearly slipped away as he cursed internally, his bravado swiftly diminishing. Yes. Does you know what business you're conducting with Lu Kun? Chi's mind raced. Claiming ignorance would seem implausible. Yet directly admitting his clandestine intentions with Xie Zhiyu regarding Lu Kun would land him in a precarious position. After much contemplation, he replied, I merely intended to test Yu without being overt. However, given his intelligence, he likely surmised the general idea. The silver lining is that he said nothing after their meeting, which I consider a positive sign for the future. Foolish. Mr. He slammed the table in fury. Chi immediately rose to his feet. Father, I entrusted you to manage this business, and yet you still do not comprehend why. Chi responded meekly. Why? The sum of money may indeed fill your pockets, yet for our entire family, it constitutes merely the tip of the iceberg. The old man suppressed his anger and served his son another piece of finely sliced fish. Sit down, he commanded. He continued. Is it for money that you undertake such great risks? I understand, Hichio replied, his voice lowered. It is for connections. Connections are the lifeblood of those we must engage with. The old man's demeanor darkened. Do you trust others to handle such matters? Hichio countered sharply. Is Lu Kun not one of those others? How long has he been with our family? 17 or 18 years. The old man replied with a knowing tone. Even a dog of 17 or 18 years might still bite. How can you trust Yu? There was a certain truth to his words. Nevertheless, Hichio firmly believed that no matter what, Xie Zhiyu would stand by his side. At present, he held Xie Zhiyu's weakness firmly in his grasp. As for the future, that could be addressed in due time.
Father, what do you mean by that?
Hichio's mind raced, and he felt a jolt of realization. Are you suggesting Yu is an undercover agent? The old man scoffed. If he were an undercover agent, that would be preferable. At least we could act. But if not, then what about him? Let us first discuss Lu Kun, the old man interrupted Hichio's spiraling thoughts. Whether he stays or goes depends entirely on what you say next. Hichio was singularly focused on Lu Kuan. He chose not to mention the severed ties between Lu Kuan and the He family. Instead, he took the opposite approach. I may not be as astute as you, father. But does Lu Kuan not regularly report his business to you? I believe you understand better than I whether he can stay. That is where the problem lies. Lu Kuan has severed all communication. Recalling Xie Zhiyu's words, the old man inquired, does he have his own armed forces locally? Hichio nodded, yes. Provided by the military. The old man squinted in contemplation for a moment. Keeping him around will always be a source of trouble. Let us proceed as you suggest. Understood. Father. The old man waved his hand dismissively. It is rare to cultivate one's character. Let him remain for a while longer. No sooner had he spoken than a youthful voice piped up from the corner. Father, are you out of your mind? Spending too long in the soundproof room can lead to problems. Hishi strode in with a fiery determination. I don't care. I'm going to let Brother A you out. Both men turned to her, and Hichio glanced at the old man, feeling exasperated. The old man's expression darkened. When did you arrive? Just now, Hishi replied confrontationally. I just got here, and heard you telling A you to cultivate his character. How could I not be anxious? We were all unruly children, and we've spent time in there. It's completely silent, maddeningly so. None of us could bear it for more than 10 minutes. How long has Brother A you been in there? Hichio shrugged, at least an afternoon. He has gone mad, truly mad, Hishi exclaimed, disregarding everything as she dashed toward the door. She had seen the experimental data. Humans cannot endure absolute silence for more than an hour at most. Absolute silence breeds anxiety. And as time passes, the sense of fear only intensifies, all while one remains unable to measure time within. Apart from the sound of a heartbeat and the rush of blood, all other sounds are enveloped by darkness. Even if you make a noise, it is swiftly absorbed. You can feel yourself alive, yet it is as though you exist in a vacuum. Every nerve was taut with tension. Loneliness, helplessness, and fear surged forth, each emotion teetering on the brink of collapse. The more Hishi pondered, the quicker his steps became. Suddenly, a figure darted past him with remarkable speed. Hichien's voice swept by like the wind. Dad is angry, you go appease him. I shall take on this good man's role. I must go open the door for my brother. Shaking off the servants trailing behind, Hichien kicked open the door to the soundproof room with a resounding bang. In the enveloping darkness, Xie Zhiyu slowly lifted his pale face. Sweat-drenched hair clung to his forehead, and as he opened his eyes, they were bloodshot. Noticing that there was no one behind Hichien, his chapped lips, bitten and bleeding, parted slightly as he croaked, Ah Chien, did you give me away? Chapter 103. In despair. Hichien thought to himself. Cursing under his breath, he rushed inside and helped the man to his feet. Are you alright? Xie Zhiyu turned his face towards him, managing a weak smile. I'm fine. I'm fine, you big-headed fool. Hichien supported him towards the door. Only then spotting the tardy Hishi. Go fetch the medical team. My brother is in critical condition. The words critical condition nearly made Hishi collapse to the ground. Her legs buckled, but a quick-witted servant caught her. Miss,